In a certain location in the spirit world, one that was close to the coordinates of Saratoga Castle in the material world, there existed a vast mushroom forest. The air here was thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming wildflowers. The canopy overhead was a kaleidoscope of myriad colors. There was no sunlight in this place. The entire forest was illuminated by the luminescent glow radiating from the mushroom caps. This enchanted forest had other types of strange trees growing as well, but it was mostly dominated by mushrooms. Some were as tall as trees with stems as thick as ancient oaks, while others were tiny, clustering together in groups on the forest floor. The ground was covered in a thick layer of moss that appeared to be clouds. Among the moss, smaller mushrooms sprouted in vibrant colors, mostly blue and purple. Delicate ferns and vines slithered between them, further adding to the enchanted forest's beauty. This forest was not devoid of living creatures, however. Amidst the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft sound of streams, the murmurs of tiny creatures could be heard. "Fefef, those stupid humans are coming here too often these days." Yes, the matriarch did mention about them, did she not? Those humans are so silly. It's so easy to fool them, kekek. I wonder who the next one to come here will be, hee. They have so many shiny objects with them. I want some. These spirits resembled tiny elves, their sizes no bigger than the palm of an average human. They had silvery, almost transparent, moth-like wings and wore brightly colored clothes. Wood spirits, these gentle creatures of the spirit world, greatly enjoyed playing pranks on people. They were a race that specialized in growing and caring for plant life. Moreover, they were born with innate healing magic. Their healing abilities were so exceptional that they were sought out by many magi. They could become trusted allies on the battlefield. However, that was only if a magus managed to establish a summoning contract with them. Wood spirits were said to be excellent judges of characters and abhorred humans who were inherently evil in nature. But if they took a liking to a human, they would go great distances to provide aid. This particular mushroom forest in the spirit world was home to a village of wood spirits. The leader of this village, whom these tiny creatures called the matriarch, had signed a summoning contract with Professor Whitaker a long time ago. Moreover, Professor Whitaker had also requested the matriarch to allow her students to sign summoning contracts with the other wood spirits in the village, something which the matriarch happily agreed. This was a beneficial transaction for both parties involved. The wood spirits would aid the magi in the material world whenever they were summoned. On the other hand, the magi would give them resources that would allow their village to thrive in the harsh environment of the spirit world. Since then, the graduate students, who entered Saratoga Castle and chose to major in the School of Summoning, were allowed by Professor Whitaker to sign summoning contracts with the wood spirits residing in this village. The group of wood spirits cheerfully flapped their wings and flew around the mushroom forest. They wore excited expressions, wondering when the next portal to the material world would open. They had heard from their fellow villagers that upon signing a contract with the humans, they were able to receive a lot of shiny objects from them. Although these shiny objects held no value in their village, the wood spirits loved to hoard them for some reason. Suddenly, the space before them started to rumble. Initially, it was low but gradually picked up in intensity. Before long, a small area of space started to ripple outward. "Oh yes, look, the portal is opening. Someone on the other side is contacting us. Haha, my brothers and sisters were rich." The group of wood spirits had wide grins on their faces as they hurriedly drew back, patiently waiting for the portal to the material world to open. When the portal materialized, one of them would go in and sign a summoning contract with the human. If the agreement didn't go through, then another one would enter the portal. Regardless of who went inside, their goal was to trick the caster into giving them a lot of shiny objects. But the next moment, the smiles on their faces froze when they realized that the space before them was trembling at great intensity. Something like this shouldn't have happened. The vibrations should have been very minimal, allowing for the creation of a portal big enough for them to enter. However, the vibrations in the space were anything but minimal. Soon, the space in front of them was viciously torn open, and a portal countless times bigger than what the wood spirits had imagined materialized. What is this? Such a big portal. Then, under the stupefied expressions of the wood spirits, a gargantuan humanoid, several times bigger than a regular-sized human, emerged from the portal. Thankfully, the wood spirits were agile little creatures. Before this enormous humanoid landed upon them, they had already flapped their wings and shot to the depths of the mushroom forest, all the while screaming in panic. "Hurry, inform the matriarch. A giant has appeared. The village is in danger. Run." As the large portal behind him closed, Adam got to his feet, spitting a mouthful of dirt and grass. He looked around curiously, wondering where he had just landed. Seeing the mushroom trees around him, his eyes lit up. A mushroom forest. The last time he had been to such a forest was inside the Soaring River secret plane. However, the mushroom forest he was currently in had a far stronger mystical vibe. But soon, he thought something was amiss and couldn't help but mutter in confusion. "Why is everything so small?" Then he lowered his head and glanced at himself. It was then that he realized that it wasn't the surroundings that were small in size. Instead, it was he who had grown to titanic proportions. Ah, that's right, realization dawned on him that this was his soul body. From constantly absorbing souls, his soul body had become extremely big in size, far bigger than his physical body. Moreover, it had been a long time since he had visited the spirit world. He didn't know how big his soul body had got, but even he didn't expect it to have become this enormous. This isn't this way too big, he yelled out in shock. Seeing the sheer size of his body, he was greatly taken aback. But then he thought, this must be the result of me regularly absorbing those soul fragments when I was bedridden. He stood there surrounded by mushroom trees, stroking his chin and mumbling under his breath, "Yeah, this will be too inconvenient to move around." The next moment his eyes lit up. "Let's give that a try." Adam closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Then, when he opened his eyes again, his black pupils shone with the white lotus pattern. Following that, he instinctually willed it with his mind, and his body started to shrink, slowly but surely. Within a few moments, his soul body had now become the same size as his physical body. After having gotten initial control over the White Lotus, his proficiency with the usage of spiritual power had gotten very high. Now, with a simple thought, he was able to alter the size of his soul body. Ha ha ha, that was surprisingly easier than I thought, he laughed heartily. Then he realized that he was also buck naked. His lips twitched and he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Suddenly, he had another idea. If I can control the size of my soul body, then perhaps I can. The lotus pattern in his eyes lit up once again, and he guided his spiritual power to create a layer of clothing. Gradually, motes of light gathered around his body, covering it. Then they came together and transformed into loose black robes. Adam touched the robes on his body and was astounded. This feels so real. Surprisingly enough, his control over spiritual power in the spirit world was far more potent than he had expected. After all, he couldn't do what he had done just now in the material world. Even if he switched to the alternate form of energymina, still wouldn't be able to materialize a set of robes. However, in the spirit world, when he used spiritual energy, he felt natural, confident, and fully in his element, much like a fish in water. After solving his size and clothing problem, he looked around at the enchanted mushroom forest that he had arrived at. His eyes shone with immense curiosity, and he muttered, if I'm not wrong, this place should belong to the healing spirit that the professor has signed a summoning contract with. Professor Whitaker had already informed all the graduate students everything about the summoning contract and the spirits they would be able to summon. The runic formation that she had handed out to them contained the coordinates of this place in the spirit world. Naturally, she wouldn't give them access to a hostile place filled with malevolent creatures. This should be the home to wood spirits, said Adam as he looked around the place with curious eyes. They're very similar to pixies and sprites found in the material world. He took a step forward and smiled brightly. All right then, this should be fun. As he journeyed through the enchanted mushroom forest, a sense of awe and wonder enveloped him. Although he had visited a similar place before, this one inside the spirit world left him mesmerized. The air he breathed in was vastly different from that of the material world. It was as if the air here hadn't been contaminated at all. His soul felt at peace whenever he stepped foot inside the spirit world. As he journeyed deeper, the forest seemed to come alive around him. Delicate vines hung from mushroom to mushroom, adorned with tiny twinkling lights that shone like the stars in the night sky. He could hear the soft rustlings of small creatures in the distance, the faint chirping of insects, and the distant sound of a flowing river. Adam paused to observe the life around him. Tiny birds flew about, leaving trails of stardust in their wake. Small horned rodents hopped from one place to another, looking for food. Other curious creatures, their eyes wide with curiosity and wonder, peered out from behind small mushrooms, watching his every move. Looking at these tiny creatures, he smiled and waved at them. Some fled away, while others waved back at him. Seeing that, he couldn't help but chuckle. The energy in the creatures in this forest deeply resonated with him. Every step revealed new wonders. He passed through natural archways formed by intertwining mushroom stems and hidden alcoves glimmering with otherworldly light, hinting at history long forgotten. Occasionally, he would stop by to gather rare herbs and mushrooms. If he used his ingredients in potions, they would have surprising effects in soothing one's spirit sea. As he crouched down and delicately picked up herbs with care, he couldn't help but grin. Kekek, if I sell these ingredients to the guild, I wonder how much money I'll make. He walked deeper into the forest, hoping to come across a wood spirit and sign a summoning contract with them. But strangely enough, there weren't any wood spirits in sight. He had seen all other types of forest creatures, but not a single one was what he was looking for. How strange, he frowned. Isn't this supposed to be the home of wood spirits? How come there are none here? For a moment he thought he had arrived at a different location, but he quickly got rid of this thought. Professor Whitaker wouldn't be so careless as to give him, or other students for that matter, wrong coordinates. Just as he was deep in thought, wondering about the whereabouts of the wood spirits, the ground suddenly started to rumble. In the shadows of the mushroom trees in the distance, Adam could see countless silhouettes of creatures, big and small, storming toward him. Finally, his gaze landed on the beings that he had been looking for ever since he had arrived here. Wood spirits, he blurted out in shock, but why are they charging at me? Without even waiting to see how things would play out, Adam turned around and ran for his life. Adam was flabbergasted at the scene that unfolded before him. This place was supposed to be a friendly territory. The wood spirits that resided here were supposed to be welcoming toward him, who was given the coordinates to this location by Professor Whitaker. Yet here he was, being chased by all the wood spirits that resided here. Not only that, Adam also noticed that the forest creatures were also being led by the spirits. He turned around and ran for his life. If he felt like his life was in grave danger, he would immediately return to the material world. Spirit world traversal allowed him to enter and exit the spirit world at will. Although currently he still needed the help of a ritual formation to enter this realm, he could exit this place with just a simple thought. He had only taken a few steps when, in his sphere of resonance, he sensed that he had already been surrounded. Realizing this, he couldn't help but sigh, thinking to himself, I guess I'll have to look for a wood spirit to sign a contract with when I come here next time. Just as he was about to return to the material world, a loud authoritative voice called out to him, student of Mathelda Whitaker, wait. Adam's pupils constricted, and he turned around toward the direction that voice had come from. His gaze landed on a wood spirit that was flying toward him at a speed several times faster than the others. This spirit was no bigger than 6 inches tall, exuding an aura of strength as well as breathtaking beauty. Her slender body was perfectly proportioned, with fair, almost translucent skin that glowed in the luminescent light of the mushrooms. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence, and her pointed ears peeked out from beneath her wild, blonde hair. The spirit's wings were her most striking features, resembling those of a dragonfly. Her clothing seemed to be made of natural materials such as flower petals, leaves, and silk. Noticing the mana signature radiating from her, Adam was greatly taken aback. Rank 3 Magus. He thought to himself then, could this spirit perhaps be? Although he was ready to teleport out of here anytime, he still decided to display proper etiquette. Greetings, Lady Magus. Are you perhaps Professor Whitaker's contracted spirit? The wood spirit, who is in fact the matriarch of this village, fluttered before Adam and observed him curiously. A few moments later, she muttered in confusion, You're not a giant. Adam glanced at her incredulously, thinking to himself, did one of the wood spirits happen to be there when I arrived in my gigantic soul body? At the time, due to the extreme turbulence brought about by traveling from the material world to the spirit world, he hadn't noticed the presence of anyone around him when he landed here. However, now it seemed that he might have overlooked certain things. As you can see, my lady, I am a human, said Adam respectfully. Matriarch, he's lying. We saw him when he arrived here. He didn't look like this. He's a giant in disguise. He was bigger than a tree. The group of wood spirits, who happened to be there when Adam had arrived at this place through the portal, looked at the matriarch and spoke anxiously. Even they were quite surprised to see a regular-sized Adam when they came here with everyone else. They were ready to fight a giant, but all they found was a human. The matriarch glanced at the group of wood spirits and gently said, I believe you, my children. She then turned her head toward Adam and deeply looked at him. She knew that he was Professor Whitaker's student because apart from her, no one else knew the coordinates to this village. This was something that was mentioned in the contract they had signed. Apart from Professor Whitaker and her students, no one else was to know the location of this village. Even in the summoning contract signed by the graduate students and the other wood spirits, it is explicitly mentioned that the former is never to disclose this village's whereabouts. So when the matriarch heard from the wood spirits that someone had arrived at the village through a portal, she knew that it had to be a student of her contractee, Mathelda Whitaker. But what she couldn't understand was how one of the graduate students of Saratoga Castle managed to come here. Usually, it was always the other way around. It was the wood spirits that went to the material world through the portal and signed the summoning contract. Another thing that the matriarch couldn't understand, and one that greatly took her by surprise, was the fact that the wood spirits mentioned that a giant had appeared in the village. She knew very well that the group of spirits that saw Adam arrive here weren't lying. But at the same time, when she glanced at this youth standing before her, she was certain that he was a human and not a giant. Her mind was flooded with endless questions as she continued to stare at the raven-haired youth, causing the latter to feel greatly uncomfortable. What is your name, young Magus? The matriarch asked. My name is Adam Constantine, said the youth. The matriarch nodded. Once again, a long period of silence ensued as she continued to observe him. How did he arrive here? He seems to have been here for quite some time in his soul body form. How is he not affected by the environment of our world? His soul body seems to be far stronger than that of a regular mana liquefaction magus. It's almost as powerful as the soul of a mana vortex magus, but not quite. What a fascinating human. The more she thought about it, the more shocked she became. She had never come across a magus whose soul body was stronger than their physical body. It was usually the other way around. Being intently stared at by a rank 3 magus was not a pleasant feeling. Adam's back was drenched in a layer of cold sweat as he continued to fidget with his fingers. Should I just leave? He thought to himself. No, that'll be very disrespectful. This wood spirit is the professor's contractor, after all. Finally, he mustered the courage and asked Lady Magus, may I know why I'm surrounded by the entire village? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? The matriarch snapped out of her string of thoughts and replied, my children notified me that a giant had invaded our village, but it seems that it was just one of Mathilda's students. She paused for a moment before asking with a playful smirk, you haven't come across a giant now, have you? Haha, Adam laughed awkwardly. Of course not. The matriarch deeply peered into Adam's jet black eyes, if you say so. She looked around and saw that most, if not all the wood spirits in the village had already gathered here. Then she glanced at Adam and began, your arrival here is very unusual. Usually, one of my children would go to the material world and initiate a contract with Mathilda's students. But now that you're here, why don't you choose which of my children you would like to have as your healing spirit? Adam was slightly taken aback. You would let me choose from everyone present here. Usually, when a magus formed a contract with a spirit from the spirit world, a lot of steps were involved. Firstly, the magus had to research the information about the type of spirit they were looking for. Once they gathered enough information, they would then have to find the location of the spirit. However, this was already done by Professor Whittaker. Wood spirits were one of the best when it came to healing magic, and the matriarch of this village was the professor's contractor. Adam and the rest of the students didn't have to spend time and effort bothering about the initial steps since it had already been taken care of. Moreover, Professor Whittaker had also given them the details about the ritual involving the summoning of and communing with the spirit. All the students had to do was negotiate the contract with the spirit and then sign it. Usually it was always the spirits that visited the magi in the material world. However, Adam had taken the completely opposite route. The matriarch nodded. Of course, you can't sign a contract with me. Summoning a rank 3 being like me would completely deplete your mana reserves and is honestly not worth it. She paused for a moment before continuing. On the other hand, signing a contract with a rank 1 spirit would also be counterproductive. So you must choose a spirit that shares the same rank as you. Adam completely agreed with her. He glanced around at all the wood spirits hovering around him. Some were looking at him curiously, while others seemed nervous. He could see that dozens of these wood spirits were ranked 2 magi, but in the end he still couldn't choose from any of them. The youth looked back at the matriarch and asked sheepishly, my lady, is it all right if you choose a contractor for me you want me to choose? The matriarch was a little taken aback, not having expected Adam to throw the responsibility at her. Yes, my lady, Adam replied with a flattering smile. I believe your choice would be far better than mine. You know your people better than I do. Moreover, I believe, as Professor Whittaker's contractor, you would have my best interest in mind. The matriarch was speechless. She wasn't surprised by the flattery from the youth's mouth. As a powerful magus, she has met her fair share of spirits who would try to win over her to receive some benefits. But the fact that Adam would use Professor Whittaker's name, with whom she had a very good relationship, made her feel that now she was forced to suggest the best ranked 2 magus in her village. The matriarch didn't like this one bit. However, on second thought, she didn't quite mind allowing her most talented magus to sign a contract with Adam. To her, Adam came across as an enigma. Not only was his soul several times stronger than his physical body, but he was also able to wander around in the spirit world for long periods of time. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Moreover, she had this strange feeling that it would be highly beneficial for her and her village to cultivate a good relationship with Adam. Something about this youth made her feel very warm and pleasant. It was unlike how she usually felt about outsiders people from the material world. When the matriarch realized this, she was astonished. This kid, he doesn't seem like a being from the material world at all. It's almost as if. Her thoughts were disrupted when Adam suddenly called out to her, my lady, if you agree to my proposal, shall I start preparing the ritual? Yes, you may begin, said the matriarch after a few moments. Having received her permission, Adam coated his finger with mana and began carving runes on the forest floor. Seeing the pure nature of Adam's mana, the matriarch was once again taken aback. She could also sense the element of wood in the youth's mana. Wood spirits, as their name suggested, had an extremely high affinity with the element of wood. It was only natural for the matriarch to recognize it at first glance. She couldn't help but ask, Magus Constantine, you seem to have a natural disposition toward the wood element. Have you perhaps ever thought of embarking on the path of herbalism? As Adam carved intricate runes and geometrical patterns on the forest floor, he chuckled, my lady, I am already a herbalist. The matriarch's eyes shone with interest as she nodded her head in approval. That is praiseworthy, young magus. Wood spirits, apart from being born with innate healing magic, were a race that specialized in growing and caring for plant life. It could even be said that the area where a wood spirit shone the most was when they were working with plants and herbs. Thus, they could become formidable helpers to herbalists. So not only is he a talented magus, he is also a herbalist. This boy is full of surprises. Matriarch thought to herself. Having already made her decision to foster a good relationship with Adam, the matriarch glanced at one of the wood spirits hovering beside her and gently asked Yavia, "Would you like to be this young man's contractor?" Yavia stood at slightly less than 6 inches tall. She had a slender and delicate build, and her wings resembled a dragonfly's. Her blonde hair cascaded down her shoulders and was adorned with tiny flowers. She bore a striking resemblance to the matriarch. "Mother, didn't you say you wouldn't let me become someone's contracted spirit?" Yavia yelled out in shock. The matriarch chuckled seeing such a reaction from her daughter. Yavia was the most talented wood spirit in the village, someone who would succeed her as the next village head. Naturally, she didn't want her daughter to be contracted with a nameless magus from the material world. Although the contract between a summoner and a spirit wasn't a lifelong one, the matriarch still thought that it was beneath her daughter, whom she considered to be even more talented than herself. She gently caressed Yavia's cheeks and stated, "Well, now things have changed. I have a feeling that becoming this young man's healing spirit would be very beneficial for you." Yavia hesitated for a few moments, fidgeting with her fingers. In the end, she nodded. "I will do as you say, mother." "Good," the matriarch smiled. Right at that moment, Adam had finished carving the last of the runes. He got back to his feet, dusting his palms. He looked at the matriarch and then at Yavia. "All right, the ritual is ready. Shall we begin?" The runic formation was circular in shape, carved with all sorts of strange and mysterious runes. Adam stood atop the formation. Meanwhile, Yavia hovered before him. "Are you ready?" he asked the wood spirit with a smile. Yavia nodded her head, feeling nervous and excited at the same time. Her mother had always told her that she was to never become a healing spirit for a magus from the material world. Her mother believed no one would be fit to become her contractee. This made Yavia feel that she was special, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel envious of her friends and the other villagers who had signed a contract with the magi from Saratoga. However, now all of a sudden, this raven-haired youth appeared in her village out of nowhere. What was even more surprising was that her mother had allowed her to become his contractor. "I don't know what mother sees in him, but if she thinks this would be beneficial for me, then she must surely have her reasons," Yavia thought to herself, her fists involuntarily clenching. "All right then, let's begin." Adam raised his right hand and weaved a simple hand gesture. Following that, the runes underneath his feet lit up with a blinding light. The light covered Adam and Yavia. A few moments later, the light receded, but a thin layer of it had formed on the bodies of these two, connecting them through an ethereal string. Adam first respectfully bowed toward the wood spirit, displaying the proper etiquette required of him during the contract ritual. Yavia's voice was melodious like a gentle breeze through chimes as she replied, "Adam of Saratoga, I have heard your request and felt your sincerity. What do you offer in return for my aid?" The ethereal string connecting the two of them shone with a brilliant light as the two began their contract ritual. Adam had already discussed the terms of the contract with Yavia and the matriarch beforehand. Now, all he needed to do was notarize it with everyone present as witnesses. His eyes involuntarily shifted toward the matriarch, who nodded at him with a faint smile. The matriarch believed that if her daughter, Yavia, were to become Adam's healing spirit, she would receive immense aid that would guide her in her advancement to rank 3. This belief was almost instinctual maternal behavior, or perhaps it was something that she felt as a powerful magus herself. Either way, she chose to believe it. "Very well," replied Yavia, unable to hold her excitement. "Allow me to place my hand upon yours and let us seal this pact." Following that, Adam extended his right palm, allowing Yavia to fly over and gently touch it with her own palm. The ethereal string connecting them shone with an even brighter light. The contract ritual was almost over. She paused for a moment before solemnly adding, "Remember, Adam, our bond is sacred and must be upheld with the utmost sincerity." "I understand." Adam nodded. Following that, the thread dimmed gradually until dissipating into motes of light and vanishing inside Yavia and Adam. The runes on the forest floor also stopped glowing. The contract ritual had finally been established. Adam glanced at Yavia and grinned, "Remember your promise. You'll be my assistant in brewing potions now." Kehahaha. Seeing him laugh like a madman, not only Yavia, but even the matriarch was speechless. Not giving them any time to ask him further questions, Adam weaved a hand gesture, resulting in the formation of a direct portal to the material world behind him. Then he jumped inside, leaving behind his parting words. "Don't be late for work tomorrow, Yavia." Ha. Seeing the portal close and the space mending itself back, Yavia turned to look at the matriarch with a dumbfounded look. "Mother, I didn't make a mistake signing a summoning contract with him, did I?" The matriarch's lips twitched. "Probably not." A few days later, Adam found himself standing before Professor Whitaker's office door. He had an extremely troubled expression on his face. Damn it, she looked really mad when she called me to her office earlier today, he thought to himself. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his eyes slightly widened. It can't be. Did the matriarch rat me out? Tusk, I should have known. Magus Constantine, don't just stand there. Professor Whitaker roared from the other side of the door. Come inside this instance. Why yes, Professor. Adam nervously stuttered before placing his hand on the lion-shaped knocker and slowly opening the door. As he stepped foot inside the room, he saw the old professor sitting behind her desk, glancing at him with a deep frown. I'm screwed. The youth loudly gulped. He made his way toward the desk and stood there with his head lowered, not speaking a word. Sit, Professor Whitaker commanded sternly. Yes, ma'am, Adam weakly replied as he took a seat. A long period of silence ensued before the old professor spoke up. You know what this is about, don't you? Adam feigned ignorance, Professor. Is this about coming late to classes? The old professor intensely glared at him, causing him to shrink his neck. She then took a deep breath before yelling at him. Did you really think your trip to the spirit world would go unnoticed by me? Damn it, the matriarch really snitched on me. Adam thought with a wronged expression. You were lucky that you ended up arriving in Rosalind's village, Professor Whitaker continued. If it were hostile territory, you would have never made it back alive. Rosalind, so that's the matriarch's name. Damn you, I'll be sure to make your daughter work extra time. Adam screamed inwardly. Meanwhile, he continued to listen to Professor Whitaker scold him at the top of her lungs. Her nagging kind of reminded him of Berger. This couldn't help but bring a faint smile to his face. You think this is funny? Professor Whitaker roared. Looks like I must severely punish you. No, Professor, it's not what you think. Adam hurriedly tried to explain himself. Alas, it all fell on deaf ears. Days turned into weeks as Adam's life at Saratoga gradually settled into a comfortable routine. Most days of the week, he would stay within castle grounds. He would attend classes during the daytime, trying his best not to be late for them. Then he would spend most of his time at the Grand Library, studying whatever arcane textbooks he could find on conjuring and teleportation. He also didn't stop his research on gravity magic. This was something that he had been introduced to back inside the secret plane in the Southern Federation. He planned to further his research in this field. In the evenings, he would dedicate all his time toward brewing potions and advancing his studies on herbalism. Over the last few weeks, he had summoned Yavia a handful of times and learned that she was truly the perfect helper when it came to the preparation of herbs and ingredients for the subsequent potion concoctions. Although he knew that wood spirits were exceptional at dealing with plant life, it still came as a great surprise to him. Her presence shortened the time it would take for him to brew a potion, greatly increasing his productivity. He did not forget his end of the bargain, however. After she helped him with brewing potions, he would provide her with resources that would accelerate her advancement. Moreover, he would also guide her with mindfulness, teaching her the most systematic and efficient way of extracting mana from the surroundings. On the weekends, when there were no classes held at Saratoga, he would visit Ravenfell and explore this wonderful city. Although he struggled to adjust to the new culture, he was gradually getting used to it. Apart from Danley, he had also managed to make a few friends. These people didn't care about his background and were amiable with him, unlike the vast majority of the graduate students at Saratoga. On this day, Adam walked through the cobblestone streets of the downtown quarter. As he sipped the wine from his gourd, he heard the gentle rustling of the leaves of trees planted on the sidewalk and the endless cawing of ravens. Even now, after having been close to a month since he'd arrived here, he still hadn't gotten used to the ravens in the city. However, he was no longer as annoyed by these birds as he used to be. The youth strolled past grand mansions, each one a masterpiece of architecture. One thing Adam noticed about the buildings here was that they were constructed from dark, weathered stones, giving them a somber yet imposing presence. Pointed arches dominated the common design of all the buildings in the city. Multiple spires and towers rose from the mansions with sharp and vertical lines. Many of the homes in this quarter had spacious front lawns that were meticulously maintained. These gardens were filled with plants and flowers of vibrant colors. Despite the dark and gloomy appearance of the buildings, the existence of verdant flora brought about a perfect balance. It was strangely harmonious. Finding this slightly confusing, Adam glanced at his friend who was walking beside him and asked John, "What's with the gothic vibe of this city?" John Rodriguez was an interesting fellow who Adam had gotten acquainted with in Saratoga Castle. Unlike him, however, John majored in the School of Illusions. The black-haired youth with striking brown eyes glanced at Adam and chuckled. "The city's architecture is quite majestic, isn't it?" Adam rolled his eyes. "Just spit it out already." John spread his arms wide and spoke passionately. The tall spires, the intricate carvings, and the detailed architecture contribute to Ravenfell's stunning cityscape. It is a marvelous form of artistic expression. Hearing him say such words, Adam's eyebrows twitched. This guy, he's way too into theatrics. I guess, as expected from someone studying illusion magic. You know, Adam, John continued, When my ancestors migrated from the Nahua continent, they were drawn to the beautiful city of Ravenfell. Do you know why? Why? Adam asked out of curiosity. At the time, Ravenfell was going through a period of economic boom. It was considered the place to be, a city that welcomed people of all professions, even artists. Adam nodded his head in understanding. John had mentioned to him that his ancestors were performers, troopers, and bards. Anyway, back to your question, said John. The city fosters the growth of artists, something that wouldn't be seen in other cities. The architecture of Ravenfell is a result of that. It fosters a sense of identity and community amongst the city's inhabitants. Our city's distinct and recognizable architecture is what differentiates us from other cities. But why is everything so dark? Adam asked awkwardly. John glanced at him and smirked. Have you heard of the legend behind the city's founding? Adam nodded. Danley had mentioned to him about this. Wasn't it something about a magical raven guiding the founder toward the site of the future city? Indeed, John replied. Ravens are said to be creatures of darkness. However, that doesn't necessarily imply that they are evil beings. Here, ravens are considered as sacred creatures. Over the centuries, the design of the city has been catered to accommodate the habitat of these beautiful birds. Adam stoked his chin, thinking to himself, the founder of Ravenfell and Saratoga Castle had a strange connection with ravens. In many cultures, these birds are associated with wisdom and mystery. But more importantly, these creatures are said to have an intimate connection with the spirit world. How fascinating. John patted Adam's shoulder and smiled. Don't think too much. It's not as scary as it looks. He waved his hand and pointed at the countless ravens perched upon the buildings. If anything, the residents of this city view these creatures as emissaries, watching over the city, protecting it from impending dangers. Emissaries. Adam raised his eyebrow. Who do you think they're sent here by? Who knows? John shrugged. Probably the raven spirit who guided the founder to this location. Interesting, Adam muttered under his breath. Anyway, let's hurry to the Viva Opera House. I don't want to miss the play, said John as he rushed toward the grand building in the near distance. Although Adam was not a fan of plays and musicals, he had promised John to go to this opera house with him this weekend. Hence, he could only reluctantly follow along. It wasn't like he had anything better to do. Studying and researching arcane texts all the time made life quite monotonous. So Adam decided to visit this opera house and try something new. If it got too boring inside, he would just drink himself to sleep. The night sky over Ravenfell was clear, with stars twinkling like scattered gemstones among the backdrop of countless ravens that flew about. Viva Opera House was illuminated by the soft glow of the street lights. It stood majestically, its Gothic spires and stained glass windows casting intricate patterns on the cobblestone streets. The grand double doors of the opera house swung open, revealing the luxurious interior lit up by crystal chandeliers. Noblewomen wore elegant gowns made of silk and velvet as they stepped out of the opera house. The colors that these women from the upper class chose to wear were mostly inclined toward the darker shades. Meanwhile, noblemen wore impeccable tailored suits and cloaks or capes on top. Some of these cloaks had insignias of their noble houses, while others had the emblem of a raven. The people who could afford to spend their recreational time at this opulent opera house were all people from affluent backgrounds. Amidst the crowd, Adam and John stepped out, both wearing the gray cloaks of Saratoga Castle over their magus robes. Adam opened his mouth wide and yawned lazily. Seeing this, John was filled with disbelief. I can't believe you slept through the whole play. Do you even know how glorious the ending was? How could you miss out on it? Adam cracked his neck slightly, relieving the discomfort from sleeping for the past few hours in a bad posture. Wasn't the character whom everyone thought to be the bad guy turn out to be the savior? Adam asked in a bored manner. John was flabbergasted. It's not the story, but the performance. You missed out on the performance of those great actors. Adam waved his hand nonchalantly. These dramas and musicals are not really my thing. John couldn't help but sigh as he shook his head. Don't let your prejudice stop you from enjoying the finer things in life. Finer things in life? What a waste of money. Adam rolled his eyes, thinking to himself in amusement. The sound of laughter and animated conversations filled the air as the nobles discussed the evening's performance. Compliments and criticisms were exchanged along with plans to meet up for the next social gathering. The popular pastimes of these affluent nobles were quite lavish, to say the least. Horse-drawn carriages lined the street in front of the Viva Opera House. When the nobles passed by Adam and John, they first glanced at the emblem on their crest, and only then greeted them politely before hopping onto their respective carriages. Seeing such a scene, Adam couldn't help but scoff in disdain. He truly disliked such people. The pair stood before a carriage that was emblazoned with the crest of the Rodriguez family. John hailed from an aristocratic family in the city. However, unlike most nobles, he was very down to earth. It was one of the reasons why Adam got along with him in the first place. Me and a few of my friends are going to have a gambling night. Do you wish to join us? Asked John before he stepped foot inside the carriage. He loved money way too much to part with it over a game. Come on, it will be fun, John insisted. His smile turned a little lecherous, and he whispered, there's going to be lots of pretty women. Man, I tell you, these noble women, they appear innocent and sophisticated on the outside, but they're crazy in bed. Adam hesitated for a moment before ultimately declining, I have some work to do, perhaps some other time. With that said, he bid farewell to John and walked away. It was about time he did some reconnaissance for the Brotherhood. Corvid Quarter. It was a district situated on the eastern side of the city. It was wrapped around the small Dundee harbor south of Del River. This quarter was a diverse region of the city. Its neighborhoods varied from housing the middle-class residents and ordinary businesses to accommodating the poorest and filthiest dregs of society. Since this district contained an inner harbor, it was frequented by shipping merchants, artisans, and folks from other professions. This place witnessed a large volume of trade, falling short only to the market quarter and the harbor quarter. While some residents, mostly nobles, considered this district the dark underbelly of Ravenfell, others thought of it as the heart and soul of the city, largely due to the presence of Dundee Harbor. Adam, who had now changed into a simple white tunic, brown trousers, and black boots, walked through the winding cobblestone streets of Corvid Quarter, glancing at the centuries-old buildings on either side of the street. He wanted to attract as little attention as possible. Wearing magus robes and the Saratoga cloak would be counterproductive to what he was planning to do. The streets were uneven and weathered, lacking maintenance. Gas lanterns hung from iron posts, their flickering lights casting dim shadows on the ground. Adam took a deep breath and intensely frowned. This place sure smells like horseshit. He had always heard about this district, but today was the first time he had come here. Naturally, Danley wouldn't show him around this place. The young elf absolutely detested it. But Adam figured that if he wanted to inspect the whereabouts of the members of the Cult of Bones, he might as well start investigating the dark side of Ravenfell. After all, this secret society was said to have a strong presence in the city's underworld. The easiest prey for cultists would be the people from the Corvid Quarter, who were more susceptible to empty words of hope. These people who dwelled in the slums would do anything to see the light of day, to feel the greener pastures on the other side. Adam knew this well because he used to be one of them. Recalling the harsh childhood that he had to go through in the slums of Behal Town in the Cormier Kingdom, Adam couldn't help but smile wryly. His eyes flashed with reminiscence, and he softly muttered, Anna, if I hadn't met you, I wonder how my life would have turned out. He turned his head and glanced in the direction of the Galestein Ocean. Wherever you are, I hope you're doing well. In one of the poorest places in Corvid Quarter, the streets immediately south of the Del River occupied a neighborhood that was full of squalor and filth. The poorest residents of Ravenfell lived here in crowded tenement houses and slums tucked away in narrow alleys. The buildings here were dilapidated with crumbling roofs, plagued by the smell of dead fish. Urchins and rats ran rampant on the streets of this neighborhood, and its darkest corners were home to thieves. Puddles of stagnant water accumulated in the uneven cobblestones. Meanwhile, laundry hung from makeshift lines overhead strung between buildings. Adam walked through these streets with a stoic expression on his face. He passed by several people who looked at him with unkind intentions, but once they made eye contact with him, they trembled in fear and scurried away. The architecture of Ravenfell is a form of artistic expression. He recalled John's words from earlier in the evening. Watching the rats scamper along the dark alleys, while stray cats watched them from the shadows, Adam couldn't help but sneer. I guess this is a form of art too. Wherever there was light, there had to be darkness. All things existed in perfect balance in this universe. This was the duality of things. Adam had come to this part of Corvid Quarter not to ponder about the misery of the unfortunate residents of the city. No, he was looking for a place where he could gather information about the day-to-day happenings in this district. Soon, he had found what he was looking for. Nestled near the bustling dock of Dundee Harbor stood a tavern. Its weathered exterior blended seamlessly with the dilapidated warehouses and the nearby shipyard. The wooden sign swinging gently in the pungent breeze bore the name, Salty Fish, painted in faded blue letters beneath the image of a fish. Few lanterns hung from iron brackets, their flickering light casting a warm and inviting glow for the patrons. Even as he stood at the entrance of the bar, Adam could hear the raucous environment inside. This better be worth it, he said as he pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. Immediately, the smell of salt and fish assaulted his nostrils, mingling with the faint aroma of ale and tobacco. Adam looked around and saw that the bar was dimly lit by oil lamps and candles placed throughout the room. The walls, decrepit as they seemed, were decorated with maps, harpoons, and portraits of legendary ships. Looking around, he couldn't find a single unoccupied table. The bar was filled with the lively noise of sailors. Their drunken laughter and loud chatter mingled with the occasional crash of a dropped glass or mug. Adam was used to such places. In his youth, before he had set off to study at Clover Academy, he would spend most of his time in inns and taverns in his hometown, doing odd jobs and making ends meet. With nimble footsteps, he made his way through the rowdy crowd and sat on a tall wooden stool beside the bar counter. The bartender, a bald, middle-aged human, glanced at him and asked in a bored manner, "What do you want? What's the specialty here?" Adam asked as he scanned the liquor bottles on the shelves behind the bar counter. None of them were to his liking. "You're new here?" asked the bartender with a raised brow, something like that. "We have dark, spicy rum, homemade ale." "Not the drinks," Adam cut him off. "What do you have to eat?" "We have stew made of chunks of beef and other vegetables," the bartender began, not at all offended by Adam's interruption. He'd had plenty of patrons behave worse. "Then we have the large platter of fish, mussels, clams, and shrimp, served with bread and roasted potatoes." Adam replied, "I'll have the seafood platter." "Very well." The bartender nodded before relaying the order to another person who promptly left for the kitchen. Meanwhile, Adam unfastened the gourd hanging from his waist and leisurely started sipping wine. He observed the people that were inside this tavern, hoping to overhear anything noteworthy. The patrons here were a motley crew of mostly rugged sailors, their faces weathered by the harsh breeze in the sun. They wore a mix of tattered shirts, leather vests, and sturdy boots. Many of them had tattoos of anchors and mermaids proudly displayed on their exposed skin. Among the sailors were adventurers, merchants, and the occasional pirates. Some huddled in groups speaking in hushed tones, while others played cards or a game of dice over ale. In a corner of the bar, an old sailor flailed his arms around and narrated his adventures while out at sea. "Our crew was attacked by a kraken," he roared. "A kraken, I tell you. Its tendrils were as big as trees, and although we didn't see its full body, I'm sure it was bigger than this whole district." At another corner, a group of young adventurers spoke excitedly about an old legend that circulated among the common folks who resided near the harbor. The notorious Captain Goldrake is said to have hidden a vast treasure somewhere along the shores of Ravenfell. "What, you really believe that shit?" "It's true. The famous pirate hid all the treasure somewhere here before he was executed. I met a merchant who's willing to sell me clues to his treasure." "Oh, piss off, mate. That merchant is clearly trying to scam you." "Really? He sounded pretty legit." "Get lost. Let's go beat him up tomorrow and see how legit he is." HMPH. Hearing the conversation of this group of wild teenagers, Adam couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Captain Goldrake, vast treasure. Yeah, right. Although he scoffed at this prospect, being the money grubber he was, he made a mental note to follow up on any leads relating to this infamous pirate. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a table nearby. It was occupied by a group of merchants. Hearing their topic of discussion, Adam's ears instantly perked up. A young man wearing decent clothes glanced at his friends and proudly stated, "My brothers, it is with great pleasure that I inform you that in my recent voyage I happened to come across a beautiful mermaid." "Whoa, a mermaid. I've never seen one but heard many tales about them." "No way, mermaids are real." The young man's lips curled up into a perverted grin. "They're real, all right. Not only did I get to meet her, but I also made love to her, mwahaha." Hearing such wild claims, forget Adam, almost half of the tavern was flabbergasted. Seeing that he had now grabbed the attention of most of the people around, the young man had an extremely smug expression on his face as he began recounting his tale. "Hear closely, my friends. It all began with the siren's song." However, before he could even continue his story, the drunk sailors nearby got up from their seats and started beating him up. "Everyone pound this kid. He dares talk about banging a mermaid. Getting our hopes up for no reason. Where am I supposed to find a mermaid now? Beat him up, teach him a lesson." Witnessing a sudden brawl taking place, Adam was taken aback. But then he burst into laughter. He glanced at the young merchant being kicked all over his body and sighed, "Poor guy." "Your seafood platter is ready." A barmaid, dressed in a simple dress and an apron, expertly weaved through the drunk crowd and kept the plate of steaming food in front of him. Then, without speaking another word, she left to carry out her other duties. Adam glanced at his dinner, his mouth involuntarily drooling. Although it didn't look that appealing, it sure smelled good. The seafood platter was arranged on a polished wooden board, garnished with fresh seaweed and hastily cut lemon slices. It contained a succulent lobster, a pile of mussels steamed in garlic broth, calamari rings, grilled shrimps, seared scallops, baked clams, and 2 golden brown crab cakes. Moreover, it was accompanied by bread and baked potatoes. Without waiting another moment, Adam dug into the bountiful plate of seafood without care for proper dining etiquette. Besides, displaying such decorum in a place like this would only bring unwanted attention to him, or so he told himself. In truth, he was just really hungry. With a mouthful of food, he glanced at the middle-aged bartender and gave a thumbs up. "This is good, really good." The bartender simply nodded before continuing to clean the ale mugs with a dry napkin. In a matter of minutes, Adam had already finished the entire platter of fresh seafood. He felt like ordering another round, but in the end, he decided against it. He still had to go back home and practice a round of mindfulness. Overeating would only bring him discomfort later on, and he wouldn't be able to focus on extracting the mana from the surroundings. "How much?" he asked the bartender. 15 silver pieces." Adam frowned ever so slightly but paid the man the money nonetheless. Then he looked at him with a solemn expression and asked, "How much for information?" The middle-aged man glanced at him with narrowed eyes. After a few moments of contemplation, he asked, "What kind?" "You know, the regular." Adam shrugged. "What's been happening in Corvid lately? I'm new here, so I'm curious to know the ins and outs of this district." A greedy light flashed through the bartender's eyes. "I'll tell you everything I know. Give me another 15. "Piss off," Adam sneered. He got to his feet and turned around to leave. "Wait," the bartender hurriedly called out, knowing that he had gotten a little overboard. 10 silver pieces will do." 5, Adam once again cut him off. "What? Are you crazy?" The bartender looked at him like he was an idiot. 8, that's the lowest. 3, take it or leave it. Adam scoffed. "Get lost," the bartender roared. "Fine, as you say." Adam shrugged and then turned around once again to leave. Wait, the bartender called out yet again in exasperation. "Fine, just give me 3, damn it." Adam's lips curled up into a sneer as he thought to himself, trying to scam me, idiot." He turned back around and took his seat on the wooden stool. Then he tossed 3 silver pieces at the middle-aged man and warned, "If you lie, I'll know. Not today, but maybe tomorrow. And when that day comes, you'll regret ever lying to me." The middle-aged bartender nervously gulped. This seemingly innocent young man sitting before him suddenly felt more dangerous than a magical beast. "I understand." He nodded. After carefully putting away the coins, he first began talking about the 4 neighborhoods that constituted the Corvid Quarter. The Incas neighborhood was where the business took place. All goods brought in from the docks were taken here, where they were carefully inspected, packed, and labeled before being sent to the warehouses. Located on the western shore of Dundee Harbor was the Slate neighborhood. It had a few locations that provided entertainment and pleasure for the residents of this district. It housed several small businesses and housing for lower middle-class residents. The Bosque neighborhood was the one they were currently in. It mostly consisted of slums and small tenement houses. It was almost a forgotten corner of the quarter where the poorest of residents lived. Finally, the Blinder neighborhood was home to a large number of warehouses that lined the street along the Del River. Few citizens visited this part of the district, except for the guards who had been hired to protect the goods by wealthy merchants. Adam had to admit he had learned quite a lot from this bartender. He almost wanted to tip him a few extra silver coins. Anything else? Adam asked with a pleased expression. "You know, have there been any disappearances or killings lately? Things I should be wary of." "HMPH, where do you think you are?" The bartender harumphed in annoyance. "This is the Corvid Quarter. Things like that happen here all the time. One minute you're walking on the street, the next you're robbed of your wealth and life." Adam's expression turned somber. Things like that indeed happen in such places all the time. However, the city officials would more often than not always turn a blind eye. After all, the people living here were unwanted members of the society. The people of high stature would much rather see them dead than have a share of the resources. Suddenly, the bartender's tone turned grim and he warned, "Beware of the Umbra thieves." "Umbra thieves?" Adam's eyes narrowed. "Is that a thieves' guild or something?" "Precisely." The bartender nodded. "They're a notorious criminal organization tormenting not only Corvid Quarter but the whole of Ravenfell. No one has yet to uncover the identity of its members. They're truly an enigma. If you ever come across a thief who has a tattoo of a dagger with a skull pommel, turn around and run for your life." "This tattoo, is that the only thing we know about this thieves' guild?" Adam asked. "Yes, nothing else is known about them," said the bartender in a serious tone, his eyes flashing with terror. Adam was silent for a long time before finally confirming in his heart, "Another secret organization." The Umbra Thieves was a clandestine organization that had its fingers in every pie in the city. Its members were masters of stealth and infiltration. They specialized in high-profile burglaries, targeting wealthy merchants and nobles. Moreover, this guild controlled much of the smuggling trade in Ravenfell. They dealt with stolen exotic goods, magical artifacts, illicit substances, and even the slave trade. For the right price, the members of Umbra Thieves would even take on contracts to assassinate specific targets. These actions were handled with strict discretion, ensuring the least collateral damage and no trace back to the guild. In the past, when a member of this guild was caught by officials, they would unhesitantly take their own lives, ensuring that nothing led back to their organization. They wielded significant influence in Ravenfell, having ties to corrupt officials, black market dealers, and other criminal enterprises. In the city's dark underbelly, the Umbra Thieves were both feared and respected. Adam glanced at the bartender and solemnly asked, "So no matter what, their members cannot be traced?" The bartender shook his head. "No, not even the mighty magi could locate their safe houses and hideouts. All we know is that they exist, nothing else." Adam remained silent for a few moments before nodding. He was quite satisfied with the information he had received from the other person. He was right to come to a tavern to gather intel. He believed that a place such as this would certainly have access to a wide variety of gossip. People would often speak more than they intended to under the influence of alcohol. I hope there aren't any cults here, are there? The youth pretended to be apprehensive. The last city I lived in was a breeding ground for evil cultists. It's one of the reasons I moved out and came here. Cultists, the bartender spoke with a raised eyebrow. There are no cultists in this city. Well, not any that I'm aware of anyway. I see. Adam nodded, once again going silent for a few moments. He wasn't hoping to get any information about potential cultists in the city, but it didn't hurt to try. He then took out 2 more silver coins from his pocket and tossed them at the man. Good job. The bartender caught the coins and quickly put them away. He then glanced at Adam and stated, for another silver piece, I can suggest to you the safest places to live in Corvid. No need. Adam waved his hand and got up to his feet. He made his way out of the tavern while stroking his chin, deep in thought. From what the man just said, this secret organization seems to have only one goal: acquiring wealth. They're unlike the Cult of Bones, whose objective is still largely unknown. All we know about them is that their members are mostly necromancers and practitioners of dark magic. It's going to be tough trying to investigate their whereabouts, but it's a good thing this is a long-term mission. Adam walked through the dimly lit cobblestone streets of the Bosky neighborhood. His visit here tonight could be said to be not entirely fruitless. At the very least, he got to know a lot about the Corvid Quarter. Just as he was making his way out of this neighborhood, from the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a group of people ruthlessly beating a man in a secluded alley. A robbery, Adam thought to himself. When he walked past the alley, he looked over and saw that 3 young men were thrashing a middle-aged man who lay helplessly on the ground. It seemed that they were indeed trying to rob him. Beat this bastard up. Let go of what you have. Give it to us while we're asking nicely. Asking nicely, huh? Adam thought to himself in amusement as he shook his head with a soft chuckle, walking past the alley. He had no intentions whatsoever to help. The slums were a cruel place to live in. If one couldn't even take care of themselves here, they would gradually be devoured by the starving wolves. Besides, Adam didn't feel obliged to help the victim. He was already past having such a mindset. The world's problems were not his own. Just as he was walking away, he overheard the man scream, "No, please, no. The food is for my kids. I can't let them starve. Please just take anything else, Ugh. Shut your mouth, bastard. To hell with you and your kids. Give us everything you have." Hearing the man mention his starving kids, Adam's footsteps gradually came to a stop. He lowered his head, his fists clenching and unclenching several times. In his mind, he kept telling himself, "Walk away. This is not your problem. Let the man deal with it. You don't have to involve yourself." But whenever he thought about how this man's children might go to bed hungry tonight, he was reminded of those harsh times when he used to starve to sleep. It was not a pleasant feeling. This was one of the reasons why he hated wasting food and also admonished others for doing so. In the end, his shoulders loosened a little and he sighed, "Forget it. It's just one guy. It doesn't hurt to help him out a little." He turned around and walked into the alley. His footsteps echoed against the walls of the buildings, drawing the group's attention. The group of young men turned to look at him with hostility. "Oi, who the hell are you? Get out of here if you don't want to die." Seeing Adam continue to leisurely walk toward them, one of the young men stepped forward and waved his pocket knife around in a threatening manner. "Do you have a death wish, boy?" "No," Adam said indifferently, "but it looks like you do." The next moment, a gust of cold wind blew through the alley and Adam disappeared from his spot. Seeing such a bizarre scene take place, the group of young men as well as the middle-aged man who was being ganged up on were thunderstruck. Such physical prowess that bordered on the supernatural could only belong to a specific type of people. Only one word echoed through their minds: Magus. A second later, another cold gust of wind blew, and then the sound of bones cracking echoed in this dim alley, followed by the agonizing screams of men, until finally, everything returned to silence. The 3 young men who were trying to rob the other person suddenly found their wrists snapped in half. It took a moment for the pain to kick in before they started screaming in agony. They thrashed about on the ground, desperately trying to endure the pain. When they saw the bones jutting out of their skin, their sense of pain seemed to have increased severalfold. Their wails of agony turned up a notch, yet no one was drawn to the alley. The people nearby must have definitely heard their wails. However, instead of coming this way, they had turned around and further distanced themselves from this place. The slums were a dangerous place, especially at night. The people here minded their own business. If they intruded in others' matters, more often than not it spelled trouble. Adam glanced at the 3 young pain writhing in agony. He couldn't help but click his tongue in annoyance. Tusk, so noisy. He came forward with his hands in his pockets, displaying a casual attitude. Then he swiftly kicked the 3 in the head, instantly knocking them out. From the beginning to the end, the middle-aged man who had been a victim to these 3 people watched everything unfold with a dumbfounded look. One moment he was on the verge of being robbed and potentially killed. The next, Magus suddenly appeared out of nowhere and saved him. It was only after Adam had knocked these robbers unconscious that he finally snapped back to his senses. Adam turned his head and gazed at the trembling man with slight surprise. With a raised eyebrow, he asked, "Did you just say my lord?" The middle-aged man shuddered even more intensely and blurted out, Please forgive me for offending you. I didn't know how else to address you." "No, it's not that," said Adam, a curious look flashing in his jet-black eyes. "Commoners usually say my lord and not my lord. You don't belong here, do you?" The man was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Adam. Immediately after, he avoided eye contact and replied, "That's right, my lord, I don't belong here." There was a hint of melancholy when he said those last few words. Adam deeply gazed at the man. A moment later, he turned around and walked away. "Well, whatever, go home now." The man looked at Adam's departing back, hesitation coursing through his veins. In the end, he grabbed the long loaf of bread that had been dirtied by falling to the ground and hurriedly followed after the youth. "My lord. My lord, please wait," he called out to him. Adam continued to walk. He didn't want to bother with this man any longer. He had already stepped out of his way and helped him when he could have just chosen to ignore. If the man still asked more of him, Adam didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Hearing the man's footsteps approaching him, he waved his hand in annoyance. "Get lost already." "My lord." The man continued to walk beside the youth and sincerely said, "Please allow me to repay you." "I don't need anything," replied Adam flatly. "Please just give me a chance." The man pleaded, "I'm a learned man. I can be your butler, housekeeper, valet, whatever you wish." He paused for a moment before adding, "I can even work as a footman. Please allow me to repay your grace." "Oh ho?" Adam glanced at the man with interest. "What makes you think I'd require the services of any of the people that you mentioned?" The man's eyes shone with hope. If Adam was willing to give him the opportunity, he was sure he could prove his worth. He first looked around to see if there were any people on the street near them. Despite there being no one, he still spoke in a hushed tone, "My lord, you're a mighty magus. It is only natural for you to have a manor and estate. One can never have too many servants." Adam paused in his footsteps. He looked at this middle-aged man who seemed completely out of sync with this place. To a discerning eye, it was clear that he didn't belong here. "What is your name?" the youth asked. The middle-aged man placed his hand on his chest and deeply bowed. "My lord, this humble one's name is Rowan." "Rowan, huh?" Adam squinted his eyes. "No surname, no surname," the man nervously replied. Adam stroked his chin in amusement. Then he started walking again, making his way out of this district. "Well, Rowan, I don't own a manor nor an estate. As such, I won't be requiring whatever services you have to offer." Rowan was greatly taken aback. He hurried after the youth and muttered incredulously, "How can that be? A magus such as you doesn't own a house." Adam's lips twitched. "Not all magi are rich. Now get lost, will ya?" With that said, he walked away. Rowan glanced at the departing youth in a daze. He couldn't believe that a mighty magus whom everyone revered could actually be poor. "What should I do? What should I do?" He thought to himself in a panic. He lowered his head and gazed at the bread that had been covered in grime and mud. Thinking back to the poor conditions his family had to live in, Rowan grit his teeth and came to a decision. "My lord, wait." Once again, he ran after Adam. However, this time, instead of walking side by side with him, he overtook him and then blocked his way. Adam frowned seeing this. "Do you want a beating?" Rowan's body trembled in fear, yet he held his ground. He dropped the bag of bread and knelt on the ground, kowtowing once again. "Please, I beg you, just give me one chance. I'll do anything you ask me to. Please, please, all I need is a chance." He sincerely pleaded as tears streamed down his face. He had to take this risk at the cost of offending this young magus in front of him. When he thought back to how malnourished his wife and kids had got, Rowan decided that it was about time he stepped up. "Please, I don't want my family to live such lives anymore. One chance, that's all I ask," he cried. Adam cursed himself for getting into this situation. He couldn't help but rub his forehead in irritation, wondering how to deal with this man kneeling before him. His gaze shifted to the bag of bread that had been further dirtied by falling on the muddy cobblestone street. Recalling what the man had said earlier while he was being robbed, Adam's gaze softened a little. The youth looked around, and his gaze fell on a bakery nearby that was closing up for the night. He sighed as he began walking toward the small store. "We're closed," said the stout middle-aged baker with flour-dusted hair and a rugged face. He wore a simple apron stained with dough and flour over his plain tunic. He sensed Adam and Rowan approach his shop as he was tidying up. "Marlowe, it's me," Rowan suddenly called out as he hurried to the baker. The baker kept down the chairs that he was planning to take inside the store. Then he glanced at the man with a surprised look. "Oh, Rowan, what is it? I'm afraid I don't have any leftover bread left." He pointed at the dirtied bread Rowan was holding with a slight frown. That was the last of it. Rowan was deeply embarrassed. He secretly glanced at Adam, who was approaching the bakery, wondering if he had overheard it. He's a magus, of course, he heard it, the man thought to himself. Adam approached the bakery and glanced at the items displayed. Then he looked at the baker and ordered, "I'll take 2 sweet bun rolls." The baker first glanced at Adam. Although the youth was wearing a simple tunic and trousers, it was far cleaner than what most people would usually wear in this neighborhood. Despite that, he asked with some lingering doubt, "You can pay, right?" Adam scoffed and tossed 2 silver coins at the man. The baker caught them in the air with a happy smile. Then he went around the counter and grabbed 2 sweet bun rolls, wrapped them in paper, and gave them to the youth. Here you go, young man. Adam grumpily grabbed the food before giving one to Rowan. He looked at the baker and stated, "Give me a fresh loaf while you're at it. It's not entirely fresh. I made them this morning." The baker once again went behind the counter and packed the long loaf of bread. He handed it to Adam. "That's going to be another 2 silver. Why, yes," Rowan hurriedly followed after him. As the two made their way out of the neighborhood, Adam munched on the bun roll. Not bad. Meanwhile, Rowan put away the dessert inside his pocket, not willing to eat it yet. Adam astutely noticed this and asked, "You really got kids at home?" "That's right, my lord," said Rowan, his lips turning into a gentle smile. "A boy and a girl. You're not lying, right?" Adam asked with narrowed eyes. "I dare not." Rowan hurriedly waved his hands in panic. Adam deeply looked at him for a few moments before harumphing, "Why have 2 kids when you can't even afford to raise one?" Rowan lowered his head in embarrassment. "It just happened, my lord. I couldn't help it." Hearing his reply, Adam rolled his eyes. The pair continued to walk through the cobblestone streets of the Corvid Quarter. It was close to midnight, and there were barely any people present. Finally, they arrived at Dundee Harbor after a few minutes' walk. This port was still active as ever. It didn't matter whether it was day or night. The dockworkers would tirelessly work as they offloaded goods from the ships. They arrived at a secluded pier and glimpsed at the Del River reflecting the splendor of the twin moons, Selene and Luna. Adam took in this enchanted scene for a few moments as he finished his sweet bun roll. Wiping his lips with a napkin, he turned around and carefully observed the man behind him, who seemed to be very nervous. Rowan had a rugged and weathered appearance, reflecting the harshness of the slums that he lived in. Despite only being in his 30s, the man's face was lined with deep wrinkles. His skin was tan and rough, and his hair was prematurely graying. A scruffy beard covered his jawline, adding to his rough appearance. His eyes were brown, reflecting traces of sadness and defiance. The dark circles underneath his eyes told a story of weariness and resilience. Adam sighed, thinking to himself, "He's really had it tough. So what can you do for me?" he asked. "My lord, I can do anything." Rowan, who was feeling greatly pressured by being stared at by the youth for so long, suddenly lifted his head and spoke eagerly. "I'm a learned man. I won't take long to get a hang of things." Adam cut him off. "What is a learned man like you doing in the slums in the first place?" Rowan once again lowered his head. He didn't feel comfortable sharing his past with a stranger, even if the other person was a magus. Adam's eyes narrowed. "What are you hiding?" "I promise you, my lord, it is nothing nefarious. I am no criminal," Rowan stated sincerely. Adam could tell the man wasn't lying. Seeing that Rowan wasn't comfortable sharing his story, he didn't press him further. "If you're educated, how come you don't have a job already? Finding a job shouldn't be that difficult for a man such as yourself. Most of the jobs in this district require me to work 18 hours a day with bare minimum wages," Rowan began. "I also have a family to look after, my lord." "Your wife can look after them, can she not?" Adam asked curiously. "Or perhaps—" No, my wife is alive, my lord," said Rowan hurriedly. "She's very sick and can't move around much. Most days she's bedridden and I have to look after her as well." There was grief in his voice as he spoke about his wife and kids. "You could have become a thief or joined any criminal enterprises. Corvid seems to be a breeding ground for such organizations. Why didn't you join them?" Rowan smiled wryly. "This is certainly the easy way out, but I don't have it in me to do such things." "Even when your wife is dying and your kids are starving," Adam sneered. "What good are your principles when everyone you hold dear is suffering as a result of it?" Rowan clenched his fists tightly. The morals and values that had been instilled in him as a child had deeply taken root in his heart. He would never stoop so low to do such unlawful activities. "I just can't," he said weakly. "Heh, then you're a fool," Adam smirked. "As you already know, the world isn't all sunshine and rainbows. You have to fight for your life by hook or by crook." He paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with approval. "But I admire fools like you." Rowan's eyes widened and he looked at Adam with surprise. "My lord, does that mean—" "Yes," Adam nodded. "Rowan, how about you work as my informant?" An informant? Rowan was greatly taken aback, wondering if the young man standing before him was actually an official from the city's law enforcement agency. "Yes," Adam nodded with a mysterious smile. "So are you up for the task?" Rowan couldn't help but nervously gulp. "My lord, if you don't mind my asking, are you a city official or perhaps from the—" Adam cut him off with a mischievous smirk. "Hush, hush, it's a secret mission. I'm one of the good guys." "Good guys?" Rowan asked in a daze, wondering if he'd made the right decision to even approach this young magus tonight. A moment later, he asked with slight anxiousness, "As your informant, what would I have to do?" He paused for a second as fear flashed in his brown eyes. "It won't be anything dangerous, right, my lord?" "No, nothing like that," Adam assured him. "So then what would I have to do?" "It's simple," Adam began. "You have to do 2 things: gather intelligence and report them to me. That's all." "What kind of intelligence?" Rowan asked, his tone laced with concern. "Just go about your day as usual," Adam stated with a solemn expression. "But keep an eye out for any criminal activities happening around you." "Look out for criminal activities?" Rowan thought in alarm. He really is from the law enforcement agency. Seeing such a bizarre expression on the man's face, Adam patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to proactively involve yourself in dangerous situations. Like I said, just go about your usual day and report anything suspicious to me. That's it, Rowan asked, still unable to believe what he had gotten himself into. That's about it, said Adam as he stroked his chin. I do, however, require you to report to me on a weekly basis. Rowan was silent for a long time, thinking of whether he should really involve himself in such a dangerous thing. If Adam was asking him to report on any suspicious and criminal activities, it was no small matter that he would be getting involved in. He wondered if the gains outweighed the risks. Thinking of this, he looked at the raven-haired youth and asked softly, "My lord, what would the remuneration be like?" How about 20 silvers? Adam showed him 2 fingers. All hope seemed to have been instantly stubbed in Rowan's heart as he heard the youth's answer. 20 silvers was way less compared to what he was being paid at his last job. It wasn't until he heard Adam's following words that his hopes reignited. A week, Adam added. Rowan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was almost a gold piece. Adam frowned. Too little. He didn't exactly know how much a family in this part of the neighborhood would require to get by, but he figured 80 silvers a month shouldn't be that low. Just when he was about to round up the man's salary to gold a month, Rowan excitedly replied, "My lord, I am willing to work for that amount. I am more than willing." Haha, good. Adam laughed awkwardly as he patted the man's shoulder. Phew, I almost gave him an extra 20 silvers for nothing. Thank goodness, Adam thought to himself in relief. When do I start? Rowan's eyes seemed to be shining with the brightest stars. You can start from tomorrow, I guess. Adam shrugged. Just make sure to report to me at the end of every week. Got it. Yes, got it. Here, take this. Adam handed him the loaf of bread that he'd just bought from the bakery. Consider this an advance of sort. He had gambled with his life and blocked the way of a mighty magus, all in hopes of finding a job that would ensure his family lived well. It had paid off. He was deeply happy and couldn't wait to go back home and tell this good news to his wife and kids. All right then, Rowan, I will see you here in a week. With that said, Adam turned around and walked away at a leisurely pace. Rowan walked the dimly lit streets of Bosky neighborhood on his way home. His eyes were alert, constantly scanning for any danger as he firmly hugged the bag of food that he was hiding inside his clothes. Finally, he arrived at a worn and weathered building, a couple of stories in height. Its exterior walls were stained with years of grime and the paint peeled off in large patches. He entered the narrow doorway that was blocked by a group of poor people huddled around each other and sleeping on the ground. The smell of garbage and cooking from multiple households mingled in the air, resulting in a pungent odor. Rowan walked through the dimly lit hallway, climbed a couple of stairways, and finally arrived before a room. With bated breaths, he knocked on the door in a particular sequence. A few seconds passed by and the door slowly creaked open. The head of a middle-aged lady peeked out from behind the door. When she saw who it was, she hurriedly opened it and jumped into Rowan's arms. "My dear, where were you?" "I was so worried. Forgive me for worrying you, Carla. I was caught up in some work." Rowan gently patted his wife's back. "Daddy, is that you? Did you bring food? I'm hungry." 2 little children came out of the small room and glanced at Rowan with hopeful eyes. They wore tattered clothes and looked very emaciated. Rowan crouched on the ground and hugged his children warmly. He whispered in their ears, "Daddy has brought delicious bread for you." "Really? Yay." Seeing them get so excited, Rowan's eyes teared up and so did Carla's. They couldn't remember the last time their kids had been this happy. "And guess what?" Rowan added, dotingly gazing at his children. "Daddy's also brought dessert. Hee, it's a feast. Papa, come, let's all eat together." The children grabbed Rowan and Carla's hands and dragged them inside the room. After the door shut, the hallway returned to silence. A figure slowly materialized, standing in the hallway, leaning against the wall. Hearing the happy voices of the children coming from within the room, Adam's lips curled up into a warm smile. "You didn't lie to me, after all." Adam flew past the thousands of white orbs in the mysterious white space, looking for one with memories. These ones had a distinct appearance compared to the regular ones. They had faint traces of colors phasing in and out across its surface. During the time that Adam had been bedridden, he had visited this mysterious space regularly and absorbed the fragments of souls here to heal his own. At the time, he didn't dare absorb an orb that contained memories. Doing so was a painful process. If he had done it when he was already so grievously injured, it was very likely that he would have succumbed to his death. Now, however, it was time to absorb one that did have memories. He flew past countless soul fragments, looking for one that he could absorb. Unlike the last few times, he didn't want to go through severe torture. Moreover, this was all based on chance. He didn't know what memories the fragment would contain. There was, however, one particular form of art that he wished he had the fortune to absorb: the art of runes. Runes were magical symbols with ancient origins. The existence of runes was ubiquitous in the world of magi. Even the spell models that magi constructed contained runes. From the memories of the experts that Adam had absorbed previously, he had come to know about the history of runes. Much to his surprise, they dated back to antiquity times. Some of the earliest uses of runes were attributed to a mythical race that could be said to stand toe-to-toe with the mighty dragons, giants. Legend has it that giantkind was the first to develop rune magic. Their runes trace back to Utgard, the primordial world of giants. Each rune had specific meanings and powers, tied to the giants' understanding of the universe and their connection to mana. These magical symbols were created by giants and passed down to their descendants. Gradually, the art of runes was spread to every corner of the known universe. Other races learned from the giants and developed their own forms of runic magic. Runes could be used to attack and defend. Some runes were used as power sources. They were inscribed on weapons, armor, and everyday objects to enhance their properties and strengthen magical abilities. They were also used in architecture, like in the case of Saratoga Castle, where runes were carved into its very walls to provide protection and power. To sum it up, runes were a testament to the ancient power and wisdom of giantkind. If I can get my hands on a soul fragment that contains memories about runes, I would truly consider myself the most fortunate man, Adam thought to himself with great expectations. There were certain runic formations that could accelerate his growth as a magus. One such example was the mana-gathering runic formation. This was something that would greatly boost his productivity during mindfulness. After flying through this ethereal space for a long time, he finally stopped before an orb of light that was the size of his head. Multicolored hues flashed across its surface. Adam hovered before it and mumbled to himself, I should be able to absorb it without any difficulty, but the problem is. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with hope. Will this fragment contain any knowledge about runes? At this point, there was no use in dilly-dallying any longer. His expression turned solemn, and the next moment, he grabbed the orb. East Wing, Saratoga Castle. Inside his dorm room, Adam lay on top of his bed with a tranquil expression on his face. Beside him, Valerian was taking a nap, his furry gray tail moving about gently. Suddenly, the young dragon's ears perked up. He abruptly got to his feet and glanced at Adam, whose face had now twisted in agony. What is brother doing? He thought to himself in great concern. Valerian was still not aware of the mysterious space inside the White Lotus. Neither did he know about the existence of soul fragments within, and how often Adam absorbed them like a child popping candies. The young dragon walked toward the youth's face and started gently licking his cheeks. He sent a mental transmission to Adam several times but received no reply. Just when he was about to slap the youth awake, the latter opened his eyes. Adam's jet-black pupils shone with the flower pattern. The light was so blinding that it caused Valerian to squint his eyes. Brother, are you all right? The little guy hopped on the youth's chest and asked worriedly. The flower pattern in Adam's eyes slowly dimmed and soon vanished. However, the depth in those abyss-like eyes remained. If anything, it seemed to be deeper than ever. Adam glanced down and saw Valerian staring at him with his topaz eyes. He gently stroked the young dragon's furry head. I'm all right, Val. Sorry for worrying you. What happened just now? Valerian jumped up and down on the youth's chest. You seem to be in a lot of pain, and he switched to mental transmission and continued. The flower was imprinted on your pupils again. They were very bright. Adam had instructed Valerian that if they were to talk about something greatly confidential, the conversation should always happen through the telepathic bond they shared. He was very cautious about this castle that he now called home. He had a strange feeling that the walls were listening to everything he said. This feeling could be false, or it could be true. Either way, he didn't want to risk it. I was just trying to uncover the secrets of the Lotus, Adam replied with an assured smile. Really? Valerian squinted his eyes. Of course. All right, brother, I believe you. Valerian came forward and pecked him on the forehead. Then he got down on the bed and resumed his nap. Adam chuckled and warmly caressed the fur on the little guy's back as he slowly drifted off to sleep. Although he trusted Valerian with his life, there were certain things that he needed to keep to himself. Not because he was wary of the young dragon, but because it might put Valerian in great danger. Adam shifted his attention back to the memories that he had just absorbed. His eyes flashed with disappointment as he thought to himself with a wry smile, how could things ever be so easy? In the end, he didn't get any memories related to the art of runes. All he got was the expert's deep understanding of magic, as well as more in-depth knowledge about herbalism. Apart from that, he also received some knowledge about illusion magic. This expert, when he was alive, was a herbalist who dabbled a little in illusions. There was another thing, however, that caught Adam's interest. He stroked his chin, his lips slowly forming a smirk. Shadow magic, huh? Interesting. Herbalists Guild, Uptown Quarter. In the seating area on the first floor of the building, Adam sat on a leather couch and scribbled down notes in his grimoire. This area had comfortable seating arrangements for customers and herbalists alike. There were bookshelves filled with volumes of botany, herbal medicine, and other general knowledge. It was a nice spot for guild members to read, study, or discuss academia. Adam's eyes flashed with fascination as he wrote about the key findings in the memories of the expert that he had just recently absorbed. More specifically, he was writing about shadow magic. Shadow magic was very rare, and its nature and philosophy were more often than not greatly misunderstood. Most people felt that its dark powers meant that it was inherently evil, or at the very least intimately connected to evil. This resulted in practitioners of shadow magic facing misconceptions, prejudice, and in some cases even persecution. However, shadow magic was not the same as dark magic. Shadow magic involves manipulating and controlling shadows, Adam thought to himself as his quill danced across the pages of his grimoire. Shadows that are formed by the obstruction of light. Meanwhile, dark magic involves the control of pure darkness, the absence of light. On the surface, these two types of magic appeared to be the same, but they couldn't be further apart from one another. Shadow magic was a more subtle and precise form of art, focusing on the manipulation of existing light and darkness to form shadows. Dark magic, however, was more absolute. It represented the power to extinguish light entirely. Adam glanced at the notes he had just written down, his eyes flashing with a pondering light. He put away the quill and grimoire and sighed. Not only can shadow magic be used for stealth and movement, but it can also be used for illusions. Who would have thought? From the expert's memories, he had learned that imbuing the power of shadows into illusions would make them partially real, affecting the world around them and causing damage. Just thinking about all the possibilities of adding shadow magic to his illusions, Adam couldn't help but mutter in admiration. The way of magic is truly boundless. Having absorbed the expert's deep understanding of shadow magic, all Adam needed to do was consolidate the knowledge. Moreover, he also had spells related to this magic not just for rank 2, but also the many ranks beyond. Adam only needed to patiently study. This further strengthened the knowledge he already had about herbalism. In the memories, he had seen new recipes for myriad potions and even rituals that combined the essence of summoning magic and herbalism. I should be able to do a lot more rituals now that I have signed the contract with Yavia, Adam thought to himself. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching him from behind, snapping him out of his thoughts. He turned around and saw that it was the delightful receptionist of the guild. "Good morning, Lord Constantine," said Ada in a cheerful tone. Her brown eyes twinkled with admiration as she glanced at the raven-haired youth. He was the youngest grade 2 herbalist of the guild, after all. Not just her, even the old geezers of the guild respected Adam very much. In the past few weeks that they had spent with the youth, they had come to learn that his knowledge about herbalism was truly deep. Sometimes, even the simplest of statements from him would allow these old herbalists to find solutions to problems that had been plaguing them for years. This profession required vast experience and deep knowledge of the art of herbalism. That's why most herbalists were old magi. These magi spent all their lives paying attention to mindfulness and research. They didn't have any need to practice magic combat techniques. All they needed to do was practice mindfulness to advance in ranks and increase their lifespans, also that they could further research and study the art of herbalism. When they learned that Adam's knowledge of herbalism was comparable to theirs, because that's how much the youth had intentionally revealed, he couldn't help but come to deeply admire him. After all, Adam was only in his early 20s, while they were centuries old. Even the guild leader, a rank 3 magi, was full of praise for him. "Morning, Ada," Adam said with a warm smile. He quite liked this bubbly girl who was studying to become a herbalist herself. Ada beamed. "My lord, someone has finally commissioned you to concoct a potion." "Really?" Adam got to his feet, feeling greatly surprised in his heart. The time to make the big bucks had finally arrived. Seeing Adam act like an excited child, Ada couldn't help but giggle to herself. Due to his high status as a grade 2 herbalist, she would sometimes forget that they both were not that far in age. Yes, there really is someone here to commission your services," she replied. The following moment, however, her expression turned a little awkward. "Although this client only reluctantly chose you because the other herbalists were occupied with their work." Adam's lips twitched when he heard her comment. "Ada, you are far too straightforward. Just because the herbalists of the guild had good relations with him and greatly admired him, that didn't mean that the customers would also feel the same way about him. In their unprofessional opinion, they believed that Adam was a young magus and couldn't possibly be as good as a herbalist as the other old magi within the guild. Moreover, some of them even doubted the credibility of him being a grade 2 herbalist at such a young age. Thus, until now, he hadn't received a single commission. "Where are they?" Adam asked. Suddenly, she paused in her steps and looked at Adam with a serious expression. "The client's identity is a little special, so please be on your best behavior, my lord." Veins bulged on the side of Adam's forehead as he incredulously thought to himself, "Don't be so straightforward." The Flynn family was among the most prominent noble houses in the city. They were also one of the first settlers of the site that would eventually come to be known as Ravenfell. Suffice it to say that the family's influence ran deep within the city. While perhaps not the richest, they were arguably one of the most prestigious families in Ravenfell. However, misfortune struck them a few months back when the patriarch of the family, Brigham Flynn, suddenly became unwell. While the outsiders merely thought of it as the case of a magus nearing the end of his life, it was never confirmed. The Flynn family also refused to comment on the matter since their leader's health suddenly deteriorated. After all, many ravenous wolves were hiding in the dark, waiting for the family to show a sign of weakness. As Ada guided Adam to the main room, she spoke in a hushed tone. The person who's here today is the daughter of the patriarch, Elisand Flynn. She paused for a moment before solemnly stating, she's considered an expert liquefaction magus, so please. Adam interrupted her with a wave of his hand. I know, I'll be on my best behavior all right. Ada deeply stared at Adam, causing the latter to feel helpless. Just trust me, okay? I wouldn't do anything to tarnish the reputation of the Herbalists Guild. In the end, Ada could only sigh, I believe you, my lord. But there's one more thing. Ada's eyes gleamed with sharpness. Refrain from drinking liquor in front of the client. It will diminish whatever little credibility that you have. Everyone in the guild knew that Adam was an avid drinker. They would always find him holding a gourd of wine. They didn't mind, however. After all, everyone had a vice. Adam bit his lower lip as he clenched his fists. This woman, she's too candid. The pair soon arrived at the main room where many customers all of them had gathered. This spacious room was filled with tall wooden shelves containing magical potions, ointments, and medicinal oils. This was the place where customers would buy ready-made potions. Knowing that these potions were concocted by the herbalists of the guild, quality was guaranteed. In the past few weeks, Adam had put up several potions here for sale. However, he had only earned a few hundred Akkadian golds after the guild took its fee. The real money was in the commissions. Today, he would finally be able to earn big. Thinking of the amount of money he would be charging his rich client, Adam's lips curled up into a perverted grin. Nothing turned him on like money. My lord, Ada almost yelled at the youth. Please control yourself. Ahem. Adam awkwardly coughed. Forgive me, Ada, I was just reminded of. Please, I don't wish to hear about your sexual escapades, said Ada with an embarrassed expression as she hurried toward the other end of the main room. Sexual escapades. Adam sighed wistfully. All I have are these hands and my imagination. He removed all these stupid thoughts from his mind, and once again thought back to the matter at hand, making money. His gaze then landed on Ada, who was politely conversing with a group of people, a middle-aged lady and an old man. The female magus had a commanding and formidable presence, instantly causing Adam to be surprised. She's strong. As he walked toward her, he involuntarily sized her up. Her tall, athletic frame was clad in a sleek black robe. Her posture was upright and assertive, shoulders back and head held high, exuding an aura of confidence and authority. Her piercing brown eyes seemed to blaze with fire, a fire so hot that it could burn her enemies alive. The woman's hair was dark brown, bordering on black. Moreover, she also had a very beautiful face, but that's not what caught Adam's attention. Instead, it was her aura of fierceness that made it clear to him that she was a force to reckon with. She's far stronger than those bastards, Oswald and Hemingway, Adam concluded in his heart. Sensing someone's gaze on her, the woman turned her head and looked at Adam, slowly approaching them. Immediately, her pupils constricted and her muscles tensed up involuntarily. She almost reached out for the sword hanging on her waist, but at the last second she controlled herself. She was very shocked at the moment and couldn't help but think to herself, who is this kid? His presence is like that of a dreadful magical beast. The two stood before each other, carefully observing one another. None of them spoke a word. It was almost as if they were battling one another in a different dimension while their physical bodies remained still in the material world. Where are your manners, boy? The old magus standing beside the woman growled. How dare you ogle the lady of my house? Ogle. Adam broke eye contact with the brunette lady and glanced at the old man with amusement. Isn't she the one ogling me? I'll let you know, geezer, I'm the innocent one here. Seeing this interaction take place, Ada had the urge to face palm. My lord, why? I told you to be on your best behavior. Just why? The old magus was seething with rage at Adam's lack of manners. You bloody. That's enough, Albertos. The dark-robed woman raised her hand, gesturing for the old magus to stop. Yes, my lady. Albertos respectfully complied but continued to stare daggers at Adam. The woman gazed at the raven-haired youth and flatly said, the aura of blood emanating from you is not what one would usually see in a herbalist. Who are you, young magus? Oh ho. Adam was very intrigued. As I thought, you really are a magus of the battlefields. This aura of blood that you speak of, it takes one to know one, I suppose. The woman deeply stared at Adam for a few moments, her face stoic as ever. Then she introduced herself, Elisand Flynn, eldest daughter of the Flynn family. Adam placed his hand on his chest and slightly bowed. Adam Constantine, graduate student of Saratoga and grade 2 herbalist of the Herbalists Guild. Are you really a grade 2 herbalist? Elisand asked with doubt. Adam's lips formed a mischievous smirk and he taunted. Do you think the guild leader is a fool to anoint me to the rank of grade 2? Albertos glared at Adam for speaking in such a lackadaisical manner with the young lady of the Flynn family. Elisand was also slightly taken aback. Rarely did people talk to her in such an uncaring manner. Meanwhile, Ada was nervously sweating on the sidelines. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry, probably the latter. Just when things seemed like they would spiral out of control, Elisand's lips parted and she muttered coldly, "You herbalists sure are a cocky bunch. I'm on a strict schedule here. Let's get this over with quickly." Adam chuckled as he stepped aside, gesturing the Magi toward the stairway to the second floor. "After you." As Adam set up the flame runic formation and the cauldron in one of the laboratories on the second floor, he asked, "So, what are we looking at here? What do you want me to cook?" Elisand glanced at the laboratory with curious eyes. She had never visited this place, she never had to. "I want you to concoct a grade 2 potion of cleansing and a potion of healing." After setting up the formation, Adam walked toward his workstation where all the specialized apparatuses were neatly organized for him to use. "I need more information. What exactly is wrong with Lord Flynn? If I could conduct a proper diagnosis, I would be able to help you out better," Adam sincerely said as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to get to work. This time, however, it wasn't Elisand but the old magus, Alvertos, who replied, "Just do as you're told, boy." Adam's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the old magus with displeasure. He then looked at Elisand and saw that she didn't wish to discuss her father's health issue. "Fine, whatever." Adam shrugged. "Hand over the materials." He paused for a moment and asked, "You do know the rules, right?" Alvertos stepped forward and harumphed. "Rules? Heh, it's just a scam for you herbalists to acquire more resources." It was a rule set by the guild that all customers who commissioned their herbalists to brew potions for them would have to provide materials for 3 attempts. A herbalist's profession was an arduous one, and success was not always guaranteed. That is why the guild set up this rule to allow their herbalists to work without worrying about wastage, or, in some cases, failure. The most proficient herbalists had a success rate of at least 80. In the case that a herbalist managed to successfully concoct the potion on their first try, the rest of the materials would be given to them as a reward. Of course, half of these leftover materials were taken by the guild. Adam's eyes narrowed. "Scam. Then why the hell don't you get some herbalist in the market quarter to brew a potion for you? You little shit, you're so disrespectful. Did your mother not teach you manners? We urgently need the potion, so get to work," Alvertos roared in fury. Time was of the essence. The patriarch was in a critical condition and urgently needed medical attention. If it wasn't for the guild leader, Halbert Dawson, being away from the city, Alvertos wouldn't have come here with his young lady in the first place. However, his words got stuck in his throat when a terrifying aura radiated from Adam, instantly drenching his back in a layer of cold sweat. "Old fool," Adam muttered coldly. "Respect is earned, not given. If you continue to speak to me in that condescending manner, then piss off." He then glanced at Elisand and added, "What do you say, Magus? Your father's health is deteriorating, the guild leader is out of town, while the other herbalists have their hands full. Can you afford to offend the only herbalist that can help you? If so, then get the hell out." Elisand coldly looked at Adam, not willing to back down in the least. However, inwardly she was greatly shocked. Such a murderous aura. Just how many people has he killed? She thought to herself in disbelief. Adam appeared to be a young man with a scholarly air around him. However, that was merely a facade. Within him lay a voracious beast that would kill at a moment's notice. A few moments of silence ensued before Elisand sighed. "You're right. Forgive us for." "It's not you who needs to ask for my forgiveness," Adam cut her off. He then glanced at Alvertos and coldly added, "Apologize to me, you damned fossil. Or do you want a beating? Why you?" Alvertos gritted his teeth in frustration and anger. But remembering the dire situation the Flynn family was in, he cast aside his pride and ultimately bowed down. "Please forgive me, Magus Constantine." Adam retrieved his aura and chuckled happily. That wasn't so difficult now, was it? His sudden change in demeanor caught both of them off guard. It was as if the person in front of them now was completely different from the person a moment ago. "Chop chop, give me the materials." Adam clapped his hand twice. Alvertos was momentarily in a daze before he walked forward and retrieved a whole trunk full of herbs and ingredients from his storage ring and placed them on the workstation. Adam glanced at all the materials and mumbled, "Now what do we have here?" Mana-infused water from a sacred spring, mint, sage, and rosemary herbs. "Oh ho, you managed to get your hands on moonlight herb, huh, not bad. Handful of hair from the light mane horse, good, good. And finally the essence of sun-kissed resin. Not bad at all. Looks like you guys have really put some effort into gathering these." Elisand and Alvertos were not surprised that Adam had managed to identify all the ingredients. He was a grade 2 herbalist after all. It would be strange if he could not identify these herbs. Adam glanced at the 2 magi and stated, "These ingredients are good enough to brew a grade 2 potion of cleansing. The finished product will remove toxins, infections, and other harmful effects from the drinker's body." He paused for a moment, stroking his chin in thought. "When I'm done with it, the resulting potion will be twice as potent. So I'm going to charge you 2 times the general price, okay?" You mother Alvertos had finally lost it. This young herbalist in front of him was clearly scamming him. However, before he could even finish what he was about to say, Elisande waved her hand, stopping him from doing so. She coldly gazed at Adam, her brown eyes flashing with a dangerous light. It was clear to her that Adam was taking advantage of her situation, but she was truly desperate, thus she could only reluctantly agree. "We have a deal. Haha, you're a smart woman." Adam laughed heartily. "I won't disappoint you." The next moment, he weaved a series of hand gestures and then constructed a spell model before him. Following that, the magic circle lit up with a brilliant light, and a small portal to the spirit world was formed. Then a tiny figure emerged from the portal. She flapped her wings, which resembled a dragonfly's, and hovered in the air, looking around curiously. When the little wood spirit realized that she was inside the laboratory of the Herbalist Guild, she was exasperated. She flew toward Adam's face and flailed her hands around and complained, "You're making me work overtime again." "Arg," Adam chuckled, "nice to see you too, Yavia." "Ugh, what are we making this time?" Yavia crossed her arms and pouted. Adam's lips curled up into a smirk. "Money." Elisande and Albertos glanced at the sudden arrival of Yavia with slight surprise. They hadn't expected Adam to have her as his assistant. Although they were curious about the type of spirit that Yavia was, neither of them asked Adam about it. At this point, they didn't even wish to talk to this scammer who was taking advantage of them. They didn't even want to be in the same room as him, but they were helpless. "Yavia, sanitize the workstation and ensure no contamination will affect our process," said Adam as he walked toward the cauldron and activated the flame runic formation. "Fine," Yavia grumbled, but she still obliged. She hovered above the table and waved a simple hand gesture. Then she thrust her palms downward, causing a ripple of green energy to descend on the workstation. When this energy wave touched the table as well as the ingredients kept on it, they were all decontaminated. Seeing such a potent level of purification spell materializing from a simple wave of Yavia's hands, Elisande was moved. She couldn't help but ask, "Spirit, what race are you?" Yavia glanced at her with narrowed eyes. "Why must I answer you, human?" Elisande didn't mind her rude behavior, or perhaps she did but didn't show it. It was well known that creatures of the spirit world didn't get along well with those of the material world. Except for summoners Magi, who majored in the school of summoning, who were proficient at interpersonal and communication skills, they had methods to befriend spirits. Of course, their relationship was more often than not always transactional. "Yavia, what are you doing? Get to work already." Adam called out to her as he poured the mana-infused water from the sacred spring into the cauldron. "Separate the moonlight herb in 2-1-1 sequence and vitalize it," he added. "Okay." Yavia quickly did as told, but not before casting a contemptuous look at the two magi standing before her. She seems to be quite amiable with the young man, Elisande thought to herself as she watched the duo work together. After the mana-infused water was heated up to just the right amount, Adam added the mint, sage, and rosemary herbs inside the cauldron in a mystical sequence. These herbs were already infused with his pure mana, and their properties had greatly changed. Once the herbs were infused with the solution, Yavia flew over, carrying in her hands the moonlight herb that was cocooned inside her verdant wood mana. "Hai-2 waterfall method?" Yavia asked, her eyes flashing with anticipation. Over the weeks that she had spent brewing potions with Adam, she had learned quite a few herbalism techniques. Although this was not included in their contract, the youth was happy to teach them to her. Yavia greatly appreciated it. After all, wood spirits practiced herbalism. It was always a wonderful experience to learn new things about this art form, especially the ones that Adam taught her. They were unlike any of the techniques from the material world that she'd ever seen. Adam nodded with a faint smile. "Keep your hands steady and relax your shoulders. The action should be natural, not forced." "Got it." She carefully added the moonlight herb in a mysterious sequence. For a moment, the crushed moonlight herb seemed to transform into a silvery waterfall that cascaded from Yavia's hands and into the cauldron. Next, Adam stirred the liquid with a special ladle made out of a silver-colored ore. He continued to stir until the moonlight herb dissolved completely. "Here, take this." Adam handed the ladle to Yavia. "Make sure the speed remains uniform. If you increase the speed or decrease it, the quality of the potion will be greatly altered." Yavia grabbed the ladle and continued to stir the solution with a solemn expression. Adam walked back to the table and grabbed the last two ingredients, several strands of hair from the light mane horse and the essence of sun-kissed resin. As he walked back, he lectured the little wood spirit with the air of a grandmaster. "Remember, Yavia, a herbalist's actions during the potion concoction, no matter how minuscule, can have drastic changes on the outcome." He coated the hair of the light mane horse with his pristine white mana and dropped it inside the cauldron. At the same time, he took over the ladle from the wood spirit and gave the sun-kissed resin for her to purify. This was the most crucial step of the brewing process, so he had to do it personally. As the hair of the light mane horse slowly dissolved into the solution, it started to emit a faint glow. "Oh, it's much brighter than I expected." Yavia marveled. "Don't get distracted. This process must be done with the utmost care," Adam lightly scolded. "Chant a purification incantation and apply it to the resin's essence." Understood, Yavia spoke solemnly. She glanced at the orange, almost red, resin in her hands and spoke in an ancient language native to her village in the spirit world. The resin was soon enveloped in a mysterious aura and shone with an otherworldly light. Knowing that the time was right, Adam hurriedly instructed, crush the resin and pour the essence inside. Seeing the two work so efficiently, Elisande was at a loss for words. It was truly a sight to behold watching the two concoct a potion, but what truly surprised her was the way Adam guided the little wood spirit. For someone with such an avaricious nature, he sure is generous with teaching his herbalism methods and techniques, she thought to herself incredulously. What a contradictory man. Especially considering that most herbalists would consider their techniques and methods to be priceless, something that money couldn't buy. Once the sun-kissed resin was added to the mix, the potion lit up with an even more resplendent light. Adam gave out pointers from time to time as Yavia continued to nod, thoroughly soaking in all the knowledge. The final step involved Adam casting a minor freezing spell and covering the cauldron with a thin layer of ice. The warm potion inside the cauldron gradually cooled down until it was finally ready. Adam poured the potion into a glass vial and sealed the mouth with a layer of wax to preserve its potency. He glanced at the two magi and nodded, all right, the first potion is over. His eyes flashed with a mischievous glint as he prepared to throw the vial. Here catch, Elisande and Alberto's couldn't help but panic, especially the latter. Although they were sure to catch the vial, there was always that scenario of what if. Not to mention, the potion was extremely important to them. However, the vial they were hoping to catch never arrived. It was still firmly grasped in Adam's palm. He glanced at the dumbfounded expressions of the two magi and chuckled, just kidding. Adam glanced at the second vial containing a crimson-colored potion with a gratified expression. After he'd concocted the first potion, the potion of healing took him another 20 minutes to finish. He gave the two potions one final inspection before carefully setting them down on the table. Adam, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Yavia cheerfully flew around Adam's face. She was very happy to learn what she did today after being summoned. She felt that not only her advancement as a magus, but also her progress as a herbalist was greatly improving after becoming the youth's contractor. Mother was right, she thought to herself in glee. Of course, she flew around his head one more time before opening a portal to the spirit world and leaving. After she had left and the portal closed, Adam turned his attention to the two magi standing before him. Impatience marred their faces. It seemed they were really on a tight schedule. All right then, shall we discuss payment? Adam grinned from ear to ear as he started rubbing the tip of his index finger against his thumb. Elisande simply nodded at him with a cold expression. Meanwhile, Alberto's glared at him furiously. Get this over with. Okay, so Adam stroked his chin, deep in thought, and mumbled, material cost for one batch of potion of cleansing comes up to 70 gold pieces, and the service cost is twice that amount, so 140 gold pieces. He paused for a moment, recalling the ingredients of the other potion he brewed. And the material cost for a grade 2 potion of healing comes up to 177 gold, and the service cost is 354. Then he glanced at the two magi and smirked. Since the potion is brewed by me, I have already guaranteed 2 times the potency compared to the ones in the market. So the total is going to come to 988 Akkadian gold. You damned, Alberto's angrily began, but was immediately cut off by Elisande. Let us leave. She took out a bulging leather pouch from her storage ring and threw it on the table. Then she grabbed the 2 vials and coldly said, there's 1,000 gold pieces in there. Haha, I guess I'll keep the change then. Adam laughed heartily. Elisande's eyes narrowed. We'll remember this, Magus Constantine. With that said, she turned around and left the laboratory. Alberto's cast a gaze filled with evil intentions toward the youth before following her young lady out of the room. You know where to find me. Adam spoke in a loud voice. He was certain that when they realized just how amazing his potions were, they would beg him to visit the Flynn Manor and diagnose the patriarch. Adam was just that confident in his skills. He then lowered his head and glanced at the bulging money pouch. With trembling hands, he reached out for it. Would you look at that? It's bursting at the seams. Ha! Through a single commission, he had made more money than he had after selling several bottles of potions through the guild. He grabbed a chair and made himself comfortable. He then started counting the coins inside. Kahaha, I'm rich. After making sure that the total coins inside indeed numbered up to 1,000, he kept it away inside his spatial earring. He glanced at the leftover materials on the table and mumbled, even after giving half of this to the guild, I'll still have plenty left with me. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he nodded. All right, Rowan, since I'm in a happy mood right now, I'll make a potion for your wife. And thus the youth began another round of concoctions. Inside a luxurious horse-drawn carriage, Elisande and Alberto sat in silence as they made their way to the Flynn Manor. The seats were covered with rich, high-quality velvet and fine leather. Meanwhile, the floor was carpeted with a plush and ornate rug. The walls were lined with luxurious fabric, and the ceiling featured a beautifully painted mural. putting in so much effort and making the carriage's interior so comfortable and opulent spoke volumes about the wealth of the Flynn family. That boy is simply too much. Alberto's finally couldn't hold it in and bellowed. Only a moment later did he realize how he had overreacted, and hurriedly apologized. "Forgive me, my lady." Elisande glanced at the 2 vials in her palms. The potion was beautiful to look at and emitted a medicinal fragrance, soothing her senses. Yet a tempestuous rage seemed to be forming within her heart. Her lips parted and she coldly muttered, "He knows we're in a desperate situation and so he tried to take advantage of us. Looks like that boy is new here. He doesn't seem to know how influential the Flynn family is," said Alberto's in frustration. Or perhaps he does. Elisande glanced at her retainer and added, "He probably thinks the Herbalist Guild can shelter him from us." She paused for a moment before adding, "I'll make sure to file an official complaint to Lord Dawson, and once the boy's been expelled from the guild." Although she believed that her family was far more influential than the Herbalist Guild, at least within Ravenfell, she still didn't wish to offend this organization. Alberto's eyes flashed with a cruel light. "After that, I'll deal with him." Adam slowly descended the spiral staircase to the library situated right underneath the guild. His eyes flashed with expectations as his feet landed on the steps that were worn smooth by centuries of use. Flickering torches were mounted on the walls at fixed intervals, casting a dim light around. The air grew cooler and more humid with every step he took, the scent of old stone and ancient parchment becoming more prominent. Finally, he arrived at a spacious room. It was empty except for a large metal door and an old man sitting at his desk before it. The old man closed the book he was reading and glanced at the newcomer. His eyes lit up and he warmly said, "Oh, if it isn't Magus Constantine. What brings you here, laddie?" Adam approached the old man dressed in white robes and smiled. "How's it going, old Bede?" Same old." Bede shrugged in a bored manner. "So what are you looking for?" "Runes," said Adam. "I'm looking for arcane textbooks on rune magic." "Runes?" old Bede asked with a raised eyebrow. "Since when were you interested in rune magic?" Adam chuckled. "Since a while ago." "Don't divert your time and effort on things you don't really have to, Adam," said old Bede with genuine concern. "Herbalism is already such a vast field that it takes us our whole lives to study it. Not to mention, we also have to invest our time in practicing mindfulness." He paused for a moment before solemnly speaking. "Adam, us magi, we aren't immortal. We only have so much time to focus on a few things." "I understand, old Bede." Adam smiled. He could truly understand where this old magus was coming from. Old Bede wanted him to devote his time and energy to practicing mindfulness and studying the art of herbalism. If Adam were to add the study of runes to his schedule, he might end up in a situation where he wasn't able to properly study anything. As the old saying went, to grasp many things was to hold on to none. True knowledge came from mastering one lesson at a time. However, what old Bede didn't know was that Adam already had a vast treasure trove of knowledge related to herbalism. Not one, but 2 of the soul fragments he had absorbed had given him knowledge about this profession. Unlike others, he didn't need to allocate his time to studying herbalism. He already knew it by heart. All he had to do was put it into practice. "I only want to study rune magic so that it can help me with brewing potions," Adam added. Fine, fine." Old Bede waved his hand and turned around to open the large metal door behind him. "Don't neglect your studies on herbalism. You are a gifted herbalist. I would hate to see you waste your talents." The old man weaved a few hand gestures and then pressed his hand against the door. Following that, the entire door lit up with bright runes. Seeing this, Adam's eyes sparkled with interest. "Do you know who carved these runes?" Some runesmith from Akrian carved them when the guild was first established in Ravenfell," said the old magus as he pushed open the metal doors. Immediately, the smell of old parchment and leather gently assaulted the pair's nostrils. Adam involuntarily took a deep breath and stepped inside the library. This was his first time visiting here, so he was curiously looking around. The library wasn't too fancy. It was a small room supported by stone columns. The walls were lined with towering bookshelves, each filled to the brim with leather-bound tomes as well as scrolls. In the center of the library, a candelabrum chandelier cast a gentle glow, illuminating the space with a warm light. "By the way, are there a lot of books on rune magic?" Adam asked excitedly. Old Bede shook his head with a dry chuckle as he guided the youth toward a particular bookshelf. "The art of runes is even more esoteric than herbalism and artificing. That is why there are so few runesmiths in this world." Adam frowned. In the memories of all the experts he had absorbed, runesmiths, along with the other 2 professions, were very common in all the planets with magical civilization. Suddenly, realization dawned on him, and he thought of something he hadn't thought before. "I see all those planets were interconnected, making it possible for magi of different professions to become ubiquitous. Damn it, if this is so, it's going to be highly difficult to get my hands on runic magic," Adam thought to himself in dismay, his eyes flashing with disappointment. Tron was a planet that could be considered to be in a backwater region in the universe. Unlike the other planets that Adam had seen in the memories, his home planet did not have any means of interplanetary travel, at least, not that he knew of anyway. so it would make sense why there would be a lack of runesmiths. Due to Tron being isolated from the rest of the magical civilizations in the universe, there were far fewer opportunities for magi here. Considering the mana density here, Adam even believed that there would be a fixed ceiling beyond which a magus couldn't advance anymore. Due to isolation, not only did the magi of Tron face limited opportunities, but also magical stagnation. How many books are there? Adam asked with hopeful eyes. I'm afraid there's only one, said Old Bede as he stopped in front of a tall bookshelf, but it should help you form runic formations that you can use for brewing potions. This is basic knowledge, nothing too fancy. His eyes darted around from one book to another until finally he found what he was looking for. Ah, there it is. He reached for the textbook and observed the title, nodding to himself. Yes, this is the one. The book was bound in leather and appeared to be very old. Its cover was engraved with intricate symbols and geometrical patterns that formed the title. Inside, the pages were yellowed with age, some crumbling at the edges, yet magically preserved nonetheless. Old Bede handed the book to Adam and exited the library. You know the rules, laddie. Grade 2 herbalists will only get 2 hours. I'll call you when the time's up. The Herbalist Guild didn't allow its members to borrow books from its underground library. Each of its members had limited time slots. Naturally, Grade 2 herbalists had more privileges than Grade 1 herbalists. Hearing the metal door close behind him, Adam couldn't help but sigh ruefully. 2 hours. I'm afraid I won't even need more than one. He glanced down and read the title of the book written in the local language Runic Formations, A Herbalist's Guide. Just from the title, Adam could tell that this book didn't fully dive deep into the philosophy of true rune magic. If anything, this book had knowledge that could only complement herbalism, nothing more. Something is better than nothing. Adam walked to the nearest desk and sat down. He took out his grimoire, quill, and a bottle of ink from his earring and prepared his study session. Next, he cast Magus' hand and directed it to start jotting down notes on his grimoire while he read from the textbook. Adam flipped open the hardcover and began reading the first chapter. Creating Energy Circuit for Flame Runic Formations. Night had fallen and Adam had returned to Saratoga after spending the evening studying at the Herbalists Guild's underground library. Although he had gotten his hands on a book about runes, it didn't provide him with any substantial knowledge about this mysterious profession. He could only study about runic formations that would help him while brewing potions. For example, he got to learn about formations that altered the temperature of the fire used to brew potions, formations about purification and sanitization, etc. Now, if he wanted to study rune magic in detail, he had only 2 options left. The first was to visit the Grand Library at Saratoga and look for textbooks about this art. Second, he could contact the Twilight Brotherhood and use their extensive network. This secret society was one of the, if not the oldest organizations in Tron. Over the years, they had naturally amassed an astronomical amount of resources. Through Elrod, Adam had learned that the Brotherhood had secret libraries built throughout the Akkadian Empire. However, in order to access these libraries, he would have to complete certain missions for the organization. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world or any world, for that matter. Although Adam was already on a long-term mission in Ravenfell, that didn't mean he couldn't accept other smaller missions. If I'm unable to find any books on runic magic in Saratoga, I will have no other option than to contact the Brotherhood's handler, Adam thought to himself. He was inside his dorm room, sitting by the fireplace and sipping wine. The room was dimly lit, illuminated by the flickering flames from the fireplace before him. The soft glow cast dancing shadows across the walls, creating a cozy atmosphere. Moreover, the crackling of the firewood provided a soothing background sound. Adam sat on his plush armchair and leisurely drank from his gourd. He closed his eyes and savored the flavor. Then he glanced at the gourd and mumbled, "Perhaps I should create a new wine. I'm kind of getting bored with Adam's tears." He put the gourd on the side table and conjured a piece of fresh parchment paper and a quill. He then glanced at the fireplace in a daze, his eyes flashing with a reminiscent light. So much has happened in the last half a year, yet it feels like a fleeting moment. I wonder how he's doing. Adam dipped the quill in ink, his face illuminated by the warm, orange glow of the fireplace. His lips formed a gentle smile as he began writing. "Dear old man, I hope you're doing well. Now that I'm not there with you in Herbsmoor, things must have become pretty boring for you, huh? I wonder if you miss my presence, or at the very least you must miss smacking me with your smoke pipe, right? The Akkadian Empire is truly as you had described. It is a land full of opportunities. I visited the beautiful city of Akrian when I arrived here. It was a sight to behold. I even met Fatty's grandfather there. Would you believe it? He even wanted me to join the Tower of Daybreak. It got to the point where I found it difficult to refuse. In the end, I took your name and got out of that situation. I hope you don't mind. The Twilight Brotherhood is even more mysterious than I thought. They gave me a mission to test my prowess, and I believe I passed with flying colors. I burned down a whorehouse and liberated over 100 innocent slaves. When they looked at me with eyes full of gratitude, I felt happy. My heart was full of deep emotions at the time. I felt that I used my powers for the good of others like you taught me to. I hope you're proud of me. During my initiation ceremony, I almost didn't get inducted into the Brotherhood. One of the wardens presiding over the ceremony didn't like the brutal methods I used to get the job done. I am now studying at one of the 4 pillars of the Empire, Saratoga Castle, but something tells me you already know that. I decided to major in the School of Summoning. I believe this is the right path for me. This castle is truly magical. It feels like a secret plane in and of itself. At one point, I used to think the castle was alive, but Professor Whitaker told me not to worry. At the very least, no one was invading my privacy. Speaking of Professor Whitaker, she greatly reminds me of you, always nagging. I'm sure if she had a smoking pipe, she'd smack me too. But I know she means well. I can feel the warmth and genuine care from her. In her eyes, I see compassion as well as hidden sadness. I guess everyone has a story to tell. This city, Ravenfell, is also very strange. It's full of ravens, yet I don't see bird shit anywhere. Can you believe it? It's almost as if the birds here are smart enough to take a dump beyond the city walls. I also joined the Herbalists Guild here. It goes without saying that all the old foggies here were amazed at my knowledge and skills regarding herbalism. Also, let me give you another piece of good news. Earlier today, I received my first commission from a client. She's from a rich, noble house in the city. It seems that her father is very sick. I brewed 2 potions for her and made almost 1,000 gold pieces. Acadian gold sure smells nice. Although this client thinks I ripped her off, I'm certain that she'll come running back when she realizes how miraculous my potions truly are. Recently, I have come to develop a great interest in rune magic. I tried to look for textbooks about it, but knowledge about it seems to be more esoteric than I had imagined. I am going to look for related textbooks tomorrow at the Grand Library in Saratoga. If I don't find any, I'll contact the Brotherhood. If you have any leads on this, please let me know. I hope you're eating on time. Don't get buried in your laboratory all day. Take some time out to relax. You're growing old and you need to take things easy. Also, if you meet Uncle Victor and Auntie Elia, tell them I said hi. Please take care of your health. That stupid golem won't do as good a job as I used to in looking after you. I miss you, old man. Know that I always have you in my heart. Your student, Adam. In one of the high vaulted classrooms inside Saratoga, a middle-aged professor stood in front of her desk, her presence commanding yet inviting. The room was filled with attentive students sitting at their long wooden desks, facing the professor. Tall, arched windows let in natural light streams and bathed the classroom in a warm glow. Professor Alora was dressed in colorful flowing robes adorned with intricate embroidery. She glanced at all the graduate students present with her piercing blue eyes and very soon began her lecture. Languages, she said as her eyes swept across the classroom, are more than mere means of communication. They're carriers of our culture, history, and identity. The following moment, she weaved a simple hand gesture and pointed her palm to the ceiling. Then, a magical projection and illusion really appeared above her, displaying the map of the Ulier continent. The Akkadian Empire occupied the majority of the continent. The west was dominated by the Baja High Forest. Toward the south lay the Southern Federation, which was isolated from the empire by the Murky Mountains. Consider the humans of Ulier. She pointed to the central region of the continent. Our tongue, Akaros, is the string that weaves together the diverse people of our lands. It is the language of trade, governance, and diplomacy. Akaros is considered the common tongue of the Akkadian Empire, as all of you already know. She paused for a moment before adding, the humans of the Southern Federation also speak Akaros, albeit with a thick accent. Professor Alora's eyes involuntarily landed on Adam when she said the last sentence. She found the raven-haired youth yawning with his mouth wide open and listening to her lecture with a bored expression. The middle-aged professor inwardly snorted in displeasure, but she continued her class nonetheless. The elves of the Baja High Forest speak Lunari, a language as old and enduring as the ancient trees they live among. It is a language of grace and beauty, of songs and tales passed down through the millennia. When the professor spoke about the elven language, the elves sitting in the class couldn't help but smile in pride. Next, the magical projection of the map shifted to the mountainous regions toward the south of the empire. The dwarves of the empire speak Thranic, a language as sturdy and resilient as the mountains themselves. It is a language of craftsmanship, tradition, and deep unyielding roots. Adam looked around the class and saw there were no dwarves present. As a matter of fact, there were no gnomes either. Come to think of it, the population of Ravenfell consists entirely of humans and elves. I wonder why that is, he thought to himself, feeling slightly puzzled. Professor Alora waved her hand, and the map shifted to another part of the empire, in the lands bordering the Baja High Forest. This was the region where the vast majority of the gnomes had settled down. Due to their great relationship with the elves, their towns and cities were situated closer to the ancient forests. Finally, the gnomes of the empire, Professor Alora began, speak Whimsir, a lively and inventive language, mirroring their boundless creativity and curiosity. She paused for a moment, allowing the students to digest the information before she continued. To understand these languages is to understand the essence of the continent that we call our home. Each language holds the key to unlocking the hearts and minds of those who speak it. They are the bridges that connect us, the threads that bind us together and form a cohesive community. Her eyes glanced around the room, making sure that everyone was paying attention. She slightly nodded to herself before adding, "I'm sure some of you are already familiar with all 4 languages in our continent, but for those who aren't, I urge you to master these 4 languages as soon as you can. As a magus of Saratoga, you are bound to travel the continent and represent our prestigious institution. I don't want others to look down on you just because you don't know their language." Understood. Yes, Professor. The students nodded their heads in agreement. As rank 2 magi, their mental faculties were greatly enhanced. It wouldn't take them long to master any given language. Next, the professor continued to speak about the other less-known languages and dialects found within the empire. Adam's mind was already drifting elsewhere as he thought to himself. Although the Ulier continent has 4 major languages and many more lesser-known languages, Akaros is still the one that is widely used. Well, I suppose that makes sense. The Ulier continent is dominated by mostly humans, after all. The youth turned his head and gazed at the scenery through the arched windows. An endless sea of evergreen mountains stretched beyond the horizon. He glanced at these mountains for a few moments, and then he looked at the bright blue sky, his gaze seemingly piercing through the clouds and into the cosmos. It is similar out there in the greater universe too, he thought to himself. There are countless magical civilizations, both big and small, that occupy this universe. The most well-known language, as well as the one that is most commonly used among the many races out there, is called Ether. Thinking of the myriad wonders that lay out there in the depths of the universe, Adam couldn't help but sigh longingly. I wonder how long it will take for me to leave this planet. The lecture continued for another hour before the professor finally dismissed everyone. Adam got up from his seat and started walking out of the classroom in a leisurely manner. Just as he was on his way out of the castle, a raven suddenly flew in his direction and gently perched on his shoulders. None of the students nearby were shocked by this outcome. Ravens were common not just in Ravenfell, but also within Saratoga. They were mostly used as messenger birds. However, Adam couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. This was the first time a raven had approached him after all. He looked at the bird gracefully combing its lustrous black feathers with its beak and asked, can I help you? The raven glanced at the youth with a puzzled look. And how exactly will you help me, human? You tell me. Adam had a dumbfounded look on his face. The raven rolled his eyes. Human, you're so stupid. Adam's eyebrows twitched and he asked, okay, what do you want? Me, the raven began combing its feathers again. I don't want anything from you, human. Before Adam could reprimand this silly raven for wasting his time, the bird added, but Professor Whitaker does. What? Adam was flabbergasted. I didn't even do anything this time. I don't care, human. The raven flapped its wings and flew away. She's expecting you. Better hurry. Adam stood in front of the entrance to Professor Whitaker's office, his mind whirling as he thought about how he had messed up this time to be called into the professor's office again. No, seriously, what the hell did I even do? I haven't visited the spirit world ever since establishing the contract with Yavia. I have been attending classes on time and haven't missed a single one since I came here. So why did she call me? Damn it, what did I do? Wait a minute. Did she find out that I overpriced that woman from the Flynn family? No, that shouldn't be possible, or could it? His thoughts came to an abrupt halt when an aged voice came from behind the door. Magus Constantine, stop dawdling around and come inside. Why, yes, ma'am. Adam's body jolted ever so slightly as he pressed his hand against the intricate lion-shaped knocker and slowly pushed the door open. Inside, he saw the old professor sitting at her large wooden desk and going through some documents. Come sit, she said while reading the papers. Yes. Adam nodded as he silently closed the door behind him. He walked up to the professor's desk and took a seat. He didn't initiate the conversation. Instead, he patiently waited for her to finish her work. From time to time, he secretly glanced at her and thought to himself, she doesn't seem mad. Perhaps I'm not in trouble. I sure hope so. A few minutes later, after having signed a few documents, Professor Whitaker put away her quill and glanced at the youth through her frameless eyeglasses. So how are classes going? She asked. They're all right, Professor. I've been attending all my classes on time, said Adam in a slightly stiff tone. But I've heard from my fellow faculty members that you don't seem to be attentive in class. Are you not sleeping at night? The old professor asked with a slight frown. Nothing like that. Adam shook his head. Although I practice herbalism late into the night, I make sure to get a sufficient amount of sleep. Professor Whitaker interlocked her fingers and rested her chin on them. Then why the inattentiveness? Adam resisted the urge to roll his eyes, thinking to himself, that's because I already know all the things they're teaching. Haha, Professor, I don't find theoretical knowledge that interesting. Adam laughed awkwardly. Truth be told, I find myself drawn more toward the practical side of magic. Professor Whitaker nodded as she deeply gazed at Adam. There are magi who prefer theory, dedicating their lives to research and studies. Similarly, some magi find the practical aspect more endearing. She paused for a moment before continuing with a solemn tone. However, as a magus, you must find the balance between the two. Both are intricately connected, but I'm sure you already know that. Adam remained silent for a few moments before nodding. I understand. Professor Whittaker's emerald eyes twinkled with wisdom, and she spoke in a gentle tone. Always remember, magic isn't something that can ever truly be mastered. Its practice is something that we deepen and strive to perfect a little better every time we engage in it. Adam was momentarily stunned by the old professor's words. It would seem that he had allowed his arrogance to cloud his judgment. This arrogance stemmed from the fact that he had inherited the memories of expert magi that used to rule innumerable planets in the vast universe. It took a few moments for him to digest the weight of Professor Whittaker's words. His lips curled up into a wry smile. You're right, Professor. It seems that I have been presumptuous in my approach to studying here. Professor Whittaker was very gratified that the youth before her was welcoming to accept his own flaws, but what he said after truly surprised her. The practice you speak of is like the way itself, infinite and boundless. True mastery lies in the acceptance that there is always more to learn. Magus Constantine, you the old professor, was momentarily speechless. You seem to be quite well versed in the philosophy of the way. Adam smiled. Yes, I've had good teachers. It's good that you think this way. Professor Whittaker smiled warmly. She then asked, how is your advancement coming along? Adam shook his head in a disappointed manner. I feel like there's barely any progress. You mustn't be hasty, the old lady warned. In the mana liquefaction rank, the energy inside our bodies is in a gaseous and disorderly state. Patience and dedication are the only tools you require to convert the mana into a liquid state and gather it in your core. Even the most talented of magi would take decades to advance to the next rank. I guess you're right. How long has it been since you advanced? Professor Whittaker asked. A little more than 2.5 years, Adam replied after some thought. I see, the old professor muttered softly. Sometimes I forget that he advanced to rank 2 when he was merely 20 years old. It is truly astonishing, she thought to herself. Suddenly, another realization dawned on her. Perhaps this boy advanced so rapidly because of his understanding of the way. This is very likely. Professor, may I ask why you called me? Adam asked respectfully. Professor Whittaker snapped out of her thoughts and smiled. I have an opportunity for you, one that could help you in your progress toward rank 3. Adam's eyes lit up. Really, what is it? The old professor grabbed a few sheets of parchment paper on the desk and replied, when we find ourselves entangled in complexity and struggling to progress, it is wise to return to the basics. She handed the papers to the youth and continued, in the simplicity of the basics, we rediscover purpose and clarity. Adam expectantly reached out for the documents, hoping they would contain some mysterious arcane knowledge that would help him on his path as a magus. However, when he read the contents of the papers, his expression gradually crumbled. He then glanced at the old professor and saw that she was looking at him with an amused smile. You can't be serious, he exclaimed. Oh, but I am, Professor Whittaker chuckled. Adam had a dumbfounded look on his face as he said, You want me to take in students? Don't be so shocked, Professor Whittaker chuckled, finding Adam's reaction very amusing. In fact, all graduate students at some point have to mentor undergraduate students. Really? Adam asked with deep skepticism. Of course, the old professor nodded matter-of-factly. It's been a tradition in Saratoga for centuries now. You see, us rank 3 magi don't have enough time to be teaching every student that resides here. She paused for a moment before continuing. We can only allocate so much time to properly educate you graduate students. As for the rank 1 undergraduate students, they are mostly taught by you lot. Adam felt that this indeed made a lot of sense. It would be very inefficient for the rank 3 magi at Saratoga to be teaching rank 1 students when the same can be done by rank 2 graduate students. But still, he didn't feel good about this. Adam knew nothing about teaching. Moreover, he also felt that he wouldn't be a good teacher. He glanced at the old professor and asked meekly, what do I get out of this? Must you always think about the benefits before deciding to do something? Professor Whittaker spoke in an exasperated tone. Adam made the most serious expression as he nodded. Yes, this is the way. Professor Whittaker's lips twitched incessantly. She really felt like beating this young man in front of him. But in the end, she could only shake her head and sigh. Magus Constantine, what did I say about returning to basics? Adam groaned in frustration, but there are other ways to return to basics. I don't think I can be a good teacher to these kids. Plus, I'm sure they'll be very annoying. Professor Whittaker spoke solemnly. Teaching others is a powerful way to reinforce and deepen one's understanding of magic. By explaining concepts to these undergraduate students, you'll find that your own knowledge gradually solidified. Adam sighed in a defeated manner. He knew that the old professor was right. Still, he felt like he could find other ways around it. Just thinking of teaching those entitled little aristocrats made him feel slightly agitated. Another thing to take note of is that you will also be able to build connections, Professor Whitaker began. Saratoga Castle is one of the 4 pillars of the empire. Naturally, the vast majority of the students who arrive here have a deep background. I'm sure you already know the importance of networking. Hearing her speak, Adam was once again reminded of Berger. He couldn't help but smile a little. But the next moment, he thought of another important matter. He looked the old professor in the eye and asked seriously, "Is there money to be made?" Professor Whitaker immediately clenched her fists and growled at the youth Magus Constantine. "Never in my life have I raised my hand on a student. Please don't make me." Adam shrunk back in his seat as he raised his hands in surrender. Okay, Professor, I was just asking. No need to get mad." HMPH, the old lady snorted and then prepared tea for herself. She needed something to calm down. A few moments later, she added, "Although you won't be directly earning money, but participating in the mentorship program will make you eligible for research funding." "Really?" Adam beamed. "Ha. You should have said this from the get-go." Professor Whitaker was flabbergasted by the youth's demeanor. She couldn't help but think to herself, this kid, he's such a money grubber. She added, however, "The research funding will depend on a lot of factors. Don't worry about it, Professor." Adam puffed his chest out proudly. "Under my tutelage, I will be sure to mold them into splendid magi." The old professor suddenly felt very bad for the students whom Adam was about to teach. She couldn't help but warn, "You mustn't go overboard. As I've said before, these students of yours have deep backgrounds." Yes, understood." Adam nodded confidently. The next moment, Adam thought of something and asked solemnly, "By the way, Professor, there's something I'd like to ask." "What is it?" Professor Whitaker asked as she poured tea into 2 cups. Adam politely received his cup of tea and thanked her. He then asked, "Professor, will I be able to find any books on rune magic in the Grand Library?" "Rune magic?" Professor Whitaker asked with slight surprise. She lifted the porcelain teacup and took a sip before asking, "Why the sudden interest?" Adam shrugged. "I've always been fascinated by it. I thought I'd read up on some of the arcane textbooks regarding it and expand my knowledge." The old professor smiled. "I'm glad that you're constantly seeking arcane knowledge." However, the next moment she shook her head. "But I'm afraid you won't find any books on the subject matter within the castle walls." Adam was astonished. "Even Saratoga doesn't have information on rune magic. How can that be? Let me ask you something." Professor Whitaker placed the teacup on the table. "Have you come across any guilds related to this profession?" Adam was about to speak, but suddenly found that he couldn't find the words. "That's right. There wasn't any runesmiths guild in Ravenfell, and even when I visited Akrian a few months back, I couldn't find one there." He looked at the old professor with a surprised look. "How come there aren't any guilds related to runesmiths here? Could it be that there isn't any in the entirety of Ulier continent?" "Not just Ulier, but there isn't one even in Europa, Indus, Yenlu, and Nahua," said the old professor. She paused for a moment and continued, "You see, rune magic is a very esoteric form of art. Only a select few magi in this world have access to this type of knowledge. Furthermore, mastery over rune magic is incredibly rare, and those who have such knowledge are either disinclined to teach it or have been lost over time. Saratoga simply doesn't have the resources or qualified instructors to teach rune magic, and therefore, it doesn't have books on the subject." Adam's expression turned solemn as he ruminated over the old professor's words. He started stroking his chin deep in thought. At least the Herbalists Guild had one book related to rune magic, albeit that knowledge was strictly for potion brewing. Ah, what a conundrum. Now that even Saratoga doesn't have access to rune magic, I have no other option left. I guess I'll have to contact the Brotherhood's handler soon." A middle-aged man with premature graying hair and brown eyes that sparkled with hope walked through the muddy cobblestone streets of Bosky neighborhood in Corvid Quarter. He wore a simple white tunic that had become tattered at the edges from repeated use. Along with that, he wore plain trousers and shoes of the same color. Around his shoulder, he hung a satchel that was stitched up from different colored fabrics. Clearly, it had been torn several times, yet the man used it nonetheless. Although this middle-aged man wore old and torn clothing, his face was cleanly shaved and he looked neat and clean. His shoulders were broad and his back was straight, and he walked with confident footsteps. If it weren't for the man's clothing, others would definitely feel that this man wasn't someone who belonged to the slums. Rowan's brown eyes sparkled with anticipation as he made his way toward Dundee Harbor. "It's already been a week since I met Lord Constantine. I hope my findings will satisfy him." Over the last week, Rowan had taken his job as an informant very seriously. He would go to places he would earlier never visit and look for anything that might catch his eyes. He would even visit taverns and pubs several times every day, although he would never buy any drinks and food couldn't afford to anyway. The only reason he went to such places was so that he could gather information. Today was the last day of the week, and it was time for him to report to Adam. He was feeling nervous and excited at the same time. He didn't know if the information he had collected would be up to the youth's liking. At the same time, he was thrilled about the prospect of earning 20 silvers every week. When he thought about the remuneration that he would be receiving from Adam, he couldn't help but smile brightly. I only need to work diligently, and very soon those bad days will be soon behind me. Amidst the clamor of the dockworkers, Rowan slowly made his way toward the pier where he had last spoken to Adam. A mix of small fishing boats and sailboats greeted his vision, their masts and sails swaying gently with the rhythm of the waves. The waters of the Del River were deep blue, reflecting the sky above. Occasionally, small fish would dart near the surface, creating ripples that shimmered in the sunlight. Hearing the sound of the waves gently crashing against the pier, Rowan felt himself involuntarily relaxed. He heard the cries of the seagulls overhead mingling with the murmurs of sailors and fishermen around him. The air was filled with the scent of salt and seaweed, something he found fresh and invigorating compared to the stench of the slums. He couldn't help but think to himself with a slight smile, how I should come here more often. Suddenly, a gentle voice called him out from right beside him. You seem happy today. Rowan was greatly taken aback. He immediately retreated a few steps to the other side, but when he saw who it was, he calmed down. He placed his hand on his chest and politely bowed. Greetings, my lord. He then stood back up and answered awkwardly, no, it's just the atmosphere here is surprisingly refreshing. I never realized this before. Adam was not in his magus robes currently. Instead, he wore a simple tunic and pants. He glanced at Rowan and nodded with a faint smile. The rivers and the seas possess a unique and mystical ability to calm our minds and soothe our souls. That is indeed true, my lord. Rowan nodded. Anyway, Adam continued. Have you had lunch yet? Not yet, Rowan replied awkwardly. All right then. Adam walked past the middle-aged man. Let's grab some food. You can talk to me about your findings over lunch. Linland's Patisserie, 14th Rwanda Street, Harbor Quarter. This bakery was a famous establishment that was run by a kind and amiable old elf. Adam came to know about this place after Danley had brought him here. Bella Lynn, the owner of this bakery, was a rank 1 magus. However, her only interest was cooking, and she became renowned in the city for her culinary talents. In fact, her cooking was so famous that many of the wealthy nobles of the city preferred to have her cakes for special occasions instead of relying on their own kitchen staff. It was even rumored that Lynn regularly baked extra batches of cakes and delivered them to the poorer parts of Ravenfell. Auntie Lynn, you really didn't have to personally come and greet me, said Adam with a defeated expression. I know just how busy you are. Oh, don't say that. You're going to hurt this poor old woman's feelings. Lynn shook her head jokingly as she grabbed Adam by the arm and gently pulled him inside the building. You're Danley's friend, are you not? She spoke with a kind smile. Then that means you're my friend as well. Lynn's deep, sparkling green eyes shone with warmth. They were framed by fine lines that crinkled when she smiled, speaking of a life filled with laughter and joy. Her long and silver hair flowed down her back. They were interwoven with delicate braids, some adorned with tiny beads and bells that jingled melodiously when she moved. She turned around and glanced at Rowan warmly. And who is this friend of yours? Rowan was greatly taken aback when he saw no hint of disdain or ridicule in the old elf's eyes. Despite the ragged clothes he was wearing, Lynn treated him no differently than she would any other customer. This humble one's name is Rowan, my lady. He pressed his hand against his chest and deeply bowed. After Lynn had guided them to a window-side table, she looked at Adam and smiled. All right, child, I'll have someone send a little of everything to your table in a few minutes. Don't forget to meet me before you leave. I'll pack something delicious for you to take away. Adam smiled warmly. I appreciate it, Auntie Lynn. No problem. With that said, she turned around and briskly made her way to the kitchen. Adam turned his head and saw Rowan gazing at the old elf's departing back in a daze. Seeing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. She's quite the bubbly one, isn't she? Rowan snapped out of his daze and nodded with a smile. Yes, she's very kind. That she is. Adam nodded. A few moments later, his expression turned solemn and he asked, so have you found anything substantial in the past week? Rowan's expression turned serious when it was time for business. Right away, my lord. He removed the satchel and took out a few pieces of paper from within. In the last week, I have put down anything and everything peculiar that I have encountered in Corvid in these notes. He respectfully handed the papers with both hands to Adam. I have also written down the dates for your convenience. Adam grabbed the papers with a raised eyebrow. You wrote them down? Yes, my lord. Rowan nodded anxiously. He put away his hands and kept them hidden underneath the table. Then he began to fidget with his fingers, hoping that his findings were to Adam's liking. Adam glanced at the paper and saw that the notes were written in fluent Icaros. Moreover, the handwriting was also pretty neat and beautiful to look at. As I thought, the youth thought to himself, it seems Rowan has quite the story to tell. He then started reading the points with rapt attention. The gang Black Blades brutally enforce control over Bosky neighborhood. Serpent Bearers specialize in smuggling and have influence over the docks. Red Fists, a new gang, challenging the Black Blades for territory. Seeing the last point of entry, Adam's eyebrows furrowed. He raised his head and glanced at Rowan, speaking in a hushed tone. There's a new gang in the neighborhood. "That is right, my lord," replied Rowan solemnly, his eyes flashing with hints of fear and panic. The Red Fists were just another small-time gang before, but since a few months ago their actions have gotten quite bold. How so? Adam asked curiously. Well, they've taken control of a large majority of shops, inns, and taverns in the Bosky neighborhood. Rowan paused for a moment before voicing out his opinion. Word on the street is, the Red Fists are under new management. Adam's eyes narrowed. And by new management, are you saying it is currently being led by a magus? Rowan was silent for a few moments before nervously nodding. These are just rumors, my lord. I'm not entirely sure. Interesting. Adam turned his head and glanced at the Del River outside through the arch windows, deep in thought. Magi resorting to such means to assert dominance and acquire wealth. Well, I'm not surprised, he mused inwardly. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked back at Rowan. I'm guessing a turf war between the Black Blades and the Red Fists is imminent. Rowan smiled wryly. I'm afraid so. I believe the Bosky neighborhood will be most affected by this. Adam stoked his chin in thought. A few moments later, he asked, what's the apartment rent like in Incas or Slate neighborhoods? Rowan was surprised by this sudden question, already guessing as to why Adam was asking it. He took a few moments to think before honestly replying. A modest apartment in Incas would be somewhere around 80 to 120 silvers. He paused for a moment before adding, whereas the average price of apartments in Slate would be 48 to 75 silvers. Adam's eyes narrowed a little. You speaking the truth? I dare not lie, my lord. Rowan hurriedly waved his hand in panic. You may ask around and verify my word. However, before he could finish his words, Adam interrupted him with a cold voice. Oh, you think a magus such as me would have time to go around asking people the price of apartments in Corvid? Rowan shuddered in fear. And no, that's not what I... Puahaha, Adam burst into laughter. You should see the look on your face. Did you just shit yourself, Rowan? The middle-aged man was speechless. My lord, you... I'm just messing around. Adam waved his hand in a flippant manner, his eyes twinkling with mischief. But the look on your face was funny though, Keek. You think this is funny? I thought I nearly lost my head. Rowan laughed forcefully at Adam's unfunny joke. Right at that moment, a server approached their table carrying a tray full of delicacies. Gentlemen, your food has arrived. Nice, Adam beamed. He glanced at Rowan and chuckled. The food here is so delicious that you'll be displaying withdrawal symptoms once we leave this place. Rowan nodded his head in a daze as he glanced at the tray full of food, his mouth drooling incessantly. Hearing Adam speak such praises, the server was delighted. She started putting the food plates on the table one by one as she introduced them. 2 cheese loaves, 2 pumpkin cupcakes iced with orange sprinkles, 2 frosted sugar cookies, 1 large lemon chiffon cake with strawberry glaze, 2 cherry walnut pies, 2 Linland's spiced apple cider, and finally 2 coconut cream cookies. After placing all the food on the table, the server smiled brightly. Enjoy your food. Glancing at all the colorful food on the table, Rowan felt like he was already going into a sugar coma. He suddenly thought of his kids and faintly smiled. They would love it. He glanced at Adam and awkwardly said, My lord, I am not feeling all that hungry. If it's all right by you, may I pack a little food and take it back home and eat? Adam smiled warmly. It's all right, Rowan. Eat as much as you want. I'll order some food for your kids and wife. Was it that obvious? Rowan lowered his head in embarrassment. Don't worry about it. Adam waved his hand as he began sipping on the apple cider and reading the intel notes. Seeing the man use cutlery with such familiarity, Adam smirked. Old habits die hard, He then shifted his attention back to the notes and read each point with a solemn expression. If these gangs are about to have a full-scale turf war, I must move Rowan and his family to a safer neighborhood. These gangs must have paid off a few city officials, or even some of the wealthy merchants to look the other side when they engage with each other. But these little gangs are not my concern. He continued to read the rest of the notes. A lot of them were rumors about smuggling operations that Rowan had overheard in the last week. Finally, at the end of the last page, something finally caught Adam's interest, causing his eyes to narrow. What's this about a new religion? Could this be a cult? In the Ulier continent, there were no traditional religions. The absence of divine influence had shaped cultures and societies in unique ways. The mortals relied on their own strengths. If they did have to pray to an entity, it would always be Mother Nature. Even still, some people prayed to the spirits of their ancestors, whereas Magi, they studied the arcane arts in the pursuit of the truth. Yet in the shadows of this godless land, a new cult had emerged in the slums of Ravenfell, filling a spiritual void that many didn't realize existed. It can't be the Cult of Bones, could it? Adam thought to himself in alarm. No, this is very unlikely. An organization on the radar of the Brotherhood wouldn't be so foolish to give themselves away so easily. He glanced at Rowan, who was enjoying the food with great relish, and asked, What's this religion that you wrote about? Rowan first swallowed the food in his mouth before politely replying, I believe this is a cult, my lord. They call themselves the children of the Red God. Adam's eyes narrowed. The Red God, that's right, my lord. Rowan solemnly nodded. Although I believe this cult is not that acclaimed, it is still quite renowned in the slums. I have been approached by its followers a few times, but I know better than to trust a charlatan. Oh, Adam was amused. How do you know it's a charlatan and not a legit magus? It's a gut feeling, replied Rowan. Their leader is a former beggar named Kali. He claims to have had a vision of an ancient entity called the Red God, promising salvation and prosperity to his followers. Salvation and prosperity, huh? Adam's lips curled up into a smirk. Sounds like something one would say to rope in the desperate and the downtrodden in the slums. You are right, my lord. Rowan nodded. I believe the leader of this cult is a swindler. How so? Does he ask his followers for money they don't have? Adam chuckled. He doesn't, but his followers donate to him nonetheless. There was a trace of pity in Rowan's voice. I see. Adam nodded his head. I too believe this to be a hoax, but this is the first lead I've found on a cult. It doesn't hurt to dig into it, I suppose. I should also inform Danley. The pair then continued to eat at their meal, where Adam discussed the other things Rowan had heard in the last week. He was very satisfied with the man's information-gathering skills. No, to be precise, he was more than satisfied. It seemed that Rowan was taking this job very seriously. After having their meal, the pair exited Linland's patisserie. Auntie Lin made sure to see them off, much to Adam's protest. She even prepared 2 takeaways, one for Adam and the other for Rowan. Upon bidding farewell to the wonderful and kind elf, the pair walked toward the Corvid neighborhood in a leisurely manner. The sun was bright, casting its warm rays across the city of Ravenfell. Children could be seen playing out on the streets, their laughter soothing the hearts and ears of the passers-by. Rowan nervously glanced at Adam, who was sipping from his gourd of wine, and asked, My lord, was my intel to your liking? Pua. Adam wiped his lips with his sleeve. He looked at Rowan and asked, Want some? Your loss. Adam made a face before taking another swig of the wine. A moment later, he nodded. Yes, your intel gathering skills are quite good. Honestly, I was very surprised. Why wouldn't you? No, I was just confirming. Rowan awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Inwardly, he was teeming with joy. Although I do feel like you could become more efficient with your work, said Adam after a moment of thought. How so, my lord? Rowan asked earnestly. I shall do anything to improve. Hearing his words, Adam smiled. He quite liked this man's eagerness to prove himself. Well, for one, you could pay street urchins and beggars to gather information for you. This would ensure a wider network in the slums, Adam began. Maybe even bribe a few small-time merchants here and there, but there's always the risk of people ratting you out, so you must be careful about that. Rowan's lips curled up into a dry smile, but my lord, for that, I would be requiring more money which I can't spare at the moment. Don't worry about that. Adam waved his hand. Naturally, I'll be paying for all the expenses that you will incur while working for me. That's great, Rowan spoke excitedly. The pair walked silently until about 30 minutes later when they finally arrived at Dundee Harbor. Adam took out a small pouch from his earring and handed it to the middle-aged man. This week's stipend, Adam smiled faintly. Oh, there's also a little something I made for your wife. My wife? Rowan was puzzled. He looked inside the pouch, and the first thing that greeted his vision was a crystal vial containing a bright crimson liquid. He fished out the vial and glanced at it curiously. My lord, this is... It's a magical potion. I made sure to make it far less potent for your wife's consumption. This will ensure your wife recovers from whatever disease that's been bothering her, said Adam as he took yet another swig from his gourd. Hearing his words, Rowan's hands trembled. He glanced at Adam with tearful eyes and stuttered, This will cure Carla. Sure will. Oi, don't make it so weird. There's no need to behave like this. Adam retreated a step as he glanced at the man continuously smashing his head on the ground. My lord, will you have my loyalty till the day I die? Wu Rowan cried out loud, his face covered in tears and snot. Stop making a scene, you bastard. Adam yelled at the man in frustration. Get on your feet or I'll leave. Yes, Wu Rowan stood back up and wiped his eyes, yet the tears fell down regardless. Seeing the man sob incessantly, Adam sighed as he came forth and patted his shoulder. You've been through a lot, huh? Well, continue to work hard and I promise to reward you fairly. I will, my lord, I will. Rowan clenched his fists and replied resolutely. All right then. Adam turned around and strutted away, casually taking out another gourd of wine and drinking from it. There's some extra money in the pouch. Should be enough for you to move to a decent apartment in Slate. See you in a week, Rowan. Don't slack off. Kahaha. Rowan first glanced at the contents inside the pouch and saw that there were indeed a few gold coins inside. This was much more than he had imagined. His shoulders trembled as even more tears streamed down his face. He then glanced at Adam's departing back and softly whispered. Flynn Manor, Upton Quarter. The master bedroom in this luxurious manor exuded opulence and dark elegance, fitting seamlessly with the city's Gothic ambience. This room was vast with a high ceiling, depicting a mural of mythical creatures and ancient magi. Against one wall, a massive fireplace carved from black marble crackled with a warm and gentle glow, casting shadows that danced across the room. Heavy dark curtains of burgundy color were adorned on the arched windows that offered a view of the affluent neighborhood outside. Rays of light seeped in through the window and gently landed on a frail old man peacefully sleeping on the grand four-poster bed. Although the man looked pale, there were hints of vibrancy on his face. The patriarch of the Flynn family, Brigham Flynn, lay on the bed covered by a luxurious silk quilt. His breathing was steady and his overall health had drastically improved since the last week. Elisande, the eldest daughter of the Flynn family, sat on the bedside, gently holding onto her father's hand. She squeezed his hand lightly and muttered under her breath, "Did the man's potions really work?" Ever since she'd bought those 2 potions from Adam, she had been filled with deep skepticism about the latter, claiming that his potions were twice as potent as others in the market. Because of that, she had gotten the same potions from other grade 2 herbalists as well. Moreover, her father needed a regular supply of these potions, and she refused to buy more potions from Adam. If Lord Dawson were here, we wouldn't have to depend on these measly grade 2 potions. Just a single potion brewed by him would have cured father already, she complained inwardly. Her father was a mighty rank 3 magus, as such normal grade 2 potions wouldn't work on him. Even if they did, its effects would be minute. However, at this point, she had no other options. The only grade 3 herbalist in the city was currently absent, so she could only make do with grade 2 potions until Halbert Dawson, the guild leader of the Herbalists Guild, returned. But there was one thing, however, that surprised Elisande. It was that the grade 2 potions that she had commissioned multiple herbalists to brew, including Adam, were actually affecting her father in a positive manner. When she found this out, she was elated. Then she immediately thought of Adam's bold claims. However, she refused to believe it. Thus, she instructed the herbalist of her household to authenticate the difference in potency between all potions concocted by the guild's herbalist that she had purchased. She had left a very small amount of all the potions she had bought and given it to him for testing. A part of her was curious to find out if what Adam had said was indeed true. However, without sufficient evidence, she would refuse to believe his claims. His claims were quite bizarre after all. The Flynn family's herbalist was only a grade 1. However, that didn't impede him in any way from testing the results of the multiple potions. Suddenly, Elisande turned her head in the direction of the door, her eyes flashing with hints of expectation. "He's here." She slowly drew back her hand from her father's subconscious hold and then gently tucked him in. Then she turned around and silently left the room. Upon opening the large mahogany double door, she found the family herbalist pacing back and forth in the corridor, his face flushed with excitement. After soundlessly closing the door behind her, she glanced at the old herbalist and asked, "What have you found, my lady?" The bald herbalist bowed sincerely before speaking with great enthusiasm. "Those 2 potions that you gave me to authenticate, I can't believe the results. It's nothing like I've ever seen." "Get to the point," said Elisande with a stern look. "Why, yes, my lady." The bald old man gulped before continuing. "Compared to the dozen other potion samples, those 2 potions were indeed twice as potent. No, I would even go so far as to acknowledge that the potency of those potions was more than 2 times. Elisande's pupils constricted and she involuntarily clenched her fists. Although she was expressionless on the surface, tumultuous waves were rising within her heart. That man didn't lie, she thought. "Why do you say so?" she probed. "After conducting several experiments, I have deduced that the quality of mana used by the herbalist was extremely pure." The old herbalist paused for a moment before adding, "After all, the materials and ingredients used by the other herbalists were all the same. The only differentiating factor is the quality of their mana. You see, my lady, the purer the quality of the herbalist's mana, the greater the—" Elisande coldly cut him off. What if this herbalist in question had the help of a spirit who has a natural disposition toward the wood element? The old herbalist thought for a few moments before answering. Certainly that would also be a deciding factor. However, it wouldn't be as great as the herbalist's own mana. After all, their mana too is an ingredient for the potion they concoct. I see. Elisande lowered her head, deep in thought. So that man turned out to be truly confident in his abilities. If that is so, then charging twice the price would be completely reasonable, she thought. She then glanced at the old herbalist and instructed, "Call Alberto's here immediately." "As you command, my lady." The old man bowed before hurrying off into the depths of the manor. Not even a few minutes had passed, and another old man with wavy white hair, a clean-shaved face, and striking blue eyes appeared before Elisande. "My lady, I am at your service." Alberto's placed his right hand on his chest and deeply bowed. "You remember that young man from the Herbalsists Guild?" asked Elisande flatly. Alberto sneered, his eyes flashing with contempt. "I would never forget that cocky scammer." Suddenly, he thought of something and smirked. "Is it time to get rid of him?" Elisande shook her head. "On the contrary, it turns out, he's the real deal." Alberto's eyes widened in disbelief. "You mean?" "Yes," Elisande nodded. She paused for a brief moment before ordering the old man, "Invite him to the Flynn Manor to diagnose the patriarch." Marion Lake, Saratoga Castle. This peaceful lake beside the castle was a scene of enchanting beauty and mystery. It was said to be home to many fantastical creatures. However, the vast majority of the students had never made contact with them. Rumor had it that these creatures would only resurface when they found someone fascinating to interact with, but it was only that a rumor. Nobody believed it. Regardless, the creatures residing deep within Marion Lake were allies to all those who called Saratoga their home. This expansive body of water shimmered under the light of the morning sun. Its surface was calm, mirroring the towering spires and turrets of the castle that stood majestically on the nearby cliff. The surrounding landscape was lush and green, with ancient trees whose branches dipped toward the water, casting shadows along the shoreline. The air was filled with the sounds of rustling leaves, birds singing, and the gentle splashing of the waves against the rocks. Suddenly, the calm surface of the lake was disturbed as a polished pebble bounced across its surface a few times before finally submerging. "Haha, did you see that?" A blond youth with sparkling black eyes laughed out loud as he rested his hands on his hips in triumph. "It bounced 4 times. Heh, beat that, Aiden." Aiden, a youth of similar age with dark brown hair and silver eyes, harumphed at his friend's comment. "Art, stop lying. The pebble clearly bounced only 3 times. 3 times? Are you blind?" Art flailed his arms around and protested. "Fine, even if it was 3 times, can you beat it?" HMPH. Aiden snorted in arrogance, his eyes flashing with great confidence. "Watch me." He then got into a horse stance and took a few deep breaths. Seeing this, Art covered his mouth and started to giggle. "You look so stupid." "Shut up. I'm concentrating," said Aiden with displeasure. Then his eyes flashed with an intense glint as he threw the pebble across the lake. However, it didn't even bounce once before submerging tragically. Art was first dumbfounded by this before he burst into a loud peal of laughter. "Phew-ha-ha-ha, Aiden, you suck." Aiden's face was flushed with embarrassment. That doesn't count. You distracted me." "What? Of course I didn't. You did. Don't lie." "No, I didn't. You just suck." As the two friends continued to quarrel with each other, another figure who was dipping her legs in the cool waters of the lake glanced at them and clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Our new mentor should be here any minute now. Imagine if he arrives here and sees you both quarreling over pebbles. What would he think?" Hearing their friends speak, both Art and Aiden calmed down. They glanced at each other and then harumphed before walking toward the young girl and sitting by her side. "Say, Eleni." Art glanced at the brown-haired young girl and asked with slight nervousness, "How do you think our new mentor would be?" Eleni shrugged. "I don't know. Why are you asking me? It's not like I've met the man before." Aiden chimed in. "All we know is that he's a rank 2 magus majoring in the School of Summoning." That's right." Art nodded. "I think his name was Adam Continue." "No, that doesn't sound right. Was it Adam Constance?" "Adam Constantine." Suddenly, a deep and manly voice originated from behind the trio, taking them by surprise. The 3 kids didn't even notice when someone approached them. Only now did they realize that there was a tall shadow looming over them. They hurriedly turned their head and glanced at the figure standing behind them in shock. It was a young man wearing black magus robes, and over it, he wore a cape of matching color that gently fluttered in the wind. Moreover, he also wore a dark, pointy hat. He had a medium build, neither too lean nor too muscular. The young man had plain facial features, however. His jawline was very prominent, giving his face a chiseled appearance. His eyes were the most intriguing part of him. They were blacker than the night sky, and their depths seemed to be more boundless than the deepest oceans. When the 3 kids gazed at his jet-black eyes, they found themselves in a momentary trance. It wasn't until Adam snapped his fingers that they were jolted out of their stupor. Eleni was the first to react. She placed her hand over her chest and respectfully bowed. "Student Eleni Strange greets Professor Constantine." Her other 2 friends followed suit and hurriedly introduced themselves. "Student Arthur Doyle greets Professor Constantine." "Student Aiden Thorne greets Professor Constantine." Adam stroked his chin as he gazed at the 3 young magi before him. "So it's you 3 brats that Professor Whittaker assigned to me, huh? Professor Whittaker." Eleni raised her head and asked in puzzlement, "I'm afraid I do not know who she is, Professor. We were assigned to your mentorship by the admissions hall." Adam silently glanced at this youth, thinking to himself, "Eleni Strange, rank 1 flesh stage magus. She hails from a noble household in Ravenfell, and everyone in her family is a gifted artificer. Interesting." He then turned his gaze over to Art, who was still nervously glancing at his own feet. "Arthur Doyle, rank 1 flesh stage magus, a playful kid from the renowned and wealthy family of Ravenfell. I've heard about this kid being a big-time spendthrift. Hee hee, you're lucky, kiddo. If you weren't my student, I would have bled you dry." Finally, Adam turned his gaze over to his 3rd and final student, Aiden Thorne, rank 1 flesh stage magus, another rich kid from an aristocratic background. All these kids are from deep and affluent backgrounds. Just what the hell was Professor Whittaker thinking? No, wait, could it be that everyone who attends Saratoga is rich, and I'm the only poor guy here, being stared at for so long without even initiating a conversation? The 3 kids were extremely nervous. Art and Aiden glanced at Eleni and signaled her to speak up. Eleni mustered her courage and asked, Professor Constantine, Adam snapped out of his train of thought and glanced at the young girl. What is it, Eleni? The brown-haired young girl's lips twitched before she asked, what should we do now, Professor? What are you going to teach us today? Before we get to all that, there's something I'd like to ask you three, said Adam. What is it, Professor? The three kids asked in unison. Adam's lips curled up into a smile. Tell me, why do you practice magic? The three kids were surprised by Adam's question. Art was the first one to excitedly raise his hand and ask me, Professor, can I go first? Adam chuckled, sure, go ahead. Ahem. Art slightly coughed and adjusted his robes before passionately speaking. Magic has always been a part of the Doyle family. My parents are powerful magi, and so were their parents before them. He paused for a moment before he clenched his fists in enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling like the stars in the night sky. And I think magic is awesome. I can even show off my skills to my friends. Adam glanced at this blonde youth and a moment later burst into laughter. Haha, magic is indeed awesome. He then glanced at the other two kids and asked, who's next? Eleni and Aiden glanced at each other. The latter then encouraged his friend, you go first. Eleni nodded. She looked at Adam and spoke with a solemn voice. I love creating things, and magic allows me to make the impossible possible. For me, magic is a form of art. It is a way for me to express myself. Not bad. Adam nodded with a smile. So are you planning to become an artificer like most people in your family, or is there something else that you're interested in? Eleni fell silent for a few moments, thinking of the right words to say. Everyone in my family has great hopes for me becoming a splendid artificer. What do you wish to pursue? Adam asked encouragingly. Eleni hesitated as she slightly shook her head. I don't know. Adam's lips curled up into a warm smile. He gently patted the little girl's head and said, it's all right, you're still young. You must take your time to figure things out and not blindly rush into it. Adam then glanced at Aiden and asked, and what about you, Aiden? Aiden raised his chin and spoke with great confidence. I want to help people. How so? Adam smiled. There are so many problems plaguing this world, Aiden began in all seriousness. And I think magic can be used to make things better. I wish to make a difference in this world. Hearing such words from the kid, Adam's lips twitched as he thought to himself, kids sure are high-spirited. They get a permission slip from society to say such things, but if the same was said by an adult, everyone would probably laugh at him. Aiden, I admire your strong sense of justice, but how far would you go to help out others? Asked Adam. I'll do whatever it takes, Aiden proclaimed heroically. Adam's lips twitched yet again. Looks like I must beat some sense into him. So, Professor, what are you going to teach us today? Eleni asked excitedly. Adam stroked his chin, deep in thought. How long has it been since you all have gone through the ritual of becoming a magus? A month, the three kids spoke in unison. And I believe you are using the mana extraction techniques handed down in your family. Yes, Professor, the three replied. I see. Adam nodded. And what about the magic spells and magic combat techniques? We've been taught those from a very early age. Of course, we were never able to put them into practice up until recently, Eleni answered for herself and her friends. Adam went deep into thought. I thought these brats would be arrogant and entitled, but it seems like they're quite polite and well-behaved. Well, at the very least, that's how they are with me. As for their reasons to practice magic, it is certainly praiseworthy. They seem a little naive, but I can't forget they're only 15 years old. I can certainly work with this. He snapped out of his thoughts and gazed at his new students with a smirk. Before I start teaching you, I will need to see your magical prowess. How would we go about that, Professor? Do you wish to see us cast spells or something? No, that's too boring, Adam chuckled. He then cracked his knuckles and grinned. You three will go against me. What? The three young magi were dumbfounded. But you're a mana liquefaction magus, and we were just newly advanced rank 1 magi. Art protested, finding the sudden turn of events quite incredulous. Kekek, Adam cackled like a madman. Don't worry about that. I'll limit myself to the power level of a rank 1 magus. The three kids turned silent. They then glanced at one another, seemingly making conversations with their gazes alone. A few moments later, they nodded. Eleni stepped forward and asked in a serious tone, Professor, do you promise to keep your mana levels and strength in check? Of course, of course. Adam waved his hand nonchalantly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he added, I'll do you one better. I won't use any spells as well. How about it? The three kids were taken aback and couldn't help but think that their new mentor was very cocky. Generally, if 5 to 6 rank 1 magi teamed up, they could take care of a rank 2 magi. Thus, they were already pretty confident in winning against Adam if he maintained his power level equivalent to that of a rank 1 magus. Now he even promised to not use any magic spells, but what Adam said next truly shocked them. He casually grabbed the wine gourd hanging from his waist, uncorked it, and started drinking. I also won't use my right hand. That should be enough of a handicap for you three, right? Now, the young magi felt that they were being looked down upon by the raven-haired youth. They hailed from powerful backgrounds and were considered genius among geniuses, but the way Adam treated them left them with a sour taste in their mouths. Art stepped forward and imitated Adam's act of cracking his knuckles. "Professor, don't regret your words." "Sure, whatever." Adam rolled his eyes. The three kids glanced at each other and then slowly surrounded Adam from three sides. Then, without speaking another word, they attacked him. None of the three kids came forward, trying to utilize their magic combat techniques. They knew that Adam was a rank 2 magus, and as such, his body was far stronger than theirs. They were no match for him in terms of physical strength. Thus, it would be folly to engage with him in close-quarter combat. Hence, all three of them stood at a distance and weaved a series of hand gestures. Then, brilliant multicolored magic circles lit up before them. Rank 1 spell, Spill Water. Rank 1 spell, Shape Earth. Rank 1 spell, Tremor. The ground underneath Adam started to tremble. It was slow at first but gradually grew in intensity. A moment later, it felt as if he was in the middle of an earthquake. Yet Adam remained steadfast. His eyes twinkled with expectations as he thought, "Show me what you got." The following moment, from the large cracks and crevices formed from the spell Tremor, water started to gush out in all directions, turning the ground muddy. And then countless earthen spikes protruded from the ground. They emerged from the outer perimeter before slowly closing in on Adam from all sides. "Oh, interesting, their teamwork is decent." Adam's lips curled up into a smirk. He slightly crouched on the ground, gathering strength in his legs. Before the spikes could even graze him, he exerted pressure from his feet and jumped. The ground cracked from underneath him, but a moment later, the cracks were transformed into countless spikes. Adam was dozens of feet in the air and was slowly descending toward the ground that was now covered in earthen spikes. The next moment, through his sphere of resonance, he sensed a series of magical projectiles homing in on him. He turned his head and saw about a dozen magic missiles zooming toward him with great speed. "Not bad," he muttered under his breath as he nodded his head in approval. This was a two-pronged attack that the young magi had been able to execute flawlessly. However, Adam was not worried in the least. He raised his left hand in front of him and drew a large amount of mana. A circular wall of pure energy oscillated with his left palm at its epicenter. Hand of Doom, Great Barrier. As soon as the dozen magic missiles touched the circular wall of oscillating mana, they were seamlessly deflected to Adam's sides and then went past him. The actual technique required Adam to use both his hands and gather an even more terrifying amount of mana to create two oscillating walls and merge them. However, at the moment, he could only use one hand. Moreover, he also didn't need that much energy to deal with a mere rank 1 spell. After having effortlessly dealt with the magic missiles, Adam continued to fall down toward the sea of earthen spikes. Despite the danger below, there wasn't even a trace of panic on his face. When his feet were only a few inches away from the spikes, he coated his lower body with mana, adding a sturdy and protective layer around it, and landed on the ground. Boom! As soon as the spikes came in touch with the mana augmenting Adam's body, they disintegrated into dust. He then glanced at the dumbfounded expressions of his students and smirked. "Is that all you got?" Eleni, Art, and Aiden were flabbergasted by what they had just witnessed. More specifically, it was the magic combat technique that Adam had used to deflect the magic missiles. Despite studying several magic combat techniques, they had never come across such a technique that used the oscillation principles of energy to deflect attacks. This was certainly an eye-opening experience for them. Moreover, the ease at which just a simple layer of mana had destroyed the earthen spikes on the ground had caused them to be filled with disbelief. For a moment, they couldn't help but wonder if Adam wasn't keeping his word about regulating his power level. Thinking of this, Art screamed in exasperation, "Professor, you're cheating." That's right." Aiden also gained the courage to speak after seeing his friend take the lead. "Oh," Adam muttered in amusement. "And how is it that I'm cheating? You said you'll control your power level to that of a rank 1 magus." Art began, "But the mana radiating from you is obviously stronger than that. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to so easily destroy the spikes." Throughout the entire conversation, Eleni remained quiet, thinking to herself, "No, I doubt Professor would cheat. If that is the case, then it could only mean one thing. I can assure you that my mana output is restricted to the power level of a mana foundation magus," said Adam before taking a swig from the gourd. Then how could it? Aiden started speaking but was cut off by Adam. "It's obvious, isn't it?" Adam's lips curled up into a taunting smirk. "I'm crazy strong while you're just weak." "What did you just say? Calling us weak? We're geniuses." Art and Aiden were greatly annoyed at their professor calling them weak. It had to be known that even in their families, they were the most talented young magi. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been admitted to Saratoga Castle. Adam raised his chin and blatantly mocked. "Looks like all those precious resources have been wasted on you weak and pathetic idiots." How can you say that? Take back what you just said." Art and Aiden had had enough. Overcome by their hot-bloodedness, they coated their fists in mana and pounced at Adam. "No, don't." Eleni tried to stop them but couldn't. Seeing the two boys launch toward him with madness and anger, Adam's lips curled up into a smirk. "Heh, so easy. Bam, bam." Art and Aiden were completely clueless as to what had just transpired. One moment they were running toward their professor, ready to brawl it out, but the next moment they were flying in the air, heading straight toward Marion Lake. With a loud splash, the two kids plummeted into the lake. Eleni watched all this happen with a dumbfounded expression. She turned around and saw the place where her friends had landed in sheer bafflement. What just happened? All I saw was Professor's leg turning into a blur, and before I knew it, Art and Aiden were chucked into the lake, she thought to herself in astonishment. The next moment, she heard a chuckle coming from right beside her. She turned her head and saw Adam standing beside her, glancing at her while leisurely sipping on wine. "Wanna take a dip as well?" Eleni hurriedly shook her head. "No, I yield." Art and Aiden knelt on the ground, drenched from head to toe. To say that they were ashamed would be an understatement. They didn't understand what had come over them for them to act out the way they did. No, they did understand the reason, but refused to accept it. Eleni was sitting beside them, her eyes flashing with disappointment and pity. She didn't know that her friends were so easy to provoke. They might have stood a chance against their professor if they had kept their cool. But she corrected herself when she recalled the tyrannical mana that she had seen Adam wield. No, there was no way we could have won against that monster despite all the handicaps. She realized that Adam had kept true to his word. He had regulated his power level to match that of a rank 1 magus. But despite that, his energy output was so ridiculous that it far surpassed what a regular mana foundation mana could achieve. She secretly glanced at Adam, who was standing before them, leisurely drinking wine from his gourd. Is this what a true genius is like? She thought to herself in admiration. Genius, huh? Adam's lips curled up into a mocking smirk. What, did he just read my mind? Eleni thought to herself in alarm. However, Adam rolled his eyes, and what he said next caused the little girl to involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief. It's obvious what you're thinking. He then paused for a moment before solemnly stating, I dislike that term, genius, to be honest. Sure, some people are born with a natural disposition toward certain things, say bookkeeping, sales, sports, whatever. But that doesn't mean the same thing can't be achieved by another person who wasn't born with the talent for it. In the end, all that matters is hard work and perseverance. Hard work and perseverance, Eleni repeated Adam's words. Yes, he nodded with a faint smile. Your hard work will never betray you. As long as you persevere, you're the winner. That doesn't make sense, Professor, said Eleni meekly. Oh, it does, Adam chuckled. You see, Eleni, people don't fail, they just give up. Eleni's body trembled when she heard Adam say those words. She kept repeating that statement in her mind. People don't fail, they give up. Adam then glanced at Art and Aiden and had slight difficulty trying to hold in his laughter. Since they had emerged from the lake, they hadn't uttered a word. They knelt on the ground, lowering their head and wallowing in shame. So what did you learn? He asked. Art and Aiden glanced at each other, then they hurriedly looked away while shaking their heads and speaking simultaneously. Forgive us for disrespecting you, Professor. Ha, disrespect. Adam asked with a raised eyebrow. I don't care about all that. Now tell me what you learned just now. The two young magi slowly raised their heads and glanced at the raven-haired youth. They didn't have an answer, they simply stared at Adam, hoping that he would continue. What is the number one most important thing for a magus? He asked before taking another swig from his gourd. Suddenly, he thought of something and his lips twitched. Ah, shit, I shouldn't drink too much in front of these kids. I don't wish to be a bad example for them. After taking one final gulp from the gourd, he put it away. So what is it? Magic spells, magic combat techniques, they answered with slight hesitation. Eleni suddenly chimed in. A calm state of mind, precisely. Adam nodded as he glanced at the brown-haired girl with approval. He then looked back at the two boys and asked again, did you display a calm state of mind back when you attacked me? That's Art lowered his head in embarrassment. He then muttered softly, but that's because you provoked us. Aiden too nodded with his head lowered. Bam, bam, Adam lightly smacked them in the head. You idiots, that's precisely what I wanted to do and you fell for it. Ugh. Although Adam had smacked them lightly, Art and Aiden felt their heads spinning. There was a large bruise the size of a potato on their foreheads. Tears threatened to stream down their faces as they pleaded, Woo, Professor, don't bully us. Stop crying or I'll show you what real bullying is. Adam glared at them, threatening them while clenching his fist. Eek. Art and Aiden hurriedly sat with their backs straight. The tears that were threatening to fall down their faces were now nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Eleni couldn't help but cover her mouth and start to giggle. Adam nodded. He then clasped his hands behind his back and walked back and forth in front of the trio with the air of a grandmaster. I understand you are kids and that it is easy to get riled up by certain things, but that shouldn't become an excuse for you, Adam began. Seeing that their mentor was speaking in all seriousness, the three students turned solemn and paid attention to what he was saying. Treat your body rigorously so that it will not be disobedient to the mind, they say, he continued. His words carried a certain etherealness in them, causing the mana around to deeply resonate. However, not only must you train your body, you must also train your mind. Just like how water makes its way through the cracks, you must adapt to whatever life throws your way. The three magi felt like their spirits were uplifted as they heard Adam's words. They didn't know what it was, but they felt like they were at the cusp of understanding something very crucial that would help them in their paths as magi. Adam closed his eyes and continued to speak in a gentle voice. Become water, my students. Water is adaptable. It flows without resistance, finding its path around obstacles. In your actions, be flexible and yielding. Embrace the philosophy of effortless action. Flow like water and you will find harmony. This is the way. He then glanced at these students and noticed that they had gone into some sort of trance. Seeing this, he couldn't help but chuckle lightly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! The three students' pupils constricted and they looked around themselves in puzzlement. Adam crouched before them and smiled without giving them a chance to speak. Now, let us begin training your mind. For the time being, forget everything that the mono-extraction techniques that you're practicing have taught you regarding focusing your mind and getting rid of distractions, said Adam as he continued to leisurely walk back and forth in front of his students. Forget everything. The three young magi glanced at each other in confusion. Adam nodded. Just do as I say. Yes, Professor. Art, Aiden, and Alini nodded their heads vigorously. Adam gently guided them. Now sit in a comfortable position and close your eyes. After the students had taken their seats on the ground in a lotus position, Adam continued. Now I want you to count from 100 to 0. If a random thought interrupts your countdown, I want you to start from 100 once again. That's it. Art opened his eyes and asked. Heh, Adam smirked. I assure you it sounds simple, but it is extremely difficult. Aiden chuckled, hee. This is nothing, Professor. Lini too nodded her head, thinking this task was not all that difficult as her mentor claimed. Seeing their confident expressions, Adam brutally shattered them. Oh, and once you've reached 0, I want you to start counting from 100 once again. Repeat this 3 times without getting distracted. Of course, if you're distracted, you have to start from scratch, or in this case, you have to start back from 100. The 3 students' expressions froze. They glanced at Adam in an incredulous manner, complaining, Professor, this is too unfair. Oh, but life is not a bed of roses, my foolish students, kahaha. Adam laughed out loud, seemingly finding pleasure in tormenting the kids. He then glanced at them and said, another important thing, every time you start counting from 100, I want you to affirm to yourself in your mind, when I reach 0, I will be in a calm state of mind. Adam paused for a moment and added solemnly, this affirmation is crucial. Understood. Sensing the severity in his tone, the 3 kids nodded their heads solemnly. All right then. Adam turned around and started walking away. When you have succeeded in counting 3 times in succession, come find me. He then stopped in his footsteps and turned around, glaring at the kids with venomous eyes. If I see you slacking off, I will beat you like there's no tomorrow. He then glanced at Alini and added, and that goes for you too, young lady. I will treat you the same as I treat these 2 fools. The 3 young magi's bodies trembled in fear. They quickly nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Why yes, Professor, we will work hard. Haha, as expected of my adorable students. Adam's facial expression did a 180-degree turn, his smile seemingly causing the flowers to bloom. He now looked like the most amiable person in the world, someone whom even the wildest of orcs would feel compelled to befriend. See you later. He turned back around and sauntered away. The 3 students glanced at their mentors, departing back, and thought the same thing. What an absolute madman. Then they closed their eyes and started working on their first assignment. They didn't wish to disappoint their mentor. Despite his frivolous attitude, they knew that Adam was a very powerful and learned magus. And then there was that momentary state of trance they had fallen into just by listening to his words. This made them feel that Adam was truly a mysterious person, completely betraying the flippant attitude that he usually shows. Soon, the students started to count down from 100 to 0, but only a few moments later, their eyebrows furrowed. With each passing minute, their frowns got deeper and deeper. They were slowly beginning to realize that Adam's assignment was truly not a simple one. Adam walked through the lush forest surrounding the Marion Lake on his way towards Saratoga Castle. He was not at all worried about his 3 students being left alone by the lake. This entire place was completely safe. No one would dare to harm the students in the territory belonging to Saratoga. As he was walking through the shade of the tall trees, he suddenly called out, "How does someone like you manage to step foot inside this place?" No reply was heard for a long time. Adam stopped in his footsteps and turned his head, gazing at a certain spot a dozen meters away from him. His eyes narrowed and he coldly muttered, "If you make me call you out another time, I will beat you to an inch of your life." Once again, nothing was heard. However, a few moments later, an annoyed click of the tongue sounded from behind the trunk of a massive tree. "Tusk, you think you can act all high and mighty within Saratoga's territory, eh, boy?" Alberto stepped out from behind the tree and started walking toward Adam with a deep frown. "You haven't answered my question, Albatross," Adam smirked. "Bastard, it's Alberto's." The old man with piercing blue eyes growled. He then came before the youth and showed an emblem that displayed the insignia of Saratoga. "My young lady as well as my lord are both alumni of this prestigious institution," the old man began. "Moreover, I've been a retainer for the Flynn family for decades." Knowing the relationship I share with the Flynn family, the security personnel of Saratoga allowed me to enter. Oh, Adam was intrigued. So Lady Flynn and her father are also from Saratoga, huh? Interesting. The next moment his eyes flashed with ridicule, but you aren't. The security personnel is being quite sloppy in their work if you ask me. Alberto's gnashed his teeth in anger. Plus, seeing the blatant contempt and mockery in Adam's eyes, he was even more furious. However, he didn't forget what he was here to do. His young lady had given him clear instructions, so he took a deep breath to calm down his raging emotions. Then he coldly said, Lady Elisan wants you at the Flynn Manor. I'm here to escort you. Let us leave. Heh, Adam sneered. You old bastard, are you asking me or telling me? Albertos glared at the youth with bloodthirsty eyes. If it wasn't for the patriarch needing Adam's services, he wouldn't have hesitated to show this young man his place. He exhaled a deep breath of air and spat through gritted teeth. I'm asking you to come with me. Adam's lips curled up into a devious smirk. Say, please, and I might agree. Ha ha ha. Adam laughed out loud while patting the old man's shoulder. See, that wasn't so hard. Come now, lead the way. Despite saying that, Adam walked off ahead of him. Albertos could only viciously curse the youth inwardly and follow him. Black horse-drawn carriage speedily moved across the cobblestone streets of the uptown quarter. Inside, Adam and Albertos sat across from one another, but none said a word. The raven-haired youth didn't like Albertos one bit. The latter gave him a very unfriendly vibe. Moreover, the old man had been disrespectful to him on several occasions. Adam didn't feel the need to be on good terms with him. He glanced outside the window, gazing at the beautiful scenery of the posh district he was now in. After entering through the city's west gate, it took them about 30 minutes before they finally arrived at their destination. Amidst the narrow alleys and towering spires, a luxurious three-story manor slowly came into view, its dark silhouette etched against the evening sky bathed in blue and orange. Adam immediately realized that this opulent manor belonged to the Flynn family when he saw their family crest displayed proudly on their large entrance gates. The youth could see an expansive courtyard just beyond the large iron gates. Verdant plants and flowers could be seen growing within. The carriage soon stopped before the towering gates. Without speaking a word, Albertos opened the door and hopped down. Then he gestured for Adam to follow him. Rank 1 magi were guarding the gates to this large manor, catching Adam by slight surprise. He thought to himself, hiring Mana Foundation magi as security guards, how rich. After seeing that it was the loyal retainer of the family, the magi respectfully opened the gates and bowed toward Albertos, making way for him. As he and Adam stepped into the courtyard, the sweet and intoxicating smell of blooming flowers gently assaulted their nostrils, mixed with the faint aroma of old stones and damp earth. Reaching the grand entrance of the manor, Adam saw that there were even more rank 1 magi guarding this place. There must be dozens of Mana Foundation magi constantly patrolling this compound. Is this the might and influence of the patriarch, a Mana Vortex Magus? How fascinating. The doors were opened by the guards, revealing the dimly lit interior of the manor. Velvet drapes, tall arched windows, a grand marble staircase, crystal chandeliers. Adam glanced at everything with curious eyes. I wonder how much this whole place would have cost to construct. Damn it, I should have charged that woman more for those 2 potions, Adam grumbled inwardly. Never seen such opulence, have you? Albertos sneered as he looked at Adam's expression. He then muttered coldly, keep your hands to yourself. I don't wish to find out that things have suddenly gone missing from the manor. Adam looked at Albertos with frosty eyes. However, he didn't reply to him. What's this guy's problem? He thought. The old retainer of the Flynn family guided Adam through a series of twists and turns, and finally arrived at the master bedroom on the 3rd floor of the manor. While on his way here, Adam couldn't help but be dumbfounded by the sheer size of this place. He even had this incredulous thought that there must be more maids and servants living in this house than the Flynn family members themselves. Alberto stood before the massive double doors that were carved with dark wood. Adam could tell that the old man was talking to someone via mind whisper or a similar high-ranked spell. A few moments later, Albertos turned his head around to glance at him and whispered, we will go in now. Be well behaved, boy, and don't cause a ruckus. Adam coldly gazed at him for a few moments before slowly and silently nodding. Heh, Alberto scoffed seeing the youth act so docile. Then he soundlessly opened the double doors and stepped foot inside. Once in, Adam's gaze involuntarily landed on the only 2 people within the room, Elisand Flynn and Brigham Flynn. Adam walked toward the bed and glanced at the old man lying peacefully under the warmth of the quilt. Meanwhile, Elisand got up from the bedside and provided the youth with ample space to carry out his diagnosis. The youth observed the old man's pale face. His cheeks had sunken and there were dark circles under his eyes. Moreover, his breathing was strained, but from time to time it stabilized before soon relapsing. I'm assuming this is the best he's been in the last few weeks, huh? Adam turned around and glanced at Elisand, speaking in a hushed tone. Elisand deeply looked at the youth before nodding. Indeed. Your potions as well as the potions I've bought from other herbalists have stabilized his health for the time being. I see. Adam nodded while stroking his chin. He turned his head and looked back at Brigham Flynn. A few moments later he asked, when did these symptoms start to show? Elisand thought for a moment before replying, close to 2 months now. And ever since then it's been deteriorating. Got it. Adam nodded. Then he rolled up his sleeves up to his elbow and stated, all right, I'm going to perform diagnosis now. But before that, I need you to tell me everything that might be related to his injury, and I mean everything. Elisand hesitated for a few moments before finally agreeing, I understand. As Adam was taking out all the tools and equipment he might require and placing them on the bedside table, he suddenly said, I don't want anyone else to be in the room other than you. Alberto's expression instantly darkened. Even Elisand was slightly taken aback, but she soon replied, if you're worried about Alberto's listening in on. However, she was cut off by Adam. He turned around and glanced at her, flatly stating, my lady, your dog leaves. You Alberto's menacingly stared at the youth. However, before he could speak another word, Elisand waved at him. Please do as he says. The old man was slightly taken aback but complied nonetheless. As you wish, my lady. Before leaving, he cast a deep glance at Adam, causing the latter to coldly chuckle and further taunt him, go on, dog. Alberto's paused in his footsteps, but a moment later, he briskly walked out of the room. After the doors to the rooms were shut, Adam glanced at Elisand and spoke in an extremely solemn manner. Now, tell me everything you know. Adam sat before Elisand and asked her a series of questions. Can you describe the symptoms your father exhibited before losing consciousness? Do you know if he ate, drank, or touched anything unusual in the past few months? Was your father in a particular place or around any specific object when the symptoms started to show? Elisand truthfully answered every question to the best of her knowledge. As the eldest daughter of the family, she would spend the most time with Brigham compared to the rest of her siblings. Thus, she was also the person who was most aware of what the patriarch did or how he spent his time. Adam stroked his chin, deep in thought. So nothing unusual, huh? He would spend most of his time at home practicing mindfulness and rarely go out to handle business. Correct. Elisand nodded. I believe my father hasn't left the city in the last few years. He spends most of his time practicing mindfulness, while our family business is handled mostly by me and my siblings. A brief period of silence ensued as Adam tried to get a clear picture of what might have led to Brigham's current state, and for that he needed to ask more questions. Has your father come in contact with magical artifacts, potions, or other strange items before falling ill? Has he ever mentioned to you about sensing any unusual magical auras or energies? What potions has your father taken since the symptoms began? Also, how is his food and water intake? Finally, is there anything else you can think of that might be related to your father's condition? Once again, Elisand answered all of Adam's questions in great detail. This allowed the latter to form some deductions. However, this made him all the more confused. From the looks of it, it seems unlikely that Lord Flynn has been attacked by an outsider, since he hasn't had any major conflicts with other magi in the past. Then how did he get ill? Could it be that he's just getting old? No, but he's around 400 years old and clearly hasn't reached the end of his lifespan as a rank 3 magus. Could it be his old injuries are acting up, or could it be? Adam's eyes narrowed as he thought of a disturbing possibility, however. He didn't dare voice out his opinion on it. Whatever, I don't wish to be involved in this drama. I'll just do a diagnosis, brew some potions, grab the gold, and leave. He encouraged himself inwardly before getting to his feet and walking toward the bed. Then he gently lifted Brigham's hand. Adam placed his index and middle fingers on Brigham's wrist and gently released multiple threads of mana inside. These mana threads would allow him to directly see the insides of the old magus's body. Elisand watched Adam's actions with rapt focus. The sands of time continued to fall, causing her to get agitated with each passing minute. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Adam opened his eyes and withdrew his hand. What did you find? Elisand asked nervously. Adam exhaled a deep breath as he looked at the anxious middle-aged lady. His lips parted and he slowly stated, toxins. Elisand's pupils constricted and she found herself in a momentary daze. Then, her eyes narrowed as a vicious glint flashed through them. Magus Constantine, are you insinuating? Adam nodded, I'm just saying things as they are. He paused for a moment before adding, I don't want to listen to something that I don't have to. I don't have time to get embroiled in whatever storm's brewing in your house. Elisand's fists involuntarily clenched as she heard the youth's words. If it was as Adam had stated then, it meant that someone was definitely targeting her father, the patriarch of the Flynn family. But the real question was, who? Trying her best to quell the tumultuous waves rising in her heart, she saw Adam walking toward the center of the room and start moving the sofas and table to the sides. Can you cure him? She asked expectantly, her eyes gleaming with hope. Ha, cure? Are you crazy? Adam turned around and looked at her like she was an idiot. I'm a mana liquefaction magus and a grade 2 herbalist, while your father is a whole rank above me. The flame of hope in Elisand's heart seemed to be instantly quelled. She thought to herself, that's right, he's but a rank 2 magus. But Adam's following words reignited that fire within Elisand. I can remove the toxins, though. Then you can wait for Lord Dawson to arrive and fully restore his health. Elisand's eyes widened in disbelief. But didn't you just say? I said I can't cure him, but that doesn't mean I can't remove the poison from his system, said Adam casually. Although I won't be able to brew potions to achieve this effect, I can, however, use a type of ritual magic. Ritual magic, Elisand's eyes narrowed. Whenever she heard about this type of magic, she was involuntarily reminded of the vile and evil practices carried out by dark magi. Don't worry, it's nothing diabolical. Adam waved his hand and assured her. The ritual draws power from nature and other materials that I'll be using. Elisand paused for a few moments before steeling her resolve. All right, we'll do as you say. What do you need? Nothing. I have everything I require, Adam stated. Although he seemed kind-hearted on the surface, he was already devising an expensive receipt in his mind. The following moment, he weaved a series of hand gestures and pointed his palm in front of him. Following that, a bright magic circle lit up, and then a direct portal to the spirit world was formed. A few seconds later, Yavia agilely flew out of the portal. She looked around the large room curiously before her gaze finally landed on the raven-haired youth. Adam, she cheerfully flew toward him and greeted him with a brilliant smile. You seem to be in a good mood today, Adam chuckled. Could it be that you missed me? HMPH. Yavia crossed her arms and pouted in a cute manner. You think too highly of yourself. A smile returned to her rosy face as she continued, anyways, someone wanted to tag along with me today. Adam's eyebrows involuntarily creased together. Someone wanted to what? The next moment, another wood spirit flew out of the portal before it closed. This person greatly resembled Yavia. She first looked around the room with an aloof and indifferent expression. Finally, when her gaze landed on Adam, her lips curled up into a faint smile. When Adam saw who this person was, his eyes widened in shock. Matriarch. Rosalind, the matriarch of the wood spirit village in the spirit world and also Yavia's mother, flew toward Adam with a faint smile. That title is strictly reserved for my clansmen. Adam hurriedly apologized and sincerely bowed. Forgive me, my lady. Hoo-hoo, no need to be so nervous. Rosalind hovered beside her daughter. She looked around the place, wondering just where she had arrived when suddenly her gaze landed on Elisand, who was looking at her with absolute astonishment. Is this your place of abode? She asked flatly. Then, without waiting for the woman's reply, she added, Pardon my sudden intrusion. Of course, she didn't mean what she said. She was just being perfunctory. Eliand, on the other hand, was thunderstruck by Rosalind's sudden appearance inside her manor. From the subtle energy waves emanating from the wood spirit, she was certain that the latter was a very powerful magus, a rank 3 magus. She thought in alarm, wondering what this spirit world creature was suddenly doing here. When she saw the striking resemblance that Rosalind had with Yavia, she guessed their blood related, it seems. While she was deep in thought, Adam glanced at Rosalind and respectfully asked, My lady, what brings you here? Curiosity, Rosalind replied tersely. Adam was at a loss for words. Before he could further inquire, Yavia flew toward him and gently sat on his right shoulder. I spoke to Mother about all the herbalism techniques you taught me, the little wood spirit began. She was very fascinated by them and wanted to see you do it in person. So she tagged along with me this time. That is right, Magus Constantine, Rosalind chimed in. Just ignore my presence. I am but a mere spectator. Adam's lips twitched incessantly as he thought, Ignore your presence. You're a damn rank 3 magus. Are you joking with me? On the other side, when Elisand heard Rosalind's words, her shoulders slouched ever so slightly. She was hoping to ask this mighty wood spirit to help cure her father, but now it seemed that it was completely out of the question. Being a magus one entire rank below her, Rosalind didn't dare to request anything from her. Yavia tightly pinched Adam's cheeks and yelled, Stop daydreaming already. Tell me, what did you call me here for? Adam snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. Yes. We're going to perform a poison extraction ritual. A ritual? Yavia curiously asked with a tilt of the head. That's right. Adam nodded and pointed at Brigham lying unconscious on the bed behind them. Lord Flynn's muscular and cardiovascular systems have been poisoned. It's slowly eating away at his life. We need to get rid of all the toxins. Yavia gasped as she quickly turned her head in Brigham's direction. A rank 3 magus poisoned to such a degree. How is that possible? When Elisand heard this, her fists involuntarily tightened. Her eyes flashed with boundless fury. Just who would dare to poison my father? What do you want me to do? Yavia asked excitedly. She was going to learn yet another new thing today. Nothing for now, said Adam. Let me prepare the ritual first. I need your assistance in the latter parts. Okay, Yavia clenched her fists. Meanwhile, Elisand and Rosalind stood on one side of the room. One had an anxious expression plastered across her face, while the other's eyes were twinkling with curiosity. Adam first grabbed a bundle of sage and rosemary from his earring. He coated them with mana before burning them. Then, he began walking around the room, making sure that the smoke reached every corner. Sage and lavender were normal herbs, but when infused with mana and burnt, the fragrant smoke wafting from them had the property of purifying the space and dispelling any lingering negative energies. Then Adam walked to the center of the room area he had just cleared and started building a type of formation that he had seen in the memories of the expert he had just recently absorbed. First, he took out sun gems and moon rocks. He crushed them into powder and mixed them together. As he drew a large circle on the ground with the powder, he began explaining to Yavia, who was still perched upon his shoulder. The circle is a universal symbol of protection and infinity. It creates a boundary that is intended to keep the negative energies away and contain the positive energies within. That explains the protection part. What about the infinity? Is it because the circle is round with no clear beginning and end? The little wood spirit asked curiously. Indeed. Adam nodded with approval. It symbolizes infinity and the cyclical nature of life and energy. It connects the ritual to the larger forces of the world. After having drawn the circle, Adam began drawing a pentagram inside. The five-pointed star represents the five fundamental elements of the world: earth, air, water, fire, and wood. Adam began. Each point of the pentagram corresponds to one of these elements, emphasizing the balance and harmony among them. Balance and harmony, Yavia repeated the youth's words, her eyes shining with brilliance. After having drawn the complete formation on the ground, Adam got to his feet and dusted his hands. When a pentagram is enclosed within a circle, it combines the protective and unifying aspects of the circle with the elemental and spiritual significance of the pentagram. Adam then arranged the magical ingredients that corresponded to each of the elements and placed them on the 5 points of the pentagram. He scrutinized the ritual formation a few times before finally confirming that everything was in place. All right, half the work is done. The latter half is the crucial one, he said to Yavia. You can count on me, the wood spirit confidently stated. Adam then glanced at Elisand and said, for the next part, we will require Lord Flynn to be placed at the center of the ritual formation. Elisand nodded without hesitation, however. What Adam said next caused her to be dumbfounded. Oh, and he also has to be naked. Despite Elisand's vehement protests, Adam finally convinced her of the fact that it was absolutely imperative for Lord Flynn to be without clothes during the treatment process. But the eldest daughter of the Flynn family only agreed to this on one condition: Lord Flynn was to keep his undergarments on. There was no way she was going to see her father naked. It was simply too embarrassing. Adam had to relent. His treatment procedure would become a little harrowing because the undergarments would cover a few acupuncture points that he aimed to work with, but it wasn't something that he couldn't deal with. After placing Lord Flynn at the center of the formation, Adam looked toward Rosalind and humbly asked, My lady, might I make a request? Go ahead, said the Wood Spirit clan leader. Is it possible for you to tranquilize Lord Flynn here? I don't want him to abruptly wake up in the middle of the ritual and disturb the whole process. Rosalind glanced at Adam and asked flatly, Do you not have a strong sedative? I do, but I'm afraid it won't affect him. Adam smiled wryly. Rosalind nodded before she conjured a small vial and threw it at Adam. The youth caught the item and noticed that it was barely the size of his nail. There was sparkling dust inside that shimmered with an ethereal light. Sprinkle just a little bit in his nostrils. If you use too much, he might die, Rosalind warned. Elisand's eyes widened as she panicked. Die, just what the hell is that dust? What is he planning to do with father? Seeing the nervousness on Elisand's face, Adam assured her. Don't worry, this is to ensure that your father feels the least amount of pain as possible. Pain, Elisand blurted out. Just what are you planning to do with him? Trust me, Adam smiled amiably. I'm a professional. However, that smile resembled anything but assuring in Elisand's eyes. She couldn't help but wonder if she had made a mistake calling Adam here. Adam then focused on Brigham, who was now lying down at the center of the ritual formation in a T-pose. Then he weaved a series of hand gestures that caused the formation to light up and the materials on each of the 5 points to burn brightly. The youth then took out over a dozen acupuncture needles from his earring. Yavia, purify these please. Got it. The little wood spirit solemnly muttered. She bounced off of the youth's shoulder and hovered before his palms that were holding the needles. Then she covered them with her wood elemental mana. After a few minutes, she stopped after Adam's instructions. When I pierce his flesh with the needles, I need you to immediately heal those areas, okay? Adam said with a serious expression. But here's the thing. Don't heal it completely. Leave some space for the toxins to be extracted. This will require great concentration and accuracy from you. Yavia clenched her fists and nodded. Leave it to me. All right then. Adam stood over Brigham's body and coated the needle in his hand with his pristine white mana. Then he hurled it toward the old man's acupuncture points. Seeing this, Elisand couldn't help but yelp in alarm. What are you doing? She was about to step forward but was immediately stopped by Rosalind. Let him continue. But the lady protested but immediately quieted down when the wood spirit matriarch began speaking. All living beings, whether they are creatures from the spirit world or the material world, have a set of primary meridians and extraordinary meridians inside their bodies. You mean to say Elisan glanced at the wood spirit in shock? Yes, Rosalind nodded. Although the locations of these meridians are different in all species, I can tell that the young man is accurately piercing the needles in your father's meridians. But wouldn't that severely harm my father? Elisan couldn't help but voice out her concerns. Not if the herbalist in question has high accuracy. Rosalind's lips curled up into a smirk. You see, human, the art of herbalism doesn't care for sophisticated techniques, so what if the methods are crude? As long as it is efficient and gets the job done, all is good. On the other side, atop the ritual formation, Adam had already pierced the needles in Brigham's vital meridians. Meanwhile, Yavia was healing these points with rapt focus, leaving just enough space for the toxins to seep out. In a human, these 12 primary meridians are related to a person's life force, whereas these 8 extraordinary meridians are connected to the mana channels, Adam explained to Yavia as he pointed at several locations. Of course, a wood spirit's anatomy is vastly different from a human's, so you have to do thorough research before you even think of implementing this technique in the future. Yavia nodded her head from time to time, memorizing everything Adam had just said. Seeing Brigham's almost naked body covered in needles and blood, she couldn't help but frown. What now, Adam? Why isn't the poison coming out? She asked. Hee, you have to force it to come out, Adam chuckled. Now watch closely. The next moment, Adam weaved another series of hand signs. This time, the process was lengthy and extremely complicated. Yavia did her best to study the hand movements that had now turned into a blur. Almost about a minute later, the youth finished the physical component. Then the ingredients that were burning on the 5 points of the pentagram turned into molten liquid and slithered their way along the formation lines and into Brigham's body. Brigham's body intensely twitched when the liquid from the 5 magical ingredients seeped inside his body. Seeing her father violently convulse on the ground, Elisan's eyes turned teary. She really wanted to step forward and stop everything this instant. But the rank 3 magus hovering before her prevented her from doing so. It almost felt as if this wood spirit was curiously watching a new herbalism technique being experimented on a live specimen. After the molten liquid had entered Brigham's body, Adam's pupils constricted. He coated his palms in mana and pressed them against the ground. Following that, the ritual formation lit up with an even more blinding light, greedily sucking the ambient energy from the surrounding and forcing the toxins out of Brigham's body. Finally, after a few moments, black poison started to gush out from the tiny holes on the old man's body caused by the acupuncture points. Adam's voice turned solemn, and he loudly instructed, Yavia, now. A dark gooey substance exuding a venomous aura started to seep out from the holes as the ritual formation lit up with a radiant light. Instead of flowing outward, it reached out for the ceiling of the room. The ritual was designed in such a way that it gathered the energy from the surroundings and forcefully extracted the poison from the patient's body. Brigham's body once again began to violently twitch as the toxins were extracted from him. However, he remained unconscious due to the tranquilizer that Rosalind had provided. From this, one could assume just how strong the drug was. Yavia levitated above Brigham's body as she glanced at the black gelatin-like substance hovering before her. She made an extremely disgusted face and stated, Adam, you want me to touch that? Cover it with your mana and take it out of the circle. This venom is parasitic. If we let it remain inside the circle, it will make its way back to the host. Adam spoke in an urgent tone. Parasitic. Yavia gasped in shock. But if I touch it, won't it cling to me? No, your mana attribute is of the wood element. You'll be just fine, trust me. If he hadn't been occupied with controlling the ritual formation, he would have done it himself as his mana attribute was a mixture of the 5 fundamental elements and was extremely pure in nature. However, he had his hands full at the moment and could only depend on the wood spirit. Despite Adam's assurance, Yavia still hesitated. But right at the moment, Rosalind's calm and soothing voice entered her ears. Don't worry, my child. Nothing will go awry in my presence. At once, all of Yavia's worries seemed to have vanished. Then she began blaming herself for even hesitating in the first place. Stealing her resolve, she flew forward and covered the black substance with her mana. She carried as much as she could before flying out of the circle and dropping it to the ground. Upon dropping to the ground, the black substance squirmed in agony. It had lost its host and now had nowhere to go. It could not sustain itself any longer and continued to reach toward Brigham, but the ritual circle prevented it from doing so. Yavia continued to carry the poison with her mana and dropped it out of the circle. After several rounds, all the poison in Brigham's body had been extracted. Good job. Adam praised Yavia before adding, now heal those acupuncture wounds and the treatment will be concluded. Yes, the little wood spirit nodded her head vigorously. Meanwhile, Elisan walked over to the black poison that seemed to have a life of its own and watched it with shock. This was inside father for all this while. Despite her standing close to the poison, it didn't seem to approach her at all. Instead, it continued to reach out to Brigham, but due to the ritual formation was completely unable to. Rosalind flew over and examined it with curious eyes. How fascinating. My lady, do you know what this is? Elisande asked with lingering fear. It seems to be a parasitic poison from the material world, said Rosalind, but what kind I'm not so sure. She then glanced at Adam and Yavia, who were busy healing Brigham, and muttered, perhaps the young man may have an answer. After more than 10 minutes, Yavia had finally finished healing the patriarch of the Flynn family. Compared to before, the old man looked much better. It was almost as if he had become dozens of years younger. Making sure that Yavia was done with the treatment, Adam retrieved his hands from the ground and stopped powering the ritual formation. Immediately after, the black poison sensed that nothing was obstructing its way anymore and rushed toward the slumbering old man with unmatched ferocity. But before it could move even an inch, Rosalind waved her hand and shot a ray of mana toward it, instantly holding it down in place. Very fascinating, Rosalind mumbled as she flew closer to the poison. Magus Constantine, I'm sure you know what this is. Would you care to explain? Of course, my lady, Adam replied respectfully as he walked toward her. Darkroot hemlock is a parasitic poison that is extracted from the roots of the darkroot tree. Darkroot tree, Elisande exclaimed in shock. If I recall correctly, it is a type of tree grown in areas that have an abundance of dark mana, is it not? Well, yes and no, Adam began explaining. Mana itself has no attribute, however. Its surroundings can cause it to change its quality. Similar to how emotions affect the mana in a place, the type of magi gathering at an area for long durations of time can also transform the quality of mana. Elisande's heart sank as she deduced. Are you saying that the dark tree usually grows in places that are infested with practitioners of dark magic? Precisely. Adam nodded. The darkroot hemlock is extracted from the essence of this tree root. When it is introduced into the victim's body, it manifests as a parasitic entity that begins feeding on the host's life force and mana. Elisande's eyes involuntarily shifted to her father, who was now sleeping peacefully on the floor. His breathing was stable and color had returned to his once pale face. But such a strong poison, why didn't any of us come to know about it before? She asked with an expression filled with sorrow and anger. See, that's the thing with this type of parasitic poison. Neither the host nor the people around them realize until it's at the latter stages, replied Adam with a solemn expression. He paused for a moment as he gazed into Elisande's eyes. And there's one more thing. What is it? Elisande asked as a foreboding feeling welled up in her heart. Adam took a deep breath and said, the amount of poison that was inside his body, I'm certain that Lord Brigham has ingested it over a long period of time, several years maybe. What? Elisande blurted out in shock. That's impossible. Why would he knowingly consume a poison like this? Are you out of your mind? But what if he didn't know? Adam's eyes narrowed. What if someone fed it to him? Elisande's eyes widened in disbelief, and her body trembled ever so slightly. But the next moment, her eyes flashed with rage and she spat through gritted teeth. Magus Constantine, are you accusing someone from the... whatever, I don't want to hear it. Adam waved his hand in a bored manner and cut her off. He glanced at the lady with a deadpan expression and added, I already told you, didn't I? I don't want to listen to something I don't have to. Just the thought of there being an enemy within the walls of her own house caused her heart to turn cold. The images of all her siblings and other family members flashed in her mind, but she still couldn't figure out just who the culprit could possibly be. While Elisande's mind was a mess, Adam walked past her and crouched before the spot where the black poison had been restrained by Rosalind's magic. My lady, would you like to take some samples back with you for research? Yes, sure. Rosalind nodded. She watched the raven-haired youth scoop the parasitic poison into 2 separate glass jars. She couldn't help but ask, the ritual you held was very unconventional. Just where did you learn about all that? Haha, of course, I learned it from my mentor back in the Southern Federation. Adam fluently lied through his teeth. Well, I must commend him then. He must be a splendid herbalist, Rosalind praised sincerely. And from the looks of it, he's managed to raise another one just like him. After scooping up all the poison and ensuring that none was left behind, he kept 1 glass jar inside the earring and humbly gave the other one to the wood spirit matriarch. Rosalind kept the glass jar away inside her space-type storage artifact. She then asked with a faint smile, what would you like in return? Heh, thought you'd never ask. Adam was waiting for this opportunity. He pretended to hesitate for a few moments before finally asking, my lady, if it's not too much, could you provide me with some herbs and ingredients exclusively grown in your village? I would gladly take whatever you think is equivalent to the sample of blackroot hemlock in your possession. Very well, Rosalind agreed readily. I'll have Yavia bring it over the next time you summon her. Then she waved her hand, causing a small tear in the space before her, forming a direct portal to the spirit world. She glanced at Adam and nodded. Farewell, Magus. Adam bowed sincerely. Safe travels, my lady. Yavia flew around the youth cheerfully and bade her goodbyes before entering the portal to the spirit world with her mother. After the tear in the space had mended itself back, Adam turned his attention back to Elisande, who was still rooted on the spot, her face riddled with countless emotions. Ahem. Adam coughed loudly, snapping her out of her thoughts. Lord Flynn should be awake in about 6 hours, give or take, don't worry about it. Adam nonchalantly waved his hand. He'll recover on his own in a few weeks, and within a month he'll be back at full strength. Of course, if Lord Dawson brews him a potion, he'll recover in a few days. Elisande nodded with a blank look on her face. Myriad thoughts were causing a tumultuous storm inside her mind. A few moments later, she glanced at the youth and asked, "About your fee, whatever it is, I will be more than willing to pay it. This is the least I can do." Heh. Adam's lips slowly curled up into a wide grin. East Wing, Saratoga Castle. Night had already fallen, and it had been a few hours since Adam had returned to his dorm room. The youth was sitting on the high back leather couch in front of the fireplace in an extremely happy mood. Why wouldn't he be happy? Just a little while ago, he had made more money than he ever had in his whole life. The clinking sound of metal gently striking each other echoed within his dorm room as both Valerian and Adam counted the gold coins with great relish. "Little Val, have you finished counting that pile?" Adam asked with a brilliant smile. Brother, the little guy lazily lay atop a heap of Acadian gold and replied with a drunken smile, "I lost count after 800-something. Ha ha ha." Adam burst into laughter as he continued to count the other pile in front of him. A few minutes later, he nodded. "All right, this is exactly 2,000 gold coins." He then looked over at his dear familiar and chuckled. "There should be another 1,000 coins in your pile. Count it properly and safe, keep it for me." "For you," Valerian's topaz eyes narrowed. "What is that supposed to mean? You promised me that a third of everything would belong to me." "Actually, now that I think about it, half of everything should be rightfully mine. I will rightfully beat the daylights out of you." Adam glared. "Don't be too greedy or I'll take your share as well. MYU. Valerian hissed menacingly, but it seemed very adorable in Adam's eyes. The next moment, the young dragon took out gold-rimmed glasses from the leather satchel on the table and wore them. Then he started to gracefully count his share of the coins. Seeing such a bizarre scene, Adam's lips twitched. This idiot, when did he become so sophisticated? Is this the opulent aura of a dragon? He shook his head and got rid of such amusing thoughts. Glancing at the rolled parchment paper lying beside the heap of gold coins, his expression turned solemn. "I've already written down my request regarding the textbooks on rune magic. Now I just need to send it to the handler." The next moment, he weaved a series of complex hand signs. Following that, the space before him suddenly saturated. It distorted into weird shapes until finally a portal to the spirit world was formed. And out of this portal flew out a majestic owl. The white owl landed on the table and glanced at Adam with its intelligent eyes. This was a special type of spirit world creature that the members of the Brotherhood used to communicate with one another. It was the safest and fastest mode of communication. Adam grabbed the rolled parchment paper and presented it to the owl. The coordinates are already written on the outside. The owl glanced at the sequence of numbers written on the paper. Then he cast one final glance at Adam before silently flying back into the portal. Seeing the owl dive into the depths of the unknown, Adam couldn't help but sigh. "I truly hope they have books about runes." Nestled at the foot of the majestic Saratoga Castle, the Marion Lake reflected its towering spires, turrets, and ancient stone walls, creating a picturesque and hauntingly mesmerizing scene. As evening approached, the mystical lake took on a somber tone. The rays of the setting sun bathed the waters in colors of pink and orange. Occasionally, giant tentacles of an underwater magical creature would break the surface before disappearing back into the depths of the lake. Seeing such a scene, Adam was taken aback. "Did you see that?" Danley, who was walking beside him, looked in the direction the youth was pointing toward and asked in puzzlement, "See what?" "I saw a giant tentacle waving at me," said Adam incredulously. "A tentacle?" Danley asked with a raise of his eyebrow. There is something like that here. There have been various reports of students seeing tentacles come out of the surface of the lake. So what is it?" Adam asked curiously. "An octopus. No one knows." Danley shrugged. "Could even be a squid or a cuttlefish." Adam was speechless. "What the heck? No one knows what that creature is. How strange." "Anyway, what did you want to talk to me so urgently about?" Danley asked as he glanced at the youth. Adam first sensed the perimeter through his sphere of resonance. After making sure that no one was around, he whispered in a solemn tone, "I've found clues to a possible cult in Ravenfell." Danley's pupils constricted. He hurriedly waved hand signs and erected a formless barrier around them, one that would prevent any sound from leaking out. Seeing this, Adam's lips twitched. "This guy seems to be even more cautious than I am. That's good." After setting up the barrier, Danley stood on the spot and asked with an extremely serious tone, "Is it related to our mission?" "It's unlikely," said Adam as he pondered over it for a few moments, "but it's still a lead. I believe we should check it out." "Tell me more about it," Danley stated, his brows gradually creasing together. Adam nodded before recounting the details of the intel that Rowan had gathered. After he finished explaining everything, Danley was shocked. You visited the slums of Corvid and even hired an informant. What the heck? Why are you looking at me like that? Adam made a strange face. Don't tell me that it never crossed your mind to recruit an informant. No, not that. Danley shook his head. I do have informants in a few of the noble households in the city. It's just that I've never thought of gathering any intel related to our mission from the slums. Heh, Adam sneered. Beneath you, huh? Of course, Danley replied with a straight face. Why would someone like me ever visit a lowly place like that? Adam was dumbfounded. Look at this damn princess, should I just beat him? So the children of the Red God, eh? Danley stroked his chin as he gazed at the calm surface of the lake. I must say, it's a pretty catchy name. Hee indeed, Adam chuckled. It's got a pretty good backstory as well. A former beggar had a vision of an ancient entity called the Red God who promised him salvation and prosperity. Danley asked with raised eyebrows. It's either real or a very elaborately cooked tale. I'm more inclined to believe the latter, said Adam. He glanced at Danley and added, let's check it out. Either way, hoax or not, I'm going to deal with that beggar. Oh, Danley was intrigued. Are you telling me you can't stand those poor people being taken advantage of? Adam, I didn't expect you to be that type of hero. Heh, Adam's lips curled up into a smirk and he joked. Bastard, did you forget? I am the Black Vengeance. He then turned around and sauntered back toward the castle. Let's leave in 3 hours. Within an unknown cavern that exuded an atmosphere of foreboding and mystery, the air was thick with tension and a palpable sense of unease. Its vast expanse was shrouded in darkness. Its cavern walls, rough and jagged, were covered in rough patches of phosphorescent fungi, emitting a ghostly glow and casting eerie shadows on the ground. In the center of the cavern stood a large stone altar covered with mysterious items, dark crystals, bottles of blood, ancient scrolls, and ritualistic tools. A small group of hooded figures stood around the altar, their faces hidden deep in the shadows of their hood. Their robes were dark, blending seamlessly with the surrounding gloom. These figures spoke in hushed tones, their cold whispers echoing off the cavern's walls. So our plan failed in the end. I didn't expect there to be such a sudden development. There was a brief period of silence in the cavern before one of the hooded figures spoke. Shall we send a few people to deal with Brigham Flynn? No, that would be unwise. A wounded tiger is still a tiger. We cannot risk it. Even after we did so much to lure out the Herbalist Guild's leader, we still failed. Who would have thought that a mere rank 2 magus would be able to deal with the Blackroot Hemlock? These hooded figures were exasperated by the fact that their plans had been foiled by the sudden involvement of this magus, who came out of nowhere. They had meticulously made arrangements for the assassination of the patriarch of the Flynn family for years, so much so that they even manipulated Lord Dawson into leaving the city so that no one would be able to cure the patriarch. But at the final stages, a young magus had ruined their plans. Who is this kid? Do we know anything about him other than the fact that he's a grade 2 herbalist of the guild? He's a foreigner and a graduate student of Saratoga Castle. Foreigner? Where from? Do we have information about the whereabouts of his family members? Forget about it. He's come to the Empire from all the way beyond the Murky Mountains. I see. Another round of silence ensued before a hooded figure spoke in a frosty voice. Since this magus has dared to thwart our objective, we must deal with him. Send an assassin after him, no. Send 2 just to be safe. Adam Constantine must die. Rowan walked through the narrow and winding alleys of the slums in the Corvid Quarter, his eyes sharp and wary. Is my lord finally going to take action tonight? He thought. The previous day Adam had instructed him to follow the other believers of the Red God and visit their hideout. However, he didn't understand why he had to get involved in it. Whatever it is, I hope I don't get caught in the conflict. I'm sure Lord Constantine wouldn't put me in danger. Yeah, I think. No, I must think positively. Rowan couldn't help but nervously gulp when he recalled the flippant attitude of the lord he served. But in the end, he decided to put his faith in the youth. After all, he owed a great deal to Adam and was truly loyal to him. The alleys were barely wide for a person to walk through. Dirty waters trickled through the gutters, creating a nauseating and treacherous path. Everywhere he looked, he could see makeshift shelters pieced together from scraps. Torn fabrics were used as doors and windows, fluttering fragilely in the occasional breeze. The buildings leaned precariously as if a gust of wind could effortlessly topple them. Seeing such a scene, Rowan couldn't help but sigh. I'm truly fortunate to have met him. My wife is now healthy, my children don't have to sleep on empty stomachs, and we live in a decent apartment in a safe neighborhood. Thinking of how drastically his life had changed, Rowan's eyes flashed with resolve and he quickened his steps. I can't see my lord, but I'm sure he's following me. I must do my best. He navigated through the maze of alleys with great familiarity. He made sure to avoid the dangerous paths where thieves and cutthroats hid in the shadows. Along the way, he exchanged brief nods with people he was familiar with. Soon, he saw a mural of graffiti depicting a red sun. The symbol of the Red God, he confirmed inwardly, knowing that he was on the right path. He saw more and more similar inconspicuous graffitis that guided him deeper into the depths of the slums, toward his destination. Finally, after about 20 minutes, Rowan arrived before a dilapidated building, its entrance concealed behind a stack of old wooden crates and tattered blankets. A man standing by the entrance of the building squinted his eyes as he gazed at him. "Rowan, is that you?" "Kilroy, yes, it's me." Rowan smiled amicably. Kilroy, the middle-aged bald man wearing tattered robes, glanced at him and asked suspiciously, "I heard from a few people that you moved to Slate with your family. What are you doing here?" Rowan had predicted that he would be asked a similar question, so he had already prepared an answer before coming here. "The fact that I could strike fortune is all because of the benevolence of the Red God. Before, I was a non-believer, but now," Rowan sighed emotionally, "I have come to pay my gratitude." Hearing his answers, Kilroy was ecstatic. "The Red God has truly blessed you, my friend. Priest Kali will be deeply happy to have you at the gathering." Rowan's lips twitched as he thought, he's calling himself a priest now. After making some small talk with the bald man, Rowan soon entered the building. It led to a narrow, dimly lit passage. The walls were close and damp, and the air smelled of mold and decay. At the end of the passageway stood a wooden door guarded by yet another man wearing tattered robes. He glanced at Rowan before gesturing him to enter. Rowan's heartbeat quickened with every step he took. He was deep inside the territory of the children of the Red God, but knowing that Adam was nearby gave him courage. He took a deep breath and entered. Inside, the hideout was a stark contrast to the squalor outside. The room was lit by flickering candles and oil lamps, casting a warm and gentle glow. A large number of slum dwellers, about 36 of them, sat on the ground. All of them were looking toward a figure standing on the other side of the room. When Rowan's gaze fell on this person, he involuntarily gulped. "It's him." He silently took a seat on the ground, nestled between other people toward the back. He wanted to draw the least attention as possible. However, some people who recognized him couldn't help but gawk at him in shock. Much like the bald man at the entrance of the building, they found it surprising for Rowan to come here despite already having moved out of the slums. "Damn it," he cursed inwardly, but thankfully the figure standing before them only glanced at him momentarily before continuing to speak. This old man had a receding hairline full of white hair. He was clean-shaven and looked kind and amiable. His brown eyes twinkled with gentleness and hope. Wearing tattered hemp robes, he glanced at all the people sitting before him and smiled. "Once again, I bring you a message from the divine. Our benevolent deity, the Red God, watches over us, his children with benevolent eyes, eager to bless those who show unwavering faith and devotion." This man, Kali, was so articulate and had such charisma that Rowan couldn't help but be shocked. If he hadn't been learned and experienced in life, he would have given in to the promise of hope and devoted himself to the Red God without hesitation. "But as you know, blessings do not come without sacrifice," Kali continued. "The Red God has spoken to me, revealing that a great upheaval will be soon upon us." The old man spoke with great passion and fervor as he raised his hands and clenched his fists. "Only those who prove their loyalty and devotion will be spared from the coming darkness." Hearing his words, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in fear. Some even started to cry, while others clasped their hands and desperately prayed to this mysterious entity. Kali's brown eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he spread his hands and proclaimed, "The Red God has never once asked anything of you except your devotion." He paused for a moment before loudly stating, "But now the time has come. My brothers and sisters, I humbly urge you to demonstrate your faith for the chaos that is about to. It is imperative that you contribute to the sacred cause." "Contribute, but we barely have anything, Priest Kali. How can we?" As the crowd voiced out their opinions one by one, Kali interrupted them with a kind smile. "My brothers and sisters, your offering, whether they be copper coins, breadcrumbs, or even scraps and metals, will be used to build a sanctuary." Hearing his words, some of the people couldn't help but get teary-eyed. Kali continued with the same gentle tone, "Our sanctuary will be a beacon of hope and protection in this chaotic city." He paused for a moment and noticed that he had gripped everyone's attention. Then he added, "By giving whatever you can, you not only secure your place in the grace of the Red God, but also ensure the safety and prosperity of your loved ones. Remember, the more you give, the more you shall receive. The Red God sees all, knows all, and rewards those who show true commitment. Your sacrifices will not go unnoticed. Those who contribute generously will receive divine blessings and protection beyond measure." Hearing his words, the people present felt a passionate feeling course through their veins. If earlier they were hesitant, now they were completely convinced. Why wouldn't they be? After all, they only had to sacrifice material things in return for the promise of divine blessing. Kali's speech tapped into their psychological and emotional triggers such as fear, hope, and most importantly, the desire for security. For these people who had never seen the light of the day in the dark lives they lived in the slums, the name of the Red God brought them a ray of hope. It let them see a way to a brighter and better future. At once, these people got to their feet and surrounded Kali, enthusiastically asking him about how they could contribute toward the sanctuary that he spoke of. Seeing such an incredulous scene, Rowan was greatly taken aback. He couldn't believe that these people would fall for something like this. But in hindsight, he could understand their motives. Perhaps, if it wasn't for the experiences that he had experienced since childhood, he too would be very susceptible to others' words. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say to himself, "They say the grass is greener on the other side, but little do they. The grass is greener where you water it." Suddenly, amidst the loud clamor, a deep sigh was heard that echoed all around the room. When the people present heard this, their eyelids slowly started to feel heavy. Drowsiness gradually took hold of them before they finally fell to the ground and went into deep slumber. Everybody inside the room except for Kali and Rowan was knocked out unconscious. What is happening?" Kali shrieked in fear as he saw the people drop to the ground one by one. His back was drenched in cold sweat as he witnessed this ridiculous scene. His eyes then fell on Rowan, who was the only person other than him standing at the moment, and asked, "Is this your doing? What do you want?" Rowan remained silent as he gazed at this old man, his eyes carrying anger and contempt. "Don't you feel any remorse taking things from these people who already have nothing to their names?" Kali's eyes widened in shock, but he soon found his composure. "That's ridiculous." He then looked around at all the people peacefully sleeping on the ground before asking in fear, Did you do this?" "Not me," Rowan said flatly before pointing behind the old man, him. Kali hurriedly turned around and his gaze landed on two figures, a human and an elf, dressed in black, standing a few meters behind him. Who are you?" Kali's legs lost their strength and he fell to the ground. The red god, was it? Adam stepped forward, clasping his hands behind his back. "You sure are creative, you old bastard." "See, creative," Kali stuttered. The red god is real. I'm not making things up." Slap. Adam squatted on the ground before giving the old man a tight slap across his face. Seeing blood and teeth splatter on the ground, he smiled kindly. Old bastard, are you sure you're not making things up?" Kali coughed out a mouthful of blood as he glanced at Adam in absolute fear. I am not making this up." Slap. Think again." The smile on Adam's face bloomed like the flowers in the spring season. Seeing such a kind and amiable smile on Adam's face while he was beating the lights out of Kali caused Rowan to tremble. This was a side of Adam that he had never seen before. He couldn't help but scream inwardly, "No matter what, I must never piss my lord off." Quack. Kali spat out another mouth full of blood and teeth. He weakly lay on the ground and gazed at Adam. Please, forgive me." Adam was about to raise his hand and slap him again, but Danley stopped him. "You're going to kill him at this rate," he said. "Oh, but I intend to." Adam glanced at the elf and spoke matter-of-factly. Danley couldn't help but shake his head. He then looked at Kali and stated, "You hear that? If you don't wish to die, then speak the truth. I promise to let you go if you do so." Why you promise?" Kali asked with hopeful eyes. Danley simply nodded. After that, under the fear of death, Kali decided to come clean. It turned out that this was all a scam. The old man wanted to deceive these poor and hopeless people into giving him money so that he could sustain his own luxurious life. There was no red god. It was simply a product of Kali's creativity and imagination. Tusk, what a waste of time. Danley shook his head and walked out of the room. On his way out, he stopped by Rowan and asked, "You're Adam's informant?" Rowan snapped out of his daze and hurriedly bowed. "That is right, my lord." "Good job." Danley nodded ever so slightly before leaving the room. Meanwhile, Kali looked at Adam with pleading eyes. "I've told you the truth now. Please let me go. You promised me." Adam sneered. "I didn't promise you anything." He then looked over at Rowan and instructed, "Close your eyes and pretend to be asleep like the rest. You don't want to see this. When all this is done, I want you to leave with the rest of the people without raising any suspicions." "Why, yes," Rowan nervously replied before closing his eyes and lying on the ground. What he heard next sent chills down his spine. After about 10 minutes, the people in the room slowly started to wake up. They were disoriented and puzzled, wondering why they had suddenly passed out. Rowan too pretended to wake up at this moment. Suddenly, he heard the blood-curdling screams of the people at the front. He hurriedly turned his gaze in that direction, and what he witnessed made him want to immediately puke. Kali's corpse lay lifelessly with his cold back pressed against the wall. On the wall above him, a simple word was written in Icaros. Moreover, it was written in blood, Kali's blood. It read, "Swindler." The twin moons, Selene and Luna, cast an ethereal glow over the city of Ravenfell. While most of the city slept, a certain area in the slums of Corvid witnessed a scene of sudden commotion. From the dilapidated building that served as the secret hideout of the children of the Red God, dozens of people scrambled out of it, their faces riddled with fear, anxiousness, and panic. They had just witnessed a very gory scene, after all. The man they believed to be the herald of the Red God was found dead and branded a swindler. These people's minds were a mess at the moment. All they could think of was to escape the place. They didn't know if the entire thing was a scam, or if the Red God was a legit entity and punished Kali for using his name. All they cared about was their lives. Adam and Danley stood on the rooftop of a nearby building, watching this spectacle unfold with calm eyes. "What are we waiting for?" Danley asked, his expression that of discomfort. let's leave already. I can't stand the stench in this place. One moment, said Adam as he watched the crowd frantically depart from the building. Finally, his gaze landed on Rowan, who had just made it out. He looked around in panic before choosing a safe path and running away from this mess. After ensuring that the man had safely left the place, Adam glanced at Danley and stated, Rowan is a very useful man. And what about him? Danley asked with a raised eyebrow. When I'm away from Ravenfell, you can instruct him to gather intel from around Corvid and deliver it to you, said Adam with a meaningful smile. Ah, I see, Danley nodded. Suddenly he asked, you seem to hold that human in high regard. Why is that so? Adam chuckled. He's a man who's trying his best to navigate the ups and downs of life with a clear conscience. I admire that about him. Such people are hard to come by. He paused for a moment before adding, besides, he's quite well educated. I'm guessing he used to be a wealthy merchant or even an aristocrat in the past, but due to various reasons, he's been reduced to what he is today. If guided properly, he could become a valuable asset. Danley deeply looked at the raven-haired youth for a few moments. He then sighed, Adam, you shouldn't get too attached to mortals. They are fragile creatures with short lifespans. A blink of an eye for us is decades for them. Adam remained silent for a long time before nodding. Yeah, you're right. Good that you understand. Danley faintly smiled. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Suddenly he recalled something and added, by the way, I'm holding a soiree at my house this coming weekend. A lot of prominent nobles and magi of Ravenfell will be attending. Before he could even finish, Adam waved his hand and cut him off. Get lost. You know, I'm not interested in socializing and all that crap. Veins bulged on the side of Danley's forehead and he spat through gritted teeth. You ugly bastard. You don't wish to network with other magi in the city. Do you just want to spend the rest of your life cooped up in your laboratory and brew potions? Tusk. Adam made an annoyed face. Must I really come? HMPH. Danley snorted. You don't have an option. I'll have someone send the official invitation to your dorm room in the coming days. One more thing, you have to be in proper attire. With that said, he turned around and vaulted across rooftops, gradually leaving the slums. Seeing the elves departing back, Adam couldn't help but sigh. A formal party. What a dream. Now that all the people had evacuated from the building, the place suddenly quieted down. Adam then gazed in a particular direction. It was the territory of the Red Fists. This was a small-time gang before, but now it seemed that it was under the management of a rank 1 magus. Currently, there was a turf war going on between the Red Fists and the Black Blades. The Red Fists, huh? Adam thought to himself. I doubt there's a chance of this gang being connected to the Cult of the Bones. Should I check them out as well? He stood at the top of the building for a long time thinking of his next decision. A gust of wind blew, causing his cape to gently flutter behind him. With the twin moons in the backdrop, the lone figure of Adam standing on the rooftop looked very mysterious. Finally, he shook his head and sighed. Forget it. I've already caused such a ruckus by killing that fake priest today. Dealing with the Red Fists will be a little too much. If the Cult of Bones really does have a presence in Corvid, they might be alarmed by my actions. It will become more difficult to track them in the future. I shouldn't recklessly rush into things. I'll be patient with this one. Besides, I don't have to stick my nose in every little crime that happens in Corvid. He cast one final glance in the direction of the Red Fist's territory before turning around and disappearing into the night. In a certain alley in Corvid, the members of the gang, Black Blades, lay dead on the cobblestoned asphalt. Blood formed into streams and flowed through the alley, making for a very grotesque and horrifying scene. The gang members of the Red Fist triumphantly stood over the corpses of their rival gang. With the deaths of these last few gang members, the bosky neighborhood was fully under their control now. A middle-aged man with a scar running diagonally across his face walked toward the depth of this shadowy alley. This was the leader of the Red Fists, a rank 1 magus, Hardy Clay. This muscular man with brown hair and a thick brown beard walked toward the end of the alley and suddenly knelt down, his eyes flashing with great terror. The following moment, a black hooded figure materialized before Hardy. This figure's face was concealed in the shadows of his hood. Moreover, there was the stench of rot and decay naturally emanating from him, making Hardy feel like he was in the presence of a living corpse. The figure eerily muttered in a raspy and guttural voice, "Good, good." Hardy nervously gulped. "My lord, what are your next orders?" The hooded figure cackled ominously before speaking. "Souls must be harvested. Begin abducting the slum dwellers, but don't be too conspicuous or else you will face the consequences." Hardy's body shuddered in fear and he solemnly nodded. "By your will." "Leave," the hooded figure ordered. After the gang leader left, only the hooded figure was left alone in the darkness of the alley. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked into the far distance in a particular direction. This was exactly the place where Adam had been a few minutes before. The figure's lips parted and he coldly chuckled, although it was a gamble. The smokescreen worked in the end. Grand Library, Saratoga Castle, located in a secluded corner of this vast library, was one of the many study rooms available for the students to utilize. Of course, because of the large demand, one had to book the room in advance. Adam was currently inside this study room, watching his 3 students with a solemn expression. He was currently seeing their progress in the assignment he had given them. As the 3 students continued to count down from 100, the enchanted gas lamp that hovered right below the ceiling bathed them in a warm and gentle glow. The walls here were lined with tall wooden bookshelves, filled with ancient tomes and rolled parchment papers. Each shelf exuded an aura of scholarly chaos. A large, intricately carved oak table stood at the center of the room, surrounded by 4 high-backed chairs. Art, Eleni, and Aiden occupied 3 of them, while Adam stood behind the last one. After about 10 minutes, the 3 young magi opened their eyes. Their faces were serene and their pupils twinkled with brilliance. "Well done," Adam nodded. "You have met my expectations." "Very good," Adam sincerely praised. "The key to practicing mindfulness is having a mind as calm as the bottom of an ancient well." Art suddenly thought of something and asked mischievously, Professor, how did you know we were able to count from 100 to 0 thrice in a row? For all you know, we could have lied." Eleni and Aiden also looked toward Adam for an answer. This was a valid question, after all. Unless Adam could read their mind, he wouldn't have had any way of knowing if they really counted down thrice in a row without getting distracted. Adam's lips curled up into a smirk as he began his lecture. "You see, my foolish students, our brains produce subtle electrical impulses for particular activities we are involved in and create specific states of consciousness." The 3 kids hurriedly started jotting down notes on their grimoires. Seeing this, Adam slowed down a little, waiting for them to catch up. "This is how we perceive energy beyond our primary senses," he concluded, "through the brainwave states, which can be divided into 5 categories. "What are the 5 brainwave states?" Eleni asked curiously. "Before I get to that, let me first teach you about what energy truly is," Adam replied. "Pay close attention." The children solemnly nodded their heads, their quills ready to dance across the pages of the grimoires. Adam recalled the memories of the experts he had absorbed. He compiled the most fundamental knowledge about the basics of magic and started imparting it to his students. Reality is composed entirely of energy. Magi have always known this truth. This isn't just an arcane perspective, but the very nature of the world. Everything that seems solid is merely energy vibrating at a slower rate. When we examine at a microscopic level, we find that solid matter is made of particles that are perpetually in motion. Adam then grabbed a tome from the bookshelf and added, "Even this book I'm holding is just energy." "Really? How is that possible? Isn't that book just a book?" The kids were amazed by this revelation, but they also had some lingering doubts. Although they had studied about energy and states of matter when they were preparing to be magi, the knowledge that Adam imparted to them was novel. Adam chuckled as he responded, "Everything we can touch, hear, see, taste, and smell is simply energy in different forms being perceived by our senses. However, energy isn't limited to what we can perceive by our senses. There's energy that exceeds our normal 5 senses mana." The students' eyes lit up in realization. It was as if they were looking at magic from a whole new perspective, and this filled them with excitement and joy. They hurriedly began writing down what Adam had said, afraid that they would forget it. "And how do we perceive mana?" Adam continued. "By learning to alter our brainwave states." He paused for a moment and smiled. "And by learning to alter our brainwave states, we learn to alter our state of consciousness." Aiden suddenly thought of something as his eyes lit up. "Professor, could it be that you were able to know that we counted down thrice in a row after reading our brainwave states?" "More precisely, I was able to sense the energy being transmitted by your brain," Adam nodded. "After you finished the countdown, your brainwave states measured between 7.5 to 13 units approximately. This range is the Tier 3 brainwave state." Seeing that the kids had yet to finish writing down, he paused for a few seconds before explaining the 5 brainwave states. Tier 5 brainwave state has a range of 38 to 42 units, and it is the fastest brainwave state. This state is highly active when one is feeling deep emotions of love or when one has reached a higher state of consciousness through enlightenment. Tier 4 brainwave state ranges between 12 to 28 and occurs while we're awake, alert, and concentrating on something. This is the most common brainwave state that we engage in as humans. Excitement, anxiety, decision-making, and critical thinking are associated with this tier. Eleni astutely noticed a term and couldn't help but ask, "Does that mean different species have different brainwave state ranges?" "Correct." Adam nodded in approval. "For now, you should learn only about the knowledge pertaining to us humans. When you progress in your studies, I will teach you about the unit of frequency for other species." "Yes, Professor." The students nodded enthusiastically before writing again. Tier 3 brainwave state, like I've already mentioned, occurs while we're relaxed, practicing mindfulness, visualizing, and even daydreaming. This brainwave state has access to our subconscious mind and occurs when we're receiving information passively. It is the state of consciousness that is most associated with efficient spell casting. The children exclaimed in surprise. Art couldn't help but blurt out, "You mean the state of consciousness that we arrived at after counting down from 100 to 0 thrice in a row, and that 2 without getting distracted is the optimal state for spell casting. Heh, Adam chuckled in amusement. Little brat, did you think practicing magic was so easy? But when I was casting spells before, I'm sure I wasn't in the state of consciousness you're talking about, stated Aiden incredulously. Me too, Professor, Eleni chimed in. So that means spells can be cast without being in the Tier 3 brainwave state? Oh yes, they certainly can. Adam nodded matter-of-factly. However, those spells will pale in comparison to the spells you cast when you are in the Tier 3 brainwave state. But that's going to be so hard. Art's shoulders slouched. He was already looking for excuses to take the easy way out. Adam's expression turned solemn. Do you wish to be mediocre magi for the rest of your lives? The 3 kids hurriedly shook their heads. Eleni meekly said, my dream is to be a mana vortex magus. Ha, Adam scoffed. Being my student, how can you aim to become only a rank 3 magus? Aiden's eyes widened. Why, you mean we can cross the threshold of the mana vortex rank and reach for the mana core? Even he couldn't believe the words coming out of his mouth. Adam's lips curled up into a wide grin. If you follow my teachings and wholeheartedly learn not only the analytical study of magic, but also the philosophical study of magic, you are destined to soar through the skies. Professor, what is the philosophical study of magic? Aiden asked curiously. Bam! Adam lightly smacked him on the forehead. My foolish student, you wish to fly before you can crawl. It looks like I must beat some more sense into you. And no, Aiden frantically waved his hands. You were talking about the brainwave states. Please continue. That's right. Adam nodded. Tier 2 brainwave state ranges between 4 to 7 units and usually occurs before and after sleep. It is associated with light sleep, deep mindfulness, deep dreaming, and high levels of inner awareness. In Tier 2, we become completely unaware of the external world. Finally, Tier 1 brainwave state, which ranges from 1 to 3 units, occurs during periods of deep dreamless sleep. He paused for a few moments before adding, healing, and regenerating are associated with this state of consciousness, which is why you will often hear people say that deep sleep can be deeply healing. Seeing his students vigorously write down the lecture notes, Adam faintly smiled. I know all this information might be overwhelming for you, but you must thoroughly understand the principles behind it. These 3 were his first ever students. Adam felt like it was his duty to guide them down the right path so they could become splendid magi in the future. For that very reason, he didn't hesitate even for a moment before teaching them about the knowledge that was exclusively taught to the experts who hailed from highly magically advanced civilizations. This is the essence of the mana foundation rank. Adam began. Without a solid foundation, the structure you build will never reach the clouds. We understand, Professor. The students nodded. They could feel the genuine care in their teacher's voice and couldn't help but feel fortunate to be under his tutelage. For the next part, you don't have to write it down. Just listening is fine, said Adam. Art, Eleni, and Aiden nodded before keeping away their grimoires. Then they looked at Adam with expectation. Through countless trials and errors done by our arcane forefathers, we have learned that Tier 3 and Tier 2 brainwave states are associated with spell casting abilities. But what is the main difference between these two? In Tier 3, one can still function, while in Tier 2, one is beginning to fall asleep and lose awareness of the external world. Eleni replied. Good, Adam nodded. To be an efficient spellcaster, you need to be able to reach a clear state somewhere between Tier 3 and Tier 2 without falling asleep. But that is easier said than done, Art grumbled. Adam couldn't help but chuckle seeing the kid's disappointed face. Indeed, but the path of a magus has never been easy to begin with. The 3 kids solemnly nodded. For your next assignment, I want you to be able to enter the range between Tier 3 to Tier 2 brainwave state. It should become second nature to you, said Adam. I know it's difficult. That is why you can take as long as you want to complete this assignment. He paused for a moment before continuing, but keep in mind, I will be very disappointed in you if you take more than a month to reach your goal. The children were flabbergasted, thinking to themselves, is there a deadline for the assignment or not? All right then, that will be all for today's class, Adam smiled. Suddenly, he thought of something and decided to speak to the students about it. You 3 have only just embarked on the path of a magus, so there's something I wish for you to follow. What is it, Professor? Aiden asked curiously. It is a maxim that all great magi abide by, Adam stated with a mysterious smile. Inwardly he added, all great magi in the greater universe, that is. The children's eyes sparkled with wonder. All great magi abide by it. What is it? When I say abide by, I want you to think of it as more of a guideline than a rule, Adam began. He paused for a moment before speaking in a tone that seemed to contain profound wisdom. The law of reciprocity, also known as the law of triples, states that whatever you do by magic, for good or ill will be repaid to you threefold. Eleni was astonished. Professor, is there really such a thing? Adam was silent for a while, thinking to himself, in the memories of the experts that I've absorbed, I've seen young magi being taught this maxim for the sole purpose of instilling the belief that magic shouldn't be used to commit evil deeds. However, based on my understanding of the way, there is a possibility that this law holds certain truths to it. Alas, I can't be completely certain. He looked at his 3 students and replied, "It is true if you believe it to be true. On the contrary, if you think it isn't, then it becomes wishful thinking." Adam's lips formed a gentle smile and he stated, "But as my students, I would like for you to follow this maxim. After all, who knows? Perhaps the universe is karmic, and it rewards you or punishes you depending on how you practice magic, if that is really the case. Then it doesn't hurt to be a virtuous magus, does it?" The twin moons cast a silvery glow over the posh district of Ravenfell known as Uptown Quarter. On the eastern part of this district, a grand manor with an imposing structure of dark stones and elegant Gothic spires stood proudly amidst the lush and verdant garden and winding cobblestone paths. Oil lampposts lined the driveway, their warm and flickering lights illuminating the arrival of the aristocracy of Ravenfell. A procession of carriages, each more extravagant than the last, rolled up to the grand entrance of Ambermind Manor. Footmen dressed in clean clothes hurried to open the doors, helping the distinguished guests to alight from the carriages. The ladies wearing gowns of silk and velvet, adorned with intricate embroidery, stepped gracefully onto the gravel. The colors of their gowns were deep emerald, sapphire, and amethyst, shimmering under the lights of the lanterns. Whereas the gentlemen wore doublets and jerkins underneath their fur mantles that proudly displayed the symbol of their noble houses. Their shoes were typically pointed and made from leather. Moreover, they also wore a variety of headgear, including berets and round-brimmed hats adorned with feathers and jewels. The fashion sense of the aristocrats in Ravenfell was influenced by the rich cultural environment. Due to the interest of the residents in art, literature, and philosophy, the importance of an individual was greatly emphasized. This focus on individual expression was thus reflected in the elaborate and highly personalized clothing of the nobility. The air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers and the tantalizing aroma of fine tobacco. The fact that the most prominent aristocrats of the city had gathered in this manner today undoubtedly made it the place to be. Moreover, this also spoke volumes about the connection and influence that Danley held in the city despite being someone from the Baja High Forest. After showing the invitation card at the entrance, Adam leisurely made his way toward his friend's manor. Looking around at the people dressed in luxurious clothing, the youth was quite surprised. Danley has such influence in Ravenfell. Or rather, why are these nobles trying so hard to suck up to him? Could it be that the bastard hails from a prominent household in Baja? Adam's mind wandered about his friend's background as he ascended the white marble steps leading to the manor's main entrance. He was wearing a doublet over a white linen shirt with high collars. It was made of dark green velvet and was adorned with intricate golden embroidery. Over the doublet, he wore a sleeveless jerkin that featured elaborate decorations of leaves and vines. He wore black, tight-fitted trousers to go along with it, plus leather boots of the same color. Last but not least, he wore an emerald shoulder cape that covered only his right arm and shoulders. His outfit had been personally designed by one of Danley's people. The elf had strictly forbidden the youth to come in his regular black magus robes. Although Adam deeply loved black garments, he didn't mind the clothes he was wearing right now. Furthermore, he had shaved his face and neatly combed his raven hair for this formal event, making him appear very striking despite his plain facial appearance. Moreover, his jet-black eyes further added to his enigmatic aura. Upon entering through the towering oak doors, he stepped into the grand foyer along with the rest of the people. While the people were admiring the manor's luxurious interior, Adam made his way toward the ballroom with great familiarity. "So many people here, it's suffocating," Adam grumbled inwardly. "I'd rather be on the battlefield surrounded by my enemies." As he walked along the sides of the ballroom, away from the lively crowd, the large crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling cast a warm and golden glow, brightly illuminating the magnificent portraits hanging from the wall. Adam glanced at these paintings depicting scenes of myths and legends relating to the elves of Baja High Forest and thought to himself, "I should take some time out from my busy schedule and practice that painting technique. So much to do, yet so little time." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him. "Adam, is that really you?" Adam turned his head in the direction of the voice and was pleasantly surprised to see his friend, John Rodriguez, walking toward him with a cheerful smile. "John, it's been a while," he patted the black-haired and brown-eyed young man's shoulder. "You look so different." John gazed at Adam's new appearance with his mouth agape. "Looks like you really dressed for the occasion." It's whatever." Adam waved his hand and spoke nonchalantly. However, inwardly he couldn't help but feel smug. "Anyway, let's go to the refreshment room. I'm very thirsty." "Okay," John readily agreed. In Ravenfell, whenever soirees or balls were held, drinks and food were generally served in designated areas such as a drawing room or a refreshment room, separate from the main ballroom where the dancing took place. Adam and John chatted with each other as they entered the refreshment room. On one side of the room, long sideboards and buffets were properly organized, displaying an array of fine wines, sherries, and brandies. In addition to the sideboards, several smaller tables were organized around the room where fresh and delicious food items were kept. As the pair took a glass of wine each for themselves, John glanced at Adam and curiously asked, "So how do you know Dainley Ambermind?" "Honestly, I didn't expect you to be here." "Old friend," Adam replied casually as he sipped wine. The next moment, his brows furrowed a little as the taste of the liquor wasn't up to the standard. The wine he brewed was countless times superior to the one he was having. Meanwhile, John was speechless and asked, "Really? You're old friends with him?" Adam glanced at him and asked in puzzlement, "Yeah. What's so great about it?" John's lips twitched. "Are you feigning ignorance, or you really don't know?" "No, seriously, I don't know." John stared deeply at the raven-haired youth before sighing. His next words truly astonished Adam, and one of the four clans. "Is the Ambermind clan." "Is that true?" Adam's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing the youth's genuine shock, John found it very amusing. "Haha, looks like you really didn't know." He paused for a moment and curiously asked, "But how did you guys meet?" "Our mentors are friends, so that's how I know Dainley and his sister," Adam muttered in a daze. However, inwardly, his mind was storming with countless thoughts. I had read about the four great clans of the Baja High Forest, but never in my wildest dream had I imagined Dainley and Adil hailing from one of those clans. Wait, now it sort of makes sense why Dainley would act so snobbish most of the time. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and his body trembled ever so slightly when he thought of another possibility. Just like me, Dainley is also a member of the Twilight Brotherhood. If I assume that the men in his family are privy to this knowledge, could it be that some of them are also secretly part of the Brotherhood? If this assumption is indeed true, then the Brotherhood's reach is far deeper than I had earlier estimated. "Adam, hey Adam," John called out to him. "Why yeah." The youth snapped out of his thoughts and asked, "What's the matter?" John whispered while gesturing with his chin toward a certain direction. "Your friend's here and it looks like he is coming this way." Adam turned his head in the direction John was pointing toward and saw Dainley was indeed approaching them. The elf wore white silk clothes adorned with golden embroidery, looking immaculate and elegant. Wherever he passed by, he would gracefully smile and greet the guests. Seeing such a scene, Adam was flabbergasted. This guy, he's actually being so polite to others. Although it was a short distance, it took Dainley more than a few minutes to traverse. After all, it was his soiree, and he had to greet every guest that he came across. "Magus Rodriguez, I hope you're enjoying this fine evening." Dainley smiled brightly as he greeted John. "Please, we're both students of Saratoga. No need to address me so formally." Dainley chuckled lightly. While Adam was watching Dainley's act with a dumbfounded look on his face, John felt really nice that even though he was speaking to someone who could be considered almost royalty in the Baja High Forest, this person didn't look down on him in the least. Instead, Dainley treated him like an equal and spoke very amicably. "Very well, I just remembered I had to attend to someone." John smiled and excused himself. "Farewell, gentlemen." After he had left, Dainley glanced at Adam's attire and nodded. "Not bad, pearls indeed look good on a swine." Adam completely ignored the elf's snide remark and asked with a shocked expression, "You belong to one of the four great clans of Baja." Dainley shrugged. "Yeah, what about it?" Adam resisted the urge to cast a fireball at the elf for acting so casually. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh as he shook his head. "Anyway, what's the reason behind this whole event?" "It's a tradition among the nobility of Ravenfell," said Dainley. "Wait a minute, when did you become an aristocrat of this city?" "Heh, you do know that you can buy a nobility title, right?" Dainley smirked. Adam was taken aback. "There was something like that." "Yes, anyway, let's skip the chit-chat." Dainley patted Adam's shoulder and walked with him toward the ballroom. "This event is the perfect opportunity to network and expand your social circle." Adam walked side by side with the elf and noticed how the guests in the manor were now viewing him. Naturally, if they saw someone on such familiar terms with a person such as Dainley, they would be very curious about them. Realizing Dainley's intentions, Adam's lips curled up into a faint smile. "So are you going to introduce me to people or what?" Dainley resisted the urge to roll his eyes as he maintained a smiling facade. "What else do you think I'm bringing you for?" Adam learned a great many things from the elf tonight. Every time Dainley would approach someone, he would respectfully greet them. Then he would discuss certain current events going on in the city. He would then use subtle words of flattery to make the other person comfortable, before finally introducing Adam to them. This sort of conversational maneuvering was a new experience for the youth, and he couldn't help but admire Dainley a little for being so articulate. Not just that, he had also witnessed the elf form alliances and exchange favors with the renowned nobles of the city. By the time Dainley had introduced Adam to several influential aristocrats, Adam's social circle had already expanded significantly. Furthermore, it also helped that Adam was a rank 2 magus from Saratoga, as well as a grade 2 herbalist from the Herbalists Guild. These 2 points were more than sufficient enough for the powerful nobles to form healthy relations with him. After close to 2 hours of getting to know new people, Adam couldn't help but ask in a hushed tone, "How long is this going to continue? My jaws are hurting from taking nonstop." Hearing him grumble like a little child, Danley found it very amusing. There's one more person I want you to meet. Ha, who is it this time? You'll see, Danley replied mysteriously. The elf guided Adam away from the crowd and toward his personal library where no guests were allowed to enter. After entering this space, they saw a mature man in his early 40s sitting by the fireplace and leisurely reading a book. He had honey-brown eyes, short locks of crimson hair, and a bronze, sun-kissed tan physique. When this man sensed footsteps approaching him, his lips curled up into a smirk. Adam Constantine, we finally meet. He got up from his seat and walked toward the raven-haired youth. And you are? Adam glanced at him in confusion. The man touched his forehead with his right hand index and middle fingers. He then lowered his fingers, drew an arc, and placed it at the center of his chest, forming a crescent moon. The name's Elric Spence, he said with a carefree smile. I'm the Brotherhood's handler for this region. Adam's pupils constricted and he involuntarily glanced at Danley. The elf nodded in confirmation. Elric mentioned that you had something important to talk about with him, so he came all the way here to Ravenfell. I'll leave you two alone. With that said, he turned around and walked out of his personal library, leaving behind his departing words, don't forget to attend the formal dinner after the ball dance and the musical performance. After the elf had left, there were only Adam and Elric left alone in the library, as well as the sound of the crackling wood from the fireplace. So you're the new recruit I've constantly been hearing about, eh? Elric chuckled as he took out a long smoking pipe from his space-type storage ring. Adam walked toward the fireplace, taking his seat at one of the high-back leather chairs. Oh, what are they saying about me? Not much. Elric took a seat beside the youth. He lit the tobacco and inhaled deeply. Your methods are quite vicious, they say. Adam scoffed. Are you going to lecture me about how I should have spared that couple's lives? Who? Elric exhaled a small cloud of smoke, his lips curling up into a smirk. On the contrary, I quite like your methods. Adam glanced at the middle-aged man with slight surprise. Anyway, how did you even hear about what I did back in Akrian? Even Danley didn't know until I mentioned it to him. I'm a handler, it's my job to know, replied Elric in a laid-back manner, not explaining further. He then glanced at the raven-haired youth and faintly smiled. Why do you wish to learn rune magic? There are a few runesmiths in our organization, you can simply commission them. Adam shrugged. I just wish to learn rune magic. No reason really. No reason, eh? Elric chuckled. He deeply inhaled the tobacco and then started breathing out smoky rings. Well, it's not entirely impossible. He paused for a moment and stated, I'm sure you've heard of the saying, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Adam deeply looked at the man before solemnly nodding. I understand that everything has a price. It's easy to talk to sensible people like you. Elric chuckled lightly. But before you hand out missions, I need to ask you something, said Adam with a serious expression. Go ahead. The man gestured as he discarded the burnt tobacco from the pipe and put in fresh leaves. Adam took a deep breath and asked, how much knowledge does the Brotherhood have on rune magic? Rest assured, the amount of arcane knowledge we have, you won't find it anywhere else in this world, Elric confidently said. Yeah, but rune magic, Adam asked again. Elric shook his head and sighed. You are really underestimating the capabilities of our organization, Adam. No, I just want to be sure before I fully commit to whatever mission you're about to give me, Adam flatly said. Hoo-hoo, not bad. Elric nodded his head, quite pleased with the youth's cautious nature. He paused for a moment before continuing. There are enough textbooks on rune magic to ensure that you can gain a solid foundation, to say the least. The rest depends on your ability to learn and put it into practice. All right then, Adam was about to ask what the mission was when Elric interrupted him. I'll let you in on another thing, said the middle-aged man with a smirk. We also have notes on rune magic personally written by the founder of the Brotherhood. What? Adam abruptly got up from his seat, gazing at the man with an expression filled with disbelief. The founder was a runesmith. He had always been curious about the mysterious magus who had founded the Twilight Brotherhood, but so far he knew nothing about him. It appears so. Elric shrugged. Sensing traces of skepticism in the man's voice, Adam pressed, what do you mean it appears so? Have the higher-ups in the organization not read his notes or what? The thing is, the founder's notes are written in a language that he seemed to have invented all by himself. These notes haven't been fully decrypted and translated by our members despite how long it has been in our possession. Adam's pupils constricted as he thought to himself, written in a language invented by him. That doesn't make any sense. Why would he leave behind something for his successors and not tell them about his language, unless... The founder didn't want these notes to be accessed by the future members of the Brotherhood, did he? Hoo-hoo, you're right about that, Elric chuckled. During his lifetime, the founder recorded many things in his journal that he had written in this mysterious language. There are many such journals in the Brotherhood's main vault. There's even a rumor in the Brotherhood that these notes contain arcane secrets that would allow the reader to grasp the profound mysteries of the world. Alas, the vast majority of his journals have been yet to be deciphered, contain arcane secrets that would allow one to grasp the profound mysteries. Adam was extremely interested in these journals now. Unfortunately, they were written in a language invented by the founder, so the youth didn't have great expectations. Yet he couldn't help but ask, if I complete the mission, will I have access to the founder's journal that contains his insight on rune magic? Certainly, I can put in a request. Elric nodded. The next moment, his lips curled up into a smirk. But what do I get out of it? Adam was instantly wary. What do you want? Hoo-hoo, no need to be on guard, Elric chuckled. Rest assured, I'll only ask for something that is within your capabilities. Who knows, maybe a large batch of potions, perhaps. In any case, I will let you know at a later date. Adam thought for a very long time before replying, all right, I agree. But if it's too risky, I will not do it. All right, it's a deal then. Elric smiled. In addition to the reward of arcane textbooks on rune magic, I'll also add one of the founder's journal. Wait a minute. Adam gestured for the man to stop when he thought of something very crucial. Do you even have the authority to choose my rewards? Elric was momentarily speechless before he burst into a loud peal of laughter. Only about a minute later did he stop and speak in amusement. Adam, I think you're overlooking something. What? Adam asked suspiciously. He paused for a moment before adding, and as for me having the authority to choose your rewards, I most certainly do. As a handler for all the agents, I have sway over which missions to give out as well. Adam carefully ruminated over the man's words before nodding. You're right. I apologize for my earlier remark. No worries, Elric said with a carefree attitude. You're a new member. Gradually, you'll learn what our organization is like. Adam suddenly thought of something and asked, as someone in the same rank as me, how is your role as a handler different from an agent? You see, the vast majority of the missions in our organization are undertaken by the agents who are all liquefaction magi, Elric began. More often than not, our agents work individually or in close-knit groups. Senior agents, who have been in this rank for a long time, wield a lot of influence and have a vast information network. They act as spy masters, directing and guiding new agents such as yourself. As for handlers like me, we serve as intermediaries between spy masters and agents that are active in field duty. Elric then stroked the storage ring on his finger, searching for something. Let me see if I can find you a suitable mission. Give me a simple one if possible, Adam said with a straight face. Hoo-hoo, you quite value your life, eh? Of course, Adam stated matter-of-factly. If someone claims to be unafraid of death, they're lying. Elric found this youth very amusing. So you don't mind if someone labels you a coward? Adam couldn't help but sneer. If fearing for my life makes me a coward, then I am a coward. These are just useless titles anyway. In the end, the winner is not the one who is brave, but the one who is alive. Very interesting, Elric couldn't help but be intrigued. Finally, after about a minute or so, he took out a scroll from his storage ring and handed it to the youth. You'll find the details of your mission inside. Upon successfully completing this mission, you will be rewarded with what you seek. Adam unfurled the scroll and took a look at its contents. A few moments later, his eyes narrowed. This doesn't seem like a simple one at all, he complained. Elric replied in a carefree manner as he took a puff from the pipe. For the knowledge that you seek, this is the least you should do. As a handler, I must be impartial in my duties. Adam couldn't help but begin to massage his temple. Do I have a deadline? Not necessarily, but for missions like these, it is wise to finish it sooner rather than later, Elric replied. You also have to keep in mind that it'll take you a couple of months to reach Stratford. Adam nodded. He stroked his chin as he read the contents of the scroll. For this mission, he had to investigate and resolve a series of beast attacks in a remote town called Stratford located in the northern regions of the Empire. One particular line on the scroll caused his eyebrows to furrow. He couldn't help but ask, these beast attacks only happen once a month on the night of full moons. How strange. Yes, a few acolytes of the Brotherhood active in that region believe that this case is most likely related to lycanthropes. Elric divulged the additional information related to this mission that he was privy to. Adam went into deep thought. A few moments later, he asked, how are the townspeople faring? I'm asking this to estimate as to when I should leave at the latest. Since the people know that these attacks only take place once a month, they are able to set up sufficient defenses throughout the town. But you never know when things might escalate. What is stopping you from leaving sooner, though? Elric asked curiously. It's only been a couple of months since I started studying at Saratoga. If I leave now, I'm afraid I'll miss out on a lot of important things. Adam paused for a moment before continuing. I've also just begun mentoring a few promising kids. I think it's inappropriate of me to leave them hanging. Elric couldn't help but smile when he heard Adam's latter reason. So you're worried about the kids, huh? Adam simply shrugged in response. Hoo-hoo, how about we do this? Elric began. I'll instruct a few acolytes to help the townspeople until you arrive, so try to leave at least within the next 6 months. The youth thought for a moment before agreeing, all right, that is doable. And as for your students, why don't you take them along with you? I'm sure it will be a good learning experience for them. Adam's eyes lit up at the man's suggestion. Okay, let me think about it. After talking with Elric for some more time, he finally left the library. Although Danley had asked him to attend the formal dinner, Adam decided not to. He knew that once he went downstairs, he would once again have to engage in conversation with the other guests, which he didn't feel like doing at the moment. Thus, without informing his elven friend, he silently left the Ambermind Manor. Since Valerian was back at Saratoga, he had to borrow one of the horses from the compound. Riding the fine black steed, the youth left the compound and made his way out of the city. Exiting through the west gate, he was greeted with the view of the sprawling farmlands. It was close to midnight, and the ethereal glow of the twin moons bathed the rice fields in a silver glow. Adam took a deep breath and inhaled the fresh air of the countryside. The cool air brushed against his face, bringing a faint smile to his face. But suddenly his pupils constricted, and he felt intense warning signals ringing inside his mind. At once, he let go of the horse's reins and jumped in the air. Stab. Two daggers coated with venomous poison flew through the air at extreme speeds, their presence nigh undetectable due to the aura of shadows around them. They were aimed at Adam's vital points. If he hadn't had his sphere of resonance passively activated at all times, he would have most likely fallen victim to these daggers. Just as the daggers were only mere inches away from the youth, he let go of the horse reins and jumped in the air. The poison-coated weapons narrowly missed him and pierced the horse instead. The horse neighed in excruciating pain and agony as the daggers punctured its back. Its legs buckled and it limply fell to the dirt road, intensely frothing from the mouth and gasping for air. It had only been a few moments, but the poison had already infected the horse and instantly killed it on the spot. Adam was in mid-air as he witnessed the scene of the horse dying instantaneously from the poison. His eyes narrowed when he saw the skin start to rot at a visible speed around the areas where the daggers had stabbed the animal. Such strong poison. Right at that moment, his pupils constricted yet again as warning bells started to ring in his mind. I'm being attacked again. He quickly weaved hand signs and cast a spell. Before the second round of daggers could strike him, a scant amount of fog enveloped his body and he teleported away. Rank 2 spell, Foggy Step. The daggers ended up piercing through nothing but empty air. Meanwhile, Adam appeared on the ground, exactly 30 feet away from where he had previously been in the air. His expression was calm and composed, but his jet-black eyes contained fiery wrath. He looked in a certain direction and coldly muttered, "Show yourself." Then he looked in another direction and continued, "You as well." In the dark of the night, the rays of the twin moons cast an eerie glow over the pathway winding through the farmlands. A gust of wind blew, causing the crops to seemingly sway away from this battlefield. A long period of silence ensued before two figures, dressed in black from head to toe, emerged from the shadows and made their presence known. One was standing on the dirt road, while the other was standing amidst the rice crops. Both of them were at an equal distance away from the raven-haired youth. "You're quite skillful for a mere herbalist," said one of the figures dressed in tight-fitted black clothes. Even his head was covered in black, only his eyes could be seen through the slit in the fabric. The other figure glanced at the one that had just spoken and asked in a solemn voice, "What should we do now? Shall we leave?" Assassins were considered to be the strongest when they struck decisively, and lethally during their first attack when they remained unnoticed. The primary advantage of the assassin lay in the element of surprise. However, these two people had already lost their advantage when Adam had successfully evaded not one but two of their attacks made in quick succession. "No, let's finish him while we're still here," said the other person. "The higher-ups will not take lightly of our failure." Higher-ups, Adam's eyes narrowed. Who sent them? He recalled all that he had done since he'd arrived in the Akkadian Empire. Except for the pale-looking young man he had seen accompanying the Rollins couple in Velvet Dreams, he was sure he had left no loose ends. Suddenly, he recalled something that he had only just recently taken part in something that would have very likely put him on the radar of whoever had sent these two assassins after him. "Damn it, I got pulled inside their shitstorm after all," he sighed inwardly. Adam's lips curled up into a cold smirk as he glanced at the two figures. "This is related to the patriarch of the Flynn family, isn't it?" The two assassins remained silent, indifferently glancing at Adam. Their eyes produced no ripples of emotions whatsoever. "Hee, as I thought," Adam chuckled self-deprecatingly. Although the two figures didn't respond to his question and remained silent, through his sphere of resonance, Adam was able to pick up on the peripheral emotions of these two. To say that they were shocked would be an understatement. However, they were highly trained to not display their emotions, or rather, they were trained to discard all of their emotions. If it wasn't for Adam's high sensitivity to such things, thanks to the White Latush would have never picked up on this clue. "Now that you've shown up, might as well reveal your identities." Adam raised his hands in front of him as he coldly stated. The following moment, two bright magic circles lit up before the tips of his fingers. Then Adam stepped forward, placing his hands through the magic circles. Finally, strands of shadows materialized from the darkness around him, coiling around his arms. His forearms and palms were then transformed into deadly claws that were sharper than swords. Rank 2 spell, Shadow Claws. Right as his hands were transformed into claws, the two assassins suddenly appeared right on each side of him, their arrival as silent as the graveyard. They viciously swung down their daggers straight at Adam's neck, aiming to ruthlessly chop his head off. However, the youth didn't panic. Instead, he raised his claws and blocked the attacks bare-handed. Clang. The assassins were shocked to realize that their poisoned daggers had effortlessly been grabbed onto by Adam's shadow claws. Moreover, upon closer inspection, the poison that was laced on the daggers was being burned away at a rapid rate. Instantly, the assassins let go of their daggers and hurriedly made some distance. "You guys are fast and decisive," Adam praised as he clenched his fists and easily shattered the daggers. "You are quite well trained. I guess there's a pretty big organization backing you, huh?" The two assassins coldly glanced at the youth. However, inwardly they were astonished. They had attacked him on 2 different occasions but had miserably failed both times. As assassins, it was not their forte to participate in long, drawn-out battles. They secretly glanced at each other and immediately decided to withdraw. This mission was a complete failure. Their bodies started to be enveloped by shadows, and their presence was gradually being erased. One of the assassins glanced at Adam with narrowed eyes and muttered, "Count yourself lucky. Next time." Adam coldly interrupted him as he just finished weaving hand signs. "There won't be a next time. Rank 2 spell, Amplify Gravity." Boom. The gravity drastically increased by threefold in a 30-foot radius sphere around Adam. This rank 2 spell was an advanced version of the rank 1 spell of the same name. However, the spell's area of effect and potency had significantly increased. The ground underneath cracked open, and a depression was instantly formed as it was unable to bear the weight of the sudden increase in gravity. What? The two assassins lost balance and fell to their knees. They could feel the organs inside their bodies churn, and their bones creak due to the significant increase in gravity. They just so happened to be near the perimeter of the spell's area of effect and were severely affected by it. Despite the predicament they were in, they realized this crucial factor. Thus, they desperately tried to leave the spell's area of effect. But little did they know, the spell allowed the sphere of gravity to shift with Adam at the epicenter. The two men tried their hardest to fall back and escape the field of gravity, but they realized much to their horror that they were still being affected by the massive downward pull. Although this spell produced astonishing effects, it was not without its disadvantages. For one, it didn't differentiate between allies and foes. Moreover, it also didn't exclude the caster from the effects. Secondly, and most importantly, all other spells inside the gravity field would be rendered useless, as their trajectories would be greatly altered. Thus, the caster, if they wanted to follow through with an attack, had to utilize magic combat techniques. But that had never been a problem for Adam. For as early as he had gotten his hands on the notes related to gravity magic inside the Soaring River secret plane, he had always tempered his body under the effects of this gravity spell. He crouched a little and applied great strength to his legs. Following that, he shot in the direction of the assassins with ruthless determination. Although his speed had been severely affected by the spell, that didn't matter. He just needed to be faster than his enemies. Within a few moments, he had already arrived before one of the assassins who was kneeling on the ground and desperately trying to get to his feet. His eyes flashed with violent ruthlessness, and he delivered a flying knee to his enemy's head. Bam. The man dressed in black was shocked by this sudden attack. His nose cracked and his face caved in as he was swept off of his feet. However, he didn't soar for longer as the gravity field brought him back down. Adam got into position and readied himself for a follow-up attack, but right at that moment, something very peculiar happened. He drew his right hand back and channeled a substantial amount of mana in his palm. However, due to the effects of Shadow Claw, a strange transformation started to take place. The youth was completely oblivious to this as he struck the falling assassin in the chest with unmatched accuracy, twisting his palm at the point of contact. Hand of Doom, coiling palm strike. The assassin's torso was completely obliterated by this attack, blood and flesh splattering in all directions. But more shockingly, a barely visible whirlwind made entirely of shadows originated from Adam's palm strike before dissipating a few moments later. Adam was thunderstruck by this discovery, thinking to himself, did my shadow magic just merge with the Astral Tyrant Manual's technique? I am impossible. Most magic combat techniques, if not all, had very strict parameters. For example, a combat technique created to only use fire magic would use only that and never use water magic or any other type of magic. That is because the formulas and the invocation required to manifest the magical energies of the combat techniques were fixed and could not be altered. Even if one wanted to alter it, one had to change the whole formula for the technique from scratch. At that point, it would then no longer be the same technique anymore. That is why Adam was shocked to learn that he could seamlessly merge other magical elements with the Astral Tyrant Manual without changing its core. The expert who had found this technique in an ancient ruin somewhere in the depths of the universe had never got to utilize this technique before he perished. That is why Adam didn't know that other elements could also be used in tandem with this technique. Moreover, he had also never thought about experimenting with other magical elements and combining them with these techniques because he had assumed it would be impossible. So it came as a great surprise to him that the Astral Tyrant Manual was actually so versatile. However, due to his sudden spike in emotions and the change in his mental state, the gravity spell that had already been in effect faltered ever so slightly, allowing the surviving assassin room to move. The man was completely shocked by how things had played out. Never had he expected Adam to turn the tables on them so quickly. Not only that, his partner had also been brutally murdered in the blink of an eye. I must escape and inform my superiors of this development. This man's fighting capabilities vastly exceed those of the magi from the same rank, but I won't be able to escape so easily from this monster. I must use that. The assassin's eyes flashed with cruelty as he conjured several glass bottles from his storage artifact. Then he threw them at the youth. He growled as he desperately tried to escape the weakened gravity field. The glass bottles crashed when they dropped to the ground at Adam's feet. From them, purple-colored smoke was released and completely enveloped him. Seeing that the youth hadn't even tried to evade the attack, the assassin was momentarily stunned before his lips curled up into a cold smile. "Foolish boy, it looks like I had overestimated you," he began. "The moment you lose focus in a battle against a skilled assassin like me is the moment you die." The poison gas he had just thrown was a highly venomous substance. It was something that the organization he worked for had created, and only they had the antidote to it. Once inhaled, the smoke would viciously poison not just the victim's inner organs, but also their mana, resulting in them dying a gruesome death. A few moments later, the gravity field had been deactivated, allowing the assassin to finally get back to his feet. He thought to himself, looks like the poison worked. The man heaved a sigh of relief as he gazed at the purple cloud of smoke in front of him. Mission complete. But suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief as something came hurling at him from within the smoky area before him. Rank 2 spell, Fireball. The assassin was stunned by the turn of events. He had thought that Adam had been killed inside the poisonous smoke, yet the fireball hurling toward him said otherwise. However, he was only stunned momentarily. His years of training and experience allowed him to quickly assess the situation and act accordingly. Casting a defensive spell was out of the question, thus he hurriedly dove to his side and narrowly evaded the incoming fireball. The following moment, the purple smoke parted and Adam leisurely walked out of it. The assassin was filled with disbelief by what he was witnessing. Adam was deeply breathing in the poisonous smoke through his nostrils, the youth exhaled a foul breath and then breathed in large quantities of the poison. He repeated this several times as he walked toward the dumbstruck assassin. "This level of poison will not work on me, idiot," he coldly muttered. He was someone who practiced an extraordinary mana extraction technique known as the 5 Elemental Codex. It allowed him to extract 5 fundamental elements from the surroundings and merge them into a very pure form of mana. Naturally, this new mana property allowed him to cleanse and detoxify his body to an extreme level. In the past, he had even experimented on himself by concocting poison and consuming it, only to have it be immediately filtered and refined by the mana coursing through his veins. Impossible. The assassin finally showed a trace of losing composure. "How the hell do you have the antidote?" "It can't be. The higher-ups gave me the antidote. How else would I have it in my possession?" Adam stated with an earnest expression as he continued to walk forward. "Who are you?" The assassin's expression was filled with disbelief. "Bastard, I will be the one asking questions," Adam coldly replied. "I was told to win the Flynn family's trust by neutralizing their patriarch's poison. So why is it that I'm being hunted now? Tell me who sent you." The more he heard Adam speak, the more the man felt perplexed. "This doesn't make sense. He's one of us. Then why were we sent to kill him, unless—" His eyes narrowed when he thought of another possibility. He took a deep breath and solemnly stated, "The night is full of shadows." Adam growled in annoyance. "Answer me instead of spouting bullshit." The assassin scoffed as he lowered his head. His eyes flashed with a trace of unwillingness before soon being replaced by firm resolve. "So you were bluffing." He then bit on a capsule that he had been concealing within his mouth. A few moments later, he dropped to his knees and lifelessly lay on the ground. Blood started to flow from his facial orifices and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. He had committed suicide. Adam paused in his footsteps, gazing at the assassin's lifeless eyes with slight shock. So decisive. Just thinking about the organization behind these two people who had the capital to train and brainwash such skilled assassins, Adam's back was drenched in cold sweat. "Damn it," he cursed, "just what the hell did I get myself into?" He walked toward the assassin's corpse and crouched down, checking for a pulse. There was none. Adam deeply glanced at the man who had unhesitatingly taken his own life and couldn't help but sigh. The amount of courage he must have had to commit suicide, or could it be that he did it out of fear? If so, then which organization is behind him to have instilled such terror in him? He searched his corpse, and apart from a few daggers and needles, he got his hand on the man's space-type storage ring. He closed his eyes and checked inside to find that it was almost empty. Adam only found short weapons, poison, and potions. There was nothing else that could give him a possible lead as to which organization this assassin was a part of. Damn it, nothing. He cursed under his breath. Not even some gold coins. He then glanced at the other assassin to check if he could find something on him. But soon he realized that his upper body along with the storage artifact that had been obliterated by him earlier. Now, he was only left with one option. The youth got back to his feet and first checked the perimeter with the sphere of resonance, ensuring that there were no more assailants he needed to worry about. After confirming that, he closed his eyes and shifted his consciousness to the mysterious space inside the White Lotus. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself hovering near the boundary of this mystical space. In front of him were two small orbs of light. They were the sole fragments of the assassins he had just killed. Adam's expression turned disappointed when he learned that the orbs did not contain any memories whatsoever. Over time, he had come to differentiate between the soul fragments that contained memories and the ones that didn't. The former would have multicolored lights flashing across its surface. The two souls in front of him did not. He massaged his temples and muttered in annoyance, "It's been so many years since I've acquired this artifact, yet I still can't control it when it comes to anything related to the absorption of souls." Adam suddenly turned his head in a particular direction and gazed at a few orbs that he had managed to isolate from the rest. These were his friends that he had lost in the war. The youth's lips quivered for a moment before he closed his eyes and shifted his consciousness back to the real world. When he opened his eyes again, they were calm and indifferent. He gathered the two corpses together and cast a fireball at them. As he watched the cold carcasses burn to ashes, he thought to himself, they had to have belonged to a clandestine organization in the city, a secret society that can train and employ such skilled assassins. I can only think of one, but I can't be sure of that because that's the only one I know. There is a possibility that these guys were from a completely different organization altogether. Adam deactivated his spell, causing the surrounding areas to return to darkness once again. Nothing remained of the corpses. The youth then removed all traces of the battlefield and even used a spell to level the road that had been affected by his gravity field. He turned back around and slowly made his way to Saratoga. An intense foreboding feeling gripped his heart knowing that he had now made an enemy of a very powerful secret organization. "The night is full of shadows." Adam repeated the words that the man had said before his death. He figured this was a secret verbal greeting that the members of this organization used to identify each other, much like the Twilight Brotherhood. Could it really be them? In the bustling harbor quarter, nestled along the coast of the Galestein Ocean, the office of the Flynn family hummed with activity. The family was one of the wealthiest merchants in the region and conducted large volumes of trade with kingdoms in the Ulier and Europa continent. This family business has been run for several generations, and currently it was being headed by the eldest daughter of the Flynn family, Elisande Flynn. Both Brigham and Elisande had decided to carry on this act in hopes of luring in the culprit responsible for poisoning him. At this point, they still didn't know who the perpetrator was, so they could only act passively. As such, Elisande was the one in command of all the business operations owned by the family. Her office, situated on the top floor of a luxurious maritime building, overlooked the harbor where ships of various sizes were docked. Elisande sat behind a grand oak desk, going over some documents that had piled on top of it. The room was filled with the scent of salty air and exotic spices, brought in by the constant flow of sailors and traders. Rays of sunlight seeped in through the large, arched windows, casting a warm glow over the room. They illuminated the charts and maps pinned to the wall, detailing trade routes and certain points of interest across faraway lands. Few people had gathered before Elisande, nervously standing with their heads lowered as the latter finished up some important work related to the upcoming large shipment. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, causing the woman's quill to pause and hover over the parchment paper. She turned her head and glanced at the window with narrowed eyes. What was that? She thought to herself as she scanned her office. Am I imagining things? I've been very edgy ever since father woke up. She shook her head ever so slightly before resuming her work. After a few minutes, she put the quill down and glanced at the tanned and burly man standing before her. Captain Kidd, ensure the cargo is securely fastened and double-check the manifest. I don't want any surprises this time, she ordered in a clear and authoritative voice. Her presence commanded nothing but respect from her subordinates. Captain Kidd nodded firmly, a drop of sweat trickling down his forehead as he was reminded of the mishap on his last voyage. Good, Elisande nodded, her eyes scanning the next set of parchment papers. And Camel, she called out to her assistant, a young lady with quick hands and an even quicker mind. Yes, my lady, Camel responded as she stepped forward with a quill and parchment ready. Send word to the harbor master in Gallister City, she began. Inform him that our next shipment of silks, spices, and tobacco will arrive within the month. Also, make sure the insurance papers of the ship are in order. We can't afford any delays. Understood, my lady. Kamal hurriedly wrote down the notes before leaving the office to fulfill the orders. Elisan's office was bustling with activity, with messengers coming in and going out, carrying scrolls and parchment papers. Her aides attended to her, making sure that all orders of business were carried out. Finally, after close to 2 hours, it was finally time for lunch. Albertos, who had always been standing within the room, staying by her side, instructed the subordinates to resume work with her after 30 minutes. After everyone had left, he glanced at her and respectfully asked, "My lady, should I tell the chef to prepare your food?" Elisan deeply glanced at the old retainer standing before her. A moment later, she waved her hand, "No need. I wish some time alone." Albertos looked at her, his eyes flashing with complicated emotions. Ever since it was found out that the patriarch had been poisoned, the members of the family had grown very wary of each other. And as a retainer, although the members of the Flynn family hadn't hurled accusations at him yet, they had begun to view him in a different light. Albertos astutely noticed this, as even Elisan, whom he had seen grown up since she was a child, had changed the way she acted around him. In the end, he could only nod his head and softly mutter, "I understand, my lady. I'll be downstairs if you need me." With that said, he turned around and left the office, closing the door behind him. After she was left all alone in the room, Elisan slightly slouched down the leather chair and muttered under her breath, "Ever since that day, I've been finding it hard to trust others." Suddenly a voice sounded from the corner of the room. "As you should." Elisan's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly grabbed the sword that was hidden underneath the table. Her countenance flashed with ruthlessness, and she swung the weapon behind her. Clang! Adam effortlessly grabbed the blade with his hand that had now transformed into shadow claws. "Relax, it's me." Adam let go of the blade. "You." Elisan was shocked. "How did you get in?" Adam's lips curled up into a smirk. "Don't ask and I won't tell." With a light chuckle, he walked past the woman and sat at the table in a leisurely manner. He unfastened the gourd hanging from his waist and started drinking as he admired the scenery outside the window. Nice view. Meanwhile, Elisan was glancing at him like he was some ghost. How did he get inside? No, more importantly, has he been inside my office all this time? I couldn't sense his presence at all. Until the raven-haired youth had spoken, she had no idea that there was someone else inside the room besides her. Realizing this, she couldn't help but nervously gulp. "Please sit down, Lady Flynn." Adam gestured. "We have a lot to talk about." Elisan took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. She composed herself and took her seat at the table. "Why are you here, Magus Constantine?" "Last night, I was attacked by 2 assassins," he casually said. "And what has that got to do with me?" Elisan asked flatly. Adam's eyes narrowed as he carefully observed the woman's expression as well as her peripheral emotions. "They came at me because I cured your father." Elisan's eyes widened in disbelief, and she involuntarily got to her feet, loudly striking the oak table with her fists. "What did you just say?" Adam's face was indifferent, his eyes deeply scrutinizing the woman in front of her. With the help of the White Lotus, he could truly sense the genuine shock emanating from her subconsciousness. "So she's not the one, huh?" the youth thought to himself. Elisan had always been his prime suspect. After all, according to him, the one to benefit the most from Brigham Flynn's death was his eldest daughter, who would be set to inherit everything. But now it would seem that she wasn't actually the culprit. Adam was sure of this because although it was possible for one to fake their facial expressions, it was nigh impossible for them to alter their subconscious emotions. It was something that came naturally. Elisan glared at Adam with bloodshot eyes. "Tell me who it was." Adam shrugged in a nonchalant manner. "I don't know. 2 people attacked me last night. They had nothing on them that would suggest which organization they belonged to." He paused for a moment before continuing. "I killed the first one, and before I got the chance to interrogate the second assassin, he committed suicide." Elisan's expression turned extremely solemn. "They were ranked too." Adam nodded. "Pretty skilled ones at that. It was like they were trained to be killers since they were kids or something." "Now, I've been attacked by assassins before, but these guys, they were on a whole different level." "Then how did you survive?" Elisan's brows creased together into a knot, and she inadvertently said, "You're just a herbalist?" Adam interrupted her with a playful smirk. "Well, this herbalist just easily infiltrated your room without you noticing and could have just as easily killed you again without you noticing." Elisan's eyes narrowed. "Are you threatening me?" Although she admitted that the youth sitting before her was very skilled, she still couldn't help but be offended by how he talked to her. Elisan deeply looked at Adam for a few moments before she sat back down with a helpless sigh. "You're right, I apologize." She then looked at him and asked, "What else do you know about these assassins?" "I know their secret verbal greeting," Adam began. "I tried to deceive the second assassin into divulging intel, but the man was very cautious. He spoke a code sentence to which I couldn't reply. Following that, he promptly poisoned himself." Elisan remained silent for a long time. Inwardly, she was very shocked as she thought to herself, is this young man's fighting prowess so great that the assassin thought he wouldn't be able to escape, so he decided to kill himself? If those two assassins really were as skilled as he claims, then I have to reevaluate his strengths. This young man is far stronger than he appears to be. Just thinking about how efficiently Adam had stopped her blade was all the proof she needed that the youth was indeed strong, perhaps even stronger than her. What was their secret greeting? She asked. The night is full of shadows. Elisan once again went into deep thought, trying to recall if she had ever come across this statement. But in the end, she shook her head. No, this is the first time I'm hearing it. I see. Adam nodded. No worries, I've already asked someone. I should be getting details about it soon enough. I'll let you know when I learn of it. Did you seek help from the Herbalist Guild? Elisand asked. Adam smirked. Guess. The woman flatly replied, you shouldn't hold out any hopes then. The Herbalist Guild doesn't specialize in intel gathering, even though they might have a vast network. It would be better if I... Before she could finish what she was about to say, the space beside her rippled and the colors in that small area started to saturate. The reds turned redder, the blues became bluer, and the blacks became blacker. Seeing such an incredulous scene happening right in the middle of her office, Elisand reached out for her weapon yet again. However, she was stopped by Adam. Wait, the woman retreated a few steps from where a small portal to an unknown place was slowly being formed. She glanced at Adam and coldly asked, what is the meaning of this? Who are you summoning? Adam didn't reply to her. Instead, he glanced at the portal with slight surprise. Oh, that was quicker than I thought. As soon as he had reached Saratoga last night after dealing with the assassins, he had written a letter to Elric, telling him about everything that had taken place. Since Elric claimed to be an information monger, Adam believed that if there was someone who could help him unravel the clues left behind by the assassins, it had to be him. He raised his right hand and held it in front of him. The following moment, a white owl flew out of the small portal and gracefully landed on his forearm. It glanced at him before pointing at its feet with its beak. The owl cast one last glance at the youth before diving back inside the portal. After the portal closed and the space mended itself back, Elisand couldn't help but speak in a slightly surprised voice. Was that a spirit messenger? Yeah, what about it? Adam asked as he unfurled the small piece of paper and started to read its content. Spirit messengers were very rare in this world. It was due to the difficulty in raising and training them, since these creatures resided in the spirit world and not the material world. Only an organization with a deep background and an enormous amount of resources could afford to raise such messengers. Elisand couldn't help but think just which organization Adam had the backing of. Is it really the Herbalists Guild, if it's them? Her thoughts were brought to a halt when she witnessed Adam's expression darken upon reading the contents of the letter. What is it? She asked anxiously. It is as I had expected. Adam passed the paper to her. It really is them. Elisand grabbed the paper and saw that it contained the complete secret verbal greeting as well as the clandestine organization that it belonged to. She slowly read it out aloud. The night is full of shadows, the shadows hide the blood. And when she saw which organization the greeting belonged to, her hands involuntarily trembled. It can't be. There was a notorious criminal organization plaguing Ravenfell. Its members were mysterious. Nobody could identify them or track them down. It was a clandestine organization that had its fingers in every pie in the city. Its members were masters of stealth and infiltration. They specialized in high-profile burglaries, targeting wealthy merchants and affluent aristocrats. Furthermore, this organization controlled much of the smuggling trade in the city. They dealt with stolen exotic goods, magical artifacts, illicit substances, and even the slave trade. It was known that for the right price, the members of this organization would even take on contracts to assassin high-profile targets. The actions of its members were handled with the utmost discretion, ensuring the least collateral damage and no trace back to the organization. As can be seen by how they had tried to poison the patriarch of the Flynn family over an extended period of time, drawing no attention to them whatsoever. They even had the capital to manipulate and draw out someone like Lord Dawson, the leader of the Herbalists Guild, away from the city so that Brigham Flynn wouldn't receive the proper medical attention required at the most critical juncture. Another example would be how the two assassins attacked Adam. It was done far away from the city, in the middle of the farmlands. Moreover, the last assassin also didn't hesitate to kill himself so that nothing led back to the organization. This organization wielded significant influence in the city, having ties to corrupt officials, black market dealers, and other criminal enterprises. In the city's dark underbelly, they were both feared and respected. Elisand glanced at Adam, unable to hide the apprehension in her eyes. Where did you get this intel from? Who sent you the letter? How sure are you that this is legit? Rest assured, the source is very credible, said Adam confidently. Now, since I'm new to the city, I don't know much about them. So tell me whatever you know about this organization. It took a long time for Elisand to compose herself. The intel was simply that shocking. She walked back to her seat and took deep breaths to calm herself down. She then gazed at Adam and spoke in a solemn tone. For as long as I can remember, the Umbra thieves had always existed in Ravenfell's underworld. They were like the roots of a tree, or like a shadow that refused to leave your side. Adam's eyes narrowed. What's their fighting capabilities like? Do they have a mana vortex magus in their ranks? This was all he needed to know. If it was a rank 2 magus, Adam was sure that he would be able to deal with them. Even if a large group attacked him, he was confident in his abilities to escape. However, if he were to face off against a rank 3 magus, then he would have no chance of making it out alive. Even his chances of escaping were slinklos to none. The difference in power between each rank was simply insurmountable. Elisan thought for a few moments before shaking her head. I do not know, but we must assume that they have at least one mana vortex magus in their ranks. Damn it all. Adam cursed through gritted teeth. He clenched his fists and started pacing back and forth inside the room. He already had a target on his back from the moment he was able to successfully neutralize the poison coursing through Brigham Flynn's veins. Now that he had dealt with 2 assassins sent by the Umbra thieves, the target on his back had become bigger and even more vivid. For a moment, he couldn't help but think to himself, damn it, should I just leave this city and go somewhere else? This is way too much trouble, but the following moment he shook his head. This was not a viable option. He had only just recently begun studying at Saratoga. Moreover, he was also on a long-term mission here, working for the Brotherhood. Suddenly his eyes lit up. That's right. I can ask someone from the Brotherhood to perhaps protect me in case I am attacked by a rank 3 magus from the Umbra thieves in the future. But he discarded this option as well. Although the secret society he was a member of spoke about upholding brotherhood amongst its members, he knew that everything had a price. Damn it, they might just make me do another risky mission in return for receiving the protection of a rank 3 magus. What should I do? My life is definitely more important than a risky mission. Seeing the youth pace around with an extremely troubled expression on his face, Elisan couldn't help but sincerely apologize. Please, forgive me, Magus Constantine. If I knew that the one behind this was the Umbra thieves, I would have never gotten you involved. Adam glanced at the woman and coldly snorted, but he knew that it wasn't her fault, so he walked to the table, took a seat, and started chugging mad amounts of wine to calm his nerves. Being hunted by a secret organization that was very likely led by a mana vortex magus was not a good feeling. Pua. Adam wiped his lips with his sleeve, completely discarding any semblance of decorum. He glanced at Elisan and asked, so why are they after your father? The woman was silent for a long time before replying. I'm not sure if it is them who want something from us, or if it's someone else who has hired them to assassinate my father. Someone else? Adam asked with a raise of his eyebrows. Does your father have enemies? Not in the literal sense. Elisan slightly shook her head, but a lot of other noble families would greatly benefit if my father were to die. Tusk, so it's all about money, huh? Adam sneered. Well, this is just a possibility. I can't be sure. Elisan replied before falling silent. The pair didn't speak for a long time, each of them lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Adam got to his feet and walked toward the window. Well, it is what it is. Since we're now in this together, let us keep each other updated on anything we find related to the matter. He weaved a few hand gestures and his body was slowly enveloped in fog. Before he teleported away, Adam's departing words echoed in the room. The best way to deal with an enemy who is hidden in the shadows is to shine light upon them. Although they won't stop coming after us, this will at least buy us some time to plan things out. Seeing Adam blink away, Elisan was deep in thought. Slowly, an idea started to form in her mind. I see. From that day onward, a strange rumor started to float around the nooks and crannies of Ravenfell. The criminal organization, known as Umbra Thieves, had tried to assassinate the patriarch of the Flynn family and had miserably failed. The one behind spreading this rumor was naturally Elisan Flynn. Given the resources at her hand and the influence she wielded, this was the best way she knew to cast a light on her enemies who were hiding in the shadows, manipulating public opinion. She understood the landscape of the city very well and knew that the ones that held sway over public opinion were none other than influential nobles, respected magi, popular bards, and powerful merchants. Elisan also deeply understood the society's cultural values, beliefs, and superstitions. This allowed her to tailor a message to resonate with the public. If the Umbra Thieves had dared to go after a prominent noble house such as the Flynn family, then what's stopping this heinous organization from coming after the rest of the aristocrats? This statement was further given credibility when the patriarch of the Flynn family, Brigham Flynn, made a public appearance and spoke about the cruelty and the audacity of this clandestine organization to come after him and covet everything he owned. In but less than a week, the spark of rumor had now grown into the size of a prairie fire. Almost every man, woman, and child in Ravenfell was talking about the criminal organization known as the Umbra Thieves. Although this caused a bit of public unrest, seeing the increase in city guards constantly patrolling the streets couldn't help but bring faith and confidence into the hearts of the residents. Another week later, the Flynn family was able to gain public endorsements from influential figures who further led to the credibility of their cause. Following that, the local authorities, the city council, and even guilds started to gradually denounce the Umbra thieves, further shifting the public perception in the Flynn family's favor. At this point, Elisand had started spreading even more rumors and disinformation, revealing the crimes and atrocities committed by the members of this criminal organization. Of course, all the evidence she provided to the public was false. It was a secret organization, after all. They rarely left any clues behind, so Elisand could only make them up. She planted false information, exposing their underhanded methods of assassination. According to her, the more people that knew about their deceit and ruthlessness, the more they will turn against them. And that was exactly what was happening. In a dark cavern, a few hooded figures stood around a stone altar, conversing with each other in a grim tone. The air was thick with tension as the figures argued with one another. I did not expect the eldest daughter of the Flynn family to go to such lengths. Brigham Flynn's assassination was a failure, but I didn't think that the aftermath would be this great. Because of public awareness, our men are finding it difficult to carry out certain operations openly. This is more troublesome than I had imagined. These figures, their faces were covered in the shadows of their hood, making it difficult to properly see their appearances. The Umbra thieves were led by the small group that was present here in this cavern. These people were the overlords of Ravenfell's underworld. They had gone after the patriarch of the Flynn family because they wanted to acquire his wealth and possessions. More importantly, they would have gained access to his shipping company's secret trade routes, which would allow them to increase the money generated from their smuggling operations. Alas, they had never imagined Adam to suddenly appear out of nowhere and cure Brigham Flynn, foiling the plans that they had painstakingly orchestrated for years. One of the hooded figures presents spat through gritted teeth. It's all because of that boy, Adam Constantine. If not for him, none of this would have happened. Speaking of that young Magus, where is he these days? HMPH, hiding inside Saratoga Castle, where else? He hasn't shown his face in almost a month. I thought sending 2 of our men to deal with him would be more than enough, but I've severely underestimated him. Indeed, if he can kill 2 of our trained assassins at the same time, then he is no ordinary monoliquefaction Magus. A long period of silence ensued before a certain member spoke up. How do we deal with him? We can't let him go after he's killed 2 of our people. He must die. Indeed, after what he's done, he needs to be dealt with immediately. Immediately, a hooded figure sneered. And how do we do that? The city council has increased their patrols, especially during nighttime. The authorities are cracking down on crime at a never-before-seen intensity. It's highly difficult for us to move now. That's just within the city. We can always deal with him outside the city walls. But what if that coward never leaves the castle grounds? Another long period of silence descended over the cavern before a person shook his head and sighed. This setback is momentary. Let me speak to a few city officials and bribe them in our favor. I'm sure this whole fiasco will die down in a short time. I agree. Then I will go speak to a few merchants and see what I can do. Very well, I will go meet some aristocratic magi. One by one, the hooded figures soon disappeared from the cavern before it descended into complete silence. East Wing, Saratoga Castle. Adam intensely scratched the inside of his ear with his pinky finger. Who's talking shit about me? He glanced at the ritual formation on the ground, inspecting it thoroughly. In the last month, he hadn't been sitting idly. Knowing that he was in deep trouble, he couldn't just rely on Elisand. He also had to strengthen his own skills. Since advancing to the next rank was impossible, he was left with only one option. His lips curled up into a devious grin as he thought about what he was about to attempt. If quality doesn't work, I'll beat you bastards with quantity. Adam walked around the ritual formation and scrutinized the coordinates of the spirit world that he had just carved. After ensuring that they were correct, he nodded to himself. Valerian lounged on the bed, glancing at the youth with a pout. However, the young dragon didn't nag him to take him to the mystical dimension this time. They had made a deal earlier that when Valerian's strength reached the equivalent of a rank 2 Magus, only then would he be allowed to go to the spirit world with Adam. That is why the little guy didn't make a scene this time. Instead, he grabbed the leather satchel that was placed near him and leisurely started to count the gold coins inside. Meanwhile, Adam was doing another round of inspection of the formation. He had to be absolutely sure of where he was going to end up. His destination this time was a magical place whose coordinates Professor Whitaker had given to the class of graduate students who were majoring in the School of Summoning. This was one of the advantages of joining Saratoga Castle. The faculty members spared no effort in properly teaching and nurturing the students who came here. Naturally, this also included the resources that the professors provided. All right, looks good. Adam clapped his hands excitedly, his eyes twinkling with anticipation. He then glanced at Valerian and nodded. Val, you know what to do. The little guy yawned lazily and waved his paw. Don't worry, brother. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to your body. Seeing how unconcerned the young dragon was, the youth's lips couldn't help but twitch. Val, I'm being serious. Valerian put away the satchel and grumbled in exasperation. So annoying, he then jumped down the bed and lay down beside the ritual formation. Seeing such a reaction from his dear familiar, Adam was dumbfounded as he thought to himself, he can't be going through puberty, could he? I don't know how it works with dragons. He then walked to the center of the formation and laid down, inwardly reminding himself to carefully control the size of his soul body when it separated from his physical body. Adam waved a series of complicated hand gestures. Following that, the runes along the formation lit up with a resplendent light. Finally, a portal to the spirit world was formed directly above the formation. Adam's body jerked, and then his soul body separated from his physical body. Under his precise control, he made sure that his soul body was the same size as his physical body. He glanced at Valerian and nodded. See you in however long it takes. Then he jumped into the portal. Seeing the portal slowly closed, Valerian's topaz eyes flashed with yearning. I wonder how long I must wait to visit that place. Somewhere in the spirit world, a small portal opened and Adam shot out of it. He looked around in curiosity, wondering where he was. Alas, it only lasted a moment before he started falling. He flailed his arms around as he fell through what appeared to be stars in the night sky. But when he blinked again, the stars had transformed into grains of salt, and the night sky had transformed into a black fabric. Adam hurriedly closed his eyes again, thinking to himself, this place is going to drive me crazy. When he opened his eyes again, he was once again falling through a dark space, surrounded by stars and colors. It felt like an eternity, but also an instant. No, to be more honest, Adam felt like it had been forever since he had fallen until finally, when he glanced down, he saw his reflection. A vast wall of mirror, spreading in all directions toward infinity, blocked his way beneath him. Oh shit. The youth hurriedly closed his eyes and crossed his arms as he tried to protect his head, but the feeling of crashing against something solid never came. Instead, he felt like his body passed through something gelatinous. Adam peeked through the slit in his eyes, but right at that moment, it seemed that the glass jelly couldn't take the force of his fall and instantly shattered into countless pieces. Crash. No, no, no. Once again, Adam began falling through this space. His mind was in such chaos that he couldn't even control his spirit body to levitate. This time, however, the scenery around him had changed, and he found himself falling through the blue sky. He looked around and saw that there were several clouds, big and small, lazily drifting through the air. This looks normal, but the words got stuck in his throat when he saw a bunch of creatures flying about in the near distance. They weren't birds. No, they were whales. He didn't have any more time to take in this incredulous scenery as he finally landed. However, it wasn't solid ground that he landed on. Splash, it was water. The youth involuntarily held his breath, but then he realized that he was in his soul body form. Adam couldn't help but think to himself, the soul is the concept of the self. I think, therefore I am. He took a leap of faith and then slowly started to inhale the water around him. He then realized that nothing was happening to him whatsoever. It wasn't that he was able to breathe underwater. No, there was no concept of breathing, only existing. Adam looked around and found that he was floating somewhere in the depths of a massive water body. He raised his head and couldn't find the surface of the water anywhere near. This caused him to feel deeply nervous, his eyes flashing with terror. It was dark all around him and he didn't know if there were other creatures nearby. Damn it, did I really come to the correct coordinates? Professor Whittaker couldn't have made a mistake, right? He thought in apprehension. Suddenly, in the pitch-black depths of the water body, Adam was able to see light gradually appear out of nowhere. The light took the form of the branches that spread out everywhere underneath him. Adam squinted his eyes, nervously thinking to himself, is that a tree underwater? But the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief when he realized what it was. It wasn't a tree, it was lightning. Adam was only stunned momentarily before he heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, I'm in the right place. After all, but the journey here was quite bumpy. She should have at least given a heads up. The coordinates that Professor Whittaker had given to him belonged to a location in the spirit world where a certain group of lightning elementals resided. Of course, elemental spirits resided all throughout this mystical dimension. This place happened to be the residence of a cluster of lightning elementals whom Professor Whittaker had made a contract with. As he witnessed the branches of yellow-colored lightning spread in all directions, Adam couldn't help but mumble to himself, I assumed the thunderbirds to be residing in the sky, but they're actually in the depths of the ocean. Whereas the whales that were supposed to be swimming in here are actually lazily floating in the skies. The spirit world is truly a bizarre place. After having confirmed that he was where he needed to be, he resolved himself and swam toward the bottom of this water body. The old professor's reminder rang inside his mind as he descended toward the depths. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, you will be able to find rank 1 and rank 2 elementals in the periphery of the lightning branches. No matter what, you must not enter the core of the lightning grid. for there are elementals in there that are far more powerful than even me. Be prudent in your approach and return to the material world as soon as you sign a contract with a lightning elemental in the periphery." Adam turned his head and gazed toward the center of the enormous grid of lightning branches. It was the brightest place in the entire grid, so someone even stronger than Professor Whitaker resides there, huh? The youth's eyes flashed with immense curiosity before he hurriedly shook his head and swam toward the outer peripheral areas. It's a simple logic, really. I won't die if I don't court death. He constantly repeated this statement inside his mind, ensuring that his intrusive thoughts didn't win. The grid of lightning branches beneath him was like a gargantuan circular maze. It was the only source of light in the depths of this dark water body. Finally, after what felt like forever, Adam arrived at the boundary of the grid. His feet touched solid ground as he glanced at the scenery around him. Countless trees that didn't have any leaves whatsoever dotted the broad pathways that made up the maze. The walls of these paths were made of lightning that flickered continuously. The ground was made of rock and dirt. There was no vegetation in this place. Everything seemed to have been fried up by the lightning energy that coursed through this area. Only the naked trees remained, as well as the creatures that perched upon them. Screech, Thunderbird, Adam muttered under his breath as he glanced at the large and majestic birds of prey. These birds were lightning elementals that took the shape of an eagle. Their feathers were black in color, except for the area that consisted of their neck and head, where the feathers were pristine white. Their beaks were yellow, and so were their claws. The most striking aspect of their appearance was their piercing topaz eyes that flashed with lightning. These guys are the weakest of the bunch, their strength equivalent to rank 1 magi, said the youth as he leisurely walked toward the nearest tree. He glanced at the thunderbirds in curiosity. Meanwhile, these birds also did the same. One of the more fearless birds flew down from the tree and landed on Adam's shoulder. Then it started fondly rubbing its head against his cheek. Oh, Adam was very amused. "Do you think I'm handsome too?" The thunderbird glanced at him strangely before flying back to the top branch of the tree. The youth's lips twitched when he saw the spirit's reaction. Adam stood there at the bottom of the tree for a long time, deep in thought. He then looked toward the depths of the maze with a pondering expression. "If I want to sign a contract with a rank 2 thunderbird, then the maximum number I can summon is 3, maybe 4. But that will severely deplete my mana during battle. And I also won't be able to sustain them for a long time. Assuming that the next wave of assassins that the Umbra Thieves sends after me consists of a large number of them, a mere 2 or 3 thunderbirds won't be able to help me at all." He then turned his head around to look back at the tree. Gazing at the dozens of thunderbirds perching upon it, his eyes flashed with brilliance. "On the other hand, say I contract this convocation of thunderbirds, it will be greatly helpful in battle." After all, when the quantity of something increases beyond a certain point, it leads to a qualitative change. Adam didn't dwell on it any longer. He made his intent known toward the dozens of thunderbirds curiously gazing at him. Perhaps it was because of his strength that was 1 complete rank superior to the spirits, or it was something else entirely. The thunderbirds were very docile toward Adam throughout the whole process. The youth crouched on the ground and drew a ritual formation with his spiritual power around the bare tree. As he completed the formation on the ground, he also made sure to explain the terms of the contract for both parties. The Thunderbirds happily agreed to the clauses of the contract. As long as they were not forced to sacrifice themselves, they would help Adam whenever they were summoned. Furthermore, Adam would also provide them with resources that would help them in their advancements. This type of transactional contract was very common between the summoner and the summoned. After everything was established, the youth weaved a series of hand gestures, following which the runic formation on the ground lit up. Dozens of ethereal strings rose from the formation and shot toward the Thunderbirds. These strings connected to Adam, signifying the contract bond between the two parties. The strings, as well as the ritual formation, glowed with an ever-blinding light before finally it dimmed down. Now Adam felt a connection to the spirits that perched on the tree before him. He glanced at them and smiled, contract complete. East Wing, Saratoga Castle. Located in one of the many towers of this humongous castle, the common room for the graduate students residing in the East Wing provided a breathtaking view of Marion Lake and the mountain ranges beyond. The room was wide and circular with arched windows, allowing natural light to flood in and illuminate the place. It was decorated in shades of white and gray, exuding an air of elegance as well as serenity. The walls were lined with bookshelves containing volumes on various subjects. Although no arcane textbooks could be found here, one could only access them inside the grand library. Within the common room, comfortable armchairs and study tables were placed strategically, encouraging students to relax as well as study. The atmosphere was calm and contemplative, perfect for quiet study and reflection. Sitting by the fireplace, Adam had a solemn expression on his face as he jotted down notes on his grimoire. It had been almost a month since he had initiated the contract with the Thunderbirds, and 2 months since he had left the castle grounds. The threat of the Umbra thieves outside allowed Adam room to focus on his academic pursuits. He felt completely safe inside the castle. There was no one outside that would dare to attack him in here. This sense of security was something that the youth greatly cherished and was even thankful for. If he wasn't a part of this big institution, he would have probably been on the run. Over the last 2 months, he had been paying full attention to his academic curriculum. The days went by as he practiced his herbalism skills, improving them by leaps and bounds. However, his progress when it came to mindfulness had greatly stagnated. Although he knew that a regular mana liquefaction magus would take decades to advance to the next rank, it still irked him. That is why he so desperately wished to get his hands on runic magic so he could use it to his advantage and hasten his progress. The looming threat of the clandestine criminal organization gave him a sense of urgency that he had never felt before. Even while he was back in the Southern Federation, he had always had it easy compared to the dangers he was facing now. He wanted to gain strength as quickly as possible, but he knew that he also needed to be patient. After all, when one is patient, one has access to a wider range of options that they might have overlooked in their haste. Apart from that, he also paid a lot of attention to his 3 students. He made several potions and medicinal baths for them that allowed them to strengthen their physical bodies. This would lay the perfect foundation for them when they advanced to higher ranks. Over time, his bonds with the 3 kids greatly deepened. He had never thought that there would ever come a time when he would actually enjoy the feeling of teaching the art of magic to others. Adam didn't think he had it in him to mentor children, but seeing them slowly progress in front of his own eyes brought him a deep sense of gratification. Currently, he was working on something that had been on his mind ever since he left Moon City and arrived here: soulmark retribution. This mysterious technique was typically used by magus families to let them know about the life status of their members. It was used in tandem with the soulmark lantern that carried the spiritual power signature of a magus. The holder of the lantern would know the life status of the owner of the signature upon the latter's death. When a magus with the soulmark retribution technique perished, a tracking mark would be released from their corpse and bury itself inside the murderer. The soulmark lantern would then guide the caster to the murderer. This technique was used as a deterrent as well as a guide for revenge by the powerful Magi family, allowing them to protect or avenge their family members. Back in the Southern Federation, Adam had learned that unbeknownst to him, Berger had used this technique on him when he was still a first-year student at Clover Academy. The old gnome had later revealed it to him after the war with the orcs had ended. Having already been a subject of this technique from both ends, Adam now had an idea about how it worked. It was known that this technique was nigh impossible to tamper with. However, Adam had found a way around it, and that was to use spiritual power. When this technique is cast on someone, the mark hides within their physical bodies in a concealed state, he thought to himself as the quill in his hand danced across the pages of his grimoire. However, upon the death of this person, the tracking mark emerges from their physical body and shoots toward the soul body of the murderer. So I just need to create a spell that prevents it from coming in contact with my soul body. The reason why the tracking mark stuck itself to the murderer's soul body and not the physical body was that it would be very easy for the person to remove the tracker if it was on their physical body. On the other hand, if the tracker attached itself to the soul body of the person, they wouldn't be able to remove it. Firstly, they would have to find this marker, which was practically impossible. Secondly, and most importantly, even if they did find the marker, in order to remove it, they would be severely injuring their souls in the process. An injury to the soul, in 9 out of 10 cases, could never be healed. That is why tampering with the soulmark retribution was considered to be impossible. But if I can use the White Lotus as the focus, I might be able to come up with a new spell that blocks the tracker, perhaps even trick it. Adam's eyes shone with brilliance as he started drawing the blueprint for the magic circle. But right at that moment, the space beside him started to saturate and a small portal to the spirit world was formed. A messenger owl from the Brotherhood. Adam glanced at the portal in confusion, but what he saw next caused him to be greatly surprised. It wasn't an owl that came out of the portal. Instead, it was a black, furry puppy. Woof, the adorable little puppy jumped out of the portal and flew towards Adam. The youth was astonished to see this creature come at him. His lips widened in elation, but before he could even speak a word, the puppy landed on his face and started fondly licking him. Valerian, who was lazily lying down beside the youth, suddenly raised his head and saw the newcomer. Then his eyes widened in surprise. Blackie, the young dragon, hurriedly got on Adam's lap and then jumped toward Blackie, hugging him warmly. The puppy patted Valerian's head and nodded from time to time as if he were a senior inspecting his junior's progress. Blackie, did the old man send a letter? Adam asked nervously. It had been more than 2 months since he had written Berger a letter, but ever since then he hadn't received a reply yet. This caused him to be filled with anxiety, wondering if something had happened to the gnome. But now seeing Blackie appear before him, the weight in his heart lifted, albeit slightly. It wasn't until the cute puppy nodded his head that Adam finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right. Adam quickly put away the grimoire and his quill inside his earring. He got up from his seat while carrying Blackie and Valerian in his arms and walked toward his dorm room. After entering his room, he locked the door behind him and eagerly said, "Hurry, give me the letter." Blackie glanced at the youth with narrowed eyes and growled, "Grrr." Hearing his response, Adam's lips couldn't help but twitch. He cleared his throat and began once again, "Can you please give me the old man's letter, Lord Blackie?" Woof. Blackie happily nodded his head. A moment later, he coughed out a rolled parchment paper from his mouth. Surprisingly enough, the paper wasn't covered in mucus or anything. On the contrary, it was dry and smelled fresh. Adam knew about Blackie's innate ability, so he wasn't taken aback by this bizarre scene. He grabbed the rolled paper and walked toward his study table. He took his seat and began reading, his eyes flashing with anticipation. While Valerian cheerfully ran around Blackie, trying to get his attention in an adorable manner, Adam silently read the contents of the letter. But the more he read, the more grim his expression became. His hands involuntarily clenched the paper, causing it to crumple at the edges. When he finally finished reading the paper, his expression had completely darkened. His jet-black eyes flashed with a storm of emotions, and his heart started pounding in apprehension. He looked toward Blackie and asked in a tone choked with emotions, "Oh, old man, he's at the end of his lifespan." Blackie glanced at Adam and nodded his head ever so slightly, his ears drooping. Valerian, who was playing by his side, suddenly stopped in his tracks and glanced at the puppy in absolute shock. "Is this true?" Woof. Blackie nodded yet again. Adam remained silent for a long time, his eyes turning moist. He thought to himself with deep sadness, "Old man, you." Tears trickled down his face and fell on the letter he was holding. And no, this can't be happening. In the letter, Berger had written that he was at the end of his lifespan and was now entering closed-door mindfulness in order to break through to the next rank. This was the only method to extend his life. For this very reason, he had been preparing for his advancement all this while and was unable to write Adam back. The advancement to the Mana Core rank was an extremely difficult hurdle for a magus. In order to step foot into this rank, they had to condense the mana in their body, solidify it, and form a core. It was a qualitative transformation, to say the least. However, if a magus's lifespan caught up to them before they advanced to the next rank, it was the end for them. Death came equally to both mortals and magi alike. As a rank 3 mana vortex magus, Berger had already lived for several hundreds of years. He had been accumulating all this while and solidifying his foundations in order to advance to the next level. The time had already come. However, it was a big gamble. During each advancement, a magus's life essence was enhanced. If they failed, more often than not they would perish in the process. But for Berger, who was already near the end of his lifespan, it could be argued that this wasn't much of a risk. But the fact remained that there was still a possibility of him dying during the advancement. He was going to die either way, then he had taken it upon himself to break through to the next rank. As a magus, he couldn't give up just yet. As long as there was the slightest chance, he would grasp it. Berger had mentioned all of this in the letter without hiding a single detail from Adam. The youth began pacing back and forth inside his room, his hands incessantly trembling. His eyes turned red and tears flowed down his face as he incoherently mumbled under his breath, What do I do? What can I do? Should I leave the castle and journey back to Moon City? And no, it will take me at least 8 months to reach, and by that time I'm afraid." Adam didn't dare finish his words. For a moment he felt extremely helpless. He wasn't ready to lose the old man whom he loved and cherished as his own family, who he exhaled a deep breath and wiped his eyes. His jet-black pupils shone with immense resolve as he walked back to his study table. He took out a fresh parchment paper and dipped the quill in ink. He gritted his teeth and began frantically writing down everything he knew about the advancement to the Mana Core rank. All the memories of those experts from the greater universe, all their experiences, all the potion recipes that can be considered essential for the advancement. Their comprehensions of the way, their familiarity with breaking through to rank 4. "Take it, I will write them all down for you. Study it and become a Mana Core magus. Old man, you cannot die, I won't lose you as well." Somewhere near the borders of the Nightingale Kingdom, perched upon a gentle hill, an ash tree stood as a guardian over the sprawling mountain ranges. The canopy was a verdant green, the leaves glittering with an ethereal glow that shifted with the changing light every time a cloud blocked the sunlight. Its branches were adorned with blossoms of creamy white colors, each flower exuding a faint, sweet fragrance that filled the air. The branches reached upward and outward as if trying to embrace the sky. Beneath the tree, the ground was carpeted with soft, emerald grass and vibrant wildflowers. An old gnome knelt on the ground, placing incense sticks before a small portrait that rested against the tree trunk. "It has been so many years, my dear Jermir," the gnome softly muttered as he lit up the incense sticks one by one. "A beautiful tree has bloomed from the ashes I laid here. A calm and soothing aroma exuded from the incense smoke, causing the old gnome to feel at ease. His lips curled up, but there was no trace of a smile. Glancing at the portrait that displayed a young gnome smiling cheerfully, the old gnome's lips quivered. I wonder where your spirit has wandered to. Are you well? When I die, I wonder if I'll be able to find you. Unlike the other major races, gnome funeral rites employed cremation. It broke down the body into ash and dust, releasing the spirit to find its own way toward the afterlife. The old gnome wiped his tears and rested against the ash tree, gazing at the scenery around him. From the hilltop, he could see the vast expanse of the region below, rolling hills dotted with evergreen forests, sparkling rivers weaving through the landscape, and even distant mountains with snow-capped peaks. The ash tree atop this hill was a place of peace, a place that the old gnome frequently visited to chat with his long-deceased son. The gnome looked in the direction of the Akkadian Empire in the north. His eyes flashed with reminiscence, and he muttered, "Adam." Suddenly, the next moment, the space beside him undulated and the colors began to saturate. The old gnome looked toward it with a calm expression. A portal to the spirit world opened and Blackie jumped out of it. He walked toward the old gnome and buried himself in his arms. "My old friend, you don't need to be so disheartened." Berger fondly rubbed Blackie's head. "Death is a part of life. Without one, the other is incomplete." He took a deep breath and continued, "But my ancestors believed that for the soul there is neither birth nor death. Nor having once been does it ever cease to be. It is unborn yet also eternal. It is not slain when the body is slain." There was profound wisdom in his words, reflecting the immortality of the soul body and the transient nature of the physical body. However, whether his words held true was yet to be known by any man that was alive. "My only regrets are that I won't be able to see the boy grow up and that I won't be able to fulfill my promise to you." Berger rested his head against Blackie's. "Forgive me, my friend." Berger Blackie's voice was deep and resonant. "Your time has not come yet." His bearing was confident, almost authoritative. It was completely unlike how he presented himself in front of Adam and Valerian. The old gnome chuckled in a self-deprecating manner. "Rest assured, I will try my best to advance during my close-door mindfulness. But we must be pragmatic. The chances of a magus, especially someone as old as me, to break through to the Monocore rank is very minuscule." He paused for a moment before speaking in a solemn tone. "Blackie, upon my death, I want you to go to Adam and—" However, before he could continue, Blackie interrupted him. "What if I told you that your chances for breaking through to the Monocore rank have increased significantly?" Berger was momentarily taken aback before he burst into laughter. He spoke jokingly. "Did the boy send an elixir to extend my life?" "No." Blackie shook his head, his expression as serious as ever. "He sent something far greater." The following moment, he opened his maws wide. When observed closely, one would be able to see a barely visible portal to a mysterious spatial dimension inside his mouth. Berger couldn't help but be curious about what his familiar was going to take out, but all he saw was a thick stack of parchment papers come out of Blackie's mouth and land on his lap. "What's this?" Blackie's tone was filled with unconcealed shock and admiration. "That kid, Adam, he is something else entirely. Never in my life had I expected him to know of such arcane knowledge." Berger grabbed the first piece of paper and read the title out loud, "The Path to Monocore." His eyes widened in disbelief, and he looked at his familiar. How does he know of this?" "This is just the beginning," said Blackie. "The more you read, the more you'll realize just how deep his knowledge about magic is. It is almost as if he has the mind of an old venerable sage inside the body of a child." Berger continued to read through the parchment papers that Adam had written. He could feel the youth's desperation through the words. It invoked a strong sense of emotion inside him. The more he read, the more shocked he became. There were topics written about the analytical and spiritual side of magic that even he wasn't aware of. When he read about the profoundness of Adam's comprehension of the way, Berger felt his soul deeply resonate with him. The mana in the surroundings gently thrummed and echoed to the pulse of his soul. This was a near state of enlightenment, however. Due to his shocked state, he wasn't able to properly capitalize on it. His hands trembled as he held onto the papers. He looked at Blackie and asked, "Just where did he get all this?" "It doesn't matter." Blackie shook his head. He paused for a moment before speaking with encouraging words. "All that matters now is your advancement to the Monocore rank." Adam sat on a boulder on the banks of Marion Lake, gazing at the calm surface of the lake with a blank look in his eyes. It had been a week since he had sent the letter to Berger. Since then, he hadn't received a reply from the old gnome. However, Blackie had visited him a few days ago stating that Berger had entered close-door mindfulness. This undoubtedly meant that the gnome was attempting to break through to the Monocore rank. Adam had deeply thought about his actions. The knowledge that he had written down in those papers could be said to be invaluable. In Tron, these papers could even be considered sacred texts. After all, in the entirety of the planet, the number of rank 4 magi was very minuscule. Moreover, these magi would strongly gatekeep the secrets to advancing to this rank. In such a scenario, the words that Adam had written down on those parchment papers were enough to start a global war. The youth knew that Berger would definitely question him about how he had gotten his hands on such profound knowledge, but Adam didn't care. All that mattered to him was the gnome breaking through to rank 4 and extending his life. If Berger succeeded in doing so, he didn't mind getting smacked in the forehead by a smoking pipe for the rest of his life. These things swirled in Adam's mind for the past week, causing a whirlpool of emotions that prevented him from doing much of anything else. His mind would always wander around and worry about the old gnome. Professor Eleni approached the youth from behind and tugged on the hems of his black robes. "Are you okay?" Adam snapped out of his daze and turned around to look at the brown-haired young girl with pale blue eyes. His lips curled up into a warm smile and he gently patted her head. "Of course." Eleni glanced at Adam while fidgeting with her fingers. She then lowered her head and mumbled, "You've been very unusual lately. Art, Aiden and I have been wondering if something happened to you." Adam glanced at his 2 other students who were crouching in the distance, trying to overhear his conversation while pretending to read a book. Seeing such a scene, Adam couldn't help but lightly chuckle. "Come here, you two." "Yes, Professor, you called. Did something happen?" "Because we totally don't know as we were busy studying." Art and Aiden jogged toward the youth and then stood before the boulder beside Eleni. All 3 of them were looking at him expectantly. Seeing the concern in their eyes, Adam's heart warmed. He smiled faintly as he stated, "How is your progress coming along?" "It's great, Professor. Faster than I expected. The potions and the medicinal baths greatly helped." "Good." Adam nodded as he stroked his chin, deep in thought. "I have to leave for the Brotherhood's mission within the next 4 months. Should I take these kids with me?" Although there are some risks involved, the kids will be able to benefit greatly as well. Adam pondered about the pros and cons of taking his students along with him. He took into account everything that was happening around him, including the threat of the Umbra thieves, and tried to make a decision. Real-world experience in handling danger, making quick decisions, and adapting to unforeseen circumstances are lessons that can't be fully replicated in a safe environment such as Saratoga, he thought to himself. They are also reaching a critical stage in their training where real-world experience is necessary for their development. These kids have been sheltered by their families all their lives as well. They need to step out of their comfort zones. This mission can also test the capabilities of the kids. Furthermore, it will develop strong bonds between them as well. The advantages of taking the kids on this mission were clear as day to him, but it was the cons that irked him. There is still the chance of the assassins from Umbra thieves attacking me during this trip. The kid's life might be put in danger. However, if I make certain arrangements to ensure their safety, this trip will definitely be worthwhile for their growth. Art couldn't help but get a little impatient and asked, "Professor, what are you thinking?" Adam snapped out of this train of thought and glanced at the students. "Would you like to go on a trip with me?" "You mean a picnic?" Aiden asked excitedly. Bam! Adam lightly smacked him on the forehead. "I mean a trip to gain battle experience, my foolish student. Why in the world would I take you out on a picnic?" True, Aiden gently caressed his forehead while nodding. "Battle experience?" Eleni asked with curious eyes. "Professor, are you going to take us to the orcs' territories?" "No, it's a town called Stratford in the northern regions of the Empire," said Adam. Art had an uninterested expression on his face as he said, "Professor, I heard it was very cold there. Can we go somewhere warm and sunny?" Bam! It's fine. We can go to Stratford." "I see nothing wrong with that," Art corrected himself. Meanwhile, Aiden secretly glanced at him and giggled, causing him to be very annoyed. "Professor, what's so great about Stratford?" Eleni thought for a while and asked, "Oh, I remember there are dark woods bordering that town. Do you want us to hunt beasts there?" "Yes, something like that." Adam chuckled. The next moment, his expression turned solemn, and he added, "However, I have a condition to take you all with me on this trip." "What is it?" The students asked enthusiastically. They really wished to go out with Adam and explore the lands, but more importantly, they wanted to witness just how strong their mentor was. Adam's lips curled up into a smirk. "Within the next 4 months. You have to advance to muscle stage magi." As the shadows of sunset lengthened across the corridors of Saratoga, Adam leisurely walked with his hands behind his back while Valerian perched upon his shoulder, gracefully licking his paw. Along with the sound of footsteps that echoed in the hallways, the hushed murmurs of children could also be heard. "We're finally going on a trip. The last few months have been arduous. Thankfully, we advanced right before Professor's deadline." After months of diligent training and practicing mindfulness, Art, Aiden, and Eleni finally advanced to the muscle stage rank, and now they were ready to depart for Stratford. However, one thing they couldn't understand was why their mentor was guiding them to the depths of the castle instead of leaving through the front door. Eleni couldn't help but ask curiously, "Professor, why are we taking this route?" "No reason in particular," Adam chuckled. "I just wanted to explore a certain place." Saratoga Castle had many secret passageways that led to various parts of the surrounding lands. Some led to different locations within Ravenfell, while others led to areas that were further inland. Adam's destination was a secret passageway that was known to very few students or faculty members. He had happened to find its entrance a few months ago when he was touring the place with Valerian. He arrived at a certain corridor in the north wing where people rarely lingered. The corridor was deserted and the light from the high windows cast an eerie glow. The children huddled up behind Adam, tightly grabbing onto his robes. "Professor, where is this place? It feels so spooky. Can we please get out of here?" Adam turned around to glance at the frightened kids and smiled, "Rest assured. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you." The kids could only nervously nod and follow closely behind their mentor. They arrived at the end of the corridor where the statue of a badger stood proudly on a towering pedestal. Adam stood before it and solemnly stated the secret password, "As above, so below." As soon as the words left his mouth, the stone badger seemed to have come alive. It bent over and touched the pedestal with its paws. Then it magically separated the pillar from the middle, revealing a dark and narrow passageway hidden within. "Oh my goodness, the badger did it just. So there's a secret passageway here." Adam glanced at the kids with an amused smirk. "If you ever wish to leave the castle through this passage, remember the secret password." "Yes, Professor." The young magi excitedly nodded their heads. As the group entered the secret passage, the entrance silently closed behind them. Adam expanded the sphere of resonance to the maximum output, trying to navigate his way through this intricate layout of tunnels. "Don't forget to mark this route for future use," he reminded the kids. Eleni immediately took out a parchment paper from her storage ring and then began charting the map. The air was cool and musty, filled with the scent of damp earth. The walls were close, just wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The passageway seemed endless, the minutes stretching into eternity as they walked. However, the kids didn't dare complain, afraid that someone lurking in the darkness would hear them. Silence was deafening, broken only by the faint drip of water and the echo of their footsteps. Adam continued to sense for any possible dangers in the perimeter. Although he knew that the tunnels under Saratoga were safe, he still didn't wish to take a risk. "Are we there yet, Professor?" Aiden whispered, looking around in vigilance. Right at that moment, the tunnel started to gradually slope upwards. The air grew warmer and less oppressive. Soon, the fragrance of grass and wildflowers permeated the air. "Yes, we're here," Adam smiled. He deactivated the illumination spell and relied on the faint glow of sunlight to guide him. Finally, they arrived at the exit of the tunnel, but it seemed to be blocked by a large boulder, and atop this boulder stood yet another statue of a badger. Adam walked toward it and stated another secret password, "As below, so above." The badger statue crouched and effortlessly separated the middle of the boulder as if drawing the curtain. Sunlight seeped in through the exit, shining on Adam and the kids. The group walked out of the exit and found themselves in a cave. As the kids slowly made their way out of the cave, Eleni couldn't help but ask, "Professor, is the secret password all that's required to enter and exit the tunnels?" If this were so, then just anyone could enter the tunnels if they knew the password. This could very possibly lead to a breach in Saratoga's security. Adam shook his head and chuckled. "Well, that's only one of the two requirements. What's the other one?" Art curiously asked. Adam flashed his medallion that displayed the insignia of Saratoga Castle. "If you speak the secret password without having this item in your possession, the badger will kill you." The three kids' bodies shuddered listening to him. "So always remember to carry the medallion with you," Adam added. The group then arrived at the center of the grove. Adam looked around and nodded. "This should be somewhere inland, further west of Ravenfell." Art looked around and saw the grove was completely empty except for the few little animals glancing at them curiously. He couldn't help but grumble, "How are we going to get to Stratford? If we visited Ravenfell first, we could have at least gotten a carriage." "Hee hee, you don't have to worry about that," Adam chuckled. He then glanced at Valerian and nodded. Finally, he leaped off of the youth's shoulder and landed on the ground. "I can finally try this out." The three young magi were confused as to what this little cat, who always followed Adam around, would do now. But a moment later, they were utterly dumbfounded, because Valerian was beginning to transform. Under the young magi's incredulous gazes, something very magical was taking place. As the midday sun filtered through the sparse canopy, casting dappled patterns of light and dark on the grove floor, the air around Valerian suddenly changed in a mystical manner. His ears perked up and his eyes snapped open, gleaming with an intense focus. A faint glow began to envelop his small frame, like sudden ripples on the surface of a calm lake. As the glow intensified, Valerian's form slowly began to change. His body elongated and grew, muscles bulging and bones shifting with a series of faint, almost imperceptible cracks. The transformation was seamless, yet powerful. Gradually, the once small cat became a towering figure. His fur deepened to an even darker shade, making it look like an imposing shadow against the sunlit background. From Valerian's broad back, a pair of enormous wings began to slowly emerge. The wings, adorned with glossy black feathers, unfolded harmoniously, each feather gleaming with an almost metallic sheen. His wings stretched wide, their span casting a dark shadow over the grove clearing. Valerian's wings looked both elegant and deadly. It was truly a sight to behold. As the transformation was complete, Valerian now stood as a colossal panther, his topaz eyes blazing with an otherworldly light. His sleek, black tail swayed gently like that of a graceful feline. As he took a step toward Adam, the ground trembled ever so slightly beneath his massive paws. As he came closer, a low, rumbling growl emanated from his throat, causing the kids to shudder involuntarily. They had never thought that the adorable little cat who always followed Adam around was actually such a fearsome predator. However, if they knew that Valerian was in fact a dragon, they would definitely lose consciousness. Valerian's gaze was sharp and commanding, exuding a primal aura of dominance. When the kids gazed into his eyes, they were truly shocked and couldn't help but immediately look away. Flying panther, so this is his true form, incredible. Hearing the praises from the young magi, Valerian's lips curled up into a slight smirk. He walked toward Adam and stood right before him with a smug expression on his face. So brother, what do you think? Am I not majestic? Adam curiously glanced at his familiar's new transformation. He was quite surprised when Valerian had previously mentioned to him that he was able to transform into a creature other than a dragon. Today, he was finally able to see it with his own eyes. To say that he was impressed would be a major understatement. Dragons are truly natural experts in magic from the school of alteration, he thought to himself. Even though this is your first time, I must say, you were able to pull it off very effortlessly. Not bad, he praised sincerely. Valerian's topaz eyes narrowed. Not bad. HMPH. Adam resisted the urge to roll his eyes. You did great, little Val. HMPH. The young dragon snorted and looked away in displeasure, but the intensely swaying tail behind him spoke otherwise. Adam glanced at his students' dumbstruck expressions and asked, shall we leave for Stratford then? Aiden pointed his trembling hands at the black feathered panther and asked, hey, are we going to ride your familiarno? I mean, Lord Valerian. The young dragon's ears twitched ever so slightly as he thought to himself in gratification, Lord Valerian. Yes, I like the ring of that. I am a mighty dragon after all. He then glanced at the three kids and said in a deep and solemn voice, from now on you will address me as Lord Valerian. Why yes, Lord Valerian. The young magi nodded their heads like starving chickens pecking at rice. Seeing such an incredulous scene unfold before him, Adam couldn't help but bury his face in his palm. The next moment he hopped onto Valerian's back, then gestured for his students to do so as well. The kids were very nervous. They had never flown on a magical beast after all. However, watching Adam's broad and straight back gave them a great sense of security. After making sure everyone had adjusted themselves comfortably, Adam stroked the glossy black hair on Valerian's back. All right, Val, let's take to the skies. Roar. Valerian's roar reverberated through the grove, instantly silencing all the insects, birds, and small animals within. The sunlight filtered through the trees, dancing across his black feathered wings, making them gleam with an otherworldly beauty. With a powerful thrust of his wings, Valerian leaped into the air, ascending effortlessly. The grove below became smaller and smaller as he soared above the treetops. His wings beat rhythmically, propelling him higher into the clear blue sky and toward the distant white clouds. In but a few short moments, Valerian's silhouette had become a tiny dot before gradually disappearing into the horizon. At the same time, in the dark woods bordering the town of Stratford, another transformation was taking place. In a small clearing, a lone figure stood, his breath visible in the cold air. He shivered, not from the chill, but from the primeval energy coursing through his veins. As the sun gradually dipped over the horizon, Selene and Luna made themselves known with boundless splendor and beauty. Yet, for this figure, they evoked fear, but also anticipation. As the figure's eyes reflected the moonlight, a tremor ran through his body. He dropped to his knees, his fingers elongating into sharp claws. A guttural growl escaped his lips, echoing through the forest. The figure's muscles rippled and bulged, bones cracked and reformed, and the clothes on his body were completely torn open. His face contorted in agony as his jaws extended and teeth lengthened into deadly fangs. Thick dark fur sprouted from his body, covering him and protecting him from the harsh cold. The transformation was both breathtaking and excruciating, a unification of man and beast. This figure slowly rose to his feet, having fully transformed into a towering werewolf. Standing at over 2 meters tall, his glowing eyes and shimmering fur shone under the moonlight. He exuded a fierce and predatory aura as he threw back his head and let out a blood-curdling cry that resonated through the dark woods. Howl. The town of Stratford was located at the edge of the Weeping Woods. This forest got its name because of the trees that strangely resembled humanoid shapes. Though the trees themselves were harmless, they produced terrifying sounds that imitated people crying in pain and agony. The sound that this forest produced, weirdly enough, kept the creatures and monsters away from the town. Well, most of them anyway. Beyond this mystical forest lay the Grayskull Mountains that separated the empire from the tundra wastelands further north. Snowflakes gracefully danced in the air, glistening like tiny crystals in the evening sky. The forest, with its ancient trees covered in white, stood like silent guardians, while the rugged peaks of the mountain ranges beyond reached upward past the clouds. Stratford was a picturesque town with wooden and stone buildings that seemed to seamlessly blend in with the wintry environment. The roofs were blanketed with snow, while smoke rose from chimneys, creating a warm and welcoming contrast to the cold outside. A group of weary travelers arrived at the snow-covered path leading to the town gates. Why didn't we just land inside the town with Lord Valerian? Art asked suddenly as he pulled his fur cloak tighter around him. You don't always need to make a flashy appearance, my foolish student, said Adam with a slight smirk. Being inconspicuous has its advantages too. It would have been nice for the townsfolk to see us arrive on Lord Valerian's back, Art softly muttered under his breath, to which Aiden nodded in agreement, whereas Eleni shook her head, stating it's better to be discreet. It gives us more room to act. Heh, precisely. Adam nodded in approval. As the group slowly approached the town's entrance, they saw that the gates were flanked by tall, sturdy towers. Guards patrolled the city walls with weapons in hand, constantly on the lookout for any possible dangers. Things had been quite intense in the past couple of months, so they couldn't help but constantly be on edge. As Adam and his students approached the city gates, the guards turned vigilant. Despite recognizing the raven-haired youth's robes and pointy hat, which only magi would often wear, they stopped the group. Halt, state your purpose. Two guards standing by the gates approached the group and prevented them from entering. Although the weapons in their hands were trembling and their eyes flashed with nervousness, they stood their ground. Slightly offended by the situation, Art stepped forward and angrily yelled, how dare you stop us? Do you know who we are? Seeing such a scene, Adam couldn't help but shake his head in slight disappointment. This kid, he's still as haughty as ever. Looks like I must discipline him later. A middle-aged man wearing leather armor and wielding a sword stepped forward and respectfully bowed. My lords and lady, please state your purpose of visiting Stratford. We're under strict orders from the town council to not let outsiders in without proper identification. The guard knew that the newcomers were very likely to be magi, so he didn't dare be disrespectful to them. Adam was about to show the guards his forged identification documents when suddenly a blond, middle-aged man came running from inside the town. Geordie, wait, the man hurriedly said to the guard. They're with me. The guards turned around and saw a fellow resident of the town approach them. One of them couldn't help but ask in surprise, Lord Kenley, you know these people? Kenley nodded. Of course I know them. Didn't I tell you about the relatives from my wife's side who would be visiting me? Geordie's eyes lit up. Oh yes, that's right. But the next moment, his expression turned grim. But visiting at such a time. Don't worry about it. Kenley waved his hand nonchalantly and began talking to the guards. Meanwhile, Eleni looked at Adam and asked in surprise, Professor, your sister lives in this town. Adam's lips twitched as he thought, how come I don't know? He was seeing this man for the first time in his life. But suddenly, he thought of something. Could he be? Kenley's next words confirmed the youth's suspicion. Haha, Adam, you must be very tired from the long journey. Come, let us go home. Twilight is about to fall. Adam's eyes narrowed ever so slightly before he burst into a hearty peal of laughter. Kenley, it's been a while. I hope you're treating my sister well. Yes, come now. Let's head in. Kenley smiled warmly before leading Adam and the kids into the town. Seeing that Adam was a relative of one of the town's residents, the guards heaved a sigh of relief. They respectfully nodded at him and the three kids, allowing them to enter. Aiden walked beside Art and spoke in a hushed tone. Oi, did you know about Professor having a sister? Art was initially puzzled before smirking. HMPH, of course I knew. He then looked at his friend mockingly. You didn't? Tusk. Inside Stratford, the narrow streets were bustling with activity despite the falling snow. Townfolk hurried about their business, covered in furs and woolens. Children played in the snow, their laughter echoing in the streets as they built snowmen and engaged in a friendly snowball fight. When the three young magi saw this scene, they felt a warmth in their hearts that contrasted with the cold weather around them. Kenley, who was walking at the forefront of the group, secretly glanced at Adam from time to time in astonishment. They said an agent of the Brotherhood would come to this town, but I didn't think he would be this young. I can't believe he's a mana liquefaction magus. While Kenley was secretly observing him, he muttered flatly, have you arranged accommodations? Kenley immediately straightened his back and respectfully replied, yes, my lord. What about the kids? Adam asked. Kenley glanced at the three young magi and awkwardly said, I thought you were the only one coming, but worry not, my lord. I will have someone arrange lodging for them immediately. Good, Adam nodded. Meanwhile, the three kids walking behind them had a dumbfounded look on their faces. Eleni couldn't help but curiously ask Kenley, Mister, isn't our mentor your brother-in-law? Then why are you addressing him so formally? Kenley's lips twitched incessantly as he thought to himself, my brother-in-law, he's my superior. The group made their way towards the town square, where a massive evergreen tree stood, its branches heavy with snow and adorned with colorful lights and ornaments. Around the tree there was a bustling market. Stalls selling hot beverages, roasted meats, and freshly baked bread filled the chilly air with mouthwatering fragrances. Seeing such a lively scene, Adam couldn't help but ask, "So apart from the night of the full moons, those beasts don't attack the town?" "That is correct, my lord," Kenley replied respectfully. "It is because of this peculiar occurrence that the town has managed to stand for so long. If not, I'm afraid the town and its people would have long since perished." "I see." Adam nodded while stroking his chin. "Then what about the night of the full moons? How does the town defend against the beasts?" "The town council hires mercenaries as well as wandering magi from the surrounding regions, promising them bountiful rewards in exchange for protecting the town," replied the blond, middle-aged man. "But how long before the town's coffers are emptied?" Adam posed a valid question. "Monetary rewards are secondary," Kenley began. "What these people are more interested in are the beast cores and other materials that they can harvest from the creatures." Adam stopped by a stall and ordered 5 plates of skewered meat for everybody. After waiting a few minutes, the food was ready. The group grabbed their plates and continued walking toward their destination. At the edge of the square, the group noticed the town's inn, the White Stag, its signage board depicting a majestic stag standing proudly. "My lord, I've booked a sizable room for your use at that inn." Kenley pointed at the large 2-story inn in the near distance. He then glanced at the kids and spoke with a smile. "3 additional rooms will also be ready for you." Aiden was extremely perplexed. "Wait, we aren't staying at your house. Instead, we're staying at this inn." Art asked with squinted eyes, "Are you really Professor's relative?" Kenley glanced at the kids, then at Adam with an awkward look. "Don't ask so many questions. I'll explain everything to you inside," said Adam sternly. "Yes, Professor." The kids hurriedly nodded their heads. As the group stepped inside White Stag Inn, Adam astutely noticed signs of claw marks on the wall. Moreover, there was also a makeshift barricade placed beside the building's entrance. "Despite the signs of attacks that I've observed on my way here, the townfolk seem to be very lively for some reason. Is it because they know they won't be attacked until the next night of full moons?" The youth pondered. The group faced no hassle when they checked in at the establishment. Everything happened very smoothly. Adam instructed the kids to freshen up and then meet him for dinner in the common area. After the 3 had gone inside their rooms, Kenley followed Adam into his room. As soon as the middle-aged man shut the door behind him, Adam weaved a simple hand gesture, erecting a faint energy barrier around them to prevent others from overhearing them. "In twilight, we find truth," he flatly stated. Kenley was momentarily stunned before hurriedly performing the secret greeting and replying, "In shadows, we seek wisdom." Only after Adam had confirmed that the man was a member of the Brotherhood did he ask, "How many of us are there?" Kenley secretly approved of Adam's cautious nature before respectfully replying, "My lord, including me, there is one other acolyte in this town. His name is Wagner, I see." Adam nodded as he walked toward the table situated by the bed. He took a seat and unfastened the wine gourd hanging from his waist. "You thirsty?" Adam took large mouthfuls of the fine liquor he had completed brewing just before leaving Saratoga, finishing in only a few minutes. He then took out another gourd from his earring and started drinking until he finished half of it. Seeing this ridiculous scene, Kenley was speechless. "What the? Did he just drink a whole gourd and a half? What do I do now? Should I just leave?" However, much to his surprise, the raven-haired youth appeared very much sober despite drinking copious amounts of wine. "Tell me everything you know about these attacks. Don't miss out on a single thing. Understood?" Kenley involuntarily gulped as he noticed the sharp glint in Adam's jet-black pupils. "My lord, these attacks started more than half a year ago," he began. "Ever since then, hordes of wolves have been attacking the town on the night of the full moons. The mission report said something about the involvement of a werewolf. How many of them are there?" Adam asked solemnly. "And what are their power levels?" "The mercenaries and the wandering magi have reported coming under attack by one werewolf when a group of them had ventured deep into the weeping woods. That is the only case where the lycanthrope had been spotted," replied Kenley. "Are there any rank 2 magi in the town, or is there one amongst the wandering magi that have been hired to investigate this occurrence?" "No, my lord." Kenley shook his head. "The town council consists of only rank 1 magi. Even among the wandering magi who have been hired, there aren't any in the mana liquefaction rank." Adam went into deep thought. "If Elric gave me the mission, then it means that this case requires someone with the strength of a rank 2 magus." He deeply glanced at Kenley and asked, "How many times have the mercenaries ventured into the woods?" "Only once," said the middle-aged man. "Deep inside the weeping woods, the place is sprawling with wolves. Ever since that one time they encountered a werewolf where the vast majority of the people died, none have gone back there again." "I see." Adam nodded. "Why does the werewolf stay within the forest at all times and only attack during the night of full moons? Is it afraid? Or perhaps there are other reasons that I don't know." "My lord, there is another thing. Go on." Adam gestured for the man to continue. Kenley took a deep breath and solemnly stated, "The Weeping Woods actually used to be a territory of an ancient magus family. We believe that they were the first victims of the werewolf. Adam's eyes narrowed. What was their name? The Howlett family. The snow fell softly, blanketing the cobblestone streets in a layer of pristine white. The air was crisp and cold, each breath exuding a mist that quickly dissipated. Aiden, Art, and Alini walked through the crowded streets, pulling their cloaks tighter around them to combat the harsh cold. Professor says once we complete the 5 stages of the Mana Foundation rank, the harsh weather will no longer cause us discomfort, said Art as he rubbed his palms against one another. That's why Professor walks around with a loose robe on without feeling any cold whatsoever, Aiden chimed in. Art chuckled, hee. It's probably because of the insane amounts of wine that keep him warm. Everyone has a vice, Art, Alini stated, just like how you spend gold on the most random things without batting an eye. Art's lips twitched. What do you mean? I don't spend on random things. Really? Alini's eyes squinted. Didn't you give the barmaid at the inn a gold coin to give you a glass of water? What's wrong with that? Art protested. Water's free, you dummy. Aiden pointed at the blonde-haired youth and giggled also. Didn't you say that you knew about the professor having a sister in this town? Haha, you're such a liar. Shut up. Art's face turned red from embarrassment. I was just playing along with the professor's story. You were too stupid to catch up on it. HMPH. Last night, after the trio had freshened up after the long journey and met Adam for dinner, the latter had told them that the reason he was here was because the Herbalists Guild had given him a mission. This mission was to gather and research certain types of magical herbs and ingredients that only grew in the Weeping Woods. The children didn't find this suspicious at all. They knew that Adam was a member of the Herbalists Guild. Moreover, it was normal for the guild to send its members on missions such as this, but what they didn't expect was that the town they arrived in to be embroiled in such a supernatural occurrence. They say that the reason for the beast attacks is possibly a werewolf. What do you guys think about that? Aiden asked with slight apprehension. Of course, he had read about lycanthropes. These creatures were shapeshifters with at least 2 forms, a humanoid and a particular type of animal. The werewolf was the most notable example. These are just rumors. We can't be sure, Alini stated with a solemn expression. As the trio walked through the streets, they noticed that the town was bustling with activity despite the weather and the dangers that lurked outside. To their left, a bakery exuded warmth and the tantalizing fragrance of freshly baked bread. Next to the bakery stood a blacksmith's forge. The sound of metal clanging on metal could be heard coming from it. The trio continued down the street, passing a series of houses with thatched roofs that were covered with snow. Smoke curled up from the chimneys, adding to the already pleasant scene. Children bundled in thick coats ran past them, laughing and tossing snowballs at each other, their cheeks flushed with excitement. Suddenly, a snowball landed on Art's face, causing him to shudder ever so slightly from the cold sensation. The young boy who had thrown it at him by mistake suddenly found himself crying nervously. Despite that, he walked before Art and apologized. Sorry, mister, I didn't mean to do that. Art wiped the snow from his face and glanced at the young boy standing before him. He crouched down and gently patted the boy's head. It's all right. Wu, the boy nodded while wiping his tears. It's okay, don't cry. Art consoled the boy. Do you want some candy? He then looked at the other children huddled a few meters away from him and asked the same. What about you guys? Would you like some candy? Children glanced at each other before shyly nodding. Seeing such a scene, Art couldn't help but chuckle. He took out a bunch of fruit candies that he had bought from the market the other day and presented it to them. Wow, so many candies, they look so colorful. While the little children started devouring the sweets with great relish, Art took the opportunity and asked them, can you tell me what has been happening in the town lately? A young girl tilted her head and curiously asked, Mister, you don't know. Are you new here? Alini stepped forward and said with a warm smile, we are visiting a relative here. We only came here a few days ago. Another young boy, this one slightly plump, said animatedly, every month the wolves attack us like rower, but the great magi protect us like whoosh. What do the residents of the town do when the beasts attack? Aiden asked. We hide underground. It's very stinky, but it's also very warm. After chatting with the children a little longer, Art gave them some more candies before bidding them farewell. The 3 of them continued to go around town, investigating the recent attacks. They examined the damaged homes, the makeshift barricades that could be found at every house, interviewed the survivors, and explored the whole town. By sunset, they returned to the White Stag and went to Adam's room on the 2nd floor to report their findings. They found the raven-haired youth sitting at the table, conducting some experiments related to herbalism. The trio patiently waited until Adam had finally finished what he was doing. Adam dusted his hands and looked at them. So what have you found? Alini stepped forward and respectfully recounted all the details she and her friends had gathered. The attacks happened once every month where an endless horde of wolves attacked the town. During this time, the residents hid themselves in the underground bunkers that they had dug up since experiencing the devastation caused by the first ever beast wave. Meanwhile, mercenaries and wandering magi hired by the town council protected the town from the beasts. Moreover, the resident magi and mortal, able-bodied men also participated in the battle. Adam nodded after listening to Alini. This coincides with what Kenley has told me. But I still can't help but wonder, why do the wolves attack the town only the night of the full moons? This is so strange. He then glanced at his students and solemnly stated, "The next night of the full moons is a little less than 2 weeks from now. I want you three to partake in the defense of Stratford." The Weeping Woods was a place of mystery and horror. They stood as guardians that protected the town of Stratford for centuries, but that was until the wolves attacked. These humanoid-shaped ancient trees produced terror-inducing sounds that imitated people crying out loud in misery. This was what had kept the beasts from approaching the town in the past. Adam stood at the edge of the forest, dressed in a black hooded cloak. He curiously gazed at the trees that were packed closely together, creating a maze of shadows and narrow pathways. A cold gust of wind blew, causing the branches to creak and groan, producing sounds that echoed through the woods like the wails of lost souls. How did these trees develop such a strange shape? The youth thought to himself in amazement. The following moment, he weaved hand signs and cast a spell after creating the magic circle. Rank 2 spell, Shadow Cloak. Shadows swirled around Adam and formed a layer around him, completely concealing him in the darkness. Adam lowered his head and took a look at himself, nodding in approval. Not bad. The last expert's memories contained many spells that used the power of shadows. I'm beginning to like this magic. He slightly crouched his legs and vaulted toward the nearest tree branch. Upon landing, he observed the spell yet again. I see Shadow Cloak only conceals the visual by blending in with the shadows. Sound and smell can still be sensed by others. Well, this is not entirely bad for a rank 2 spell. He then jumped toward the next tree branch, trying to produce as little sound as possible as he made his way into the depths of the Weeping Woods. Kenley had mentioned to him that these forests used to be in the territory of the Howlett family. He believed that this family was the first victim of the werewolf case, since they had completely stopped showing up since the first beast wave. The family members used to come to Stratford very often and had a very good reputation amongst the townsfolk. Their absence led the people to believe that they might have already perished at the hands of the werewolf. However, Adam had to confirm this with his own eyes. That is why he had chosen to venture into the woods alone at night. He wanted to visit the Howlett estate. Snowflakes fell thickly around him, muffling the sound of his footsteps on the branches. The trees were tall and ancient, their branches creaking and groaning every time he landed on them. No beasts or werewolves in sight till now, he thought to himself. But this place is strangely eerie. It feels as if the fear is seeping into my skin. Furthermore, he was also receiving slight warning signals within his mind. This was what his sixth sense which he had grown to deeply trust over the years was telling him. Adam's expression turned solemn. Something's not right in this place. The whole forest seemed suffocating. The forest was alive with strange noises. He felt as if the very woods were mourning. The sound of the cold wind sweeping through the forest seemed like the chorus of weeping souls. Truly an apt name, he thought. I wonder why the Howlett family decided to settle down here. Were they crazy? After traveling for almost a mile, Adam was finally able to hear the distant howls of the wolves. He landed on a thick branch, gazing into the distance with a grim expression. He weaved a series of complex hand signs and sacrificed a few material components before casting 2 more spells. Rank 2 spell, Invisible. Rank 2 spell, Silence. These 2 spells belonged to the School of Illusion. Furthermore, it took Adam a great deal of effort to procure the material component for the invisible spell eyelashes of the faint clam. Now Adam was completely invisible. Moreover, with the help of the silence spell, no sound would be created within or pass through the radius of the 20-feet sphere. All that remains is concealing my smell. Unfortunately, I don't have any spells to help with that, the youth sighed before cautiously venturing deeper into the woods. The trees began to close in, the path narrowing and becoming more treacherous. The oppressive weight of the forest bore down on him. He couldn't help but think to himself in slight alarm, the deeper I go into these woods, the greater the sense of danger I feel. This place is definitely hiding something dangerous, or else it's impossible for a rank 2 magus such as myself to feel this way. So if he was able to sense something that alarmed him, there was bound to be something perilous up ahead. Suddenly, a particularly loud howl echoed through the trees. Although this one was quite closer than before, Adam wasn't surprised because he had already sensed it through his sphere of resonance. Countless packs of wolves, each containing at least 6 or more of these ferocious beasts, patrolled the forest. They were not mindlessly wandering through the woods. Instead, it seemed like they were guarding something. Their movements seemed very coordinated. Adam's expression turned extremely solemn. Are they being controlled? Or are they intelligent enough to be doing this on such a large scale? Probably not. As he continued to silently move toward the depths of the forest, the number of wolves increased significantly. The youth was greatly shocked by the sheer number of these creatures. He finally arrived at a clearing, and what he witnessed there caused him to be greatly surprised. At the center of this clearing stood a large estate that now lay in ruins. Snow-covered debris and splintered wood marked the remnants of what used to be a sturdy manor. Its walls had been torn apart, and its roof had caved in, leaving behind only a skeletal structure. Countless wolves prowled the perimeter of this destroyed manor, the Howlett family's estate. The youth thought to himself, it seems like they were indeed the first victims of the beast attacks. But if so, then where did the werewolf come from? More and more questions popped into his mind the more he thought about it. Suddenly, his pupils constricted when he saw a figure emerge from the building, a werewolf. Adam thought in alarm. This was the first time he had seen such a creature. The werewolf stepped out of the building, looking around with its bloodthirsty eyes. Its nostrils flared several times. Seemingly, it had caught scent of something, or rather someone. Suddenly, the werewolf turned its head in a particular direction, a purgatory growl escaping its lips, and the direction it was looking toward was none other than the branch Adam was standing on. Adam's eyes narrowed, but he remained calmly standing atop the branch. It noticed me, but how could it be because of my scent? That's the only thing that the youth wasn't able to conceal. However, he didn't imagine the werewolf's sense of smell to be so great that he would be immediately found out. However, Adam didn't leave yet. Although he wouldn't be able to deal with such a large number of wolves here, he was confident in his ability to escape, but he didn't do that. He wanted to see just what these monsters were guarding. The destroyed Howlett estate holds all the answers, but it will be very tough to reach that place on my own. Let's see what these wolves do next. Howled the werewolf threw his head back and howled to the skies. The next moment, the endless horde of wolves that were guarding the ruins of the manor suddenly turned maniacal. Their eyes turned bloodshot and they started growling. At once, these wolves started madly rushing in Adam's direction. Upon reaching the tree the youth was perching on, they started to crawl their way up the tree trunk. Adam was slightly taken aback when he witnessed such a scene. Although they couldn't sense me, they were able to accurately determine my location. This must be because of the werewolf's directive. He was quite astonished by how strong the werewolf's senses were for it to find his scent despite being hundreds of meters away. If these wolves get any closer, I'm afraid they too will be able to smell my presence, he thought to himself as the wolves climbed toward the topmost branch he was standing on. Because of such a large number of wolves climbing the tree, it started to creak and groan, seemingly about to collapse any moment now. Adam exerted strength in his legs and jumped to another tree nearby. He saw that the wolves were still climbing the tree he had earlier been on. They can't sense my presence, he thought. Then what about the werewolf? He turned his head in the direction of the ruined manor and saw that the werewolf was slowly making his way to the perimeter of the clearing. To be more accurate, he was vigilantly walking toward the tree Adam was previously on. Standing a little over 2 meters tall, this werewolf was much more muscular than an average human and had a masculine frame. His claws were razor sharp and his fangs were long and jagged. His fur was thick and dark, with patches of white here and there. The head was a blend of wolf and human features, with a pronounced snout and glowing eyes that were blood red. An intimidating pressure emanated from the wolf as he continued to walk out of the clearing. It was an aura of barely contained aggression. From the energy waves emanating from this guy, it seems that he's equivalent to a rank 1 magus. I feel like he'll be able to overpower anyone in this rank, Adam calmly observed. Suddenly, the werewolf paused in his footsteps and took a few deep breaths, his nostrils flaring. Then he turned his head and coldly gazed at the new tree Adam was squatting on. He commanded the wolf packs to attack this tree as he too made his way there. This time, however, there was a sense of urgency in his gait as he dashed toward the tree. Seeing such a scene, Adam smiled self-deprecatingly. As expected of the werewolf's enhanced senses, I'm afraid if it weren't for the rank 2 spells I cast on myself, he would have long since seen through me. He jumped from one tree to another, this time making sure to create a large enough distance from the werewolf. Adam wanted to observe him for a bit longer and then head into the ruined estate. Witnessing the werewolf commanding the wolf packs with such great coordination, he couldn't help but wonder. It seems to be quite cool-headed. I suppose the bloodthirsty nature only emerges on the night of the full moons. The more time passed, the more curious Adam got about just what secrets lay inside the Howlett estate. After going around the clearing a few times, ensuring that the path to the ruined manor was almost free of wolves, the youth finally made his move. By now, the werewolf had become extremely frantic from being unable to find the intruder. Every time he caught Adam's scent, it became fainter and fainter, causing him to be extremely violent and destructive in his approach. Although he did come across the occasional wolf pack, he was able to effortlessly fool them and finally arrive at the gates of the manor. The Howlett estate stood tall and imposing, though clearly in a state of disrepair. Crumbling stone walls, broken windows, and a dilapidated roof gave the impression that it had been abandoned for years. Adam's brows wrinkled into a knot as he thought, it seems that this place has been abandoned for quite some time now. Could it be that the Howlett family fell victim to the werewolf way before the wolves started attacking the town? Ivy and other creeping plants covered the exterior, further adding to its desolate look. The manor exuded an aura of neglect and decay. The once grand entrance was now partially collapsed, with the heavy wooden doors hanging loosely on the hinges. The werewolf had stepped out from this very entrance earlier. Adam's face turned extremely solemn. He had to look for clues inside the manor. Before that werewolf arrived, he had to be very quick. He would have already killed the creature earlier, as it would have made things easier for him. But the presence of so many wolves around him made the task difficult. Moreover, he didn't know whether his fight would alert other monsters in the vicinity. He had come here tonight to gather information, not fight head-on with the monsters. Just as Adam stepped foot inside the manor, intense warning bells started ringing inside his mind, and the hair on the back of his neck stood on ends. In the shadowy living room of the manor, he saw several other figures emerge, their eyes glowing like crimson orbs in the dark. Adam's pupils constricted as he hurriedly escaped the manor. Damn it, that werewolf was not the only one. The werewolves growled menacingly when they noticed an intruder had stepped inside the manor. They gazed at Adam with bloodthirsty eyes, and without waiting a moment, they pounced at him. Boom! The partially collapsed entrance was now completely destroyed as dust and debris flew in all directions. 5 werewolves stepped out of the manor. Some had masculine frames, while others appeared to be feminine. They looked around the manor with crazed eyes, looking for the intruder. The werewolf from earlier, who was leading the horde of wolves to look for traces of Adam, heard this sudden commotion and was astonished. He hurriedly ran back in the direction of the Howlett estate, his eyes flashing with panic. Upon reaching, he saw that the other werewolves had stepped out of the house and were seemingly in search of someone. Moreover, the wolves had also returned from the perimeter of the clearing and were now closely guarding the ruined estate. Meanwhile, Adam had already escaped to the edge of the clearing and was now standing on the topmost branch of a tree, coldly gazing at the werewolves. Who would have thought? The youth scoffed at this sudden turn of events. There is actually a whole pack of these bastards. Each werewolf had a unique appearance, some with patches of white or brown fur, others bearing scars that spoke of gruesome battles. Their movements were synchronized, forming a loose circle around the tallest werewolf. Adam looked at this werewolf with narrowed eyes and thought, the alpha. He's very close to advancing to rank 2. How troublesome. He was very confident in dealing with a regular group of rank 1 magi with great ease. However, the group of opponents that he faced now was vastly different. From what he had read about lycanthropes, he knew that these creatures not only had enhanced senses, but also had very impressive regenerative abilities, making them extremely hard to kill. Their strength, agility, and speed were also greatly enhanced, but the most difficult thing when dealing with them was their bloodthirsty nature. The more violence and carnage they were around, the stronger they got. While Adam was observing the pack of werewolves, the alpha had already caught his scent. This black werewolf turned his head in the youth's direction and glared with unbridled killing intent. Howl. His howls echoed through the entire forest, causing every wolf in the vicinity to turn berserk and run toward Adam. He even instructed half of the werewolves to follow him in order to deal with the youth, while the other half was left behind to guard the manor. Seeing such a scene, Adam felt extremely helpless. Now he was even more certain that the Howlett estate contained great secrets. Otherwise, the alpha would not have left 3 werewolves to guard it. Although I can only see 6 werewolves now, I can't be completely certain that there aren't any more of them, Adam thought to himself, as he saw the 3 werewolves and the enormous pack of wolves rushing toward him with unmatched fury. He gazed at the Howlett estate, his expression turning extremely grim. However, I am certain that there lies something far more dangerous than these werewolves in that manor. If I hadn't escaped from that building as early as I had, I'm afraid I would have been in a lot of trouble. After investigating this place, Adam was now certain that if he wanted to find the answers within the Howlett estate, he would have to come here with a large group. This wasn't something that could be done alone. He would have to lead an expedition team here and have them engage with the beasts while he explored the estate, looking for clues to the werewolf problem. Adam went around the horde of beasts, not at all inclined to engage with them, and went in the direction completely opposite of Stratford. He also made sure to lower his speed so that the werewolves would constantly be able to track his scent. As he went around the clearing, leading the beasts away, he cast one final glance at the Howlett estate, thinking to himself, what are these werewolves hiding? What lies inside the manor? He then turned back around and looked at the hordes of wolves as well as the 3 werewolves following him. His eyes flashed with a cold light when he gazed at those creatures at the forefront. If I can subdue one of those werewolves and experiment on them. But he quickly shook his head when he thought of the possible repercussions of this action. If the werewolves got enraged and decided to attack the town, then it would become very troublesome. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and make his way into the depths of the Weeping Woods before making a detour and arriving at Stratford. In an ancient underground cavernous chamber, the ceiling soared high above, dotted with stalactites that dripped with water, creating a rhythmic yet haunting melody. The walls were carved with intricate depictions of wolves. Their eyes seemed to be alive and flashing with malevolence. At the center of the chamber stood an enormous stone altar. It contained an equally large basin that was almost filled to the brim with blood. Moreover, drops of sanguine liquid continued to fall from the ceiling and slowly accumulated inside this basin. A towering werewolf stood before the altar, gazing at the blood-filled basin. His eyes flashed with madness and impatience. From time to time, sanity returned to his bloodthirsty eyes, however. It was immediately replaced by mania. The creature raised his head and glanced at the towering stone doors on the other side of the chamber. Spectral figures were carved on the ancient stone doors, whispering in hushed, tormented voices. Their voices were unintelligible, but were filled with temptation and allure. The werewolf's face contorted in sheer agony as the ravings assaulted his mind and overwhelmed him. Lift the curse. Stratford Ritual. Blood moons. As snowflakes silently fell, swirling around the cobblestone streets of Stratford, Eleni slowly made her way toward the town's public library. She was draped in a heavy hooded cloak that was made of animal fur, keeping her warm from the chilly weather. Leaving a trail of deep footprints behind her, she glanced at the residents walking around in a somber mood. The night of the full moons was nearly upon them, causing the atmosphere in the town to turn depressing. This was a stark contrast from what they'd witnessed when they had arrived at the town 3 weeks ago. From what I've heard, the beast attacks began nearly half a year ago. The townsfolk have had more than enough time to leave this place behind and migrate to another place. Yet they haven't left. How strange. Eleni couldn't help but think this to herself. She found this quite peculiar. If it were her and her family residing in this town, she would have left this place immediately after the first beast tide. Are these people so attached to this town? She thought in confusion. Her friends, Art and Aiden, had also grown visibly nervous lately. They had never dealt with something like this before. She was also the same. The 3 young magi had spent the vast majority of their lives under the care and protection of Thyr families. This mission could be considered their first step as a true magus, in a manner of speaking. As the days passed by, they became more anxious about the upcoming battle. Adam had already instructed them to partake in the defense of Stratford, so naturally they had to. Each had their own coping mechanisms to battle the anxiety. Art and Aiden began practicing spell casting like their lives depended on it because it did. Meanwhile, Eleni found comfort in reading books. Her breath misted in the air, and the cold bit at her fingers despite the thick gloves she wore. Night had just fallen, and the oil lampposts illuminated the way towards her destination. As she approached the grand entrance of the library, 2 wooden doors slowly swung open with a creak, seemingly in response to her arrival. An old woman dressed in thick woolen clothing stepped outside, holding a lantern in one hand and gazing at the newcomer with a gentle smile. "Come, little one," said the librarian. "I have been expecting you. I've just brewed a hot pot of tea." The youth had been visiting the library almost every day now, so she had gotten along with the librarian who looked after this place. As she followed the old lady into the library, the warmth from inside spilled out, enveloping her in a welcoming embrace. After making some small talk with the librarian, she grabbed the warm cup of tea and made her way toward a secluded corner. Tall bookshelves reached up to the ceiling, each of them containing volumes of books. Although none of them contained arcane knowledge, Eleni didn't mind it. She wanted to read books written by the local mortal residents. It's what she was here for anyway. This was what she liked to do in her free time when she wasn't studying magic. Eleni selected a random book from the bookshelf beside her. Glancing at the title, she read it out aloud, History of Stratford. Interesting. The scent of parchment, ink, and a hint of incense filled the air, creating a very relaxing atmosphere perfect for reading. Eleni settled into a high-backed chair as she kept the cup of tea on the table. As the snow continued to fall outside, blanketing the town in white, the youth flipped over the hard leather cover and began reading. In the beginning, the region that would become Stratford was a place of darkness and despair. An evil spirit, known as Morven the Malevolent, resided in the Weeping Woods, casting a shadow of terror over these lands. Morven the Malevolent, Eleni whispered with a raised eyebrow. She took a sip of the warm jasmine tea and lightly chuckled, quite the ominous name. Morven, with his black magic, wantonly enslaved the people of these lands, using them for his horrifying experiments. Hope was a distant memory for the oppressed inhabitants. The people's cry for salvation was answered one fateful day when a righteous magus named Stratford arrived from a distant land. Eleni was slightly taken aback. So the town is named after this magus. I wonder how much of it is true, or perhaps this whole book is a work of fiction. Stratford was renowned for his wisdom and mastery over the arcane arts. He could not ignore the suffering inflicted by the evil spirit Morven. With justice in his heart, he vowed to free the enslaved and end the reign of terror. The battle between Stratford and Morven was legendary, shaking the very foundation of the region. For days and nights their battle raged on. It was legendary. The evil spirit had brought an army of monsters to fight alongside him. On the other hand, Stratford fought alone. Despite being outnumbered, he easily dealt with the evil spirit's minions, and with a mighty magic spell, turned them into wailing trees. Wait a minute, Eleni was astonished. Those strangely shaped trees are the result of Magus Stratford's spell. These texts are too exaggerated. Ultimately, Stratford's unwavering determination and righteous magic triumphed over Morven's evil forces. With a grand spell, the evil spirit was defeated. The people were freed from their chains, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude for their savior. In honor of Stratford's bravery and righteousness, they decided to build a small settlement upon the very land where the battle had taken place. They named it Stratford, a testament to the Magus who had shone light upon them. Over the centuries, the settlement flourished and grew to the size of a large-scale town. The townsfolk constructed a public library at the center of the town, filled with books and scrolls to ensure the legacy of their savior was never forgotten. Eleni took a sip of the tea, finishing it. She glanced at the last few lines of the book and sighed. Even such a powerful Magus couldn't stand the test of time. The book says that before dying, Magus Stratford established his own family and had many descendants. She looked out of the window, glancing at the snowfall and muttering under her breath, "But I've never heard of a family related to the Magus residing in this town. I wonder how much of this book is even true." White Stag Town Square. Adam sat at the table by his bed, gazing at the snow falling outside through the window. The cup of tea had already gone cold. Beside the cup was the book that Eleni was reading yesterday at the library. She thought it was interesting, so she borrowed it from old Kathy and presented it to Adam. However, the raven-haired youth had yet to read it. He simply sat there in a daze. For the past few months, he was barely able to focus on anything. His mind would always wander around. Mostly, he was thinking of Berger. It had been more than 6 months since he had last received any response from the old gnome. At the time, Berger had said to him that he was beginning his preparation to advance to the next rank. Adam heaved a deep sigh and snapped out of his reverie when a cold gust of wind blew and gently assaulted his face. His shoulders slouched ever so slightly, and he muttered under his breath, "It's so hard to concentrate." Suddenly his eyes narrowed and he sat straight up, intently gazing at the corner of his room. A moment later, the colors in that area started to saturate and the space rippled. A messenger from the Brotherhood, or could it be the youth's eyes flickered with hope? The next moment, the space tore open and a portal to the spirit world was formed. Adam got to his feet, gazing at the portal with rapt focus. Then a black shadow jumped out of the portal and landed on the ground. Blackie. Adam's eyes lit up and he rushed forward. Berger's familiar wasn't in his adorable puppy form. Instead, he appeared as a majestic black wolf, almost the same height as Adam. The youth wasn't surprised in the least. He had seen Blackie in a size much more enormous compared to this. He put his arms around the mysterious creature's neck and gave him a warm hug. Blackie closed his eyes and rested his head on the youth's shoulder. He then glanced at Adam and spoke in a dignified voice, "How have you been?" "Not bad," said Adam with a self-deprecating smile. He looked into Blackie's abyss-like eyes and added with complicated emotions, "You've changed." Back when Adam had met Blackie for the first time, the latter always acted in a carefree manner, always making fun of him and teasing him. But ever since Berger had begun preparing for his advancement, Blackie's whole demeanor had changed. It was almost like they were two entirely different people. Adam knew that the old gnome's deteriorating health had deeply affected Blackie psychologically. He knew this because he was going through the same. Blackie glanced at the youth and asked, "Where's the kid?" Adam knew he was referring to Valerian, so he replied with a faint smile, "He's gone out with my students." "I see." Blackie nodded ever so slightly before squatting on the floor. "Berger has finished all the preparations for his advancement. You saw him recently." Adam asked with extreme eagerness, "How is he?" "Is he doing well? He came out yesterday for a brief period." "Came out?" the youth asked in confusion. "Where from? Where is he right now?" Blackie patiently replied, "He's in a secluded area in the murky mountains, somewhere no one will be able to disturb him." He paused for a moment before adding, "Close-door mindfulness is different from your regular round of mindfulness. A magus carries this out in seclusion, usually to focus on breaking through a bottleneck or to avoid becoming distracted at a crucial point." Adam knew very well the importance and the reason behind close-door mindfulness. After all, the experts whose memories he had devoured had entered this state of mindfulness several times in their lives. The recipe you had written down that allows the soul body to enter an extended period of trance will be very helpful to Berger, Blackie continued. He deeply looked at Adam for a long time before adding, "I don't know where you found about those arcane secrets that guide a magus to advance to the mana core rank." The youth was momentarily taken aback. "Are you not going to ask me?" He took a deep breath and sighed, his eyes shining with appreciation. "And that's all that matters to me." Tears started to well up in Adam's eyes and his lips quivered. "As long as the old man makes it, I don't care how many times he smacks me with that stupid pipe, I'll explain everything to him then." Blackie stepped forward and nudged his head against Adam's. "Everything's going to be all right." Adam nodded as he wiped his tears with his sleeves. The following moment, a letter appeared in the youth's hand. He looked at it and asked expectantly, "Is this?" Blackie nodded. "Berger wrote this yesterday. For For the past 6 months, he has been religiously studying the notes that you sent him. Now all the preparations are complete. He is finally ready to break through. Adam involuntarily clasped the rolled parchment paper in his hand. How long will it take? Blackie shook his head. I don't know. It may take months or even years. I see. Adam lowered his head and asked softly, Blackie, everything will be fine, right? Have faith in Berger, Blackie comforted him. He paused for a moment before adding, I must leave now. I have to guard him until he comes out of seclusion, so this is the last time I will visit you for a long time. Adam took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. Blackie suddenly looked out of the window with narrowed eyes. There is something strange about this place. You must be careful. What do you mean? Adam's expression turned extremely solemn. Blackie was silent for a very long time. He then looked back at Adam and stated, use this if you're in danger. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you like I did that time with the vampire. Adam looked at the item in his palm in confusion. However, he didn't ask further about it and kept it away inside his earring. When he looked back up, Blackie was already gone. The youth remained standing with a dazed look in his eyes for a very long time. He then unfurled the letter in his hand and read its contents. Berger had written only 2 words on it. As the sun slowly sank below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the snow-covered town of Stratford, a great sense of unease hung in the air. The night of the full moons had finally arrived. As the snowflakes slowly fell to the ground, they whispered secrets into the ears of the residents about the cold and harsh night to come. The town's cobblestone streets, usually bustling with the cheerful chatter of the residents, were now filled with the hurried movements of people preparing for the impending wolf tide. People began barricading the doors of their homes. Even the windows weren't missed. After all, there was always the possibility of a few wolves making it past the defense line and wreaking havoc inside the town. After the people had finished barricading all points of entry, they then proceeded to move to the underground bunkers. Ever since the first beast tide, more than half a year ago, the people had learned to deal with it. Almost every building in the town now had metal-reinforced bunkers, protecting the residents from the deadly fangs. Art, Aiden, and Alini stood out among the crowd, their robes fluttering in the chilly wind. Their faces were a mixture of determination and nervousness as they gazed at the residents locking themselves in their homes. Aiden glanced at Art and whispered, Hey, are you scared? HMPH. Art harumphed, faking confidence. Why should I be scared of a bunch of wolves? They are the ones who should be scared of me. Alini looked at her friends and solemnly stated, No matter what happens, we must stay together, okay? Okay. Art and Aiden nodded. Aiden suddenly asked, I wonder why the professor isn't partaking in this battle. If everyone here were to be led by him, don't you think the battle would be over in a jiffy? Alini shook her head unsure. I don't know what he's thinking. Maybe he has something important to do. Perhaps Art replied with a listless expression. Not for a single moment did any of them think that Adam was afraid of fighting in tonight's battle. They knew that their mentor was very strong and would not cower in the face of a mere beast tide. As they were chatting with each other, 2 magi approached them from the side. One of them called out to them in a friendly manner, You 3 ready for battle? The kids turned in the direction of the voice and saw that it was none other than Kenley. He was with a blond young man whom they hadn't met before. Magus Kenley, the 3 children placed their hands over their chests and politely greeted. Kenley was slightly flustered seeing them act this way. He waved his hand with an awkward smile. No need to be so formal. Just treat me as you would treat a friend. He then pointed at the young man beside him and introduced, This is my buddy Wagner. Wagner smiled faintly at them and slightly bowed. Good evening. Come, let us walk toward the boundary wall, said Kenley as he started walking. We'll be assigned our battle positions once we go there. I've already made arrangements for us 5 to be in the same squad. The 3 young magi followed after the 2 acolytes of the Brotherhood. Adam had strictly ordered Kenley and Wagner to be around his students and protect them if need be since he wouldn't be actively participating in the battle. As the group made their way toward the town wall, they witnessed the residents moving around in fear and anxiety. Mothers clutched their children close, whispering words of hope and comfort. Fathers and older sons brandished their weapons, preparing to defend their homes by lending a hand to the mercenaries and the magi. Seeing the streets slowly become desolate, Alini couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering her for a long time. Why can't the residents leave this town and migrate to another place? She asked, perplexed. If they know there's going to be a beast tide every month, isn't it wise to leave this place behind? Hearing her question, Kenley couldn't help but sigh. Actually, I too have been wondering the same question. Truth be told, I'm not a local here. What do you mean? Art asked in confusion. It's my wife who is actually from Stratford. We met and got married in the southern regions of the Empire. We were even living a decent life there, but my wife would always nag about how she missed her hometown and wanted to return, Kenley began. He paused for a moment before shaking his head with a shrug. In the end, I could only give in to my wife's demands and relocate to Stratford. You know what they say, happy wife, happy life. But your life isn't all that happy now that you're in this town, is it? Wagner chuckled. Ha, who would have thought? Kenley spoke self-deprecatingly. A year after we moved to Stratford, we'd be under the attack of a damned werewolf once every month, so the rumors are indeed true. Art exclaimed, there really is a werewolf, isn't there? Wagner nodded. The last time we sent a party to venture into the depths of the Weeping Woods, they were killed by a werewolf. Only one person survived and returned to tell the tale. He paused for a moment before adding, come to think of it, the person who survived was a local resident of the town. Meanwhile, the people that died in the woods were all hired mercenaries and magi. Wait a minute. Eleni ignored what Wagner just said. She looked at Kenley and asked, despite there being regular beast tides, your wife still doesn't want to move out. Kenley shook his head with a wistful smile. She's too attached to her hometown, I guess. She keeps telling me if there's any place she would rather die it would be Stratford. Surely all the people of this town can't share the same sentiment, can they? Eleni asked incredulously. These people are all crazy if you ask me, Wagner chimed in. The deep love, or rather obsession, they have for this town surpasses even that which the Acrean aristocrats have for the empire. You aren't from this town? Art asked curiously. No. Wagner waved his hand casually. I'm from Stoneshire. I'm just visiting a relative here. The three children's lips twitched as they thought the same thing. Visiting a relative. Now, where have I heard that before? At the north gate, a large bonfire was lit up, casting flickering shadows on the tense faces of the hired mercenaries and the magi. Beneath their nervous eyes, however, one could see the glint of greed. Just thinking about the amount of resources they would be able to harvest from the beast corpses made them excited. The mayor of Stratford, an old man with long white hair and a beard that reached till his chest, stood on a makeshift platform, rallying the people gathered with words of courage. Brave warriors, the night of the full moons is upon us yet again. You have been hired because of your prowess, your bravery, and your reputation as the finest mercenaries money can buy. You fight not for a kingdom or a cause, but for the reward promised to you. Let me reassure you that the reward will be as substantial as it has been in the past. 80% of all materials harvested from the magical beast corpses will be distributed to you all. He paused for a moment, gazing into the cold and calculating eyes of the people that he had hired, and continued, the townsfolk will look to you as their protectors, and your actions tonight will determine the fate of the town. Show them the skill that has earned you your reputation. Show them the power of seasoned warriors who fear no man or beast. Fight with the ferocity that has brought you this far. And when dawn breaks and the wolves lay vanquished at our feet, you will be hailed as heroes and rewarded handsomely for your bravery. Upon hearing the words of the old mayor, the mortal mercenaries erupted into a frenzy. OHHH. Meanwhile, the Magi's eyes gleamed with a mix of greed and determination, nodding in approval. As long as there were benefits to be had, they would gladly put in the work for them. The town council, which consisted of 4 seasoned Magi, began instructing the mercenaries and the hired Magi on which positions they had to take for tonight's battle. Art, Aiden, and Eleni, who were standing not far from the makeshift platform, glanced at the old mayor and couldn't help but admire his public speaking skills. The old Magus's speech was brief, and he used the most apt words to encourage and motivate the mercenaries and the Magi present. All right, let's head to the north wall. Kenley pointed at the wall right in front of them and added, we'll be stationed at the top of the wall. Are we not going to engage in close-quarter combat? Art asked with an involuntary sigh of relief. He was under the impression that he would have to fight the beasts head-on. He paused for a moment, and then added, of course, there are still some Magi who specialize in close-quarter combat. If they wish to, they can join the fray too. Nobody's going to stop them. As the group climbed the stairs and made their way to their designated station, Aiden suddenly thought of something and asked, but those mortal mercenaries can't opt to fight from the top of the city walls, can they? Wagner shook his head as he replied matter-of-factly, of course not. But don't look down on them just because they can't wield mana. They have far bigger balls than most Magi. He suddenly looked at Eleni apologetically and added, forgive my wording. Eleni didn't mind it. She asked curiously, and what about the residents who have taken up arms? This time it was Kenley who answered. The mayor as well as the town council have restricted them within the town walls. They are to only fight the wounded wolves who manage to make their way past the walls. This sounded reasonable, but for some reason, Eleni found this whole thing very peculiar. She couldn't quite put a finger on it. After everyone had taken their positions on the wall, they anxiously stood with bated breaths, gazing in the direction of the weeping woods. Wagner took out his curved daggers from his storage ring. He looked at the blades as if they were his lover. His lips curled into a wide smile as he stated, as twilight fades into the night, the shadows come alive. He then glanced at Kenley and nodded. Good luck, brother. You too, brother. Kenley patted the young man's shoulder. Eleni noticed this interaction and wondered to herself, brother. Seems like they must be very close. As the last light of the day faded, the weeping woods came alive with an ominous rustling. The ethereal light of the full moons cast a soft glow at the edge of the forest where one could see shadows prowling. The air grew cooler and the snow fell thicker, covering the ground in a layer of white that would soon be trampled by the chaos of the battle. Tension was almost tangible as everyone awaited the inevitable clash. And then it happened. A sinister cry of a primal beast echoed in the dark woods and reverberated through every nook and cranny of Stratford. Howl! Then, like a wave breaking upon the sandy shores, the first wolf emerged from the tree line, its eyes glowing with bloodlust. A moment later, 100 more followed, their shadowy forms appearing from the dark woods. And then, the beasts kept emerging from the forest like an endless wave. Seeing such an astronomical number of beasts rushing toward the town wall, Art was flabbergasted. As so many, Aiden couldn't help but nervously gulp. How are we going to fight so many of them? Eleni, on the other hand, tightly clenched her fists. Her eyes flashed with fear and panic, and she muttered under her breath, "Can we beat them?" Kenley looked at them and spoke encouraging words, "Believe in yourself. You can do it." Wagner chimed in with an excited peal of laughter. "Don't worry about anything else. We got your back." Ha ha ha. The children recalled the harsh training that Adam had put them through. Gradually, they started to calm down when they began to realize that sparring with their mentor was far scarier than dealing with the BS tide before them. Aiden, Art, and Eleni simultaneously closed their eyes and took deep breaths, entering the optimal state for casting spells to your 3-brainwave state of consciousness. When the trio opened their eyes again, they were flashing with ruthless determination. They were ready for battle. As the first wave of wolves reached the wall, the magi stationed atop it had already begun casting spells and massacring the beasts. The clash was immediate and brutal. Wolves ran over the corpses of the other beasts, clawing and biting at the towering stone wall. Their powerful bodies slammed against it in a relentless attempt to breach the defenses. The wolves that had attacked now were just regular beasts with no mana coursing through their veins. These were the expendable forces. The real threat was posed by the handful of magical beasts that still hadn't made an appearance. The corpses piled up over one another, making it the perfect platform for the second wave of beasts to use. And then came the second wave. Hundreds of more wolves emerged from the weeping woods and dashed toward the town wall. Amongst these beasts, there were a few that were bigger and stronger than the others. These were magical beasts, their strength equivalent to a rank 1 magus. Arrows and spells flew from the ramparts, finding their marks in the writhing mass below. But the wolves seemed undeterred by their fallen brethren. They used these corpses as a stepping stone and leaped in the air. At once, dozens of wolves landed on the top of the city walls, wreaking havoc amidst the magi gathered. A magical beast vaulted toward the city wall and just so happened to land near Adam's students. Seeing such a sudden turn of events, the kids weren't flustered in the least. They were in the most optimal state of mind, after all. After having trained with Adam for months now, they had learned to keep their emotions in check during intense moments. However, this was the first time they were facing such a life-threatening crisis and couldn't help but freeze momentarily. But that was all. They began weaving hand signs and constructing magic circles, effortlessly casting spells on the domineering black wolf. While Art and Eleni used restraining spells, Aiden cast Lightning Streak and took down the wolf. Their movements were fluid and their spells were efficient. Within half a minute, they had already killed the wolf before it had time to cause chaos on the rampart. Kenley and Wagner were quite taken aback at this scene. They had initially thought that they would have to help the kids out since this was their first battle ever, but they realized that they didn't require any assistance at all. The way they had taken down the wolf was quick and methodical. Kenley gave them a nod of approval before continuing to cast long-range spells at the beasts below. Meanwhile, Wagner couldn't help but ask curiously, "You guys have fought before. I thought you all were rookies." He paused for a moment before adding a "no offense." Heh. Art chuckled smugly while cracking his knuckles. "We spar with our mentor all the time. This much is nothing for us." Aiden nodded, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Our mentor is even more monstrous than all these beasts combined." Art suddenly had an idea and he glanced at Aiden, whispering in slight excitement, "Hey, how about we go down there and fight like real men?" Aiden's eyes lit up. He thought this wasn't a bad idea at all. With adrenaline pumping through their veins, the boys felt like they could take on 100 wolves and conquer the weeping woods. However, right at that moment, Eleni doused them with a bucket of cold water. "Fight like real men and then die like real sissies, is that your plan?" She resisted the urge to roll her eyes at her hot-blooded teammates. "Don't forget, this is just the beginning. We have to fight all night. Conserve your strength." Art found himself unable to retort to his friend. "I guess you're right." Aiden also agreed with an awkward expression. The trio then got together and started casting spells at the beasts outside. "They're still kids, after all," Kenley thought to himself in amusement after hearing their interaction. He then glanced at Eleni with approval. It's a good thing the boys have someone like her to tie them down. Their team dynamic is quite amazing, as expected of his students. Kenley then turned around and looked in the direction of the town, his brows creasing into a knot. "I wonder where Agent Adam is. What is he planning? Why hasn't he revealed himself as a mana-liquefaction magus yet? What's his motive?" He couldn't understand Adam's intentions at all. However, he fully trusted his decision-making. In the end, he got rid of these distracting thoughts out of his mind and focused on the battle in front of him. In the center of the town stood the tallest building, the Stratford Public Library. Standing on top of the library's spire, Adam calmly gazed at the chaos ensuing beyond the walls. However, he had no intention of helping them. Not yet, anyway. He was secretly observing everything that was going on around him. Ever since he had arrived at this remote town, something had constantly been bothering him, yet he couldn't quite put a finger on it. Moreover, the peculiar feeling that he got when he ventured into the Weeping Woods, not to mention the feeling of immense danger he felt when he entered the abandoned Hallett estate, made everything in this place seem extremely mysterious to him. Last but not least, even Blackie, whom Adam assumed to be a being at the level of a rank 3 magus, mentioned that something was bizarre about this town. All these things made Adam think several times before making a move. This was the reason why he had decided to remain hidden for the time being. His eyes narrowed and his gaze seemingly traversed past the town walls and peered into the Weeping Woods. He could see a humanoid figure, concealed in darkness and manipulating the wolves into doing his bidding. The youth's lips parted and he muttered coldly, "I'll start with you." Shadows danced and swirled, creating an almost hypnotic pattern on the snow-covered ground of the Weeping Woods. Amid this spectral glow stood a sinister werewolf, its bloodthirsty eyes gleaming with malevolence. Standing still as a statue, the werewolf's fur, a mixture of dark gray and black, blended seamlessly with the darkness. Around him, the forest was alive with the restless movement of the wolves. They moved with purpose, their eyes reflecting the light of the full moons as they cast furtive glances toward their master. With every subtle gesture, the werewolf manipulated the horde of wolves, directing their movements with almost supernatural precision. Only one directive echoed inside the mind of this creature: slaughter the residents of Stratford and dye the land with their blood. The werewolf suddenly raised its claw hand, causing the wolves around him to tremble every so slightly, their ears pricking in unison. A low, guttural growl escaped the werewolf's maws, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very ground. The wolves responded immediately, preparing for the next wave of attack. The werewolf's growl grew louder, a resonant and commanding tone that left no room for disobedience. Following that, wave after wave of wolves rushed toward the town wall in a suicidal charge. As the pack left the forest, the werewolf remained partially hidden among the trees, its eyes never leaving the town beyond the tree line. The werewolf's lips curled up into a cold smile, revealing his sharp and glistening fangs. His mind continued to be assaulted with the same thoughts ever since he had been turned. Lift the curse. Stratford ritual. Blood moons. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew and the surroundings eerily quietened down. A chill crawled up the wolf's spine and his enhanced senses warned him of the immediate danger to come. However, he could hear or see nothing in the vicinity. Then, all of a sudden, his nose twitched and he could smell the stench of a human closing in on him. But it was too late. A figure dressed in black suddenly emerged from the darkness in front of him. His movements were concealed, and so was his presence. The werewolf's eyes flashed with immense horror as he saw the young man with raven hair reach out toward him with his shadowy claw. Splurt. Adam's hand pierced the werewolf's chest and viciously grabbed his still beating heart. He coldly gazed at the creature standing in shock before him. At the last moment, you could still smell my scent, huh? The youth asked with raised eyebrows. As expected of a werewolf, I suppose. The next moment, his jet-black eyes flashed with a cold light and he ruthlessly clenched the creature's heart. The werewolf spurted out a mouthful of blood as his body trembled. His legs gave in and he listlessly fell to the ground. Adam yanked the destroyed heart out of the werewolf's body and indifferently gazed at the latter. But a moment later, he was taken aback. In the werewolf's eyes, he could see insanity, but at the same time, he could also see traces of relief. Werewolf opened its mouth, and it seemed that he was about to say something, but the light in his eyes soon dimmed and he fell to the ground with a thud. Adam stood there motionlessly, gazing at the cold corpse with complicated emotions. What was that just now? He muttered under his breath. The enormous pack of wolves that had been surrounding the werewolf earlier suddenly saw their master getting murdered and were astonished. Then they were overcome by immense anger and bloodlust as they charged toward Adam. HMPH. Adam stomped on the ground and a magic circle lit up underneath his foot. Rank 1 spell, Mold Earth. Instantly, dozens of spikes emerged from the ground and impaled the wolves. The beasts struggled intensely, but it was meaningless. Within a few moments, they were dead. Adam didn't wait longer for the rest of the wolves to pounce at him. His shadows wrapped around him and he vanished. However, before leaving, he didn't forget to put away the werewolf's corpse inside his earring. Despite the town's defenses and the valiant efforts of the mercenaries and the magi, the wolves' numbers seemed inexhaustible. They clawed and climbed over each other, forming living ladders to climb the wall. The defenders fought with everything they had, but the wolves' sheer determination, numbers, and bloodlust pressed them hard. For some reason, the magi felt that the beasts were strangely aggressive that night. This was something that hadn't happened in the previous beast tides. It definitely took them by surprise. As a result, there were significant casualties. On many occasions, the wolves even managed to burst through their defenses and wreak havoc inside the town. This resulted in several residents dying a gruesome death. The night grew colder and the snow fell thicker. The twin moons, Selene and Luna, gradually glided across the night sky and slowly dipped toward the horizon. By the time Adam had returned to the town, he had already managed to slay another werewolf that was hiding deep within the weeping woods. As he gently landed on the spire of the public library, he gazed at the battle that was still fiercely raging on beyond the town wall. Those two werewolves should be the only ones commanding the wolves tonight. I've searched everywhere else in the vicinity, but couldn't find another, he thought to himself. But he found it very strange that their deaths caused these beasts to go even more berserk. He assumed that the wolves would stop attacking the town once the werewolves commanding them had died, but it seemed that he was mistaken. As dawn finally arrived, the sky was bathed in bright orange hues. The wolves receded like the tide, allowing the defenders of the town to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, the casualties this time were tremendous. They hadn't expected things to become so dire. Adam looked around at the state of the town and could see corpses of wolves and the residents littering the streets. It seemed that many wolves had managed to infiltrate the town and break into homes. Seeing streams of blood flowing through the streets, Adam couldn't help but sigh. Even if I killed those two werewolves, causing the wolves to turn even more frenzied, the defense line must have been pathetically weak for so many of the wolves to break through. Just what were the mayor and the town council thinking? Idiots. Do they not know how to set up a proper perimeter line? It's almost as if they wanted the wolves to breach the wall, the youth wondered in exasperation. Suddenly, through his sphere of resonance, he noticed something very unusual. He immediately landed on the ground and walked toward a nearby corpse. What he noticed caused his pupils to constrict. Although it was very inconspicuous, Adam could clearly see it. The blood was slowly being sucked deep into the ground. Dawn broke over the town, casting a somber light on the aftermath of the wolf tide. Once pristine and white, the snow was now dyed a dark shade of crimson. The air was heavy with the scent of blood. The once sturdy walls now bore the marks of the beast's relentless assault. The stones had cracked and splintered, smeared with the remnants of the fierce struggle. Hundreds of beast corpses lay beyond the walls. Amidst them, one could even see the cold, lifeless bodies of dozens of mercenaries and magi. The same scene could be seen within the city walls. A large number of wolves had managed to break through the defense line, resulting in the slaughter of many powerless residents. This time, the casualties were astronomical. Magi rested atop the town wall, completely exhausted by the onslaught they had endured the whole night. Art, Aiden, and Alini stood among them, huddled together silently. This was the first proper battle they had participated in, and it was very intense to say the least. Just thinking of the times they had nearly died, the kids couldn't help but involuntarily shudder. Kenley, who was covered in blood and grime, walked toward them and comforted them. "Don't be so downcast, you guys. You're alive, aren't you? That's more than enough reason to be happy." Wagner came forward and patted Aiden and Art's shoulders. "Come, let's go have some breakfast. The meal after battling the entire night hits differently." He paused for a moment before he joked, "If you guys were a little older, I would have offered you some ale, but I should probably refrain from doing that since your mentor would get very mad." Aiden glanced at the blond young man and spoke with pursed lips. "He probably started drinking at an even younger age than us." "Why, yeah," Art stuttered, "I'll try some ale." He paused for a moment before softly adding, "But you cannot tell Professor, okay? Ha ha ha." Wagner burst into laughter. "It's a deal." Meanwhile, Kenley approached Alini and asked with a chuckle, "Aren't you going to join them?" Alini snapped out of her daze and shook her head. She glanced at the corpses littered on the streets of Stratford, her eyes tearing up. "Is this normal?" She then gazed at Kenley and added, "What I mean to say is, are this many casualties consistent with the other beast tides that have happened in the past?" Kenley's expression turned solemn as he gazed at the blood flowing down the cobblestone streets. "No, this time the number of deaths has been far greater. Although even in the previous beast tides there would always be some casualties within the walls, this time there have been far too many. What's different this time?" Eleni couldn't help but ask. Kenley immediately replied, "The beasts we were fighting were a lot more berserk compared to before," and he looked into the distance, gazing at the mayor and the town council members, and added, "For some reason, I feel that the defense line was positioned very loose last night. After all, how else would you explain so many wolves breaching our defenses? But you just said that the wolves were more ferocious than before. Couldn't that also be the reason?" Eleni voiced out her opinion. She didn't know anything about warfare, so she was not able to understand what Kenley was trying to point out. However, what she said was also valid. Perhaps. Kenley shrugged. "Anyway, let's get the hell out of here." He and Alini made their way down the wall and proceeded to walk toward the town square. He then looked at her and asked with a gentle smile, "Would you like to join me and my wife for breakfast? Her cooking is fantastic." Alini knew that the staff at the White Stag would be very busy dealing with the injured people. Moreover, she was famished and couldn't wait to eat something. "Haha, no problem." I have a feeling that my wife would be delighted to have your company, Kenley beamed. As they walked through the wreckage, they saw men and women work to gather the fallen, their hands shaking from exhaustion and grief. Cries of pain and words of comfort filled the air, causing Alini to become very emotional. On her way toward Kenley's house, she came across a mother carrying her baby in her arm and kneeling down beside a corpse that had just been covered in a white sheet. She figured that the deceased person was the woman's husband. Alini's body trembled ever so slightly, and she stopped beside the mother and child. While the mother was crying in deep sorrow, the toddler glanced at her in confusion, wondering what was happening. Seeing the baby's innocent face, tears rolled down Alini's eyes. She couldn't help but walk toward the mother and ask her, why couldn't you just leave with your family? If you had left earlier, then maybe your husband would not have died and your child would still have a father. Seeing this scene unfold, even Kenley couldn't help but feel disheartened. The questions that Alini had asked just now were something that he always found puzzling. He just couldn't understand these people's motive to stay behind despite knowing the danger that the wolf tide posed every month. The woman looked at Alini with tearful eyes and whispered, "You're an outsider, you won't understand. Then make me." Alini screamed emotionally, causing the baby in the woman's arms to flinch and start crying. Despite the tears continuing to fall down the woman's face, her lips curled up into a wide smile. "We cannot leave. This is our home, we cannot leave. The spirit of Lord Stratford will always protect us." In the midst of sorrow, the townsfolk displayed great resilience. Mothers and fathers, despite their grief, comforted their children, wiping away their tears and speaking words of hope and encouragement. Blacksmiths and carpenters began mending the walls and barricades with great determination. The town's spirit, though battered, remained yet to be shattered. Meanwhile, the mayor as well as the 4 aged town council members helped the residents of the town and offered words of solidarity. They comforted those who had lost loved ones, reminding them that the deceased were in a better place now in the embrace of Lord Stratford. As the residents remembered the brave and righteous Magus whom this town was named after, they couldn't help but feel at ease. They knew that in the dark days to come, the spirit of this Magus would protect them. As the sun began to climb higher, casting its warm rays on the ravaged town, a sense of resolve began to take hold in the hearts of the townsfolk. Neighbors helped each other with unwavering kindness, sharing what little they had left. The wolf tide had taken a heavy toll on them, but it had not broken them. By the time the sun had set and night had fallen, the surviving townsfolk had gathered at the town square. Despite the devastation, the atmosphere was filled with an unexpected emotion, joy. They gathered in small groups, their faces illuminated by the flickering lights of the lantern and the bonfire. There was a strange, almost unsettling cheerfulness among them as they celebrated the fact they lived to fight another day. Children played games in the street, their laughter and giggles piercing the cold night. Adults shared stories and jokes, their voices carrying a lightness that felt strangely odd. It was almost as if they seemed oblivious to the signs of recent chaos that lingered in every corner. Adam secretly watched all of this unfold. He walked through the crowded town square, yet no one was able to see him. Of course, he had cast a concealment spell on himself. How strange the emotions that they are expressing are not forced at all. They are quite genuine, the youth thought to himself. With the help of the White Lotus, he could clearly sense the joy and happiness that was being subconsciously projected out by the townsfolk. He had partaken in a war before, so he knew that the soldiers would always get drunk and celebrate the night after the battle. This was usually done in remembrance of the comrades that were lost. Even though they were celebrating, there was deep sadness in their hearts, yet he could feel none of that from the residents of the town. A foreboding feeling slowly started to grip Adam's heart as he heard the laughter and the chatter of the townsfolk, creating a peculiar contrast to the silent shadows cast by the broken walls and abandoned barricades. There was an undercurrent of something strange and unsettling going around. The people's smiles were too wide and their laughter too loud. Their eyes shone brightly, yet Adam could feel a sort of hidden darkness underneath the surface. A gust of wind blew by, carrying with it a haunting melody that caused the youth to shudder ever so slightly. Despite there being no immediate danger in the vicinity, "Why do I feel this way?" he thought to himself incredulously. His sixth sense was screaming at him that something very bizarre was happening around him, but for some reason he couldn't see it. He couldn't look past the veil and uncover the truth. It was an unnerving experience, to say the least. Adam lowered his head and extended his sphere of resonance to the maximum output. "It's gone," he thought. Earlier, during the day, when he had found out that the blood was being sucked into the ground, he had tried to sense what was underneath, but he couldn't find anything. He figured that whatever it was that was absorbing the blood, it was out of the range that his sphere of resonance could cover. Now when he checked again, he learned that the blood from the ground had vanished. What's underneath the town? Could it be connected to the wolf tide? If so. He looked in the direction of the Weeping Woods, toward the region where the abandoned Howlett estate lay. If his assumptions were right, then it was very likely that everything was connected. Adam's fists involuntarily clenched tightly as he thought, I have a feeling that I'll find all the answers in that abandoned manor. But I can't go in there alone. It's too risky. I need someone to act as bait. Brother, the brats are here. Come quick, they're bothering me. Valerian's mental transmission snapped him out of his thoughts. He cast one final glance at the townsfolk before returning to his room at the inn. The white stag, within his room, Adam made his 3 students sit cross-legged on the ground and started training them. This was a different form of training. I want you to visualize every little detail of the battle that took place last night. He began as he leisurely walked back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. Eleni, Art, and Aiden closed their eyes and did as told. Their expressions were calm as they recalled the battle. Now I want you to focus on the times when you made a wrong decision. I also need you to recall the times when you could have done something better but didn't, Adam continued. He paused for a moment before solemnly adding, now rewrite the entire battle scene. Make sure that you correct all your mistakes and improve on all other aspects. Create vivid images of your desired outcomes and repeat them until I tell you to stop. The visualization training continued for several hours until it was time for dinner. As the kids left Adam's room, he glared at Aiden and Art. I know what you two did today. If I catch you drinking ever again until you're of age, I will beat you so badly that even your parents won't recognize you. Eek, sorry. The boys hurriedly apologized and fled in panic. Meanwhile, Eleni stood before Adam, her face marred with hesitation. What is it? Adam asked gently. Professor, Eleni couldn't find the right words to speak. Don't you find the townsfolk strange? Adam's eyes narrowed ever so slightly and he asked, oh, how so? I don't know, it's just Eleni, then went on to explain her conversation with the grieving widow that she had met earlier today. After hearing her out, Adam's eyebrows rose in slight surprise. She said that? Eleni nodded. Yes, the spirit of Lord Stratford will always protect us, is what the woman said. And the way she smiled, I found it very creepy. She looked at Adam and asked softly, Professor, am I imagining things? Adam smiled warmly as he patted the girl's head. I'm sure it's nothing. You're just tired from having fought the whole night. Go have dinner and get plenty of rest. Yes, Professor. Eleni nodded and then left the room, closing the door behind her. As soon as she left, Adam's smile instantly crumbled. His expression became extremely solemn as he muttered under his breath, so the townsfolk want leave because they think your spirit will protect them. Huh. Magus Stratford, just what kind of person were you? Amidst the towering peaks of the Grayskull mountain ranges, Adam stood at the edge of a jagged cliff, the cold wind whipping his robes around him like tattered wings. Mist was formed every time he exhaled a breath. He couldn't help but grumble under his breath. Did the Brotherhood have to build a safe house in such an inhabitable zone? This is ridiculous. He surveyed the series of cliffs stretching out before him, each one a dangerous leap away. He gathered strength in his legs and launched himself from the cliff's edge, soaring through the air effortlessly. As he landed, the ground trembled beneath his feet, but he maintained his balance. Without a moment's hesitation, he repeated this process, vaulting from one cliff to another until he finally spotted his destination. It was a narrow, hidden crevice in the side of a mountain. He landed smoothly at the cave entrance, looking around curiously. According to the map Elric sent, this should be it. The youth cast a simple illumination spell and ventured deeper into the cave, his footsteps echoing softly off the stone walls. The path twisted and turned, leading him deeper into the depths of the mountain. Eventually, he arrived at the bottom of a pair of towering stone doors, adorned with ancient symbols that glowed faintly in the light. Runes. Adam marveled as he gazed at the intricate patterns carved on the stone doors. Once I complete this mission, I can finally get my hands on rune magic. No matter what difficulties I face in this mission, it will be definitely worth it in the end, he thought to himself, his eyes flashing with resolve. He approached the stone doors while gathering mana in his palms. Then he placed his hands on the door, causing the runes to light up with a resplendent light. The next moment, he waved a series of complex hand gestures. Finally, the doors began to rumble, dust and small pebbles falling down as the ancient hinges groaned under the strain. As the door parted, a sliver of light pierced the darkness, causing Adam to squint. When his vision cleared, he was finally able to behold the interior of the secret cave, causing an excited smile to bloom on his face. It was a sprawling laboratory hidden within the mountain's heart. The laboratory was a grand chamber, its high vaulted ceiling supported by stone pillars. Along the walls, he could see shelves carved directly from the rock. They were filled with collections of glass vials containing herbs and ingredients, ancient tomes, and even magical artifacts. Of course, the vast majority of these shelves were placed under a magical lock. One required a password, which was usually a string of complex hand signs to unlock them. Adam couldn't help but think to himself wistfully, only if these shelves weren't locked, I would have raided the whole place clean. Just the amount of money I could have made from selling these things. As he moved deeper into the laboratory, the stone door closed behind him. He walked toward the spacious metal table in the near distance with purposeful strides. He had come here with a clear objective to experiment on the werewolf corpses. The area around the table was dimly lit. Adam first burned several incense sticks and placed them around the table. The smoke wafting from it allowed him to enter a calm state of mind. He waved his hand, and two naked corpses appeared on the table. One belonged to a male and the other female. In the last couple of days that it had taken him to arrive at the safe house, the werewolves had already reverted back to their human forms. Now that Adam looked at the two corpses closely, he found that they quite resembled each other. Siblings, he ventured a guess. His gaze subconsciously shifted to the corpse of the woman, causing him to involuntarily gulp. The next moment, however, he slapped his cheeks and muttered, "Focus." He took a few deep breaths, and when he opened his eyes again, they were sharp and cold. Then he grabbed a silver scalpel from the various tools placed beside the table. Adam stabbed the scalpel at the center of her chest, dissecting it. The chest cavity slowly opened to reveal the complex muscles and bones. He then carefully separated the tissue, exposing the organs underneath. "Fascinating," he mumbled, carefully lifting a section of the werewolf's muscular tissue. The muscle fibers are denser than a regular human's, clearly designed for raw power and strength, yet still remarkably similar in structure. A quill hovering beside him began to take down notes on a levitating goat skin parchment paper. Every word that came out of Adam's mouth was written down by the feathered quill. The skeletal structure is almost identical to humans, but the bones are thicker and more robust, he said as he moved to the skeletal frame. Reinforced to withstand the transformation process, perhaps. Adam then paused to examine the organs, carefully extracting the heart. Amazing. The heart is larger and capable of pumping more blood at a faster rate. Her basic anatomy is not so different from our own. He then took a sample of the werewolf's blood and began analyzing it. The blood is darker, richer in certain proteins and enzymes that I have yet to identify. It possesses regenerative properties far beyond human capabilities. This could explain their rapid healing abilities. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he mumbled, "There also seems to be the existence of a type of venom in their blood. If I can study it in detail, I will be able to understand a lot about these creatures." At this moment, Adam's hands were covered in blood as he continued to study the werewolf's corpse. It was definitely very gory and macabre in nature, yet the curiosity and wonder shining in his jet black eyes indicated that he enjoyed every moment of it. His enthusiasm grew with each new discovery. This contradiction between the gruesome scene of the dissected corpse and the expression on Adam's face showed the duality often found in the relentless pursuit of knowledge. The youth was able to detach himself from the horror of the task at hand and instead focus on the intellectual and arcane discovery that lay within. Amidst the scene of blood and flesh, Adam's eyes twinkled with childlike excitement. This reflected his belief that every discovery, no matter how it was obtained, brought him closer to mastering the arcane arts and unlocking the secrets of the world. Adam moved onto the male corpse, his eyes flicking between the specimen before him and the parchment paper hovering beside him. His voice echoed softly in the laboratory, carrying with it a scholarly vibe. "Very interesting," he began, carefully extracting a muscle from the werewolf. The muscle mass is significantly denser compared to his female counterpart. I see, the male's physique is geared more toward brute strength and endurance. While the female werewolf's musculature was slightly less robust, it exhibited a remarkable flexibility and speed. This suggests a different form of prowess. His battle with both the werewolves was extremely short-lived. He had killed them without them being able to even retaliate. Thus, he didn't know how they truly fought. However, upon experimenting on their corpses, he was able to surprisingly deduce their method of fighting. He then moved toward the ribcage, the silver scalpel in his hand cutting across with great precision. The male's ribs are thicker and more pronounced, providing enhanced protection for the vital organs. On the other hand, the female's ribcage was slightly more delicate. This indicates greater lung capacity, possibly supporting higher levels of stamina in the werewolf state. He paused for a moment and wiped his hands with a simple cleaning spell. He unfastened the gourd from his waist and took a large swig of the wine within. Savoring the flavor for a few moments, he willed the lotus to clear his mind before he began delving deeper into the abdominal cavity. There are subtle variations in the hormonal glands. Very interesting. The male's adrenaline glands are larger, likely contributing to a higher production of adrenaline during combat. The females, on the other hand, although smaller, showed evidence of a unique hormone that seems to accelerate healing. He paused his actions for a few moments, thinking to himself, if I can find a way for the female's hormonal glands to produce this unique hormone artificially, perhaps I can use it as a special ingredient for healing potions. Adam then carefully extracted a sample of blood from the male werewolf and stored it inside a crystal vial. Holding it up to the light, he observed it intently. The blood comparison also varies slightly. He glanced at the other crystal vial that contained the blood from the female werewolf. He focused his sphere of resonance and observed everything down to the minute blood cells. The male's blood is richer in certain proteins that enhance muscle repair and strength. On the other hand, the female's blood has an increased concentration of certain enzymes that appear to boost agility and rapid response. His eyes narrowed and he added, the existence of this mysterious venom can be found in the male's blood sample as well. Could this be hereditary? Adam placed the crystal vials on the table beside him and wondered, could this venom be the main factor that allows them to go through the transformation? Whatever it is, the answer can only be found in the blood. He paced around the table, thinking to himself with a solemn expression. Experimenting on the blood would consume a lot of time and effort. Thankfully, the wolves won't be active until the next night of the full moons. The kids should also be busy with the missions I've handed out to them. I've also instructed those 2 acolytes to look after them, so there should be no problems. Regardless, I must hurry and return to Stratford as soon as possible. He walked back to the metal table, his eyes flashing with palpable excitement. Now the brain. The youth gently lifted the skull cap and continued. The male's amygdala, mass of gray matter inside each cerebral hemisphere, involved with the experiencing of emotion cysts slightly larger. This indicates heightened aggression and dominance behaviors. The female's brain, while also showing aggression, has a more developed hippocampus. This suggests a superior ability for memory and strategic planning. He stepped back and thought to himself, but the female appeared to be in a quite frenzied state when I clashed with her. Could it be the influence of the twin moons? I should write to Elric about sending me books related to werewolves, their relationship to the moons, and lunar magic. I can't overlook the fact that the appearance of the werewolves is always on the night of the full moons. This is a very strange occurrence. Adam then shifted his attention back to the corpses on the table. His experimentation in regards to the werewolves' anatomy was mostly done. Now, all he needed to do was delve deeper into the secrets that their blood carried. And then there was also that mysterious venom that he found in the blood. This venom gave him a very foreboding feeling for some reason. Adam's lips gradually curled up into a grin as he looked at the werewolves. While others might see them as grotesque corpses, for him, it was a treasure trove. Hahaha, these organs and other body parts are perfect material components for certain spells, not to mention their uses in herbalism. He placed the 2 hearts into a glass jar filled with a preserving fluid. The heart of the werewolf is a special material that can be used for potions of strength and endurance. The vitality it can provide is astounding. Next, he paid attention to the lungs. With expert hands, he removed the organs and added lungs that have breathed both the air of man and beast. He had a thoughtful expression on his face as he continued. I can use them to brew potions that enhance breathing, perhaps. They can also be used for vocal spells that replicate the wolf's howl. Adam then extracted the livers, an organ rich with transformative properties, and carefully stored them. The liver, purifier of blood, can enhance healing potions and even antidotes. Eyes that see in the dark, he mumbled as he removed the eyes. Perfect material components for night vision spells. This should come in handy. He then continued with the nails, cutting them free and placing them on a tray. They will serve well in casting spells from the School of Alteration. If I recall correctly, there was a rank 2 spell in the memories of an expert that transformed the caster's hands to that of a werewolf's. Finally, he extracted all the blood from both the corpses. By the time he was done with them, barely anything remained of the 2 werewolves. He gazed at the large amount of crimson liquids in the wide array of crystal jars. His eyes shone with a mix of satisfaction and anticipation as he began his next round of experiments. Blood that binds the dual nature of man and beast. I wonder what secrets you. Public Library, Stratford. Within this building, the air was thick with the scent of parchment papers and leather bindings, mixed with the faint aroma of candle wax and the subtle smell of aged wood. The dim light from the high, arched windows barely penetrated the gloom and illuminated the interior. Eleni was sitting at a massive wooden table in a secluded corner of the library. The table's surface was strewn with open books, parchment papers, and ink bottles. The quill in her hand danced across the pages as she continued to compile all the information and write it down. This was the assignment that Adam had given her before he left for the safe house in the Grayskull Mountains. It wasn't to study arcane textbooks, but the books that contained the town's history. Eleni's brows furrowed as she read the grand tales of Magus Stratford, a heroic and charismatic figure who saved the people from the clutches of Morven the Malevolent and led them to prosperity. At first, there was a sense of intrigue, a spark of curiosity twinkling in her eyes that urged her to dig deeper into the history of this town as well as the Magus whom it was named after. In all the history books, the narrative was polished and grand, filled with accounts of bravery and wisdom. Yet, as she delved deeper into her research, she found something peculiar. Soon, the curiosity started to transform into gnawing suspicion. All accounts from the vast number of scholars throughout the ages are identical, she thought. This shouldn't be possible. How can there not be any nuances to their records? Unless they copied everything from their predecessor, word to word. Even the history books in Ravenfell written by scholars offered various perspectives on the series of events. Although the outcome of these texts was the same, the journiso to speak was all written from different points of view. However, the books that Alini was reading at the moment were extremely similar to each other. They were too perfect. It was almost as if all the scholars that lived through the history of the town knew exactly what happened during its founding. As she read through the various accounts, a nagging doubt began to form in her mind, making her question the validity of everything she was reading. The stories were flawless, the achievements unparalleled. There were no mentions of mistakes, no flaws, and no opposition. Nothing but a continuous stream of perfection. As she read book after book, she realized that each word seemed carefully chosen, and each event was meticulously placed to create an image of the perfect being that was Stratford. All the events written by the various scholars were detailed to the point of absurdity. The feelings that these scholars seem to have for Magus Stratford seem almost reverential. It's almost as if he was a deity to them. No, even a deity wouldn't have such pious believers, Alini thought incredulously. She leaned back in the chair, her fingers drumming on the table as she went into deep thought. The weight of the books placed before her seemed heavier now. Were there no accounts of descent? How come every historian has written the same thing? She began flipping through the pages more rapidly, searching for any hint of imperfection, any sign of a different perspective. However, her search was in vain. All the history books left no room for skepticism whatsoever. Alini's heartbeat sped up as she realized the implications. The accounts were too perfect, too polished. To the discerning eye, they hinted at a carefully constructed narrative, one that was designed to erase any trace of controversy or doubt. How come none of the residents have questioned these records? She thought in fear and doubt. Her heartbeat grew faster and faster, and the room seemed to grow colder as her suspicions slowly started to solidify into certainty. She was sure of it. The history of Stratford was tampered with. Manipulation, deceit, lies. Alini could feel her heart pounding wildly in her chest. She felt suffocated. She wanted to leave the library immediately. "You don't look so well, little one." A cold voice drifted into her ears, causing her to involuntarily shriek and stand to her feet. She looked toward the direction of the voice and saw that it was the old librarian. She was holding a lantern in her hand that illuminated only one half of her face, while the other half was covered in darkness. The kind and amiable old lady now appeared to be very cold and distant in Alini's eyes. She questioned herself if her mind was playing games with her, if she was simply overthinking things. She didn't know anymore. "Oh, old Kathy," she stuttered. The librarian stepped forward and glanced at the books sprawled on the table. "Are you interested in the stories about the esteemed founder of our town?" Alini took a few deep breaths and calmed down. She forced a smile as she replied, "I was just curious. From what I've read, I can tell that he was a very admirable man." Old Kathy deeply looked at the young girl, her eyes flashing with an eerie light. The last time an outsider was so interested in Magus Stratford, it didn't end well for them. "Is she threatening me?" Alini's eyes narrowed a little as her expression turned solemn. "May I ask who they were?" Old Kathy's lips curled up and she cackled. What a pitiful fate they had the next moment. Her expression changed abruptly, reflecting her sorrow. "Oh, what a poor family." Alini's asked again, "Who were they?" Old Kathy didn't answer her question. Instead, she continued her ramblings. "They were just like you, the children of that family, I mean. They came to this very library to learn more about Magus Stratford, but look what happened to them." She paused for a moment, sighing dejectedly as she placed the lantern on the table. "Rumor has it that they died in the maws of the wolves. Another rumor states that they became food for whoever it is that's controlling the wolves deep in the heart of the weeping woods." Alini's pupils constricted as she thought of a terrifying possibility. "You don't mean?" Old Kathy's lips curled up into a crooked smile. "Yes, you've guessed it right, little one. It was none other than the Howlett family." The town of Stratford lay under a thick blanket of white as the snow continued to fall. Narrow cobblestone streets weaved between cottages of thatched roofs where their chimneys puffed out gentle plumes of smoke. Snowflakes fell silently, muffling the sounds of the two young magi's footsteps as they walked through the town, their thick cloaks wrapped tightly around them, protecting them from the harsh cold. "What are we even doing here?" Art grumbled under his breath. "Isn't Professor's mission over already?" "I can't wait to go back home. I don't like it here one bit." "You're always complaining," Aiden harumphed. "We need to complete the task before he arrives." "Where do you think he's gone?" Art asked curiously as he walked with his hands clasped behind his head. "Who knows?" Aiden shrugged. "He seemed to be in a hurry when he left a few days ago." The pair continued to walk through the snow-laden streets, cheerfully greeted by the townsfolk wherever they passed by. If an outsider teleported here this instance, they wouldn't be able to tell that the town just survived a wolf tide a few days ago, said Art, gazing at the townsfolk going about their day. "I know, right?" Aiden nodded. "Aren't these people strangely optimistic?" "Yeah, anyway, let's just interrogate as many people as we can," Art replied. He then thought of something and asked, "Is Alini still buried in the library?" It seemed so. Aiden began, but was soon interrupted when a woman approached them. "Madam, if I may ask, Art stepped forward with a polite smile. Why is it that the townsfolk seem so hopeful? I mean, I'm sure a lot of people have lost loved ones in the last wolf tide. Plus, there's going to be another wolf tide this month, so shouldn't they? The woman interrupted him, her voice carrying with it a melodious tone. Oh, it was a terrible night, but we made it through, didn't we? The wolves are gone and all is well. Aiden asked with slight unease, did you lose someone a few days ago? The woman's smile faltered for a moment, but soon she beamed again. However, this time the smile didn't reach her eyes. No, I was fortunate. No losses at all. Isn't that wonderful? Art and Aiden glanced at each other, seeing the discomfort in each other's eyes. They bid farewell to the woman and moved on. An elderly man shoveling the snow around his doorstep asked with a raised eyebrow, a wolf tide, you say? He then burst into a loud peal of laughter. Ha ha ha, it was like a bad dream, nothing more. Come spring, it will just be another memory. Hearing his answer, the boys shivered. However, it wasn't from the cold. As they moved away from the old man, Aiden whispered to his friend, Art, there's something very wrong with these people. And maybe this is just their way to cope with the losses and the constant attacks of the wolf tide, said Art, but even he couldn't believe his words. The pair arrived at the town square where a large statue of the founder stood. The square was deserted except for a single child who was building a snowman. Hearing footsteps, the young girl glanced in the direction of the pair with a vacant look in her eyes. Why are you alone? Aiden asked the little girl with a gentle voice. Where are your friends? The girl's lips quivered and she lowered her head, gazing at her feet. They're dead. Art and Aiden's hearts twisted into a knot, hearing her reply. But the next moment they were taken aback by what she said. But it's okay. The little girl forced a smile. My grandma says they've returned to the embrace of Lord Stratford, so they must be very happy there. It took a long while for Art to digest the words she had just spoken. He then asked softly, did you see the wolves? The little girl tilted her head and spoke with a blank expression. The wolves are gone. We are safe. Her lips curled up into a brilliant smile as she started running around the founder's statue in a joyful manner. Everything is perfect now. The two young magi turned silent and reached a common conclusion. The true horror of the wolf tide lay not in the beast's attacks, but in whatever force that had twisted the townsfolk's reality. Art and Aiden decided to escort the little girl to her house before making their way toward the town wall. This was where most of the mercenaries and hired magi had gathered. Have you noticed how the townsfolk are reacting? Aiden asked a female magus. They don't seem to be affected by the attack. The blonde magus looked at the youth, wondering who he was. She then recalled him fighting the beasts from atop the wall a few days ago. Realizing that he was also a magus, the woman nodded amicably. We've noticed. We've been here far longer than you both showed up. She paused for a moment before adding, it's strange, all right. The residents keep talking about how it's their duty and whatnot, but as long as they pay us for our services, what do we care? We're here to protect them, not solve their mysteries. But don't you think they're hiding something? Art pressed further. Every time we ask them something, we get the same cheerful answers. And what do you mean by their duty? That's for someone else to worry about. The woman shrugged. If you care so much about it, then take it to the mayor or the town council. With that said, she turned around and walked away. Aiden and Art gazed at her departing back as the air grew colder and the snow fell heavier around them. The unease in their hearts grew with each passing second. They had a feeling that the residents' cheerfulness wasn't a coping mechanism at all. Perhaps it was a mask that hid something dark and sinister. We need to talk. A familiar voice broke the silence. However, the two boys couldn't help but scream in fear and draw back. Eek, stay away, don't come close. But the boys realized that it was none other than Alini, who was standing behind them and looking at them strangely. Realizing this, their faces couldn't help but turn red from embarrassment. Ahem. Art coughed awkwardly and asked, don't scare us like that. Anyway, what did you want to talk about? Alini had a solemn expression on her face as she began, I've found something about the howlet. But suddenly she paused when she saw a shadow looming over her. She turned around to see who it was, and when she did, her eyes widened in shock and even fear. The old man smiled kindly at the three kids and asked in a gentle voice, I wonder what you found about the Howlett family. Art, Aiden, and Alini blurted out simultaneously. Mayor Hobbs, Mayor's office, Town Hall. The interior of this room had a high vaulted ceiling, painted with scenes depicting the town's most historical events and legendary figures. Mainly it was of Magus Stratford defeating a shadowy figure, then leading the people to safety and building a settlement that would later on be named after him. At the far end of the room stood the mayor's desk, which was made from ancient oak. Mayor Wyndham Hobbs was sitting on the high back chair behind his desk, glancing at the young magi sitting before him with an amiable smile. The sound of firewood crackling could be heard in the backdrop as Art, Aiden, and Alini awkwardly looked back at the old mayor, not knowing what to say. They were abruptly invited to his office. Moreover, it wasn't like they could refuse either. Although they were quite nervous and scared to visit him, they were relieved by the fact that they had someone to rely on. Mayor Hobbs glanced at the three children, then at the gray cat that was leisurely lying down on Alini's lap. For some reason, this unassuming little cat gave him a very uneasy feeling. This surprised him greatly. Moreover, when the cat gazed at him, he couldn't help but avoid eye contact. A drop of sweat trickled down from the side of his forehead as he wondered to himself in shock, just what kind of creature is this? Is it really a cat? Breaking the awkward silence in the room, Eleni gathered the courage and asked, Mayor Hobbs, may I ask why you've brought us here? It's fine, Eleni forced a smile. It's what we're paid to do. The mayor nodded with a smile, but I find it very surprising that such young children like you could display such fighting prowess. I noticed your battle last night and I must say, I was very impressed. He paused for a moment and asked curiously, I noticed another person had arrived with you, but I don't see him anywhere. I wonder where he is. Nothing goes on in this town without him noticing, huh? Art thought to himself. He displayed a polite smile and replied, that would be our teacher, Magus Adam Constantine. Ah, I see, said the old mayor with a raised eyebrow. His eyes narrowed ever so slightly as he added, I was told that Magus Constantine is Raina's brother. Is that true? Raina was Kenley's wife. Adam had arrived at this town with a different identity, and the kids knew about it, although they only knew that this fake identity was related to a mission given to him by the Herbalists Guild. That is right, my lord, said Aiden. Our mentor is Madame Raina's elder brother. Is that so? Mayor Hobbs's lips curled up into an amusing smirk, but the thing is. His voice turned a little colder, causing the three children to involuntarily gulp. I've known Raina's parents for a long time, and as far as I know, she is a single child. I never knew she had a brother. The three young magi froze in their seats, not knowing how to respond. Moreover, the pressure emanating from the old mayor caused them to feel slightly suffocated. It was at that moment that Valerian lifted his head and spoke up. Human, you are aware that Raina left this town and visited the southern parts of the empire after her parents passed away, yes. The young dragon spoke in a chilly tone. Hearing him speak, Mayor Hobbs turned his head and looked at him, nodding. Yes, that is correct. Valerian continued. It was there that Adam's family adopted Raina, thus making him her step-brother. The next moment, the young dragon's vertical pupils constricted and he coldly muttered, and retract that foul aura of yours. You're scaring the children. Although Mayor Hobbs maintained the same amiable smile on his face, tumultuous waves were rising inside his heart. For some reason, Valerian's words caused his mind to momentarily go blank, and this terrified him. This creature is dangerous, he thought. He took a deep breath and lowered his head. You're right, forgive me for my behavior just now. I'm very protective of my residents. I couldn't help but think Raina was being taken advantage of. Eleni's arms around Valerian tightened ever so slightly. She was signaling him to not speak anymore, afraid that a fight might break out. Valerian lifted his head and glanced at Eleni for a moment. Then he yawned and went back to taking a nap. Eleni inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. She then looked at the mayor and made an apology. Please forgive him, my lord. He can get a little outspoken sometimes. Valerian's ears twitched and he thought to himself, what the outspoken? Do these kids not know the concept of gratitude? Just you wait, I'll steal all your gold while you're sleeping. It's all right, Mayor Hobbs smiled. He is as protective of you as I am of the people of this town. He paused for a moment before asking, would you mind telling me where Magus Constantine is at the moment? His tone now was completely different from what it was a few moments ago. Eleni tried to come up with an excuse, but Art was already one step ahead of her. He has gone to gather herbs for an experiment. Gather herbs. The mayor's eyebrows wrinkled, but then his eyes lit up. Could it be that he is a herbalist? Yes, of course. Art nodded with pride. Splendid. The old man nearly shot up from his chair in excitement. He eagerly asked, is he by any chance a monoliquefaction magus? Before any of the kids could reply, Valerian spoke up again, rank 1 magus. A strange light flashed through the mayor's eyes, and he replied flatly, oh, I see. Valerian's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself condescendingly, heh, you can't fool me, you inferior creature. A long moment of silence ensued before the mayor asked again, anyway, the reason I brought you here is because I noticed that you were interested in the Howlett family. The three young magi nodded. Aiden then asked, my lord, is there a problem with that? We were just curious about this family, that's all. The old mayor sighed, no, child, there is nothing wrong with that. You may not know this, but the Howlett family consisted of evil magi who sought to destroy our town. So when I learned that someone was trying to learn more about them, I couldn't help but feel alarmed. What? The children were astonished. The Howlett family, they're a family of dark magi. Yes, said the mayor with a self-deprecating smile. If you would still like to learn more about them, I would first have to tell you about the history of Stratford. The true history of Stratford. Eleni's breathing involuntarily turned ragged. Just earlier during the day, she was at the library reading up on the history of the town. She had a vague feeling that the records had been fabricated. To her, they seemed too perfect. And now that she heard the mayor mention the true history of the town, she knew that she had been correct in her assumptions. She couldn't help but feel a little proud of herself, but at the same time, a foreboding feeling welled up in her heart, making her wonder what the true history of Stratford actually was. Mayor Hobbs glanced at her with a knowing smile and said, I'm sure you've already picked up on this, haven't you? Eleni confirmed in her heart that this old man sitting before her knew everything that happened within the town. How else would he know what she was reading in the library? She took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, I've had suspicions after reading all the history books in the public library. Mayor Hobbs sincerely praised her. You're a witty child. Eleni couldn't help but ask. Old Kathy said that the Howlett family were killed by the werewolves. Is that true? No, the old mayor smiled ruefully. That is what the residents were led to believe. Well, the local magi are the only ones that know the truth. What is the truth then? Art asked with an impatient tone. Mayor Hobbs was silent for a long time, thinking of the right words to say. He then began. The history books state that Morven the Malevolent used his black magic and enslaved the people of this land to use them for his horrifying experiments. That a magus named Stratford battled the evil magus and his army in order to free the enslaved. Their battle raged on for several days, and in the end, Magus Stratford triumphed over evil. He paused for a moment and took a deep breath. Solemnly glancing at the three kids, he continued, although the texts claim that Magus Stratford killed Morven the Malevolent, this is not true. What? The young magi shot up to their feet, glancing at the old mayor with dumbfounded expressions. Eleni couldn't help but blurt out, so Morven the Malevolent is alive. Mayor Hobbs shook his head. Not quite. You see, Magus Stratford was grievously injured as he had to fight Morven's army on his own. Despite that, he was able to kill every last one of his minions. Because of the injuries he had sustained over days of fighting, in the end, he could not kill the wicked Magus. Then what happened to Morven? Aiden asked in shock. Magus Stratford knew that he couldn't kill Morven, so he did the best thing he could, said the old mayor. And that is, Eleni pressed. Mayor Hobbs gazed right into her eyes and said with a solemn tone, he sealed him in the heart of the weeping woods. The young magi simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. Realizing the implications of this newfound knowledge, they couldn't help but feel utterly terrified. Why couldn't Magus Stratford just kill him later? Art couldn't help but ask the obvious. The old mayor's lips curled up into a rueful smile. In that grand battle, both sides were grievously injured. Morven the Malevolent was sealed in the weeping woods, but Magus Stratford's fate wasn't all that different. He paused for a moment, sighing dejectedly. In the year following the battle, Magus Stratford gradually succumbed to his injuries and passed away. A long moment of silence ensued within the room. Only the sound of firewood burning could be heard. Before he died, Magus Stratford sired many offspring and built this town bordering the weeping woods, said the mayor as his eyes reddened. Putting two and two together, Eleni thought of a possibility. She asked with some skepticism, could it be that the reason he had so many children and even built up this town before his death? Yes, the mayor nodded. It was Magus Stratford's dying wish that his children would guard the weeping woods, forever keeping watch over the seal that restrained Morven the Malevolent. Wait a minute, Aiden thought of another possibility. Recalling the conversations he'd had with the townsfolk earlier today, he couldn't help but ask, is this the reason why the townsfolk refused to leave this place? Mayor Hobbs solemnly nodded, his eyes flashing with immense pride. It is our duty to prevent that evil Magus, Morven the Malevolent, from ever resurfacing back into the world. He paused for a moment before speaking with great dignity and honor. Bloodline works in mysterious ways. The children of Magus Stratford have inherited his will. That is why even though several centuries have passed since his death, none of us have ever left this town that we call home. Even if some of us did leave, it was only temporary. They always returned home to fulfill their filial duties. Now that the three young magi knew the truth about the people of this town, they couldn't help but come to greatly admire them. Even though the vast majority of them didn't have the talent to become magi, they chose to stay here regardless and fight the battle against evil. This was what they owed to their savior, as well as their ancestor, Magus Stratford. It took a long while for them to digest this information and get their emotions in check. Eleni looked at the mayor with teary eyes. Magus Stratford was truly a righteous man. I guess all that was written about him in the history books wasn't entirely false. About that, said the mayor with an awkward expression. We did exaggerate some of his qualities in the history books. Truth be told, although Magus Stratford was truly righteous at heart, he was quite the foul-mouthed person and a drunkard. Foul-mouthed drunkard. Sounds like someone I know. The three kids and even Valerian had the same exact thought. But my lord, can you tell us how all this is related to the Howlett family? Art asked the important question. This was the very reason why they were here in the first place. Mayor Hobbs took a deep breath and solemnly stated, it's because the patriarch of the Howlett family found the secret inheritance of Morven the Malevolent. It was a haunting night for the three young magi. They kept learning one secret after another, each more shocking than the last. Never in their wildest imagination had they thought that someone from the Howlett family would find an inheritance left behind by the most vile villain in the history of this town, Morven the Malevolent. It took a long time for the kids to calm their astonishment. Art's lips opened and closed several times, struggling to find the words to speak. Ultimately, he asked, so the Howlett family patriarch found the secret inheritance just like that. What happened afterward? Mayor Hobbs heaved a deep sigh and began. The patriarch of the Howlett family was the strongest amongst us. He was someone on the verge of advancing to the mana liquefaction rank. Wait a minute, Aiden interrupted the mayor. So the members of the Howlett family were local residents. Then why were they alienated and made to stay in the Weeping Woods? They were not alienated. Mayor Hobbs spoke in a passionate tone. He had chosen to live within the dark woods of his own accord and guard the seal placed by our ancestor, Magus Stratford. Did he do that out of his sense of duty? Eleni asked softly. Mayor Hobbs nodded with a bitter smile. The will of our ancestor lives on through us, deeply ingrained in our blood. The next moment his expression turned resolute as he added, however, this is not a burden. This is our glorious purpose. The three young magi didn't know how to react to that. To outsiders like them, such a way of thinking would definitely seem very foolish, but to the local townsfolk, it was a matter of great honor. Mayor Hobbs continued, the Howlett family fulfilled their duties by guarding the seal for decades. But somewhere down the line, a few years ago, the patriarch's behavior started to change. It wasn't noticeable at first, but when we did find out, it was already too late. Too late for what? Art asked nervously. When the patriarch uncovered the secret inheritance left behind by Morven, he was consumed by evil and darkness. One night, about half a year ago, he called me and the 4 town council members to his house, saying that he had an important matter to talk about. Mayor Hobbs began. Us 5 thought nothing of it and went to his estate deep in the Weeping Woods. It was then that we realized that we had walked into a trap. The moment we entered his manor, he attacked us, planning to kill us. Why did he wish to kill you? What about his family? Eleni asked with nervous breaths. Perhaps he was extremely confident in taking us 5 down all on his own, or perhaps he had already turned maniacal after coming in contact with Morven's inheritance. He told us everything about his plan, said the mayor with a disheartened look on his face. He mentioned that he would finish what Morven started all those centuries ago. He would enslave all the residents of the town and experiment on them in order to reach greater heights in his path as a magus. However, the only thing stopping him from achieving his goals were me and the 4 council members. That is why he lured us into his manor. It was also that he could get rid of his greatest obstacles. The old mayor's eyes reddened as he recalled the memories of that night. Meanwhile, the children held their breaths in trepidation, eager to know what transpired after. As someone who was a neural stage magus like us, he was very powerful, no doubt, but he had overestimated his abilities. In the end, me and the council members had managed to take him down. He paused a few seconds, his lips quivering. We didn't want to kill him, but we were left with no other choice. But he was so consumed by madness and evil that in his dying moments, he was able to summon 6 werewolves from inside the Grand Seal. So that's where the werewolves came from. Aiden was thunderstruck. But then he thought of something else and couldn't help but ask, what about his family? What happened to them? Mayor Hobbs's shoulders slouched, and he spoke with great sadness. They were the first ones that the patriarch experimented on. The 3 young magi simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't believe that the patriarch of the Howlett family had fallen so low that he would kill his own family for his goals. This secret inheritance, could it perhaps be an arrangement made by Morven the Malevolent to get someone to unseal him? Art made a guess. That is what we believe as well, but we can't be sure. Mayor Hobbs nodded. We didn't have enough time to investigate the Howlett Manor before the werewolves emerged and chased after us. He paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with lingering fear. I still remember that night vividly. The council members and I thought that we would really die. But for some strange reason, the werewolves never left the area of the Weeping Woods. It's like they couldn't leave the forest. Couldn't leave the forest? Eleni mumbled. That's right. Even in the last wolf tide, I had never seen any werewolf step out of the Weeping Woods. Could this perhaps be an arrangement made by Magus Stratford, preventing those foul creatures from leaving the forest and attacking the town? I would like to believe so, said the old mayor with hopeful eyes. But ever since the night that the Howlett family's patriarch died, the werewolves that he summoned have been manipulating the wolf tide into attacking our town every night of the full moons. There was a mystical correlation between the twin moons and everything that was happening to the town of Stratford, but neither the mayor nor the 3 young magi could tell what it was. After speaking to the old mayor, a lot of things had been made clear for Art, Aiden, and Eleni. However, one thing that they didn't quite understand was why the mayor had disclosed this to them in first place. Why? Eleni asked, why tell us all this? It had been exactly 1 week since the last wolf tide, and the town had completely returned to a semblance of normalcy. The cobblestone streets were bustling with activity. The townsfolk and magi alike worked tirelessly to repair the damage, their combined efforts allowing the town to already be ready for the next tide. Despite the apparent return to order, the tension still persisted. Especially considering that there had been significantly more casualties in the most recent wolf tide compared to the ones before. The mayor's office was a tense and somber place. This room, which was normally filled with the ordinary bustle of civic duties, now had an atmosphere that was a mixture of fear and frustration. Mayor Hobbs, with his weathered face and piercing blue eyes, sat behind the oak table, flanked by a group of magi and hired mercenaries whose expressions ranged from anxious to downright angry. The lead magus, a tall, middle-aged man draped in cyan robes, stepped forward and urged, "Mayor, the casualties in the last battle have been significant. Our defenses are clearly insufficient. You must call for stronger reinforcements before it's too late." Mayor Hobbs's eyes flickered with a mix of emotions, but his expression remained stern. There was a hint of unease on his old face, but this went unnoticed by everyone gathered. He took a deep breath and began to speak. "I understand your concerns, I truly do." He paused for a moment before adding, "But hiring more magi, especially a rank 2 magus, is not as simple as it sounds." At once there was dissent amongst the mercenaries and magi gathered in the room. In the last wolf tide, they had lost several of their comrades, and if the next wolf tide were to be as intense as the last one, they couldn't begin to imagine just how many more men they would lose. Perhaps they would be the ones to die as well. They couldn't accept this. Mortal or magi, they placed the highest priority on their own lives. If the mayor wasn't going to call for stronger reinforcements, then these people saw no point in staying in this town. Regardless of the large number of benefits that they received after each battle, what good would it be if they weren't even alive to enjoy said benefits? However, people who shared this sentiment were few and far between. The vast majority of the people would rather risk their lives for the promise of riches. Such was the way of the world. People chased after riches, just as moths were drawn to a flame. Noticing the growing impatience of the people that had gathered, Mayor Hobbs spoke up. "You must already be aware of this, but our budget is already stretched thin. The cost of hiring more magi will cripple our town's finances." "But the wolf horde seems endless," said a burly mercenary. "I'm sure the additional magi can be paid with the materials and beast cores harvested from these wolves, and who knows what other treasures we might find in the depths of the weeping woods." Mayor Hobbs harumphed. 80% of all the loot is already being distributed to you people, while we retain only a measly 20%. If more magi show up, are you willing to divide your loot with them?" The man who had earlier spoken up now found himself unable to retort, but it seemed like he was about to come up with another excuse. However, before that could happen, the old mayor started speaking again. "Secondly, the presence of more armed forces could incite panic among the townsfolk. We need to create order and stability, not an environment of fear and suspicion," he said. A wave of dissatisfaction rippled through the crowd. Mayor Hobbs was aware of this, but there was no chance that he would call for a rank 2 magus to help them against the wolf tide. If he were to do so, the entire power balance in the town would be disrupted. At the moment, there were only rank 1 magi amongst the people that he had hired to help with their problem. If any conflict were to arise, he and the town council members were confident to deal with it. However, if a rank 2 magus showed up, the mayor and the council members wouldn't be able to do anything about it. They would be powerless. Mayor Hobbs feared that the rank 2 magus would hog all the benefits for himself, but what he feared most was that this magus would be tempted by the legacy of Morven the Malevolent, just like the patriarch of the Howlett family had been in the past. In short, no matter what happened, Mayor Hobbs would never get the help of a magus who was more powerful than him, or rather, more powerful than the combined strength of the local magi of Stratford. The lead magus in cyan robes saw that the mayor had no intention of explaining further and couldn't help but deeply frown. He could sense that something was amiss. His eyes narrowed as suspicion flickered across his face. "And what of the rumors?" "What rumors?" the mayor asked flatly. "Don't pretend to be ignorant," the lead magus roared. "We know that a group of mercenaries and magi had entered the Weeping Woods a long time back. Only a single person returned, and he said that the entire party was killed by a werewolf." The mayor's jaws tightened, but the next moment he waved his hand with a scoff. "Rumors are just thatch rumors. Do you really believe the word of one man? Tell me, have you seen the werewolf with your own eyes?" He knew that if these mercenaries and hired magi were to know about the involvement of not just one, but half a dozen werewolves, they were sure to abandon this town and run for their lives. But the mayor couldn't have that happen on his watch. He needed to do everything he could to fulfill his objective. "This is what I owe to my ancestor. I must fulfill my filial duties no matter what," he roared in his heart, but on the outside, he displayed a flat expression. "We will make a thorough review of our defenses and make necessary adjustments," he said. "Panic and rash decisions will only lead to further chaos." The lead magus gritted his teeth and spoke with frustration. "Please, Mayor, I urge you. What are you going to do if there are even more casualties in the next wolf tide? You must invite a rank 2 magus to lead us into the depths of the Weeping Woods and resolve this problem at the core. If not, the wolves will continue to attack this town, and we will continue to lose men." Mayor Hobbs's eyes turned cold, and he was about to angrily refuse the man, but the next moment his pupils dilated and he went into a momentary daze. A mysterious and bewitching voice sounded from behind and entered his ears. "Listen to what the man is saying. Invite a liquefaction magus to this town. Save your people. Save your loved ones. Become the leader you were always meant to be." The old mayor's eyes regained their focus, and he sighed deeply. He looked at the lead magus in cyan robes and nodded. "You're right, I will request the help of a rank 2 magus." Everyone present in the room was taken aback. Throughout the entire conversation, the mayor had been very adamant in his stance about not calling for more reinforcements. But now all of a sudden, it seemed like something inside the old man had abruptly switched. A few magi present thought that something was amiss. They couldn't help but begin to wonder if the mayor was messing with them. "Mayor, are you sure?" asked the lead magus. "Of course I am," said the mayor matter-of-factly. "Didn't you just suggest that we get a mana liquefaction magus to lead us into the heart of the Weeping Woods and resolve the problem at the core?" Yes I did." The magus nodded with a weird expression on his face. "Well, that's exactly what we're going to do," the old mayor stated. "As long as the problem is not completely uprooted, I have a feeling that the wolf tide may never stop attacking us." The people present in the room glanced at each other with strange looks. Has the old man finally gone senile? They had the same thought. But regardless of what they thought, this was certainly good news that there would be more reinforcements coming to this town. If they had a rank 2 magus with them, they were sure that they could conquer the wolf tide. Moreover, when they thought of the secrets and treasures that lay in the depths of the Weeping Woods, they couldn't help but get excited. They weren't clueless men. They knew that there was something special about the dark woods that could produce an endless horde of wolves that systematically attacked the town once every month. "Ha ha ha," the cyan-robed magus laughed out loud. "I knew you'd see reason in our proposal. As expected of you, Lord Mayor. You all may leave now." The old mayor displayed a polite smile. "Rest assured, I'll send word about requesting the assistance of a mana liquefaction magus. Let us hope that they can arrive here before the next night of full moons." The mercenaries and magi bid farewell to the mayor and left the room with expressions of relief and enthusiasm. They were sure that under the leadership of a rank 2 magus, they would be able to harvest much more benefits that lay within the Weeping Woods. After all the people had left the office, only the mayor remained, he and one other person. A figure draped in black robes and a cape was sitting on the ledge of the window right behind the mayor's table, glancing at the old man's back with an indifferent expression. He was also wearing a black pointy hat. Throughout the entire time, Adam had been silently watching everything unfold before him. However, neither the mayor nor the rest of the mercenaries and magi had sensed his presence. He was completely invisible to them. When he saw that the mayor was making a decision that did not serve his purpose, he had to intervene. Therefore, he enchanted the old mayor. For Adam's plans to come to fruition, he needed another person who needed to act as bait. He had been to the ruined Howlett estate before and knew that a mere group of rank 1 magi would not be able to do the job of luring out the werewolves inside the manor. Only a rank 2 magus would be useful. 2 brilliant colored white flowers sparkled in his jet-black pupils, and his whole aura turned ethereal. "The town has faced great trials, and the beast tide has left us vulnerable. It is clear to me, as it must be to you, that this town needs a mana liquefaction magus to bolster its defenses." Mayor Hobbs shifted uneasily in his chair, feeling an odd compulsion to listen closely. "We need a mana liquefaction magus." Adam leaned in slightly, the white lotuses in his eyes glowing intensely. "Think of the people of this town. Their safety, their happiness, their peace of mind. Don't you wish to protect them?" "Protect my people," the old mayor nodded ever so slightly. The raven-haired youth's voice grew softer, almost a whisper, yet it resonated deeply within the mayor's mind. "Picture a beautiful town, its walls fortified and secured, the children playing happily in the streets, their parents running after them with beaming smiles. This is a very reasonable decision. The trust and confidence of the people in your leadership will only grow. This could cement your legacy as the greatest protector of the town, second only to the founder, Magus Stratford." Mayor Hobbs's eyes glazed over slightly, his thoughts becoming foggy as Adam's enchantment took hold. Adam's lips slowly curled up into a smile. He jumped down from the window ledge and walked up to the table, leaning against it and glancing at the old mayor. "Indeed, you've chosen wisely. Your decision will ensure the town's survival and prosperity." Adam paused for a moment before adding, "Now you know what you must do, don't you? I will call for reinforcements immediately." The mayor reached for a quill to draft a letter, his movements almost mechanical. Rank 2 spell, suggestion. This spell belonged to the School of Enchantment. The caster would suggest a course of activity and magically influence a sentient being who can hear and understand them. Technically, the words spoken by the caster were only limited to a sentence or two, but with the help of the White Lotus, Adam was able to bypass this restriction and even make the spell more potent. However, the suggestion had to be worded in such a manner that it made the course of action sound reasonable. Asking the target to kill themselves or jump off a cliff obviously wouldn't work. Seeing the mayor draft the letter stating that the town required the assistance of a rank 2 magus to help deal with a beast tide, Adam nodded to himself. He was sure that the mayor had his own information network that he would use to send this letter and get assistance in the fastest time possible. After the mayor had finished writing the letter, Adam's eyes narrowed, the white lotuses in his pupils shining brighter than ever. Now tell me, what lies hidden underneath this town? The White Stag town square. Aiden, Art, and Alini were inside their respective rooms. They had just finished having dinner and were about to sleep. Then all of a sudden, a familiar voice rang inside their minds at the same time. Come to my room. The children's eyes lit up in surprise and they hurriedly jumped down from their beds and made their way to Adam's room. It hadn't even been a minute and the three of them had already barged in through his door. Professor, you're finally back. Where have you been? The young magi shot out questions one after another, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Seeing such expressions on their faces, Adam's heart warmed. His lips curled up into an amused smile as he asked, what's with this reaction? Did you guys miss me? Art crossed his arms and looked away. HMPH, oh of course not. Why yeah, we were just surprised is all. Aiden vigorously nodded his head. Meanwhile, Alini covered her mouth and started giggling. Yes, Professor, we missed you. Adam couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. He lowered his head and saw Valerian snuggling in his arms. Little Val, did the kids trouble you? Mayu. Valerian nodded as he found a comfortable position and soon dozed off. No, we didn't, Art complained with a wronged expression. We took Lord Valerian for a walk every day. That's right, Aiden nodded. We even bought delicious food for him every other hour. Speaking of, Alini began. Professor, you should have told us that Lord Valerian has 6 to 8 meals a day. We were worried that he was simply overindulging in your absence. Ah, that's right. Adam clicked his tongue. He dotingly stroked the gray fur on the young dragon's back and added, I forgot to tell you, the little guy has quite the appetite. He then looked at his students and asked with a smile anyway, have you been practicing mindfulness diligently? And what about the arcane textbooks that I'd given you? Have you finished reading them? Yes, Professor, the 3 kids replied in unison. Good, Adam nodded in approval. How's your progress toward the bone stage coming along? Have you been bathing in the medicinal solution that I brewed before leaving? The progress is slower than I expected, Art grumbled. Any progress is good progress, said Adam with a solemn expression. Did you think you would become a mana-liquefaction magus in a couple of years? But didn't you become one in only 5 years? Aiden asked with shining eyes. It wasn't a secret to them that Adam had taken such little time to advance to rank 2 magus. In fact, he was the one who had told them of this, hoping this would motivate them. Yes, but my path toward the mana-liquefaction rank was carved with blood, sweat, and tears, Adam replied with a rueful smile. I faced death in the eyes more times than I can count, and along the way, I've lost people who I've held dear. I faced one setback after another that helped me transform myself spiritually and physically. That's how I was able to arrive at this threshold in a mere 5 years. Professor Alini fidgeted with her fingers and asked softly, can we also reach the mana-liquefaction rank in 5 years? It's not impossible, said Adam as he stroked his chin. He was planning to impart his knowledge regarding the philosophy of the way to them anyway. He wanted them to find their own way of magic before they advanced to rank 2. However, they were different from him. Adam had access to the memories of the experts from the greater universe. In these memories were their comprehension of the way. This allowed him to understand this philosophy at great speed. Adam had already decided in his heart that until and unless they had comprehended the basics of this philosophy and found their way of magic, he would not allow them to advance to the mana-liquefaction rank. The advantage that a magus who found his own way of magic before advancing to rank 2, compared to a magus who hadn't, was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. However, this would only start to bear fruit in the later ranks. Adam believed that it was absolutely imperative for his students to understand this. They were his first students after all, and he wanted nothing but the best for them. He wanted them to advance to great ranks and live long and fulfilled lives. However, even if it takes you more than 5 years, a decade even, you will advance to the mana-liquefaction rank, he said confidently. A decade, Art blurted out. Isn't that too long? I've heard my other friends say that the average time it usually takes is about 7 years, but I want you to learn something before you advance to the next rank, Adam replied with a solemn expression. It is important that you do this. Learn what? Aiden grumbled exaggeratedly. If it's going to take me 10 years to. POW, Adam smacked the kid on the forehead. He then looked at Art, who was about to say something, and smirked. You want one too? And no, I'm good. Art hurriedly waved his hands in panic. Anyway, what about the assignments I'd given you? I hope you were able to finish them. I'd be very disappointed otherwise. Professor, rest assured. We have finished the tasks you gave us, Alini stated with a serious expression. Good, Adam gestured. Go ahead, I'm listening. Alini began giving detailed accounts of what she had read about the town's history at the public library. Then Aiden spoke about the investigations they had carried out in the last week. Finally, Art disclosed to him the conversation that the 3 of them had with the mayor of the town, Wyndham Hobbs. Adam's eyebrows gradually wrinkled, and he mumbled, Magus Stratford wasn't able to kill Morven. That's right, Aiden nodded solemnly. The mayor said that Magus Stratford sealed the villain in the heart of the Weeping Woods. Adam was silent for a long time before he asked, and the Howlett family's patriarch was corrupted by the secret inheritance left behind by Morven. Eleni nervously gulped, her eyes flashing with terror. He then killed his entire family before being slain by the mayor and the town council members. The frown on Adam's face deepened as he asked, "So the werewolves were summoned by the Howlett patriarch from inside the seal, huh?" "Yes, Professor," Art muttered softly. Adam couldn't help but think to himself, so Morven the Malevolent is still alive and the werewolves are his spawns. Add to that what the mayor just divulged to me under the effects of the suggestion spell. This is becoming very tricky. After his students left, Adam sat alone in the room, deep in thought. The faint sound of Valerian sleeping on his lap continued to echo in rhythms. Magus Stratford was unable to kill Morven the Malevolent, he thought, so in the end, he could only seal him in the heart of the Weeping Woods. The patriarch of the Howlett family happened to come across a secret inheritance left behind by Morven and thus became corrupt. He then killed his family before he was ultimately killed by Mayor Hobbs and the 4 town council members. Adam went through the relevant points in his head, trying to connect the dots and make sense of it all. But for some strange reason, he felt there was something amiss. He just couldn't put a finger on it. Blood, he thought, that is the key to everything. Earlier during the day, when he had put the old mayor under the effects of the spell suggestion, he wasn't able to find out anything conclusive. During the last wolf tide, he had noticed that the blood of the townsfolk was seeping in through the ground and being absorbed in a very inconspicuous manner. If it wasn't for his senses that were significantly boosted within his sphere of resonance, he might have never even found out about this. So when he had asked the mayor about what lay underneath the town, the latter said that he didn't know, and this was the truth. After all, under the effects of Adam's spell, which had been strengthened by the White Lotus, it was highly unlikely that the mayor would lie to him. This truly came as a great surprise to him. He had a lingering suspicion that the mayor was aware of everything that happened inside the town of In the Blood that was mysteriously being absorbed into the ground. However, much to Adam's disappointment, it turned out that that wasn't the case. To confirm this matter, he had asked the mayor that question several times. Alas, he received the same answer. Mayor Wyndham Hobbs truly didn't know what was happening. Unable to fully come to terms with it, Adam wanted to press the old mayor further, but he feared that forcefully overusing suggestion over the same thing would have a drastic impact on the man. Hence, he could only proceed with the next question he had in mind. The most suspicious thing about this town, according to him, was the refusal of its people to abandon it and migrate to another place despite knowing the great dangers they faced every month. So when Adam asked the mayor about this, the answer he received left him speechless for a long time. Despite several generations having passed already, I can't believe that the townsfolk's loyalty to Magus Stratford is so great that they are willing to guard the place where Morven the Malevolent had been sealed by him. Adam thought to himself with a deep frown on his face, such a sense of duty is very admirable. From the mayor, he learned that in every generation, a chosen magus, usually the strongest one of this town, would be given the duty to reinforce the seal. The last person to be given this responsibility was the patriarch of the Howlett family. Thinking of this, Adam couldn't help but sigh and begin massaging his temples. But that bastard instead found the secret inheritance of Morven and got corrupted. He killed his family and was then slain by the mayor and the council members. To make matters worse, that bastard went ahead and summoned half a dozen werewolves from within the seal. Ha, this is so troublesome. The seal that was holding down the weakened Morven was situated in the depths of the Weeping Woods, and the entrance to that place was situated right underneath the Howlett estate. This was something that the mayor had divulged to him earlier. Forget it, I'll do what I have to complete this mission. It is imperative that I get my hands on rune magic. A flash of resolve gleamed in Adam's jet-black pupils. To finish this mission, he had already set things into motion. He had just bewitched the mayor into calling a mana liquefaction magus to town. With this person acting as bait and luring all the werewolves hidden inside the abandoned Howlett estate, Adam would be able to sneak inside and make his way toward the seal. Then all he had to do was kill Morven the Malevolent, who according to the mayor has been in an extremely weakened state for centuries now. Sounds easy enough, thought the youth with a confident smile on his face. But just a moment later his lips twitched and he cursed inwardly. Something tells me it isn't, damn it. Damn you, Elric, why couldn't you just give me a simple mission? He then got up from his chair, causing Valerian, who was sleeping on his lap, to miserably fall to the ground. "MYU," the little guy hissed at him. "Haha, sorry about that," Adam laughed awkwardly. "Get back in now. I know you've been dying to go there." The next moment a gray light flashed, and the young dragon dove into the youth's spirit sea without speaking a word. Adam then waved his hand and 2 crystal vials appeared on the table. There was a strange purple liquid inside these vials, and if one looked closely, they'd be able to hear the primal howls of wolves originating from them. This was the mysterious venom that Adam was able to extract from the werewolves. He grabbed the liquid and brought it closer to his face. I wonder what will happen if I inject this venom into my bloodstream. Would I then become a werewolf? The following moment he scoffed, but who the hell wants to become a werewolf? Hess, I'd rather become a giant or something. He paused for a moment before chuckling. No, I'd rather just remain the way I am. I quite like being human. Adam intently looked at the purple venom and mumbled, although I can experiment more on this toxin and perhaps even create an antidote for it. That seems to be the better option. Then he took out 2 more crystal vials. These, however, contained crimson liquid. One contained the blood that he had collected from the ground on the night of the previous wolf tide. The other one contained the mayor's blood that he had just extracted. Blood the key to everything, he muttered under his breath. When he noticed that the blood was being absorbed into the ground in the wolf tide, he knew that this blood was somehow special. That's why he even secretly retrieved the mayor's blood a while back. He wanted to see what was so different about this blood for it to be absorbed into the ground. Now, let's see what makes you so special. But the words got stuck in his throat when he noticed something very peculiar in the blood samples. Is that? At the same time that Adam found the peculiarity in the blood samples, inside an ancient underground cavernous chamber, something even more bizarre was going on. Here, the air was cooler, and the scent of damp earth lingered in the air. The walls were adorned with elaborate murals depicting scenes of wolves in their natural habitats. Some wolves were shown hunting in packs, while others were shown howling at the twin moons and prowling through the dark forests. Each mural told a story. They were painted with such skill that the wolves almost seemed to move within their stone frames, their eyes gleaming with a malevolent and predatory light. At the far end of the underground chamber stood a towering stone door. The door was massive, nearly reaching the high ceiling. Its surface was carved with scenes of werewolves in various stages of transformation. Muscular bodies twisted and contorted, half human, half beast, their features fierce and wild. The carvings were so detailed that every furrowed brow, every ripple of muscle, and every elongated claw seemed to move out of the stone. These carvings gazed at the figure standing at the center of the chamber before an enormous stone altar. It was a werewolf. This creature was gazing at the basin that lay atop the pedestal. The basin was filled with a dark, viscous liquid blood. Almost done, the werewolf spoke with great struggle, his face contorting in agony. Then he raised his head and glanced at the spectral figures carved on the stone doors. They were whispering words of madness into his ears. It was something he couldn't ignore even if he wanted to. He was compelled to listen to it wholeheartedly and devoutly. His furry ears perked up as the raving slowly but surely entered his mind. The time is nigh. Lift the curse. Ancient blood ritual. The night of the blood moons is upon us, preparations complete. The werewolf's body trembled in excitement as his bloodshot eyes gleamed with immense reverence. Unable to contain the exhilaration coursing through his veins, he threw his head back and howled at the top of his lungs. Howl. The white stag. In his room, Adam was standing on his feet with an expression full of disbelief as he gazed at the blood vials in his hand. He was completely speechless. Suddenly, he turned his head in the direction of the weeping woods, his eyes narrowing in alarm. What was that? He thought. He just felt an extremely strong presence originating from within the dark woods. Judging by the general direction he was looking in, he thought to himself, Did that come from the abandoned Howlett estate? His expression turned extremely solemn. The energy that he felt from the primal wolf howl made it evident that the other person was a very strong being. Could that be the dangerous presence I felt when I entered the ruined manor last time? All of a sudden, a deep sense of urgency filled his being, and he couldn't help but begin to feel anxious. He couldn't help but walk toward the window and glance at the night sky. He gazed at Selene and Luna, and subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. It's not the night of the full moon. Adam then looked at the blood vials in his hand, the sense of urgency getting more and more intense by the second. No, he shook his head. I can't be completely sure. I must get more blood samples. The next moment, he jumped out of the window and was enveloped in shadows, silently traversing the snow-laden cobblestone streets. By the time he had returned, it had already been close to an hour. During this time, he had gone around town and managed to extract blood samples from people without them even knowing. Half of these samples belonged to the residents, while the other half belonged to the mercenaries and magi who were hired to help the town. Of course, Adam had only drawn very minuscule amounts of blood from each subject without harming them. The quantity was just enough for him to carry out tests and compare them with one another. Only through a large enough sample size would he be able to affirm his speculation. If the magi in the town knew that Adam was going around secretly extracting blood, it would lead to pandemonium. It was not the act of collecting blood that would cause disorder amongst the magi, but what the blood would be used for. Since time immemorial, it was a well-known fact that blood was the perfect conduit to curse someone with magic. There were several spells that could be used to bring harm, misfortune, or negative consequences to the target. but lucky for these people, Adam had no interest in doing such a thing. I hope I'm wrong, he muttered in apprehension as he hurriedly took out necessary tools and apparatuses from his earring and orderly placed them on the table. He first carefully inspected all the blood samples through his sphere of resonance, his eyebrows furrowed into a knot seeing the results. Then he carefully dropped a drop of blood from each of the crystal vials onto a silver platter engraved with arcane signs. The blood droplets sizzled and sparkled, revealing hidden mysteries to his eyes. By the time the sun had risen, Adam had finally finished analyzing all the blood samples and comparing them. He found that the blood from the mercenaries and the hired magi were normal. However, the blood from the residents of the town, including the mayor, shared a strange property. This revelation caused a severe chill to crawl up his spine. For a moment, he couldn't even believe the result of his analysis, but he knew it was the truth. He walked toward the window and gazed at the residents of the town as they began their day. He looked at the men, the women, the children, and the elderly. His eyes flashed with complicated emotions, and he involuntarily clenched his fists. This town is cursed. Children laughed and played in the snow-covered cobblestone streets. Men and women chatted animatedly, their faces lit with genuine smiles as they shared news and gossip. On the surface, it was a scene of perfect harmony and bliss. From within his room, Adam watched everything unfold. His eyes were sharp and flashing with a mix of emotions as he watched the town's residents go about their day. After comparing the blood samples and analyzing them, he was able to see beyond the townfolk's cheerful facade, beyond their laughter and their smiles. A dark aura, subtle and insidious, clung to them like an unseen shadow. These people were blissfully unaware, living their lives under the weight of a curse they didn't know existed. Adam's heart ached for them. Damn it, he cursed aloud and turned away from the window. He paced back and forth in his room, his expression dark. The newfound knowledge weighed heavily on his shoulders. Clenching his fists tightly, he kept mumbling to himself, "What do I do? What do I do?" He took a seat, unfastened the gourd hanging from his waist, and took one mouthful after another. He finished the wine in the gourd and dropped it to the floor with a helpless look on his face. Slowly, he was able to look past the veil and begin to uncover the truth. Everyone in this town is a descendant of Magus Stratford, he thought. He then glanced at the blood vials lying on the table beside him, his eyes narrowing. Every time he tried to get closer to the truth, he felt as if he was getting further and further away. This doesn't make any sense. He got up from his chair and started pacing around the room once again. His fists clenched and unclenched several times as he struggled to come to a decision. Wait, so Magus Stratford fought Morven and sealed him in the depths of the Weeping Woods. The townsfolk continued to strengthen the seal every generation since then. The last one to do so was the patriarch of the Howlett family, but he got corrupted by a secret inheritance left behind by Morven. Adam thought to himself, struggling to connect the dots. The patriarch experimented on his family members, planning to finish what Morven started all those centuries ago. But what was this experiment? What was he trying to do? Whatever it was, he wasn't able to finish it as he was killed by the mayor and the council members. He continued to piece together all the clues that he had gotten, slowly trying his best to uncover the truth. But before the patriarch died, he summoned those werewolves from within the seal that is restraining the weakened Morven. Those werewolves are guarding the entrance to the seal and only attack the town every night of the full moons. What is the significance of the full moons? Why don't they attack any other day? Adam walked toward the window and gazed at the residents with a complicated expression. Every full moon night, the blood of the residents that are killed is absorbed into the ground. He then turned his head and glanced at the blood vials on the table. Even after thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. In the end, he couldn't help but heave a dejected sigh. This entire thing reeks of danger. A cold light flashed through his eyes as he thought to himself, should I just abandon this mission and leave this place? It's not my problem if everyone in this town dies. Yeah, I don't see how that's my problem. I'll tell Elric to give me another mission so that I can get my hands on rune magic. Yes, this is definitely the right thing to do. Right at that moment, his attention was drawn toward the sound of laughter coming from outside. He saw a group of children playing near the fountain. They splashed water at each other, their giggles echoing like the sweetest of melodies. The children's laughter continued to ring inside Adam's mind, his heart aching with each passing second. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. He thought to himself in distress, damn it, if I leave then what of the kids? The youth's gaze shifted from the children and onto the blood vials on the table. Gradually, a resolve formed within him. I can't abandon them. He heaved a deep sigh as he slowly straightened his shoulders. He recalled something Berger had told him a long time ago, back when he was still a student at Clover Academy. Man is born for deeds of kindness. He repeated the words that the old gnome had once said to him. His lips curled up into a faint smile. Kindness is it. A trace of hope flickered in his jet-black eyes. Forget it. If I abandon them now, I'd never be able to live with myself. That's not a life worth living anyway. I can win a fight against monsters and men, but not against guilt. He walked toward the table and grabbed all the vials containing the townfolk's blood. Then he carefully packed them inside a single bag. After that, he started writing a letter to Elric. He planned to send these blood samples and have them analyzed by a grade 3 herbalist from the Brotherhood. He wanted to confirm his speculations. Although he knew that the results of his own experiments were not false, he still wanted to do this for his peace of mind. At the same time, he also mentioned in the letter that he wanted books and knowledge pertaining to werewolves, their relation to the moon, and lunar magic. He made sure to highlight the urgency of the situation he was in so that Elric knew just what was at stake. Adam hoped that this would urge the carefree man to work quicker. After he had finished preparing everything, he summoned the Brotherhood's owl messenger and sent the letter and blood samples through the spirit world. Now that this is done, he looked at the portal slowly mend itself before casting his gaze on the 2 crystal vials containing the venom from the werewolves. I can begin working on this. It didn't take long for Elric to write back. Before the day was over, the Brotherhood's handler had already sent Adam the necessary books and scrolls he could find on werewolves and lunar magic. Through the youth's letter, he had understood the severity of the situation the former was in. Thus, he put all his resources to use to provide aid to the youth in the fastest time possible. He had also sent the blood samples to an esteemed herbalist from the organization. However, for the results to come out, it would take about a week. Adam already knew that, but that didn't stop him from continuing to work according to his plans. After he had given his students an introductory lesson on the philosophy of the way, he locked himself in his room and began studying the texts about lunar magic. As he flipped through the pages of the thick, leather-bound tome, his pupils focused. The feather quill hovering above the goat skin parchment papers beside him was ready to take down notes. Lunar magic was a sophisticated and mystical branch of arcane magic that drew its power from the moon. Adam began, the quill beginning to jot down all the important points. This was a form of magic that was intimately connected to the lunar cycles. Moreover, its potency fluctuated with the phases of the moon. During the new moon, lunar magic was at its weakest. Spells cast during this time were subtle, focusing on applications of invisibility and concealment. As the moon begins to grow, so does the strength of lunar magic. Nearing the full moon, this magic becomes very powerful. Around this phase, spells related to emotional influence were very potent. At its peak, which was during the full moon phase, lunar magic was incredibly potent. This was the time for powerful rituals, grand illusions, and significant magical undertakings. Adam's eyebrows rose in surprise as he read this part. Wait a minute. Illusions are the strongest during the full moon phase. How fascinating. The following moment, his eyes narrowed and a foreboding feeling welled up in his heart. But this phase also greatly strengthens ritual magic. He thought back to the blood that was absorbed into the ground, as well as the werewolves that only attacked during the night when Selene and Luna shone the brightest. Could it be that everything that is happening is part of a grand ritual? He muttered under his breath. Alas, this was just his speculation. He had no solid evidence to back his belief. Calming the turbulent emotions in his heart, he continued to study the book. As the moon begins to wane, so does the strength of lunar magic. The book stated that the final phase before the new moon was used for rest and recuperation. It was used to prepare for the next cycle. The werewolves have been manipulating the wolves into attacking the town every night of the full moons, Adam thought to himself. I have a strong feeling that this entire thing is related to some sort of ritual. Lunar magic was known for its mysterious nature, and it often involved spells from the school of illusion and the school of enchantment. However, the most dramatic aspect of lunar magic was its connection to the spells from the school of alteration. Indeed, Adam nodded. Shape-shifting into werewolves is considered magic from this school. Werewolves were deeply intertwined with the cycles of the moon, especially the full moon, which held a significant influence over their nature and abilities. The full moon acted as a trigger for the transformation of the werewolves. On the night of the full moon, the werewolves underwent a forced metamorphosis into their wolf form. This transformation was painful and uncontrollable, highlighting the primal nature of their condition. Adam's eyebrows gradually wrinkled into a knot. I'm sure when I visited the abandoned Howlett estate, it wasn't the night of the full moons. Yet those werewolves were still in Thyr wolf forms. How strange. Unable to come up with plausible reasons for that, the youth continued to study the relationship these creatures shared with the moon. During the night of the full moon, werewolves gained immense physical strength, heightened senses, and increased speed. They became extremely formidable predators that were driven by their instinctual urge to hunt. But the most crucial point was that the full moon's influence often resulted in the loss of control over their actions. Werewolves struggled to retain their human consciousness and became highly dangerous to those around them. Some even lost their humanity entirely, acting purely on instinct. The more Adam read about these creatures, the more confused he became. If this is so, then how come those werewolves were able to control themselves every time they attacked Stratford? he muttered in confusion. Till now, the werewolves had never stepped foot out of the weeping woods. If during the night of the full moons they were supposed to act purely on instinct, then they should have directly attacked the town and satisfied their primal hunger. Instead, they systematically controlled the horde of wolves to do their bidding. Were they being controlled? Adam subconsciously thought of this. If so, then who is controlling them? As soon as he had this thought, his eyes widened in surprise. Don't tell me. He looked in the general direction of the Howlet Estateth entrance to the seal that restrained Morven the Malevolent. Haha, the youth forced an awkward laughter. I'm probably just overthinking. Despite trying to console himself, the apprehension in his heart grew more and more intense. In the end, he couldn't help but finish another gourd of wine to calm his emotions. Regardless of whether his speculations were true or not, he had to better equip himself with the knowledge pertaining to these creatures and their mystical relation to the moon. He took a deep breath and continued to read all the books sprawled on the table. Unbeknownst to him, minutes turned to hours, and soon it was sunrise. Adam turned over another page, and his gaze fell on a certain section of the book that instantly caught his attention. Blood moon, isn't that, this month? Adam's students exited the town through the south gate and walked toward the grove in the near distance. He had taught them a new technique, so the kids were eager to practice it. Aiden looked at his friends and spoke with slight hesitation. Guys, don't you find it weird that Professor has been so engrossed in his herbalism experiments since the day before? Yes, Alini nodded. I don't know why, but he seems to be in a hurry. He's been acting very different ever since he returned. I wonder what it could be. Art remained silent for a while before chiming in. And what did he mean about the next night of the full moons being the most dangerous? No idea. I don't know, Alini and Aiden shook their heads, unable to understand why Adam had made such a comment. Regardless, they trusted their mentor's words. Art exhaled a deep breath, producing mist from his mouth in this chilly weather. Whatever it is, let's just focus on this new thing he taught us. Right, Aiden nodded with a solemn expression. If it is as he says, and the next night of the full moons really is going to be the most intense, then this technique is going to help us a lot. Speaking of this technique, Art began, his eyes flashing with hints of excitement. I'd never thought mana could be used in such a way. It's so creative. HMPH. Suddenly a cold snort sounded. What did you expect? My brother is a genius. Valerian was cozily sitting on Art's head, treating it as his couch. Lord Valerian, Alini looked over at him and asked politely, did Professor create this technique himself? The young dragon raised his paw and shook his index finger. Then he started speaking with the air of a grandmaster. Foolish girl, this technique that Adam has imparted to you is merely an application of the real technique that he had created when he was young. What? Everyone was stunned. Art was so shocked that he nearly dropped the little guy from his head. Mayu, Art, keep your heady steady or I will smack you. Valerian threatened menacingly. Sorry, Lord Valerian. Art apologized meekly. Technique he taught us just now is already so amazing, yet it is only a mere application. Alini was genuinely astonished. Then how great is the real technique? Hoo-hoo, Valerian chuckled smugly, his eyes twinkling with immense pride. The real technique boosts all of his senses and allows him to perceive the most minute details within a sphere around him. He calls this technique the sphere of resonance. Sphere of resonance, Aiden repeated the words in a daze. How old was Professor when he created this technique? I don't know, Valerian shook his head. I wasn't even born back then, so he probably must have been 15 or 16 years old. The three kids simultaneously gasped in disbelief. They were shocked about two things. First, Adam was about their age when he created his first technique. This was something that greatly shocked them down to their cores. They couldn't help but admire their mentor even more after learning this. Second, they learned that Valerian was merely half their age, yet he acted like an elder to them. They couldn't help but feel that the young dragon was bullying them, but they didn't dare voice out their opinions because Valerian was stronger than them. To be able to create a technique at such a young age, Professor must have been a very talented student back in the Southern Federation. Aiden spoke with sparkling eyes. His talent in spell casting was mediocre. Valerian started to gracefully lick his paw. Unlike you three, brother only had a B-grade talent. What? The kids were thunderstruck. Alini couldn't help but ask, then how come he was able to become a mana liquefaction magus at the mere age of 20? Even Magi with a grade talent would require at least 7 years to do so, yet he did it in only 5. Valerian knew that when Adam had established the familiar bond with him, Adam had received 2 boons from him. First was the spirit world traversal technique, and the second was the significant increase in his mana reserves, which technically elevated his talent to a grade. Of course, the young dragon would never divulge this secret. He put on a mysterious demeanor and started to stroke his furry chin, just like Adam would do. My brother is very creative in the usage of mana, but that's not what helped him advance to rank 2 in such little time. Then what was it? Art asked eagerly. It was his deep understanding of magic, not its analytical side but its spiritual side, said the young dragon. Aiden exclaimed. You mean the philosophy of the way that he just started teaching us? Yes, Valerian nodded. Although I don't know what exactly it is, I know that it has had a profound effect on my brother's journey as a magus. Even his mentor back in the Southern Federation put a lot of emphasis on studying this philosophy. Mentor has a mentor, Art asked in surprise. He never told us that. Of course, brother has a mentor. Valerian spoke with pride, and he's a very powerful magus. How strong is he? Aiden asked curiously. Hahaha, he is in the process of advancing to the Mana core rank. Valerian laughed arrogantly. Once again, the three young magi were dumbfounded. They didn't know that their mentor had such a powerful background. All this while they thought that since Adam was from the Southern Federation, his background wouldn't be so deep. But it turned out that that wasn't the case at all. Anyway, enough chatting. Valerian leaped off Art's head and landed on the ground. He glanced at the three youths and said with a serious expression, "The night of the full moons is 3 weeks from now. You all must master this technique within the next week." Eleni, Aiden, and Art nodded their heads with solemn looks on their faces. "Lord Valerian, please guide us," they said simultaneously. The young dragon's tail couldn't help but sway a little faster when the kids addressed him as Lord. He raised his furry chin and spoke magnanimously. "All right, brother has already told me to train you while he's busy with, whatever he's up to." Valerian then turned around and strutted toward the grove, leaving behind his parting words. "You three have until sunset to find me with that technique. If you don't, I will smack you." He suddenly stopped in his steps, turned back around, and glared at them with his piercing topaz eyes. "For every day you fail to find me, the intensity of the beating will increase, and I won't stop until all of you have found me." Eleni stood with her back against a tree. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing was stable as she slowly tried to feel the energy around her. The technique that Adam had taught them was an application of the sphere of resonance, allowing them to greatly perceive the world around them by enhancing their senses. Reality was composed entirely of energy. This wasn't just an arcane perspective, but the very nature of the universe. Everything that seemed solid was merely energy vibrating at a slower rate. When examined at a microscopic level, even a stone was made up of particles that were perpetually in motion. Everything I can touch, hear, see, taste, and smell is simply energy in different forms being perceived by my senses, Eleni thought to herself. However, energy wasn't limited to what one could perceive through their senses. There was energy that exceeded the normal 5 senses mana. Eleni took long and deep breaths, trying to stabilize her mood and her state of mind. She had to be completely still in order to do what she was about to do, but that was easier said than done. She then slowly recalled Adam's words. When magi try to figure out their opponents, they sense the vibrations in their surrounding air. That is how they come to know how powerful a magus is. We refer to that as the energy flow of a being. The element of air is all around us. It permeates every corner of the world. Feel the wind. Infuse your mana into the wind. Gradually, Eleni fell into a deep meditative state. She first channeled the gathered mana in her body, directing it toward her hands. Then, she weaved the specific hand gestures that Adam had taught them, allowing her to infuse the mana into the air molecules around her. This process involved spreading her mana through the air and establishing a form of sensory network. She didn't know how long it took, perhaps a few minutes or a few hours, but a thin, invisible thread of mana extended from the tip of her index fingers. However, the thread was struggling to go past a few centimeters from her body. The theory behind this technique was to use the mana threads and create a web-like structure that could detect disturbances and changes in the environment around the caster. This, however, was vastly different from Adam's sphere of resonance. Instead of utilizing threads, the sphere of resonance used echoes. With the help of the White Lotus, Adam could send out pulses of spiritual power through the air. These pulses bounced back when they encountered objects, allowing Adam to map his surroundings based on the returning echoes. However, his students couldn't use spiritual power as effortlessly as he could. Thus, he created this spell that used threads instead of echoes, and mana instead of spiritual power. Rank 1 spell, Adam's Mana Sense. Through this spell, the caster receives sensory feedback through the mana threads. The feedback is translated directly into the magus's mind. The magus's mind then constructs a detailed mental map of their surroundings based on the sensory input. This map included the location of objects, terrain features, and most importantly, the presence of living beings. As the caster moved, or the environment changed, they were required to continuously adjust their mana infusion and sensory network. This required constant focus and control, making it very difficult to master. However, once mastered, this technique would become invaluable for navigation, scouting, and detecting hidden threats. It could be used in dark and obscured environments, giving the magus an edge over various situations. The only limitation of this spell was that it required a significant amount of concentration, which could be mentally draining. But once practiced to an extremely high degree, this spell became second nature, just like how Adam passively used the sphere of resonance all the time. Beads of sweat trickled down Eleni's forehead as she struggled to extend the mana thread beyond a meter. This spell proved to be much harder than she had imagined. By the time the sun had begun to set, she was completely mentally exhausted. She was no longer able to maintain the spell. She gradually opened her eyes in defeat. This is tough. But the words got stuck in her mouth because what greeted her was the incoming paw of a cat, POW. A week later, in the dim twilight of the winter evening, a figure emerged from the snow-covered forest. The man was wearing a long, dark cloak that billowed with the icy wind. He was exuding a sharp and foreboding aura that seemed to chill the air around him even more than the biting cold. The man had a head full of black hair with a receding hairline. He had a thick beard of the same color. Beneath him was a terrifying creature, a tiger of immense size. Its fur was snow white and had black stripes on it. The tiger's eyes glowed an unnatural blue. Each step it took was silent, its massive paws leaving only the faintest imprints on the snow. As the pair moved along the path winding through the grove, the man's hand occasionally reached down and stroked the tiger's furry neck. The path wound its way through the grove and towards a small town, its stone walls barely visible in the swirling snow. The town's gate stood tall and imposing, however. The man's attention wasn't on the town, but on the dark forest that lay beyond. "Weeping Woods," said the man with a cold smile on his face. "The mayor claimed that it is filled with treasures and ancient secrets. I wonder how much of that is false." The man and tiger slowly approached the town's gates. The tiger halted a few steps away from the gates, maliciously gazing at the guards standing atop the walls. Seeing the look in his familiar's eyes, the man chuckled and patted the beast's head. "Not yet." He paused for a moment before instructing. "Go ahead, let them know Thyr's savior has arrived." The tiger's eyes flashed with a vicious light. Roar. The white stag, in Adam's dimly lit room, the air was thick with the scent of herbs, potions, and the faint, acrid smell of alchemical reactions. The youth had cleared the center of the room and placed a giant wooden table there. It was cluttered with an array of vials, beakers, and flasks, each containing liquids of various colors. Strange plants, dried and fresh, lay in neat bundles alongside powders, crystals, and other strange apparatuses. Adam was wearing a simple tunic and pants, bending over a metal cauldron placed before the table, his brow wrinkled in concentration. "I hope this one works," he muttered under his breath as he added a pinch of powdered moon roots into the bubbling solution inside the cauldron. He watched intently as the liquid changed from a dull green to a bright blue. For a moment, hope flickered in his jet-black eyes, but it quickly dashed as the concoction began to sizzle and emit a pungent smoke. "Another damn failure," he spat through gritted teeth as he grabbed the cauldron and was about to smash it into the wall. But midway he stopped and gently placed it back on the floor, softly muttering, "No, this is expensive." He waved his hand over the cauldron, dispersing the fumes. He then grabbed the quill on the table and started noting down the failure in one of his leather-bound journals. After writing down all the important points and what he could improve upon during the next concoction, he sat down on the wooden chair behind him with a defeated look on his face. He drank large mouthfuls of wine from the gourd to drown out his disappointment and agitation. For the last 7 days, he had been working on a new potion, but it had been one failure after another. Although crafting this particular antidote was a new endeavor for him, he couldn't remember the last time he had failed so many times. On several occasions, he had the urge to quit and leave everything behind, but knowing what was at stake here, he continued to persevere. A large quantity of ingredients had already been wasted by him, but he had written a letter to Elric earlier and had him send even more herbs and ingredients through the messenger owl. Of course, he had already made it clear to the man that he wasn't going to pay a single coin for any of these ingredients. After all, this was related to the mission, and thus, all expenses would be borne by the Brotherhood. After willing the lotus to clear his foggy mind, he got to his feet and turned to a new set of ingredients on the table. He carefully selected noon shade berries and the essence of glavia feathers. He then ground the berries into a fine paste and mixed it with the glowing essence, at the same time infusing his pure mana into the mix. The mixture glittered with a golden hue, showing promising results. Yet as he poured it into a fresh solution inside the cauldron, the potion curdled and turned an ominous black, releasing a foul odor that instantly made him grimace. He clenched his fists and cursed, "Motherfu, control, control." The youth's eyes shone with resolve as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, not giving up in the least. He then emptied out the gooey substance from the cauldron and then sanitized it. Then he reached for a stem of silver leaf and a vial of wolf blood mixed with troll blood. His hands moved with practiced precision, combining the ingredients in a mysterious sequence. He watched, his heart pounding wildly inside his chest, as the new potion glowed a soft silvery crimson, then faded into a murky brown. Another failure. He had the sudden urge to destroy everything in front of him, but knowing how pricey they were, he refrained from doing so. "This is harder than I thought," he weakly muttered as he sat back down on the chair. He leaned back and closed his eyes for a moment of respite. He began visualizing the next set of ingredients and their properties, trying to find inspiration. In his mind's eye, he saw how his fingers danced in a mysterious pattern, infusing mana into a possible combination of magical ingredients. He visualized the delicate balance required to counteract the poison's effects. Involuntarily, his arms rose, and he started moving them around as if he were actually preparing the ingredients and concocting the potion. His brows furrowed, and he kept mumbling incoherent words. This went on for several minutes until suddenly he was inspired. He rose from the chair, his eyes twinkling with excitement. The earlier failures meant nothing to him at this moment, as he truly believed that he would now be successful in the next attempt. The youth selected a rare crystal flower, known for its healing properties, and combined it with the essence of the light horse horn, a potent purifier. His movements were almost instinctive, guided by intuition and years of study. Of course, there was also the experience of the two herbalists whose memories he had absorbed. Adam carefully added the ingredients to the cauldron, the solution within shifting to a radiant, luminescent green. He continued to watch with bated breaths as the potion stabilized, its surface calm and gleaming. He held his breath and closed his eyes, his being filled with boundless optimism all of a sudden. The liquid he had just concocted wasn't the final antidote, but it was a step closer to success. I can feel it. He clenched his fists in joy. I am on the right path. The antidote was within reach, and he believed that he would be able to concoct it within the time frame he had. I still have 2 weeks left, he thought. Roar. Suddenly, the primal roar of a beast echoed through every nook and cranny of Stratford. It was so strong that the liquid inside the cauldron started to ripple. Adam's eyes narrowed, and he immediately expanded his sphere of resonance to the maximum output. It was then that he noticed 2 beings, a man and a tiger, standing outside the gates of the town. Sensing the mana waves emanating from them, Adam's lips curled up into a cold smile. The bait has arrived. The deafening roar echoed through the town, reverberating off the stone walls and sending a shockwave of fear through the guards stationed atop it. The sheer force of the sound hit them like a physical blow, causing several of them to stagger back. Their eyes rolled back as they lost consciousness and slumped to the ground. Inside the town, the roar caused windows to rattle and snow to fall from the rooftops. Townsfolk who had been going about their day froze in place, their faces pale with terror. Mothers pulled their children close, and men reached for whatever makeshift weapons they could find. For a moment, they thought they were again under the beast tide's attack. In their panic, it took a while for them to realize that it wasn't the night of the full moons. Neither was it the sound of a wolf that had just emerged from outside the town walls. Whispers of horror spread quickly, the townsfolk murmuring about the sudden appearance of the man and his terrifying beast. From the town hall, a group of magi emerged, their robes fluttering as they hurried to the gates. Along with the old mayor and the town council members, there were several hired magi present in this group as well. Their faces were a mix of determination and apprehension as they opened the gates of the town, nervously switching glances between the imposing man and its tiger. Mayor Hobbs stepped forward and tried to project confidence. But the mana radiating from the man and the beast was palpable, and he couldn't help but tremble in fear. He pressed his right hand against his chest and bowed. He then looked at the man and spoke with unease. "My lord, are you perhaps from the Magus Consortium?" The Magus Consortium was an organization, akin to a mercenary guild, that sent magi to help people with supernatural matters. Most of the hired magi that were currently residing in the town were also from this organization, which was quite famous in the region. The man with the receding hairline dismounted from his tiger, his dark eyes boring into the old mayor's. "I've been traveling for 7 days straight. Won't you at least invite me in?" he replied, his voice cold and commanding. The white tiger's growl punctuated his words. It was a low and menacing sound that sent shivers down the spine of those who heard it. Mayor Hobbs's back was drenched in a cold sweat. Despite the immense fear coursing through his veins, he held his ground. "My lord, please state your identity." Tusk. The man's eyes narrowed, and he released a terrifying aura, causing the people in front of him to fall to the ground. "Old fool," he said coldly. "You talk too much for someone who already has 1 foot in the grave. Shall I make it 2? The tiger approached the old mayor, gazing at him with reckless bloodlust. The only thing stopping this beast from devouring the mayor was this man standing between them. Tears started to well up in Mayor Hobbs's eyes, and he was about to beg for forgiveness. But right at the moment, a magus from behind him stepped forward to defuse the situation. It was none other than the magus who had gathered the other mercenaries and magi and tried to convince the mayor to request the help of a rank 2 magus. He looked at the burly man with the receding hairline standing before him with his arms crossed and couldn't help but nervously gulp. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, to think they would send him out of all people. He displayed a fawning smile and bowed deferentially. "Lord Darkmoor, welcome to Stratford." He then helped the mayor to his feet and patted his back, assuring him, "No need to be so alarmed, mayor. This esteemed person right here is Lord Gore Darkmoor, a mana liquefaction magus from the consortium." Gore's eyebrow rose as he asked, "Who the hell are you?" The man's lips twitched as he introduced himself. "This humble one's name is Alan. I too am a member of the consortium." Gore nodded his head ever so slightly, not at all bothered. He then looked at Mayor Hobbs and coldly said, "Now that you've confirmed my identity, bring me to my living quarters. I will not repeat myself another time." Right away, my lord," the old mayor bowed deeply. However, inwardly he was vehemently cursing himself for having brought another outsider to his town, especially one who was more powerful than the rest. Damn it. This is why I didn't want to call a rank 2 magus, they're simply too overbearing. We could have dealt with the wolf tide if I just called a few more rank 1 magi, he thought. Then why? Why did I have to call a rank 2 magus? Mayor Hobbs still couldn't understand what led him to suddenly call this person. For as long as he could remember, he had always been adamant about not calling someone whose strength was more than he and the town council members could handle. For if he did so, things would never be under his control. But for some baffling reason, he had ended up doing the very thing that he had never planned to do. As he led Gore inside the town and toward a house that he had already prepared beforehand, the townsfolk gathered along the main street, curiously glancing at the newcomer. For the past few days, there had been rumors circulating in the town about a powerful magus arriving and helping them fight against the vicious wolves. So when they saw this burly man and his tiger, they couldn't help but begin to wonder if this was the person who would lead them to salvation, just like Magus Stratford had done all those centuries ago. One by one, the townsfolk started bowing toward Gore, clutching their hands and praying desperately that he would lead them toward victory. Seeing such a scene, Gore's lips curled up into a wide grin. He liked the attention that he was receiving. He glanced around, looking at the townsfolk condescendingly. When his gaze landed on the young women standing in the crowd, his eyes flickered lasciviously. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a young man dressed in black robes and a black pointy hat who was looking back at him with a friendly smile. Gore's eyes narrowed ever so slightly and he thought to himself, a rank 1 magus, he seems a little strange, but he didn't put more thought into this peculiarity and continued to walk by. Meanwhile, Adam glanced at Gore's departing back, his lips curling up into a mischievous smirk as he thought, good, he can't sense the energy flow around me at all. As the mayor led Gore into the heart of the town, the crowd that had gathered on the sides of the main street gradually started to disperse. Some followed after the group of magi out of curiosity, while others continued to go about their day. Meanwhile, a select few hurried toward the town wall to take care of the guards who had passed out earlier. After most of the people had left, Aiden, Eleni, and Art suddenly saw Adam standing on the other side of the cobblestone street, glancing at them with an amused smile. "Professor," the kids exclaimed and ran toward him. They were truly surprised to see him come out of his room. In the past week, they hadn't even seen his face because he had been so busy with his herbalism experiments. "Professor, how come you're outside? Did you finish what you were doing?" Aiden asked curiously. "I was just surprised to hear a tiger's roar out of nowhere," said the raven-haired youth as he turned in the direction that Gore and his familiar had gone in. He then turned back to glance at Aiden and shook his head. "And no, I'm yet to finish my experiments." Valerian, who was resting in Eleni's arms, leaped toward Adam and sat on his shoulder. He waved his paws exaggeratedly and complained with an annoyed look on his face. "Brother, I was taking a nap and was even having a very vivid and beautiful dream. But that stupid cat woke me up. I really want to go and smack that stupid cat in the head." Adam couldn't help but chuckle. "Be patient, Val. You'll get your chance." "Really?" Valerian asked with wide eyes. Adam shrugged. "Perhaps. Something tells me it's very likely." Valerian's eyes narrowed and he flashed his sharp canines. "I can't wait. It's been so many years since I've gone all out." Hearing him talk about going all out, the three young magi couldn't help but involuntarily gulp. Over the past week, they had been constantly bombarded by the young dragon's paw every day, causing them to ache all over. Moreover, he was barely using his strength. They couldn't even begin to imagine just what would happen if Valerian seriously decided to use all his strength. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but wonder if Valerian was truly a rank 1 magical beast. After all, he was far stronger than what a beast at this rank would be. Suddenly, Art thought of something as he looked at Adam. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Professor, how is it that the newcomer wasn't able to tell that you're also a mana liquefaction magus?" "Oh, that," Adam replied in a bored manner. "Remember what I told you guys about the energy flow of a being?" The kids nodded their heads. "When we magi try to figure out our opponent's strength, we usually sense the vibrations in their surrounding air," Adam began. "I simply adjusted the energy flow radiating from me and changed the vibrations around me. That is how I was able to conceal my strength and trick that idiot into believing that I was a mana foundation magus." Eleni asked with sparkling eyes. "Professor, is this another one of your spells that you created?" "Spell?" Adam stroked his chin. It's not really a spell. You can do it too if you have precise control over mana." The young magi were excited to learn this technique from their mentor. They were about to ask him to teach it to them when Adam suddenly asked, "By the way, how is your progress with mana sense?" Not great at all." "It's very difficult. I can't extend the threads beyond a few meters." The kids replied in disappointment. That was when Valerian's displeased voice could be heard. HMPH. Of course you'll be disappointed if you keep comparing yourself to my brother. He crossed his furry paws and arrogantly stated, if a cat compares itself to a dragon, do you think it'll ever be satisfied? The children were flabbergasted by this strange comparison. They didn't know how to react. Meanwhile, Adam couldn't stop laughing at his dear familiar's remark. When did he become so feisty? He thought. He then looked at his students and smiled. Comparison is the thief of joy, they say. The only person you should be comparing yourself to is the you of yesterday. The young Magi's eyes sparkled with excitement as they hurriedly followed after him. Yes, Professor. Town hall, within the mayor's office, a small group of Magi had gathered. They were the old mayor, the 4 town council members, Magus Allen, and finally the rank 2 Magus, Gore Darkmoor. Gore was currently sitting at the mayor's seat with his legs placed on the table. Allen was standing beside him, while the mayor and the council members were standing on the other side of the table, briefing him on the current situation of the town. Although the mayor didn't appreciate the blatant disrespect displayed by Gore, he had no other choice but to submit. In front of the power of a mana liquefaction magus, he was but a mere ant. After hearing all the relevant details, Gore had a detailed understanding of the problem plaguing Stratford, so we just have to get rid of the source of the wolf tide, is that it? He asked with a scoff. That is correct, my lord, Mayor Hobbs humbly replied. Very well, Gore nodded. Then his eyes narrowed and he asked coldly, you mentioned in the letter there are treasures and ancient secrets to be found in the heart of the Weeping Woods. I hope you weren't lying. A strange light flickered past the old mayor's eyes, but he quickly lowered his head. I speak the truth, my lord. The Weeping Woods contains vast secrets related to the town's founder and even the evil Magus whom he fought on this very land. Alas, we were never able to venture deep because our strength was lacking. He slowly raised his head, looking straight into Gore's eyes. However, if it's you, I'm sure you can do it, my lord. Gore's lips curled up into a wicked smile. Interesting. Then his eyes narrowed into a slit and he spoke with deep bloodlust. I will check the validity of your statement by myself. Only then will I lead the group into the Weeping Woods. He paused for a moment before coldly adding, but if I find that you're lying. You know what's going to happen, don't you? Snow fell gently through the air, blanketing the forest floor in a silent and ominous white. Each flake seemed to whisper the forest's dark past as they drifted to the ground. The dim light of Selene and Luna barely spread out through the cloudy night sky, making the already ghostly trees appear even more spectral. The snow coated the trees' twisted limbs, and the faces that were etched into the trunk seemed to weep tears of ice as they wailed out loud every time the wind blew. Gore slowly walked forward with heavy steps, gradually making his way into the depths of the Weeping Woods. He had heard rumors about this place, but experiencing it in person was something else entirely. He stopped by one of the trees and touched the contorted face carved on its trunk. How strange, he muttered under his breath. This forest got its name because of the trees that strangely resembled humanoid shapes. Though the trees themselves were seemingly harmless, they produced terrifying sounds that imitated people crying in pain and agony. Gore curiously looked around and noticed that all the trees here shared the same characteristic. The only difference was that the faces on their trunks showed slightly different expressions. Regardless, all of them seemed to be in despair. I wonder how these trees came to be, the burly Magus thought to himself. If this is a product of nature, then it is truly fascinating. Gore continued to move forward, his breath visible in the chilly air. His dark cloak was now dusted with snow, however, it failed to affect him. Each step he took left deep imprints on the snow. He looked around once again and saw that there were no wolves in the vicinity. Are they all gathered at the center of the forest? He wondered. After Mayor Hobbs had explained to him everything that was happening, he decided to immediately check out the Weeping Woods, the source of the town's troubles. Before he conducted a proper inspection of this place, he wouldn't dare to get involved. Moreover, he also didn't quite believe the mayor's claims about there being vast treasures in the forest. His eyes narrowed and a murderous glint flashed in them. If the old fool is lying, I'll slaughter him and everyone else in this town. Gore had decided to journey to Stratford because the mayor had mentioned in the letter the treasures left behind by a possible rank 3 Magus in the heart of the Weeping Woods. For Magi like him, beast cores and materials harvested from magical beasts didn't hold as much allure as the treasures left behind by a deceased powerful Magus could. If he was lucky, and there were indeed treasures left behind by a rank 3 Magus, then it was likely that he could also find mana extraction methods that would allow him to advance a rank. I was lucky that I could get my hands on the letter before those other bastards could get a chance to read it. Thinking back to how Gore had casually retrieved the mayor's letter before his other colleagues could, he couldn't help but praise his fortune. I hope there are treasures inside there, or at least hints about it. As he approached the heart of the forest, the winds picked up, carrying with it a faint sense of decay and blood. The howling winds combined with the sounds of the wailing trees caused Gore to tense up involuntarily. The horror of these dark woods slowly crept into his mind. His heart pounded inside his chest as he stopped in his steps. He looked around with unease, thinking to himself, there is something definitely wrong with this forest for some reason. It seems to be alive. Then he looked ahead of him, his eyes flashing with hope. Could there really be something hidden in the depths? After traversing these ominous woods for a few hours, the abandoned Howlett estate finally came into view. Its dark silhouette was barely visible in the snowfall. The once proud structure that guarded the Grand Seal for several centuries now stood as a crumbling building of forgotten times. Its roof was falling apart under the weight of the accumulated snow. So this is the place. Gore's eyes lit up as he stood on the branch of a tree, gazing at the building in the clearing. He noticed the windows of the building were shattered and lifeless. Vines and tendrils of wild ivy clung to the walls, hinting at decay. Gore's eyebrows furrowed when he saw the wolves surrounding the house, pacing restlessly. Their red eyes glowed unnaturally, displaying immense bloodlust. Such a large number of wolves, and they are protecting the abandoned manor, he thought to himself as unease enveloped him. Now he knew for certain that there was something hidden inside the house, or else these wild beasts wouldn't have behaved in such a manner. A deep sense of dread began to creep into his mind as he contemplated. It will be very difficult to get rid of all these wolves just by myself. I need to get inside the house stealthily. His thoughts, however, came to an abrupt halt when he saw 4 shadowy figures step out of the house. Gore's eyes narrowed when he witnessed this scene. Werewolves. The mayor had already divulged to him the history of this town and how the patriarch of the Howlett family had fallen to the dark side and was able to summon werewolves from the seal before dying. 4 werewolves having the strength of mana foundation. Magi, this is going to be difficult, he thought to himself. Creatures such as vampires and werewolves, or any other magi who had transfused the blood of magical beasts into them, were generally stronger than other magi of the same rank. The werewolves suddenly turned their heads in the direction of Gore. As expected, they found my scent, he thought to himself as a chill crawled up his spine. Moreover, Gore could feel an even greater danger from the depths of the Howlett Manor. The cold touch of fear sunk deep into his bones. He knew that although this place held great secrets, it was very likely that he would die in the process of acquiring it. Slowly, fear crept into his heart and gnawed at his resolve. Doubt began to cloud his thoughts. What if I never reach the abandoned manor? What if I never get past the wolves? What if I die under the attack of those werewolves? His fists clenched and unclenched several times before he finally decided to leave this place. The risks vastly outweighed the rewards. It's not worth it, he said to himself. But suddenly, another thought that seemed familiar yet unfamiliar at the same time appeared inside his mind. But what if it is? Gore's eyes momentarily glazed over when he heard this other voice. It sounded like his inner voice. It was familiar, but at the same time it felt vastly unfamiliar for some reason. Before he could think more about it, his inner voice sounded once again. You may never reach the abandoned manor by yourself, but who says you have to be alone? Gore fell into deep contemplation, thinking to himself that indeed sounds reasonable. Why do I have to be alone? I can get a large group of magi with me and have them act as bait while I bag the treasures. Precisely, said the inner voice. Those weaklings would never amount to anything in their lives anyway. It is their glorious honor to pave the path for you to reach greater heights. Yes, Gore mumbled in a daze. You may not get past the wolves on your own, but with a large group of magi, you most certainly can. The inner voice continued. Gore's fists tightly clenched as he imagined the scene of him leading the mercenaries and the magi toward the Howlett estate. He could visualize how effortlessly they were able to take care of the wolves. Even if there were large casualties, so what? What did it matter to him? As long as his objective was complete, he couldn't care less. As long as the ends justified the means, he couldn't care less. Gore's lips gradually curled up into a wide grin as he thought of the possibilities. But suddenly his smile froze as he thought of the werewolves inside the manor, as well as the dangerous presence he could feel in the depths of the building. Right at that moment, his inner voice sounded once again, whispering promises of victory that echoed inside his mind. There are 4 werewolves inside the manor, but there are 5 times more magi back in town. It is dangerous, yes, but when has it ever been easy? Since time immemorial, opportunities have always coexisted with danger. If you fail to take action now, you will forever regret it. Ask yourself, will you be able to live with it? Gore involuntarily shook his head. No. The inner voice continued, once those werewolves are taken care of, all you have to do is deal with that ominous presence deep inside the manor. That is what stands between you and your path to the mana vortex rank. It is risky, yes, but life is inherently risky. There is only one big risk that you should avoid at all costs. What? The burly magus muttered in a daze. The inner voice replied, the risk of doing nothing. Now ask yourself, is it still not worth it? Gore remained silent for a long time, thinking of the things he had just thought to himself. He didn't find it weird that he just had a conversation with himself inside his mind. He thought that it was normal. He thought that it was reasonable. The man gazed at the Howlett estate at the center of the clearing. Then he looked at the werewolves that were mobilizing the horde of wolves to advance in his direction. His eyes flashed with resolve as he finally came to a decision. It is worth it. He cast one final glance at the ruined manor before he turned around and made his way back towards Stratford. Gore had decided that he would lead a large group of magi here, battle the wolves and the werewolves, and finally lay claim to whatever treasure that this place was hiding. A minute after he had left, a shadowy silhouette gradually materialized on the branch of a nearby tree. This figure was wearing dark robes and a cape that gently fluttered in the strong chilly wind. Furthermore, he wore a black, pointy hat that concealed his face in shadows. Although this figure's facial appearance couldn't be seen, his eyes were strangely visible. In these eyes, two brilliant white lotuses glowed with an otherworldly light. Adam glanced in the direction Gore had left, his lips curling into a mischievous smirk. That was a little more difficult than I had imagined, he thought to himself. But it all worked out in the end. The spell's suggestion had to be worded in such a manner that made the course of action sound reasonable. If he were to cast this spell against a weaker target, Adam could force them to do most things. Of course, he couldn't ask them to kill themselves. But when he cast this spell on a magus who was the same rank as him, he had no other option but to persuade them. The persuasion had to be in line with the victim's deepest desires. If Gore had never desired to advance to the next rank as a magus, Adam would have had a very difficult time convincing him. But despite Gore wanting to advance to rank 3, the risks involved in entering the Howlett Manor were immense. However, with a little nudge and the right choice of words, greed could be fostered inside a man. The School of Enchantment, in many ways, was a school that was fundamentally rooted in the philosophy that man had a self-contradictory nature. People get bored of their childhood, rush to grow up, and then long to be children again, that they sacrifice their health to make money, and then sacrifice money to restore their health. That by thinking anxiously about their future, they forget the present, such that they live in neither the present nor the future, that they live as if they'll never die and die as though they had never lived at all. The paradoxical and often self-defeating tendencies of human behavior was what the spells of the School of Enchantment aimed to take advantage of. It embraced the understanding of human nature. The intense desire for wealth or material gain often motivated individuals to take significant risks. However, these high-risk activities came with the potential for substantial losses. Adam effectively used the spell and enchanted Gore into taking risk, tapping into his desire, diminishing his fears, and creating an alluring vision of success. It was simply too hard to resist. This was the horror of the rank 2 spell suggestion. This was the horror of the School of Enchantment. Town Hall, the following day, Gore instructed the old mayor to call all the mercenaries and the magi to the mayor's room. He had to discuss something very important with them. After returning from the Weeping Woods last night, he had already decided to lead a group of magi to the ruined manor and take whatever was inside. Now he had to formulate a sound battle plan and decide on the date of the attack. Dozens of mercenaries and magi gathered at a large wooden table. The scent of firewood mixed with the fragrance of ink and parchment filled the room, creating a peaceful yet tense atmosphere. At the head of the table stood the burly rank 2 magus with a receding hairline. Beside him stood the mayor and the 4 town council members. On one hand, they were glad that Gore had decided to take action so swiftly, but on the other hand, they were displeased by the fact that they, who had lorded over the town for decades, were now reduced to mere attendants. Last, they could not voice out their opinions. They could only bottle it up inside them and silently endure any and all disrespect aimed at them. However, they found solace in knowing that Gore would finally be solving the problem that had been plaguing their town for more than half a year now. Gore's piercing eyes glowed with an intense light as he gazed at everyone present. The people were afraid to look him in the eye. They could only lower their heads and stand in trepidation. His presence commanded attention. This was the might of a mana-liquefaction magus. The others couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and trepidation in his presence. Maps and scrolls were spread out on the table. It would appear that the man had been planning the entire night, or at least most of it. Gore's voice was deep and resonant, filling the room as he began to outline the siege of the Howlett estate. His tone was calm yet authoritative, every word carefully chosen to convey the gravity of the situation. "We stand on the brink of a great challenge," he began, his dark eyes scanning the faces of all those present. "The haunted manor in the heart of the Weeping Woods is sprawling with countless wolves." A collective gasp could be heard inside the room as everyone gazed at the man with shocked expressions. "And my lord, you visited the manor." Mayor Hobbs was astonished. Gore glanced at the man with cold eyes. After visiting that ominous place last night, he was certain that what the old mayor had said to him wasn't false. It was highly likely that the Howlett estate contained a great secret, and if it really was the area where a possible rank 3 magus was sealed centuries ago, it was very possible for it to hold great treasures. His eyes softened ever so slightly and he nodded. "Yes, I told you, didn't I, that I would check the validity of your statements myself." Mayor Hobbs couldn't help but nervously gulp. What did you find?" Gore's lips curled up into an amused smirk and he patted the old man on the shoulder. "Looks like you were speaking the truth." The old mayor's eyes flashed with a strange light. Did you go inside the manor? Gore shook his head. Unfortunately, I couldn't. He then looked at the rest of the people gathered and spoke solemnly. Not only are there innumerable wolves surrounding the Howlett estate, but there are 4 werewolves amongst them. The people's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as they heard the man's statement. I'm impossible, so the rumors were true. There are indeed werewolves in the woods. Have they been the ones that have been controlling the wolves all this while? Wait a minute, you said there were 4. We're doomed. Magus Allen, who was standing right next to the mayor, glanced at him with complicated emotions. He couldn't help but mutter in anger. Why did you lie to me back then when I asked you about the werewolves? Mayor Hobbs smiled wistfully. Would you have remained in the town if I told you the truth? Allen didn't know how to react. It was true that he would have immediately abandoned this place if he had earlier known that the ones responsible for the wolf tide were in fact werewolves. Still, he couldn't help but feel that he was taken advantage of. He glared at the mayor and the town council members, spitting through gritted teeth. You son of a bitch, were you planning to send us to death? Please forgive me. The old mayor lowered his head in shame. As the leader of this town, it is my duty to protect it. But please believe me, I didn't have any unkind intentions toward the magi and mercenaries that we hired. Allen didn't trust a word that came out of the mayor's mouth. He was about to yell at him even more when all of a sudden, Gore waved his hand. That's enough, he said. The mayor only did what he believed was right. You cannot blame him for wanting to protect his people. Speaking such words of righteousness, the people couldn't help but turn silent. Gore continued, this is not the time for infighting. We must stand united. The mercenaries and magi listened intently. Their faces were mixed with determination and unease. Our approach must be precise, Gore began. The greatest threat we face is not the werewolves, but the enormous horde of wolves. Mowing down their numbers will require not just our collective strength, but also our unwavering focus. He then pointed at specific areas on the map, detailing the positions they would take and the spells they would cast. As he spoke, the tension in the room grew palpable. The weight of this mission pressed down on them, each magus acutely aware of the great risks involved. We will succeed, Gore confidently declared. Together we will face the creatures of the night and emerge victorious. A wave of hushed discussion rippled through the crowd as they carefully weighed the pros and cons of the battle plan. Although they didn't dare to back down now, they could still provide valuable insights into the plan that could increase their overall survival rate. When do we leave, my lord? A wizened mercenary asked meekly. A hint of greed flashed across Gore's eyes and he smirked. We attack tomorrow at dawn. He then looked at everyone present and asked, any other questions? Yes. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded from the other end of the room, towards the back. Everyone simultaneously turned their head in that direction and found that the one who had just spoken was a young man wearing a black, pointy hat. Gore's eyes landed on Adam, who was standing at the back of the crowd, looking back at him with a nervous smile. It's that strange kid again, he thought to himself. Ever since he had first laid eyes on this youth, Gore had always found him very weird, but he couldn't quite put a finger on it for some reason. Go ahead, boy, he gestured. What is your question? Adam walked toward the front with calm strides, seemingly feigning confidence, but his trembling hands gave him away. First, he placed his right hand on his chest and respectfully bowed toward the rank 2 magus. My lord, I believe we are being hasty in our approach, he said respectfully. A handful of people in the crowd nodded their heads ever so slightly. Quite a lot of them shared the same sentiment as Adam, however. They were afraid to voice their opinions. Gore's eyes narrowed and he coldly muttered, are you saying my plan is flawed? Adam hurriedly waved his hands. Not at all, my lord. You misunderstood me. He paused for a moment before taking a deep breath and continuing, your plan is perfect for the most part. It's just that I believe the plan to kill those foul creatures will have a higher success rate if all of us were given time to prepare. Just as you said, countless wolves are guarding the perimeter of the Howlett estate. This is the first hurdle that we have to cross. Not to mention the 4 werewolves, it will be extremely difficult for us to take them on. And this is assuming we have 0 casualties after we've taken care of the horde of wolves. If we were to rush to battle tomorrow, I fear there would be significant casualties amongst us. After he had finished speaking, the mercenaries and magi turned to look at Gore and finally found the courage to speak up. And my lord, I believe his judgment is sound. If we were given some time to prepare, our survival rate would definitely increase. That's right, my lord. Please give us time to sharpen our skills. And then we ride into battle under your laid. Seeing everyone present slowly chime in one by one, Adam lowered his head, hiding the smirk blooming on his face. If everyone present shares the same opinion, it will be hard for Gore to reject their pleas. After all, he needs them just as much as they need him, he thought. There was no way Adam would let Gore's plan of attacking the Howlett estate on the following day come to fruition. After all, he still hadn't finished concocting the potion he was working on. There was no way he would allow anyone to go into the heart of the Weeping Woods until and unless he had concluded his experiments. Seeing that everyone was agreeing with what Adam had said, Gore couldn't help but glance at him with slightly hostile eyes. Although he knew what the youth had said was rational, He felt like he had been undermined by him in front of so many people. Furthermore, it also didn't help that he wanted to get his hands on the treasure as soon as possible. However, he couldn't go against everyone's wishes. He needed their strength after all. Thus, he took a deep breath to calm himself down. He glanced at everyone present and smiled in a friendly manner. "All right, I have heard your concerns." Then he looked at Adam and said with the same smile, "And they're indeed valid. I will give you exactly 1 week to prepare. After that, we will lay siege to the Hallett estate. As expected of Magus Darkmoor, he is a great leader. That's right. He truly is a kind and understanding man. I would follow him into any battle." The people rejoiced in the fact that they no longer had to rush for battle the following day. Moreover, they felt that 1 week was more than enough to prepare for the fight against the wolves. Seeing that everyone was sincerely praising him, Gore couldn't help but smirk. He quite liked attention. "Everyone, please do your best in the upcoming battle. I will be relying on you." Inwardly, he had deep sinister intentions as he thought to himself, 1 week prepare as much as you want. I will be relying on you to pave the road for me. The road to the mana vortex rank. Suddenly, Adam raised his hand, grabbing everyone's attention. Gore turned to look at him, wondering what it was that he was about to say now. "What is it?" he asked flatly. My lord. Adam fidgeted with his fingers, struggling to speak. "Spit it out," Gore growled in frustration. Adam nervously gulped before replying, "My lord, 1 week won't be enough." A strange silence permeated the room. Everyone was looking at Adam with dumbfounded expressions. Only one thought echoed inside their minds. Does this young man not value his life? He had already spoken up against the orders of a rank 2 magus. This could be considered courageous to some extent. However, choosing to do so again was simply foolish. They shifted their gaze to Gore, and it was indeed as they had expected. The man was seething with rage. A terrifying aura started to emanate from the burly, middle-aged man. He glared at Adam, speaking in a tone that was filled with killing intent. "You don't seem to know your place, boy. Looks like I must make an example out of you." With that said, he slowly walked toward Adam. Everyone hurriedly scattered, afraid of coming in the way of an enraged mana liquefaction magus. Adam appeared extremely flustered as he retreated a few steps. My lord, please hear me out. I've heard enough already," Gore coldly stated as he approached the youth. "I'm a herbalist, my lord." Adam screamed in fear and anxiousness. "If you give me more time, I promise I can further increase our group's survival rate." Gore stopped in his footsteps and asked with narrowed eyes, "How? Heh, gotcha." Adam sneered inwardly. "I can concoct a large batch of potions of explosions for everyone. 2 weeks tea, that's all I need. Please give me 2 weeks. The White Stag. Inside the dimly lit room of the tavern, Adam stood hunched over a wooden table cluttered with all sorts of tools and apparatuses. The room was filled with the mixture of the scent of herbs and the acrid aroma of alchemic reagents. Adam had dark circles under his eyes as he wiped the sweat from his forehead with a trembling hand. Before him lay a cauldron that was bubbling with a vibrant green liquid. He carefully measured out a pinch of nightshade powder. His movements were deliberate and precise despite the weariness that had accumulated in him for days. An ominous hiss sounded as the nightshade powder came in contact with the surface of the green solution. The liquid inside churned and gradually turned to a sickly black. Adam's heart sank as the foul odor of failure filled the room once again. "Damn it," he roared as he picked up the cauldron and smashed it against the wall. The liquid inside spilled out and spread in all directions. The places it touched were instantly decayed. The cauldron, however, remained intact. With bloodshot eyes, he watched as the solution slowly dissolved into nothingness. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Gore had gathered all the mercenaries and magi in town, telling them about the plan to lay siege to the Hallett estate. After disclosing the fact that he was a herbalist and that he could concoct a large batch of potion of explosion, Gore instantly changed his mind. A herbalist was a person who was not only an expert in the field of medicine, but also someone who had the capability of changing the tides of war. The potions they could concoct were not only limited to curing people, they could also be used to hurt others, specifically the potion of explosion. Once Gore learned that Adam was able to concoct a large batch of this potion, his attitude toward him changed. He knew that allowing the youth to brew this potion would greatly aid him in the battle against the wolves. Thus, after some thought, he allowed Adam an additional week to finish preparing the potions. 2 weeks was more than enough time to arm the dozens of people with the potions of explosions. Adam was never worried about that. In fact, he had already finished concocting those potions. However, he still hadn't managed to successfully brew the other potion that he had been working on. If he failed to do so, his plans would become useless. A lot was at stake. Adam stood there defeated with his head lowered and shoulders slouched. "Since when did I become such a failure?" he admonished himself inwardly. "Despite all the hours I put into studying the art of herbalism. Despite all the memories of those experts, why am I still so miserable?" He clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug into his palms and caused blood to seep out. Never in his life had he felt so hopeless during any experiments related to herbalism. Adam always believed that despite having the memories of the expert from the greater universe, he was truly gifted in the art of herbalism. But this series of setbacks caused his confidence to slowly crumble. In truth, what Adam was attempting now wasn't just a creation of a simple antidote. He was aiming to concoct something that challenged the building blocks of life itself. He was aiming to alter the very genes that make up a human being. Even if it were the most illustrious of herbalists, it would take countless decades to even succeed in attempting such a thing. Yet Adam was trying to do the same in the span of only a month. Adam gritted his teeth like a madman and roared inwardly, "I refuse." I refused to fail. He took a few deep breaths and sat down on the floor. He entered a deep state of mindfulness so that he could calm his anger and overcome the negative emotions bubbling inside of him. I still have a day left. I can do it. About half an hour later, he opened his eyes again. They were calm, cold, and indifferent. He got to his feet and gathered all his notes. He scanned the scribbled equations and the ancient recipes in his memories. His mind raced, searching for the elusive missing ingredient that would serve as the key to overcoming the poison. Hours passed and the candles burned lower. Day turned into night, but Adam did not relent. In the past few hours, he had tried over and over again, but was met with failure at every attempt. Frustration gnawed at him, but he pushed it aside, refusing to give in. The ethereal light of Selene and Luna seeped in through the window, illuminating Adam's haggard face. "I don't understand," he muttered under his breath as he paced back and forth. Suddenly, he stopped in his footsteps, a strange light twinkling in his eyes. "Wait a minute. Perhaps I'm looking at it the wrong way. All this while I've been trying to completely destroy the toxins and overcome them. But what if I don't have to? What if I brew a potion that simply counteracts the toxins, cancels it out?" Right at that moment, his gaze landed on his blood-stained palms. It was a result of him clenching his fists tightly in a fit of rage. "Blood is the key to everything," he muttered. "Ha ha ha, ha." He burst into a maniacal laughter. "I'm so stupid I've been looking at it the wrong way from the beginning. The answer had been in front of me all this while." He walked toward the table and gathered the rarest of ingredients. He put them inside the cauldron in a mystical sequence. Lastly, he cut his palm and put a few drops of his own blood. This time, the liquid inside swirled with a soft golden glow, shimmering with a resplendent light. Adam held his breath, his eyes locked on the potion. Slowly, the solution settled into a clear and transparent liquid. A faint, sweet aroma filled the room, a sign of success. Adam released a shaky sigh of relief. His shoulders finally relaxed, and he softly muttered, "The 5 elemental codex transformed my mana into the purest form possible for my rank. This subsequently transformed my blood. I should have known, since I'm immune to most poisons. My blood has developed certain curative characteristics, making it the perfect ingredient to counteract deadly toxins." He looked out the window, watching the first rays of the sun slowly piercing through the dark sky. Unbeknownst to him, the entire night had passed. Adam's lips curled up into a faint smile. "I did it." The day for battle had finally arrived. The town of Stratford lay shrouded in a thick blanket of snow, its rooftops and cobblestone streets buried beneath a layer of white. The air was crisp, cold, and every breath puffed out in a cloud of mist. The town square, once a place of warmth and laughter, where children played and merchants haggled, had now become a staging ground for battle. The mercenaries wore heavy furs and leather armor, moving around with grim determination etched on their faces. Magi wore enchanted robes and wielded artifacts as they checked their spell components. Mayor Hobbs and the 4 council members spoke words of encouragement to the people that had gathered. Almost everyone was present, while those that weren't were on their way. Gore was inside his lodge, practicing a round of mindfulness. There was still about an hour to go before they departed. He wanted to take this time to be in optimal shape. The atmosphere was tense as the mercenaries and Magi waited for the time to arrive. Some were calm, while others were flustered. However, there was not a single person who wanted to flee before the battle. Magi who were residents of the town naturally would not even think of abandoning this place. Meanwhile, the others who were hired were promised great rewards. They knew that once all the wolves and werewolves were dealt with, Gore would lead them into the Howlett Manor and unearth the vast treasures left behind by the powerful Magi of old. Just thinking of the great rewards that seemed to be waiting for them in the heart of the Weeping Woods, the people couldn't help but feel excited. Although Gore would claim the vast majority of the treasures, they would still be entitled to a substantial portion. Mayor Hobbs looked at everyone present with complicated emotions, thinking to himself, "Will the source of all our troubles be finally dealt with? I can only hope so." He then looked at the twilight sky. The sun was about to dip below the horizon, and the twin moons patiently started to rise. Tomorrow is the night of the blood moons, he thought. The old man looked in the direction of the White Stag, the inn where Adam was residing. His eyes narrowed ever so slightly as he wondered. 2 weeks ago, that young man claimed that he would finish making all the potions exactly on the day before the night of the full moons. Did he plan this out intentionally? Could it be that he wanted to take the wolves and the werewolves by surprise and attack them just a day before they would attack? Or is this just a coincidence? The mayor's gaze lingered on the second floor of the inn for a very long time. In the end, he could only sigh. Only time will tell. He then looked at the statue of Magus Stratford standing proudly in the center of the town square. For some reason, he felt as if the eyes of the statue were looking back at him, applauding him for all the work he had done. "Oh, venerable ancestor," he thought in reverence. "The blood moons draw near. Please guide us, please give us strength." Adam glanced at the 5 large wooden barrels filled with a transparent type of liquid inside them. He had a victorious smirk adorning his lips. "He, just in time," he said. "I truly am a genius." Hearing him praise himself, his 3 students standing beside him resisted the urge to roll their eyes. "Professor, is this what you've been working on all this while?" Art asked with an awkward face. "Isn't this just water? POW. Adam smacked him on the forehead, chuckling, "My foolish student. This water is going to save many lives." My Lord Kenley, who was standing at the far end of the room with his wife, asked hesitantly, "All that is okay, but may I know why you instructed me to bring my wife to your room?" He was quite surprised when earlier today Adam had told him to get Raina to the White Stag before everyone left for battle. Now, he was even more surprised to see the large barrels of liquids. Not just that, everyone associated with Adam was present in the room, and that included the other acolyte of the Brotherhood stationed here, Ragnar. Kenley felt that Adam must have something very important to talk about if everyone was gathered here. Ah, that's right. Adam turned around and gazed at Kenley. Then he shifted his gaze to his wife and asked with an amiable smile, "Raina, Kenley told me that you were born in this town. Is that right?" "Why, yes, my lord." Raina nervously nodded. Adam stroked his chin as he asked, "What about your parents? Were they residents of this town as well?" Raina replied as she anxiously fidgeted with her fingers, "That's right, my lord. In fact, even my grandparents were born and brought up in Stratford." "Perfect." Adam beamed. He conjured a wine cup from his earring, scooped a glass full of potion from the wooden barrel and offered it to the woman. You'll be the perfect test subject. Here, drink it. What?" Kenley subconsciously stepped in front of his wife. "Test subject. My lord, what is the meaning of this?" Not just him, but everyone else in the room was shocked by what Adam had just said. "Ah, don't worry about it." Adam nonchalantly waved his hand. "This is perfectly safe." Seeing the carefree expression on the youth's face, there was no way Kenley would believe what Adam had just claimed. But at the same time, he wasn't in a situation to refuse as well. Adam was his superior, after all. "You don't trust me?" Adam pretended to be sad. "Anyway, drink this quick. We don't have much time." Before Kenley could even speak a word, Adam had disappeared from his spot and then reappeared right next to Raina, forcing the potion down her throat. The woman coughed violently as the transparent liquid cascaded down her food pipe. The insides of her body started to itch and she dropped to the floor, displaying an uncomfortable expression on her face. "What have you done?" Kenley panicked as he turned around and saw the state of his wife. He hurriedly knelt down beside her, supporting her. Before he could even question Adam further, his wife had returned to normal. "Raina," Kenley hugged her tightly. "Are you all right?" "Yes, I think so," she said in puzzlement. She then looked at Adam and asked, "My lord, what was that?" "For some reason, I feel free." The raven-haired youth smirked. Of course you do." Despite seeing his wife return to normal, Kenley couldn't help but ask in frustration, "My lord, why would you do that?" Even though Adam was his direct superior, there were some things that he had to stand up for. He would never idly watch by as someone tried to harm his wife. "Just hold on a moment." Adam ignored him and took out a needle from his earring. Then he pricked a nerve on Raina's arm and took out a few drops of blood. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Not only was Adam forcing the woman to drink unknown potions, but now he was even extracting blood from her. To say that they were shocked would be an understatement. Even Adam's students couldn't believe what he was doing. Raina yelped as she saw blood dripping from her hand. But the next moment, Adam applied a medicinal paste on the wound, effectively stopping the blood flow and healing her wound. Everything had happened so fast that Kenley didn't know how to react. He glared at Adam with suppressed anger and spat through gritted teeth, "Magus Constantine, what's the meaning of this?" He now no longer cared whether the youth was his superior or whether he was stronger than him. Kenley felt that Adam had crossed a line. Adam calmly gazed at Kenley, understanding why he was reacting in such a manner. He sighed and waved a simple one-hand gesture. "See for yourself," he said. "Rank 1 spell, Memory Strand." The following moment, 5 white strings that shone with an ethereal light emerged from Adam's forehead. Then, with a wave of his hand, they shot toward Kenley, Ragnar, and his student's direction. They knew what this spell was, so they didn't try to resist it. They closed their eyes as the ethereal white strings burrowed inside their mind. Adam had just shared with them his memory of the experiments that he had carried out in the Brotherhood's safe house deep within the Grayskull Mountains. Furthermore, he also shared the memories of him trying to concoct the antidote while he was in this very room. He felt this would be much more effective than explaining it to them. Everyone had received his memory strand except Raina. Adam deemed that it would be unwise to share such information with her. He feared that she would have a mental breakdown. While everyone except Reyna was going through Adam's memories, he walked toward the wooden table that was still cluttered with all sorts of alchemical tools. Then he placed the few drops of blood that he had just extracted from the woman onto a small crystal plate. Following that, he weaved a series of hand gestures, causing a brilliant magic circle to light up underneath the plate. Adam then focused his sphere of resonance and intently observed the properties of Reyna's blood. After about a minute or so, he finally confirmed that the toxins inside the woman's blood had been effectively dealt with. The youth's lips curled up into a smile. Perfect. Right at that moment, everyone else had finished reading through Adam's memories. When they opened their eyes again, they were filled with shock and absolute terror. "I am possible," Art blurted out in disbelief, his gaze involuntarily shifting toward Reyna. Not just him, but everyone else was also looking at her in fear and apprehension. Seeing everyone suddenly behave in such a manner, Reyna couldn't help but nervously retreat a step back. What is happening? But before she could even finish what she was about to say, Kenley stepped forward and hugged her tightly. She glanced at her husband and noticed that he was silently sobbing as he hugged her. She couldn't help but get flustered. "Kenny what is happening? Why are you crying?" Kenley separated from her and then warmly placed his hands on her shoulder, looking at her with deep emotions. "Reyna, you..." "Shhh," Adam interrupted him. Kenley turned around and saw that Adam was calmly looking at him with a smile, his index finger placed on his lips. "Now is not the time," said Adam. Kenley involuntarily gulped before nodding his head. He then asked with hope flashing in his eyes, "My lord, that potion, did it work?" "HMPH. Adam harumphed arrogantly. "Of course it did. Who do you think I am?" While all this was happening, Reyna couldn't help but ask meekly, excuse me, but can someone tell me what's happening?" "Rest assured," Kenley said to her. "All is well now. I'll tell you everything after I return from the dark woods." Reyna trusted her husband. Her lips quivered and she nodded with teary eyes. Professor Alini suddenly called out while glancing at the wooden barrels. "Will this save everyone in town? Everyone?" Adam smiled wistfully. "I can only try." "But how are we going to do it? We don't have much time," said Aiden. "If we go missing now, I'm sure Magus Darkmoor and the other magi would surely notice it." Adam smirked and pointed at the figure peacefully sleeping on his bed. "That's where he comes in." Everyone simultaneously turned their heads and gazed at Valerian, who was sleeping with his tummy facing up. The scene of the cat sleeping like a human came across as very unreliable to them, considering the fact that what Valerian was about to do could be deemed extremely important. Adam walked toward his bed and started tickling the young dragon's stomach. "Get up, Val." Valerian woke up giggling, but then his expression darkened and he asked in a grumpy manner, "What is it, brother? Why must you always interrupt my dreaming? Dream later, you lazy bum." Adam reprimanded before tying a leather belt around the little guy's neck. A storage ring was hanging from this belt. "Mayu," Valerian hissed. "What are you doing? Do you think I'm a dog? I don't need a belt." "Val," Adam began with a solemn expression. "While all of us head to the Weeping Woods, I need you to take these barrels and pour their contents into the town's water supply." "Understood." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Valerian became serious as well. "You want me to drop these in the wells?" "Yes." Adam nodded. "Drop a barrel in each of the 5 wells located throughout the town. Do it only after all the mercenaries and magi have left, okay? Mayu, leave it to me." Valerian clenched his paws. Adam smiled warmly as he rubbed the little guy's furry head. Then he looked at the rest of the people and nodded. "All right, it is time." At the northern gates of Stratford, a large group of magi had assembled, numbering close to 30. In comparison, the mercenaries were twice as many. Close to 100 men and women had finished their preparations and were finally ready to depart for battle. Their presence alone seemed to charge the air with an intense, palpable energy. The snow around them was untouched by frost, as if their mere presence kept winter at bay. The townspeople had also gathered, standing on either side of the main street, wishing words of encouragement and thanking the brave warriors for what they were about to do. Stratford had been ravaged by the attack of the wolf tide once every month for more than half a year now. However, tonight all that would change. Toward these people who had bravely stepped up to fight the demonic beasts, the townsfolk had nothing but admiration and respect. Almost all the magi and mercenaries had gathered, except for Gore and Adam and his team. Mayor Hobbs, standing at the forefront of the group, looked around, searching for the raven-haired youth. He seemed to be visibly frustrated, and he yelled out loud, "Where is Magus Constantine? Don't tell me he still hasn't finished concocting the potions." The nearby people looked around for the youth, but they couldn't find him anywhere. Gradually, they started to become tense. Adam had promised Gore that he would be able to brew a large batch of potions before the day of the battle. If he reneged on the promise now, everyone would be put in a very dire situation. After all, if each person could carry a handful of potions of explosion with them, their fighting prowess would drastically increase on the battlefield. Although they could still fight with the wolves without using the potions, but that way, there would be significant casualties among them. Even after searching for a few minutes, they couldn't find any trace of Adam. One of the town council members approached the mayor and whispered anxiously, "Could it be that the boy wasn't able to concoct so many potions by the deadline?" "I don't know," said another council member. He seemed to be very confident in his skills. Mayor Hobbs remained silent for a few moments, his eyebrows furrowing tightly. He thought of the possibility of Adam deserting the town and couldn't help but become furious. Finally, he came to a decision, and he instructed the few magi near him, "Quickly go to the White Stag." But right at the moment, there was a small commotion in the rear end of the crowd. The crowd parted and slowly made way for a small group of people. It was none other than Adam and his entourage, his three students, Kenley and Ragnar. Seeing Adam finally arrive, the people's morale was significantly boosted. Of course, it was mainly due to the fact that Adam's arrival meant that he had finally finished concocting the potions of explosion. Adam walked toward the old mayor and stood before him, an amused smile gradually forming on his lips. "Lord Mayor, did you perhaps think I had abandoned the town?" For a moment, Mayor Hobbs found himself at a loss for words, but he quickly greeted the youth with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, Magus Constantine, I could never. I know what a kind and righteous person you are." "Oh, is that so?" Adam smirked. "I guess you're right." Alan, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but ask eagerly, "Magus Constantine, have you finished brewing the potions?" "Of course." Adam nodded. He then instructed the people around him to make some space. Following that, he waved his hand and conjured a dozen large wooden chests from his earring. Seeing so many boxes appear before them, the people were shocked. Mayor Hobbs was gobsmacked as he pointed at the chests with his trembling hand. "Just how many potions did you concoct?" Adam stroked his chin. "Each chest contains 50 potions of explosion. I know I had promised to equip each person with 6 potions, but I went ahead and made some extra. So in total, there should be exactly 600 potions of explosions in these chests." A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they looked at Adam as if he were some kind of monster. 600 potions in just 2 weeks. How many hands does he have? They thought. One of the council members couldn't help but be amazed. "Magus Constantine, you were able to make these in just 2 weeks. Incredible." Adam simply smiled in response. In truth, he had only concocted about 300 of them in the past 2 weeks. The other 300 were lying inside his earring, catching dust. He always kept a large number of these potions at hand for emergencies. That, and he liked explosives very much. The youth then looked at Mayor Hobbs, who was still in a state of disbelief, and said, "How about you look over the distribution? 6 for each of us, and you can give a few extra potions to the mercenaries, since they don't have a lot of firepower compared to us magi." Mayor Hobbs snapped out of his stupefied state and nodded in a daze. "All right, that sounds reasonable." With that said, he instructed the people to stand in line as he and the 4 town council members started distributing the crystal glass vials to everyone. "You have truly outdone yourself, boy." Right at that moment, a deep voice sounded from behind the crowd. Everyone turned their head in that direction and saw that Gore was riding his white tiger and slowly approaching them. At once, the people made way and bowed sincerely. "Greetings, Lord Darkmoor," they said in unison. Gore ignored everyone and made his way straight toward Adam. The enormous tiger stopped right beside the youth, glancing at him menacingly. "When you claimed that you would be able to equip each magus and mercenary with 6 potions each, a part of me didn't believe it," he said as he looked down upon the youth. "But I must say I am truly impressed." Gore's lips curled up into a smirk. Adam placed his right hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. "I'm glad I could be of use, my lord." Kenley, Ragnar, and his students who were standing behind Adam couldn't help but praise how good of an actor he really was. But more importantly, they were truly surprised that Gore hadn't been able to see through Adam's rank. About 10 minutes later, after all the potions had been distributed, Gore raised his fist and roared heroically, "My fellow warriors, onward to battle. OHHH. The people responded excitedly. With that, Gore rode on his familiar and slowly led the magi and mercenary out of the town gates and into the depths of the weeping woods. Meanwhile, in the center of the town, perching atop the spire of the public library, Valerian gazed at Adam's departing back with his piercing topaz eyes. Seeing the large group of people gradually step inside the weeping woods, he meowed pitifully. "Mayu, time to get to work." Inside the underground cavernous chamber, a menacing werewolf knelt down before the towering stone doors. The spectral figures of the werewolves carved on the doors whispered dark and ominous ravings into the ears of the creature. Suddenly, the raving stopped and the underground chamber turned silent. Only the sound of drops of blood dripping into the basin came from behind the creature, but he paid no heed to it. The werewolf abruptly raised his head and glanced at the stone doors before him with an incredulous light flashing past his crimson eyes. This was the first time that the ravings had stopped assaulting his mind. This was the first time that he could think with a clear head. He slowly got to his feet, wondering if all this was real. He wondered what could have happened for the carvings on the door to suddenly turn quiet. It was at that moment that he finally understood why. A terrifying aura emanated from within the stone door, causing the werewolf to slam to the ground. The sheer pressure caused him to spurt a mouthful of blood as he helplessly lay on the ground. He had never felt such an intense and malevolent aura ever before. The werewolf knew that this malevolent aura could only originate from one source, the entity sealed behind the doors. Realizing this, the werewolf's body shuddered in absolute horror. He remained prostrated on the ground, wondering if these stone doors, which had been laying dormant for several centuries, would finally open now. The next moment, a low, guttural rumble originated from beyond the doors. It reverberated through the air like a creeping fog, carrying with it a cold and sinister edge that dripped with malice and disdain. "They are coming." The words were drawn out, almost hissing, with a sharpness that cut into the werewolf's mind. "Gather the others. Control all the wolves." The tone was unsettlingly calm, as if it took pleasure in the fear it instilled in the listener. It had a cruel and mocking undertone, suggesting that it reveled in others' suffering. It had an unnatural and distorted quality, as though it echoed from the depths of a dark and twisted void. The werewolf's face contorted in agony as it continued to listen to the instructions. This entity's voice was far more pain-inducing than the ravings that he had so gotten used to. Deal with the intruders. The night of the blood moons draws near. Ancient blood ritual. Almost complete, finally, after what seemed like forever, the voice finally stopped speaking. The carvings on the stone door began to whisper ominous ravings once again. However, this time the werewolf was no longer affected by them. He slowly rose to his feet and turned his head upward in the direction of the Howlett estate. His crimson eyes flashed with boundless killing intent and mania. Only one directive echoed inside his chaotic mind: deal with the intruders. The twin moons hung low in the night sky, their soft glow piercing through the thick canopy of the peculiar trees found in the weeping woods. Close to 100 magi and mercenaries had departed from Stratford, but now they had divided into several smaller and stealthier groups. This was done so as to, firstly, not alert the enemy, and secondly, to surround the wolves in the large clearing from all sides. The group led by Adam consisted of him, his 3 students, Kenley, Ragnar, and 3 other mortal mercenaries. Their eyes were sharp as eagles as they swept the path ahead. Adam suddenly weaved a simple one-hand gesture and cast Mind Whisper. The following moment, his calm voice directly entered the minds of everyone except the 3 mercenaries. "Listen to my instructions closely," he said mentally. Art, Aiden, Eleni, Kenley, and Ragnar simultaneously looked in Adam's direction. Their pupils constricted as they carefully listened to his words. "Once we reach the clearing, we will be met with hundreds of wolves controlled by werewolves that are hidden in the Howlett estate," he began. "I need you all to stay at the edge of the clearing and climb the tallest tree. You will spend most of your time on high ground, casting long-range spells." Kenley suddenly asked with a mental transmission of his own, "My lord, what about these 3 mortals with us?" Adam turned his head ever so slightly, glancing at Kenley with an indifferent expression. "If I were you, I wouldn't bother about them. They are bound to die one way or another." Seeing Adam's emotionless, jet-black eyes, Kenley couldn't help but nervously gulp. "You understood," Adam continued. "Only care about the well-being of your team. If things get desperate, I want you to focus only on protecting yourself." Hearing him speak in such a manner, Eleni couldn't help but nervously ask, Professor, are you not going to be fighting alongside us?" "No," said Adam. "I have to go inside the Howlett Manor." Everyone was stunned. Kenley and Ragnar were less shocked because they knew about the mission that the Brotherhood had given to Adam. However, Adam's students couldn't understand just why Adam would take such a big risk to venture into the structure that housed multiple werewolves. Even if he was a rank 2 magus, this was an extremely dangerous endeavor. Before the 3 of them could voice out their complaints, Adam reminded them, "Remember, my students, the path of a magus is filled with blood and slaughter. Even if you spend your entire life avoiding conflict, it will always manage to find you. This is inevitable. In tonight's battle, I won't be able to help you for the most part. This is a battle that you have to overcome on your own." The children couldn't help but become nervous, but the following moment, they steeled their resolve and nodded confidently. Although Adam had said that he would never leave his students alone in the midst of countless bloodthirsty beasts, he had already made certain arrangements covertly. Right at that moment, his sphere of resonance touched upon the perimeter of the large clearing inside the woods. The scene that entered his mind caused him to be stunned. His eyes narrowed as an intense, foreboding feeling welled up in his heart. Only one thought echoed inside his head. How did they know? "Halt!" Adam raised his hand, signaling his team to stop. "Professor, what is it?" Art couldn't help but ask in a low voice, anxiously scanning the shadows between the strange humanoid-shaped trees around him. Adam didn't respond. He extended his sphere of resonance to the maximum output, sensing the commotion at the perimeter of the clearing deep in the woods. Gradually, his eyebrows wrinkled together, his expression darkening. Noticing this sudden change, Ragnar couldn't help but nervously ask, My lord, what did you notice?" Adam spoke in an extremely solemn tone. The number of wolves seemed to have increased. What? Everyone blurted out in shock. One of the mercenaries subconsciously asked, increased, how do you know that? Are you saying that you've been here before? Adam coldly looked at him, causing the man to shrink back in fear. He then looked at everyone else and continued, those beasts seem to be waiting for us. How is that possible? Kenley asked with an incredulous expression. At this point, anything is possible. Adam shook his head with a sigh. This whole damned place is cursed. The following moment, he took out 9 leather pouches from his earring. He kept one for himself and distributed the rest to his squad members. Sprinkle this on yourself, he said. It'll mask your scents from the beasts. Last time when he had come to this place, his only weakness was that his scent could be perceived by the heightened smell of the werewolves. Thus, he worked on this weakness and was able to create a scent masking powder in the past few weeks. Remember, he warned. This will only conceal your scent. Make sure to pay extra attention to conceal yourself and your sounds. Understood? Yes, the Magi nodded. Meanwhile, the mercenaries helplessly glanced at each other. They couldn't wield mana and thus didn't have any spells that could conceal themselves. They couldn't help but begin to feel fear slowly creep into their bones. They were so blinded by the riches that awaited them in the Howlet estate that they had overlooked the fact that they could die in the process. No, they did know they could die, but they chose to ignore it. One of the mercenaries, a bald middle-aged man, couldn't help but ask Adam with a fawning smile, "My lord, do you have something that could help cover our..." Adam coldly interrupted him. I gave you the potions of explosion and now even the scent masking powder. You still want more. Do you take me to be your caretaker? The man argued, but my lord, if the 3 of us go in like this, we are bound to incur heavy damages. We might even die. Please show some pity. If you could give us a few more potions. Adam heaved a heavy sigh. The mercenary thought that Adam had fallen for his tactics and would now give him potions and artifacts to defend himself. But little did he know that the raven-haired youth didn't care about him at all. The next moment, Adam's jet-black pupils seemed to have gained endless depths in them. When the mercenary looked into his eyes, he felt as if was looking into the abyss. Start walking toward the clearing, said Adam in a bewitching voice. The mercenary's eyes glazed over, and he replied in a mechanical manner, yes. Rank 2 spell suggestion. Then he turned around and slowly started walking in the direction of the Howlet estate. Seeing such a scene unfold,